Tony Cameron, John Rich. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Monday morning. Well, a brutal loss by the Eagles, a really bad one. They blow a 21-0 lead. Obviously, a horrible second half. All sorts of mistakes, coaching decisions, penalties, turnovers, you name it. They did it. We'll talk about it. 215-592-9494 on a day in which the Eagles really, certainly could have buried the Dallas Cowboys not only within the game, but within the season. Dallas was going to be done for the season, and the Eagles gave them life. Dallas now still clings to a playoff possibility. Eagles obviously will make the playoffs, but yesterday a big setback. 215-592-9494. Richie Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, Johnny. Good morning.
When you allow 24 unanswered points,
yes,
you don't deserve to win the game.
Yeah, pretty bad. Real bad.
That's my fact.
There you go. I don't disagree with that fact. Look, a lot to get to here today. I will say this out of the gate. I'm not quite as devastated as I hear a lot of people are, because I think you're going to have these moments in a season at times.
I agree with that.
So I hear a lot of people almost like freaking out to a point I think is a little too far.
I agree with that.
Team's still 8-3. Team's still the second seed. Team's still going to make the playoffs. Team still has a shot to be the one seed. So I will say that out of the gate. That's part of how I feel. The rest of how I feel obviously was discussed with what we saw yesterday. I mean, there was so much that went wrong. And to me, it's more about the big picture of what it represents. Because is it just a game, or is it emblematic of what we have? So we have obviously a pretty good team. But we also have a team that consistently cannot run the ball effectively. So the simple math is this. They've played 11 games, and in 10 out of the 11, they haven't run it well. That's just a fact. 10 out of 11 games, they haven't run it well. And I've heard a lot of people say after the game, well, they abandoned the run when they had that lead. I don't know if it's as much they abandoned it or Nick Sirianni and Kevin Petula didn't think they effectively would run it well.
Well,
so, you know, there's...
regardless of the reason, they abandoned it.
They do not run the football well. Go ahead,
10
Jeff.
carries for 22 yards?
Yeah.
That means you abandoned it. You didn't commit to the run, which is another. It's sort of the benchmark of the season. Just ineffective run game, but we always chalk it up to the broken down offensive line. I don't know. At some point, the offensive line has to come together with the new guys, and I keep expecting it. It doesn't seem like it happens. And then for a half, it seems like there are glints. It felt like the offense in that first half got into the rhythm that we have been yearning to see for quite some time. And that meant we got into pockets of the playbook that we haven't seen for quite some time, and wherever. And then it was kind of like, hey, this could be where it's at. Like, hey, I could get used to this Kevin Petula thing. And then the second half happened.
Yeah.
You know, like, why?
Well, that's the thing.
Happen?
It's confounding. And that part to me was back to what, because if you remember about 2 months ago, this is what the Eagles were doing in September and early October, pretty much every game. They'd offensively had one great half and then one horrible half. So it'd be backwards sometimes. Sometimes they'd play great in the first half, bad in the second half. Sometimes they'd play bad in the first half, great in the second half. But that's what Eagles offensive football in September and the first half of October was. Then they'd gotten away from that, and then here it was again, probably for about the sixth time this year, roughly. I mean, it's hard to remember all these games, but I'd say for about half the games, they've had this incredible split. It's like a split personality. One half, they can't be stopped. The other half, they can't do anything. So you had that again. I also think we saw a lot more dumb football than we typically see from the Eagles. First of all, I'm going to start with the coach at the end.
That goes without saying.
I want to start with the coach. I think it's the third straight game he has managed the game poorly in a critical moment. I thought the timeout with 45 seconds remaining in the game was a freaking disaster. The Dallas Cowboys had just run a play where they didn't go anywhere. So they're facing a 2nd and 10. I thought their coach had I don't know, 2 or 3, I forget, had a couple in a row of mistakes taking timeouts. So the Cowboys all of a sudden are out of timeouts. So the Cowboys have the ball across midfield at the 45. They go nowhere on first down. Clock's ticking. Dallas has no timeouts. Dak Prescott's a quarterback through the years who, in the crucible of the moment, the big spot, the big moment, the big game, the clock's ticking, we've seen him crumble before. And he's a pretty good quarterback, as we saw again yesterday. But the reality is I thought Sirianni freaking bailed him, Dallas, and their coach out by taking a timeout when he absolutely not only did not have to, should not have. Should not have. I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if Dallas had to scramble to get up to the line. Let's say they snap it with 30 seconds, 28 seconds to go. I mean, you could have had a whole different scenario. But Sirianni, I thought that was dumb. Obviously, I mean, nothing's more dumb than catching a freaking punt on the 2-yard line. Hello? I mean, that's as dumb as it gets. Pre-snap penalties, obviously, are an example of undisciplined football. So, I mean, just...
Gibson should get cut at this point. The decision-making, it's the first time. It's not the first time that we've seen dumb catches being made, balls that should be let go into the end zone, that sort of things, or out of bounds. I don't know. There has to be better out there. There has to be more reliable.
Well, you do have
Cubby still on this team?
Well, you know who is also you got Cooper DeJean when you want him.
Well, yeah.
You do. I mean, you just
and that's a point where you use them.
Well, listen, I mean, maybe we're getting to the point in the season when you use them. You know, I mean, that's the one thing we know they have in their back pocket, and I agree with you. Covey's another option. I like him. The Gibson thing, I mean, it was a fiasco. I mean, I don't know if because is he because he's looking up, he loses awareness of where he is? Does he think he's on the 8? I mean, first of all, you probably shouldn't have been catching on the 6 or 7 or 8, but okay, let's say the 10-yard line is generally your spot. You know, you're going to catch it around the 10.
Sure.
Because if it's the 12, it might bounce to the 2. If it's the 8, it's good shot, it goes in the end zone. That's sort of the theory. But the guy catches the ball on the 2-yard line, and then he fumbles the ball? So, you know, obviously issues there. And then concerned with the injuries as it relates to the rest of the season, defensive secondary. I mean, guys, let's face facts. Had these 3 guys not gotten injured, and the one was at the very, very end, so that doesn't count as much. But the Blankenship injury really changed the game. The Adoree Jackson injury obviously was not great, so the concussion for him, well, to see Blankenship's status moving forward.
Makuba was in a boot after the game.
Well, Makuba is the one you worry about the most for the rest of the year. Now, that one I thought had the least impact on the game. It was the very end of the game. But that was the one that looked the worst in the moment on the field. So you got issues there. I mean, it's just, look, we'll take your calls, 215-592-9494. I will reiterate what I said earlier. I'm not quite as concerned as I sense some are, but obviously I'm not thrilled. I mean, this was, James, this was an ugly loss by the Philadelphia Eagles.
14 penalties, man.
Yeah,
like 14. And this is week 12 of the season. I think until this season, one of the hallmarks of Sirianni has been that they've cleaned things up as the season has gone on for the most part. 2023 was a lot of factors, but even his first season, they had like 7 games in, record penalties. They cleaned things up. We've seen none of that this year. Yeah. I mean, this team is just as sloppy, just as undisciplined, and just as shooting yourself in the foot as they've been all season long. And a game like yesterday, like you could point to a million different things, but just take half those penalties away, they probably win the football game.
Easily.
So it's just that was an all-time bad regular season loss. And an all-time infuriating watch.
So I will say this. I thought their 21-0 lead, and I can honestly tell you in the moment, I thought it was a little, I don't want to say phony baloney, but a little bit, let me put it this way. The Dallas Cowboys had given them a lot. The Cowboys, for the first 21 points, they have a roughing the punter penalty, which continues the drive. They have a guy lined up off sides in the neutral zone on a 3rd and 10, which continues the drive. So I think that was the same drive, I believe. That felt like a freaking long drive because twice they had stopped the Eagles and twice the Eagles kept going. So that was like a long-ass drive. You had the situation where Dak throws the interception in the end zone. I mean, I thought there was – and I'm not taking away what the Eagles were doing in the first quarter, being up 21-0, early second quarter. But I did feel like it was also a lot of Dallas doing dumb stuff. I mean, it's just –
no kidding.
Right, John?
Without a doubt. It felt like – we were making plays, though, also. You know, our defense was scrapping and making plays, but that Dallas offense, they were shooting themselves repeatedly in the first half. I mean, they scored 0 points.
Yeah. And CeeDee Lamb, how many times did he drop the ball?
3 or 4.
It was outrageous.
And that's after dropping it 4 times the previous, week 1 when we played them.
And I'm ticked that, in let's say the second quarter, I don't know, let's say the second quarter, when Pickens is doing his antics after certain catches, and I'm like, dude, your team's down 21, or your team's down 21-7, or your team stinks, or your team's below 500.
I said the same thing in my head.
But you know what?
And then
but give it that guy
led
credit.
His team back.
I thought he was the best player in the game.
Well, he was uncoverable by what we were doing. And sadly, Cooper DeJean was taken advantage of.
We saw, John.
Cooper DeJean, when on the outside, was taken full advantage of, not just by him.
Yeah, I noticed.
CD Lamb.
And also,
well.
I think it was the first play Cooper DeJean had bumped outside. The Cowboys had a big run up the middle, which is the kind of spot. It was one of the early plays when he was outside. Kind of spot he typically would be in a good tackling spot to shut that thing down. So I think the Cooper DeJean to outside corner thing took a hit yesterday. Look, it's not the end of the world, but it is a setback because we know how much home field advantage matters in the playoffs. And we know the Eagles got very fortunate last year because Detroit limped into the playoffs with all those injuries and got clipped by a clearly inferior Washington team, which obviously gave the Eagles home field advantage in the NFC Championship game. I mean, that is a very simple connecting of the dots of a major part of how the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year. Major. Now, as of now, with about a month and a half to go in the regular season, as of now, they'd have to play on the road. Of course, this Eagles-Bears game's huge because not only do you have one-seed implications, but you have two-seed implications. So there are 4 different teams that are 8-3 in the conference. These are 2 of them. They square off on frickin' Friday. Short turnaround. Major game.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Major game. All right, 215-592-9494. Your phone calls. What stood out to you? The Birds, they lose, and it certainly was not one we expected, either before the game or, during the first 30 minutes of the game. It's a bad loss. It really is. Your phone calls on it. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. All right, this Thanksgiving, which obviously is just about upon us, coming up now in 3 days, FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called the Pass the Leg. Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build. Your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add their pick. And when everyone's done, you can each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because FanDuel and because football is better with FanDuel, and it's really fun when you do it together, obviously find the bet or bets that works for you and do it as a group and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. You can make it even better with a 50% profit boost to use on their own build. So find the better bets that works for you, including same-game parlay, including with your friends at FanDuel.com/hammer. Reminder, we got a couple games coming up on Thanksgiving. That's 3 days away. Then we got Philadelphia and Chicago on Friday. Another batch of big games coming up on Sunday. It's all available for you. FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turkey Bowl 7 is set.
Audubon High School and Haddon Township High School.
Audubon versus Haddon Township are ready to face off on Thanksgiving Eve. Listen as Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie provide the play-by-play with Devin Caney and Taryn Hatcher on the sidelines.
It is a touchdown.
Turkey Bowl 7. Wednesday, November 26th, starting at 6. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And powered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
Hey, Eagles fans, Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
This Christmas, unwrap the magic at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Discover diamonds that dazzle with the 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. And of course, there's the cozy difference, where every piece is a masterpiece. Make this holiday unforgettable with a gift from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Visit us online at cozyjewelers.com. Visit us today and let the 5 C's of cozy light up your Christmas.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your online traffic. So this Black Friday, get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal with 73% off and enjoy 3 extra months.
Today, plenty of sunshine and very pleasant. High 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by J&S Family Roofing. Eagles choked away a 21-0 lead, loss to the Cowboys 24-21 as the offense closed up shop, not scoring for the last 41 minutes. Post-game, some offensive linemen commented the Cowboys' use of 5-man fronts was not something they were prepared for. Maybe they should have watched Jay Glazer pregame on Fox on what the addition of Quinnen Williams has made for Dallas.
You have all these D tackles. What are you going to do? Said this allows us to use 5-man fronts, and we're going to do it a lot. You're going to see all these guys kind of rotate different. And I said, well, how often did you use 5-man fronts before the trade deadline? Like Not really, hardly ever. So now we're going to be able to use this in certain situations just to mix things up a lot more than we had and show some different looks than we were able to do before the trade deadline.
Saquon Barkley, 22 yards on 10 carries. That's 2.2 yards per carry. Also had a huge fumble late. Eagles flagged 14 times for 96 yards. First time the Eagles have squandered a 21-point lead since 1999. When it comes to projects on your home, you want someone you can trust to deliver quality work at an honest price. That's exactly what you'll get from J&S Roofing. Weather brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Mostly sunny, high 54. It's currently 43. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, there's no doubt it's a bad loss. Really bad loss. What Sirianni said about it, you'll hear that coming up in about 20 minutes. Sirianni after the game yesterday. Hey, Sports Talk on WIP is presented by Paramount Plus. You cannot count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Let's go to the phones. Your reaction. Bad loss, and it keeps Dallas's hopes alive. Look, Dallas isn't going to win the Super Bowl, but it is fun when you get to put that final nail through their coffin. Eagles had every nail in the coffin but one. They just had to jam one more nail in there.
Were they missing a hammer?
Missing a hammer. And you knew who had it, Jake Elliott. He missed the field goal. Missed the field goal. It was actually good work by Sirianni, I thought, to set up that field goal. I think Sirianni and Hurts were on the same page. It was second and long, and it's like really long, and it's like, all right, let's just get two little chunks. Get the ball in the field goal range. Don't worry about getting that first down. Get the ball in, reasonable field goal range. Long, but Jake can make it. And he just pushed it just a little bit. Let's go to the phones. Jeff in Phoenixville. Jeff, good morning.
It's not a good morning, everybody.
No.
It's not. I don't know what it's. I've been more mellowed over the past several years because of how good they've been. This is one of the worst losses I've had to deal with in decades, in literally decades. I was so angry when I left when that game was over last night, and the blame goes everywhere. First off, John, you're right. Gibson, cut him. He shouldn't even came back on the plane with the team. Gone. How do you catch the ball at the 2-yard line? They teach you that when you're in grade school.
That was very, very upsetting. Letting the team down. You're being entrusted with a huge responsibility there. I don't want you with that on your shoulders any longer. I can't in good conscience allow that. I don't think it gives us the best chance to win.
And they do have two different guys that can do it, because Covey and Cooper DeJean can both do it, for what it's worth.
I'll take Britton Covey. At least he was always dependable, and he never really made that kind of stupid mistake.
No.
Yes, Britton Covey, absolutely. If he's able to do this physically, for sure.
Yeah.
Number two, I'm sorry to cut you off. Number two, did they lock Kevin Patullo in the locker? Did they stuff him in there in the first half, and his offense was like, they had free reign, and then all of a sudden he broke out at halftime, and he was like, I'm back, guys. We're going to go back to stagnant offense again. And number three, Fred Johnson, what are you doing with the penalties? What are you doing? What are you doing? Now, I know our offensive line is decimated. I know that. I see that. But you got to be smarter than that, man. You gave up that one that completion to Devontae Smith, and it was like a shot in the leg just for doing that.
Hurt. Yep.
It's what it leads me to is, did you watch the Rams last night? If we played like we did yesterday, we have no shot against that team.
Yeah,
that team was on fire last night. On fire. And we got to go there? I know we travel well. I know the fans travel well. But we got to play that team with this offense right now? I'm not feeling very confident.
All right, Jeff.
Now.
Look, I appreciate the call. James, is that my caller that's the overreaction?
Oh, look, it's the biggest blown lead the Eagles have had since 1999.
No, but I'm saying he's saying like limited shot against the Rams.
No, I don't
think that. I don't think that.
I think they can play with. Look, they've beaten them the last 3 times in the last 2 years. They played them. 2 of them were here. But I think it's fair to be frustrated looking at what the Rams did last night and say that as of today we're going to LA if it's the NFC Championship game.
I'm concerned. Who's the last team to even get to the Super Bowl from the NFC 2 years in a row? Is it Seattle 2013 and 14? Probably, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably. Rhea, what's your reaction to everything going on? What do you make of it?
Unlike you, I am in freak out mode. I mean, I'm sorry. What I saw last night, and I was talking with James about it earlier, Jalen's kind of a little bit low down on my list. To me, the coaching is atrocious, okay? The execution. This was one of the most poorly coached games I have ever watched in my entire life by the Philadelphia. The penalties. Those are that you're either coaching it or allowing. They cannot run the ball.
No, they can't.
You cannot win games. You cannot win a Super Bowl but they can't run it with Saquon. Tank Bigsby got 1 carry yesterday and picked up 8 yards.
Yep.
There was a run by Saquon where he just slipped. He slips and falls all the time now. So, you had mentioned earlier in the season you thought that he had lost something. I didn't think he did. I'm beginning to come around to your way of thinking. They cannot run the ball primarily with Saquon anymore.
Yeah,
Saquon also had an incredible bounce where he exploded yesterday, where I was just like, holy cow.
Yeah, one time, John. That's it.
That is the old Saquon. But then there are times when the offensive line does not do their job.
It's not all
No,
the
it's
line.
not all.
We watch other
Yeah.
teams, like there are plays where Javonte Williams was stopped immediately and he ends up with 7 yards or whatever.
I will not
we gotta
argue.
start calling Saquon out a bit. He's
I
not
will
the same
not
player as
argue
last
that
year.
I think Bigsby, when he gets the ball, man, it looks different. He looks downhill.
Yeah.
It's almost like they're on a different field. Like the field tilts downhill when he gets the ball in his hands compared to Saquon. That's not a good look.
No. So we got 2 different Twitter poll questions of the day, speaking of that loss, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Red Tag Sales event is back, Harry. Before the savings end, visit ArminChevy.com to see all of Armin's inventory. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. First poll question, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss? The offense or the defense? Second poll question, who do you blame more for the loss? The coaches or the players? I'm sensing a lot of people are saying coaches. I will put it on the players. I think the coaches are going to win this poll, but I would put it more on the players. I really would. 215-592-9494. Your reaction to all that. Sirianni, what he said after the game. We'll get to that and more. Phone calls on all of it on 94 WIP.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build at FanDuel.com/JONR, JONR. Pick the winning teams from the great Thanksgiving games and throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JONR, JONR to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a special time at National Appliance Warehouse. The Black Friday mega sale means the biggest discounts of the year are available right now. Enjoy the unbeatable experience their industry-leading team provides. They listen, they care, and they'll pair you with the perfect new appliance. And National Appliance Warehouse's Price Store is always watching to guarantee the best price. Save on over 100 brands, up to an amazing 40% off, including Whirlpool appliances. Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Come on, let's turkey Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete. It's time to kick off the holiday season. Celebrate with us Wednesday, November 26th, Thanksgiving Eve, for our annual Turkey Trot. At 7 p.m., Chickie and Pete South Philly has the sensational Soul Cruisers. Plus, let's dance with Philly's own Johnny Luch all night long. At Chickie and Pete's on the Boulevard, it's the one and only Mike LeComte, starting at 9 p.m. All roads lead to Chickie and Pete's Wednesday, November 26th. For details, follow us on all socials or at chickiesandpete's.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Fall is upon us, and that means tailgating and Eagles football. Fire up your grill with the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz & Watson. Be the hit of your barbecue or tailgate with game day essentials like hot dogs, sausages, meats, and, of course, artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Don't forget high-protein Dietz nuts, meat snacks, perfect for snacking on the go. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939. Check them out online at DietzandWatson.com for a retailer near you. Go Birds!
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
In what's expected to be a close game, Carolina will head across the country to take on San Francisco for Monday night's Week 12 matchup. There's a lot on the line as the playoffs get closer, and both teams fight to secure their spot. Carolina is trying to keep their momentum alive in a tight divisional race, while San Fran looks to solidify their postseason picture.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Driving a turkey? Don't kill it. Trade it. Jack Dell will be giving and you'll be thanking during the Jack's Giving sales event at Dell Chevrolet. With the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, get out of your old car or truck and drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Every Dell deal this Jack's Giving starts with Jack's special touch. He just can't keep his hands off the prices. Be prepared to be stuffed full of Dell savings. Right now, there are over 300 trucks and SUVs in stock, with even more on their way every single day. Dell Chevy is close, located in the heart of the main line on Route 30 in Paoli. No matter where you're located, Westchester, Delco, King of Prussia, you're only minutes away. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next vehicle, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Se habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes tax
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NAS Cancelleri. Eagles blew a 21-0 first-half lead, lost in Dallas 24-21, undisciplined, outcoached, and apparently unprepared. Post-game, some offensive linemen said the Cowboys' use of five-man fronts was the reason for the run game struggles. Landon Dickerson said the odd-man front's not something they had much time on task practicing this week. Fox Sports' Jay Glazer pointed out the Cowboys had been doing that recently before the game. Afterwards, Joe Banner took to Twitter to point out Dallas used it the week before. Jalen Hurts was asked about it.
The offensive linemen said they came out and did some different stuff up front in terms of stopping the run with five-man front. Did they change that after you guys got up 21-0?
I think that's just how they're built now, given the three interior defenders they have. They want to keep their best guys on the field, and it's very effective for us, and it was something that we didn't handle as good as we'd like to, so good opportunity to build if that's something that teams show us.
Eagles had 14 penalties for 96 yards, 2 fumbles late, one by Saquon Barkley, the other by Xavier Gibson. NAS Cancelleri, your local asbestos attorneys since 1983. Over $500 million collected for their clients. Call 215-546-8200 or visit nascancelleri.com. Mostly sunny, high 54. It's currently 43. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, great to be with you on this Monday morning. Horrible loss, obviously. Horrible loss by the Eagles. Let's get to the Got During window into the weekend. Some other aspects of sports this weekend. Take advantage of Gata's big year-end sales. Receive 40% off all windows and doors until December 31st. Obviously, you got about a month and a week for that. Call 1-877-GO-GATA or visit GUIDA.com. All right, well, obviously, all this is in addition to the fact that the Eagles lost and everything else in pro football. So we'll start with the Sixers. Of course, they drop one. I think the bigger news from the weekend is you find out that, and John Clark reports, here's what he put up on Twitter. He says, unfortunately, Joel Embiid still has soreness in his right knee. Doctors believe he's going in the right direction, but he has missed a few weeks, and it could be more. Obviously, it will be more. Okay, I mean, let's just,
Could be.
So, Joel, who's now played only 5 games, do you even get him before Christmas? I don't know. So that situation is horrendous. Flyers win a game. Two things Flyers over the weekend. One, tremendous tribute to Bernie Perrant. And then they win a game, and they win a game in which at one point they score 3 goals in 26 seconds.
I turned the game on. I swear to God. I said down there, I'm like, don't let me forget the Flyers are playing at 7. It's 7:28. Yeah. I'm like, I forgot. I turn on, it's 1-0. I saw the 3 goals immediately. I was like, this is the greatest turn on ever.
Yeah, that's great, man. All right, so Flyers and Sixers, by the way, both in a very similar spot within the standings. Both in the playoffs right now, but back end of the playoffs. Sixers obviously are slipping the wrong way. From college basketball yesteryear and pro basketball yesteryear, Rodney Rogers passed away over the weekend. That was very sad. He was paralyzed the last many years, but he was a great, great college basketball player about 35 years ago. So it was very sad to see that. And then the Union were eliminated over the weekend. If you follow the Union, you know that their season came to an end with a playoff loss. All right,
Flyers are the only one who did anything right this weekend.
That would pretty much be correct.
Unions were favorite, too. Loss is the favorite, so it's fun.
And there it is.
Good times.
All right, 215-592-9494. Sirianni, what he said after the game, full press conference. We're going to get to that within about the next 3 or 4 minutes. Let's go to Drew in Westchester right now. Good morning, Drew.
And punch me in the face. For anyone who's seen the social network, that's my answer to good morning.
Yeah.
Today, Joe. Obviously, look, I'm not going off the deep end, but and you may think my first point's ridiculous, but I'm gonna make it. I brought this up to Elliot on Wednesday as kind of as a question, and for me, I've turned it into a statement. When Stanford's season ends in a couple days, I'm getting Frank Reich here on a plane from Palo Alto. I think.
What is it, real quick? Let me ask because I don't know. What does he do for them? Is he their coordinator or what is he?
He's an interim head coach, basically as a favor to Andrew Luck for the season because they're close. I think Nick and Kevin need help. They won't admit they need help, but when you listen to the quotes Rhea played, when you see the 3rd and 2 call yesterday on one of the final possessions where I thought they could have just done 2 tush pushes, like for most of the season, to me it's been on the players. Yesterday swung me a little bit. I think they need help.
John, do you agree with him?
Yes. I absolutely. Well, yesterday, look at people should be happy. Those who were concerned with the passing game not having oomph. You see that does not accomplish the goal that we all seek, which is, the 1 seed and success in the postseason. That doesn't help us achieve that because we lost the game. And now we've lost the 1 seed. I want to run the ball more. I don't know if that means we should split time more between Saquon and Bigsby. I don't know if that's simplify it and run more just power stuff, whatever these guys like, whatever the offensive line likes, whatever, because they're the guys who are sort of in flux. I don't know. This is sort of let's try to establish it. At this point, this team should be establishing who they are. Doesn't it feel like in past years, geez, think of a Thanksgiving game. Did you see Chip Kelly got fired?
Yeah, I did.
Sorry.
But here's Drew, here's the one pushback I'll give you. And I'm not saying it's crazy talk to replace Petula. Maybe they will, maybe they should. But I'll say this. When I watched them play, I feel confident in these 2 things. And I put it more on the players. They're below average in the passing game. They're below average in the running game. I don't,
that the offensive coordinator designs the plays and gives them the options for what plays to get into and out of, and it really does. So much lies in the lap of the offensive coordinator, and it feels like the guy that we have pulling the strings is ineffective.
Yeah, the thing is, last year they weren't great passing it at all. I mean, they were 28th in pro football, but they could run it. And this year they can't. Is that on the coordinator? I mean, maybe, but maybe it's just the players aren't as good. I mean, a lot of guys up front beat up. Saquon, to me, does not look the same. They did dial a couple. Jalen, I think it was 2. I believe it was 2 times Jalen kept it by design, and they were fairly effective. Now, one time he did get banged a little bit. Have you guys noticed that? I thought he got up a little gimpy, and then they didn't do another design run. They can't run the ball effectively this year, and I don't know that that's on Petullo. It might just be the players don't get it done. Coming up in a minute, Sirianni, post-game press conference, what he was asked, what he said. You'll hear it all coming up in 1 minute.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
And let me just ask this one question, and then to Sirianni's press conference. Rhea, do you think in 1 year the Eagles' run game turned in Nick Castellanos? Like, it's just what it is? Like, they look like a 230 hitter. They look like a hitter that's just not good running the ball.
Well, so here's the weird thing, because I think they pass protect really well. I think Jalen had, at times yesterday, tons of time.
He did. Yeah.
They're not run block, but I don't know if it's Saquon, because frankly, he doesn't look the same. There's no doubt in my mind that
I agree.
He doesn't look the same. They need to give more touches to Tank Bigsby.
I agree.
Before I just say, the offensive line is completely falling apart.
That's fair. I agree with that. All right, let's get to Sirianni. After the game, he covered a lot of ground. First question was a little light audio-wise, so I'm just going to tell you what it was. You'll hear his answer, then the remaining questions. The whole thing starts with Sirianni having been asked, Nick, what was your message to the team after the game? Let's listen to Nick Sirianni.
Get up. Just got to get up, and we got a short week. We didn't do things quite well enough tonight. Give them credit, and then get up and get back to work.
It's very rare you guys lose a game when you have this type of lead. What do you think were the contributing factors to it happening?
I'm not going to make any sweeping judgments right this particular time. I think it was a wide variety of things. Obviously, at the end of the day, we didn't coach well enough. We didn't play well enough. And when there's amount of mistakes that we had, some of the self-inflicted wounds that we had today, I'm always going to put that on me as the head coach because that's something that we talk about an awful lot, and I got to make sure my message is getting through.
You don't feel like offensively you took your foot off the gas a little bit because it's running enough?
I didn't think so. As you look at it, I don't know exactly what the run-pass ratio was there in the second half. You guys could probably be able to tell me that a little bit better. Obviously, we're always trying to be a balanced attack. So I just think, again, we'll have to look at ourselves and look at the schemes, and then we're going to have to look at the execution and see what the issues were. We just weren't very efficient as an offense in that second half. I didn't really feel that we took our foot off the gas.
What was your decision to kick the field goal in the fourth quarter instead of punting it?
I'm sorry?
Why did you make the decision to try to kick the field goal, the 56-yarder, instead of punting it and have field position?
Yeah, I got a lot of faith in our kicker. I think the ball was on, the 36, 37, 38, yeah. And it was in his range, and just didn't execute that time. We got a lot of faith in him that he can execute.
A couple of the guys have mentioned that the Dallas defense did a good job of making adjustments. What kind of adjustments did you notice that they?
Yeah, they did a couple different things personnel-wise that they came out in to try to do some different things for the run game. They were giving us, I thought Jalen did a good job as far as, early in the game. They were giving us one thing when they played a certain coverage, then it changed, and they tried to take away some of the things that we were throwing to AJ. And Jalen did a good job on some of those, getting the ball down to Saquon in the flat. So just a little different variations of how they played the coverages from what I'm seeing, on the fly. Hats off to them. They did some good things there. We got the lead. They clawed back. They battled, and at the end of the day, we weren't good enough.
This is a running theme. Defense is coming out to do something different to stop the run. It's five-man fronts, what they did a lot of early on. How can you guys kind of get defenses out of doing that? And what are the best ways to counter that? Finally, get the run game going.
Yeah, you got to make sure that, again, I think some of the things that we did today was try to throw them out of it. Because when you have five-man on the run, obviously, then they're going to have one less guy there into the coverage. So I think we did some of those things, obviously not well enough. Again, it comes back to how we scheme it against the different personnel groups and how we execute it. But we have to find a way to be, anytime you're one-dimensional, that makes it tough. I think we didn't have the run game going again. And when I say that, it's on everybody. It's on the coaching. It's on the playing. In this game of football, it's never just one thing. And so we got to identify what it is and try to get better from it.
How do you explain this?
Yeah, uncharacteristic of us, obviously. Always put that on me. If there's stuff that we spend time going over, obviously I got to get my message across better. So that's got to be on me. And we'll fix the things that we need to fix technique-wise, look-wise. But we gotta master the things that require no talent, and that's always going to be on me when something like that happens.
Nick, when you had 14 penalties today, very uncharacteristic for you guys. During the week, did you sense maybe there were issues leading into the game? And as a coach, how do you go about this following week trying to correct that amount of penalties?
Yeah, just like you correct everything, there's not a pre-snap or post-whistle penalty that we won't talk through. I know some of them happen in the heat of the game, holding call or hands to the face, a pass interference. Some of those things happen in the heat of the game. You can live with those, but the other ones, we got to make sure that we're mastering the things that require no talent. And again, I got to be better with my message to them. Again, anytime it's a whole full team thing like that, again, it's hard to say, hey, it's this or it's that. But anytime it's the full team that we're making, because we made them on special teams, we made them as an offense. I don't think we had any pre-snap stuff on defense, but I'm going to put that on me.
When you have receivers like AJ and Devontae and Dallas, who all are obviously talented, get yards after catching, you throw Saquon in there too. Why at the end of the first half, 17 seconds, couple timeouts? Why go into the locker room at that point?
Yeah, 17 seconds. We'll get into where our cutoff is. The ball was on the 32, 28-yard line. Yeah, if you look through a lot of that stuff, I've looked at all those throughout the last 15 years. That was the decision I made to go with that at that particular one. A lot of things happen in those scenarios when you're against the clock. We tried to run it to see if we could bounce one out of there and see what happened after that. We didn't get anything there. So then we let the clock run out there. And they had their timeouts as well, and that kicker can make it from long range. So, we had that 21-7 lead, and that's what I decided to do at that particular time.
A similar situation earlier in the year where a loss and then a short week. What did you learn from that you can apply?
Yeah, I didn't think that the loss that we had to Denver was an indicator of what happened in the Giants game. Listen, we just didn't coach or play well enough in either of those games, and they got us. So, again, it's about being able to fix the things. So the things that we made mistakes on tonight, coaching and playing, doesn't repeat itself. And so it's finding that time to be able to do that, and getting up and going back to work, even though you got a bad taste in your mouth and we're going to have a shitty plane ride home. So it's just about fixing the issues in a short week while you're also trying to prepare for the next team. And so we got to do a good job of that.
Defensively, how tough is it, with what's going on? Obviously, they have a good offense, but, you have guys going in and out, due to injuries or whatever. How tough is it to adjust, as that's happening?
That's the nature of this profession. You got guys that go through the length of a season, and there's going to be injuries. And, we have the next man up philosophy. We do a lot of things to put them in positions to have the reps, as many reps as they possibly can. Even that's why we do our developmental periods and stuff like that. So we're trying to do everything we can to give them those game-like reps in practice, running our plays, both offensively and defensively. I think we've gotten good contributions. Obviously tonight, we lost the game today, but we've gotten good contributions from those guys that have had to step in and play.
Offensive side, the explosive passes that seemed uncharacteristic of the secondary, particularly to Cooper. What was your evaluation of what happened there and the unit with the injuries that have happened?
Yeah, obviously want to go back and look at that. I think there was a couple of really outstanding individual plays by Pickens. Hats off to him. Really good player. Made some big time plays. I felt like, the one to CD down the sideline or the one to Pickens, Coop got back into phase pretty good. Sometimes good offense beats good defense, because I thought he was in their hip there, and they just made really good plays.
All right, it's Nick Sirianni. Last night it was around 8:30 or so after the game. I feel like the game took a long time yesterday. By the way, I said earlier 4 teams in the NFC 8-3. I was wrong. It's 3 teams 8-3. It's 4 teams 8-3 or better. So the Rams are 9-2 with their win last night. Eagles then the 2 seed at 8-3. Bears at 8-3. The Bucs, who lost Baker Mayfield last night, we don't know for how long. They lost last night and are the 4 seed division leader right now at 6-5. Then comes Seattle at 8-3, the Packers at 7-3-1, and the Niners at 7-4. As of now, Detroit, who got a miracle win yesterday coming back, they're the 8 seed. They're out of the playoffs as of now. Those 8 teams are really, the teams that are going to make the playoffs. 7
if the Panthers win tonight, they're winning. They're in first place in the NFC East.
Yeah,
or NFC South. I mean,
but you know what they're not going to do? Well,
I guess
I don't know. I guess
could.
they could with Mayfield out. I guess that.
Yeah,
now
I don't think they're
up.
that great or anything,
No.
but they have a chance. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, if Mayfield misses time, then that opens it up for them. That's fair. 215-592-9494. As of right now, if the playoffs began right now, the Eagles would be hosting the 49ers in the wild card round. Let's go to the phones. Izzy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, Izzy.
What's up, Izzy?
So what's up, man? So here's my thing. Like, I really hone in on the last 3 minutes of this game. Whatever happened before, Tank not Tank Gibson fumbles the ball, whatever. Dallas did nothing with that. So let's get down to the 3 minutes. It's 3-2. Why are you passing the ball on 3-2? Why are you passing the ball? Run the ball. Worst case scenario, you lose a yard. You can still go for it on 4th and 3 if you wanted to. Or you gain a yard, half a yard, you could push the rest of it, continue to drive.
Well, for what it's worth, you can still go for it on 4th and 2.
Right,
if you have an incomplete pass.
You can't take a sack there.
No, you can't. But Izzy, here. But here's the thing for everyone saying just run it and run it more that I think people are missing. Sirianni and Petullo knows they're not running it effectively.
With Saquon.
With Saquon. Right. I'm not saying it's crazy talk to run the ball. I'm not going to tell you that's nuts. I mean, it's not nuts, right? 3rd and 2, you could run it, you could pass it, clearly. But we do need to have an acknowledgement. They are not running it effectively.
And then here's another thing too, though.
Yeah.
Right? Situational football for the young defense. 50 whatever seconds left, right? Pickens catches that ball. Let the man score. You know that you have 1 timeout left. Let the man score. You have 2 left. They're going to drain the clock and kick the field goal. Let the man score. But that comes down to having a young defense. You let him score, you get the ball back. You could try to drive and tie. Either way, you would have lost.
Here's what I'll say on that. I think that's tough for, let's say, 1 or 2 defensive backs. They close on them. I think that's tough for them to know in the moment. I don't think the coaches had informed them. I would not have expected the coaches to have informed them because they're trying to keep Dallas out of field goal range, and I just don't think the instruction. Look, is a good call. I don't think the instruction would have gotten to that point. I think that's hard in the moment for the defensive backs to know. That's just my sense. 215-592-9494. Coming up, the NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report. Eagles defensive backfield. 3 dudes injured in 1 game. We'll get to that. Outlook moving forward. Phone calls and all of it on 94 WIP. All right, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called the Pass the Leg. The Pass the Leg, here's how it works. Start a group build. Add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone is done, you can each look in the group parlay with your own. You can each lock it in, the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together with FanDuel Sportsbook at FanDuel.com/hammer. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their own build. So many ways you can go about this, including on Thanksgiving. Obviously, we have 3 games. Friday, we've got another game with Philadelphia and Chicago. That's a really big one from our standpoint. So all the games available for you. And, of course, Thanksgiving coming up now in just 3 days at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Hess truck's back and it's better than ever. Roaring engines this year. Hess race cars are here.
The Hess stock car racers are loaded with lights, sounds, and a powerful racing motor. Only at HessToyTruck.com. Free shipping and batteries included.
Garage Beer. Beer-flavored beer crafted for working on your project car, grilling at the tailgate, or kicking back with your crew. Available in 2 crisp styles, light lager and light lager with subtle hints of real lime peel. Find Garage Beer at Dolan's Bar in Delco.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been talking about my friends at Scott Auto Group, where I bought my very first car and my current car. Get ready to celebrate the holidays in style with the Kia Season of New Traditions sales event. Right now, lease the all-new 2025 Kia Sportage Hybrid EX all-wheel drive for $255 a month, or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride S for $265 a month for 24 months. Check out Scott Kia of Springfield or the newly opened Scott Kia of Limerick, where it's always smooth sailing.
$59.49 to outstanding, 10,000 miles a year. No security deposit required. Applicable tax fees apply. Expires 12/1/25.
The holiday gift she really needs this year? Not a new household appliance. Not another gift certificate. What she really needs is at Benari Jewelers. Jewelry she can wear every day. Tennis bracelets, dazzling diamond stud earrings, or maybe colored gemstones set in a stunning pendant. Whatever it is that she needs, you'll find it under one roof. Benari Jewelers, the area's largest selection and latest designs from the world's premier designers. Benari Jewelers, 2 locations, Exton and Newtown Square. Online at benarijewelers.com.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets. Take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The division-leading Rams, Bears, and Patriots were among Sunday's biggest winners. However, New England faces significant injury concerns. The Ravens have won 5 straight to complete their ascent from worst to first in the AFC North. Patrick Mahomes is now a record 7-0 in overtime as the Chiefs held on versus Indy. And Dallas overcame a 21-0 deficit against Philadelphia. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We have our NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report up next. You know what's also up next? We got the holidays starting this week, which is always a really fun and busy time of the year, which is now you should address any unnecessary aches, lingering pain, or an injury that'll stop you from having fun this holiday season. NovaCare Rehabilitation's physical therapists, hand therapists, and sports physical therapists are here for you. Whether you've got specific goals, maybe you're just tired of changing the way you do things every day because you're dealing with discomfort, or maybe you're just making your health and well-being a priority, NovaCare's clinical experts will create a treatment plan just for you. They've got more than 150 convenient locations in Greater Philadelphia and South Jersey, so there is no better time to make NovaCare part of your healthcare team. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy, schedule an appointment today at NovaCare.com. NovaCare, they are proud to be the official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Now you can listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the iHeartRadio app.
Cool.
That was a horrible loss. I mean, 21-point lead, my God. And they just can't run it effectively. I mean, 10 out of 11 games, they just don't run the ball well. Sometimes they try a lot. Sometimes they don't. Like yesterday was not a try-a-lot game. You know, Saquon had his 10, Tank Bigsby had his 1, Jalen had a couple. But they just do not run the ball effectively. Let's listen to something Ruben, by the way, good morning to you as we broadcast here on WIP. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, James Seltzer, and Rhea Hughes with you till 10 o'clock today. Let's listen to something that Ruben Frank said after the game on NBC Sports Philadelphia. This is something more and more people are starting to say. Here's something Ruben said.
We've all been saying, the holes aren't there for Saquon. There's no room for him to run. And then, Tank Bigsby, he's like an undrafted guy who's got, they got for a late-round pick. And he only had 1 carry today. It was for 8 yards. He's averaging over 9 yards a carry. Why do things look differently when he has the ball?
There's a quickness factor. He brings a quickness factor.
There's something. Yeah, Saquon just isn't, for whatever reason, he's just not Saquon.
All right, Ruben and Jaws, obviously, NBC Sports Philadelphia. Let's do the NovaCare rehabilitation injury report. Without these 3 injuries in the defensive backfield, Eagles might have won the game. I thought the Reed Blankenship one in particular was very impactful in a negative way in the game. And Dr. Dante Marconi is an orthopedic surgeon with Shore Physicians Group in Summers Point and Mays Landing, specializes in shoulders, elbows, hips, and knee arthroscopic surgery and joint replacement. And to break down the injuries with the Birds for us right now. Doc, good morning to you, sir.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's my pleasure. So Reed Blankenship's turned into a pretty darn good Eagle. And when he left that game yesterday in the third quarter, a lot changed. You don't normally hear of the thigh injury knocking a player out of the NFL game. What does the thigh injury that requires a player to leave, what could that entail and what could that mean moving forward?
Well, what we worry about is where he was putting that Theragun kind of under that buttock region. You worry about a potential hamstring injury right
That's what
there.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
So why would they call it thigh?
Well, it's technically your thigh. Your whole quad and hamstring, that is your thigh region, even though it's the back portion still considered the thigh.
So are we talking about a thigh bruise? Are we talking about a hamstring bruise here? Or are we talking about a strain?
Yeah, so we could have potentially just a big cramp in that area, maybe a little. It depends if there's going to be a strain of the muscle belly, but potentially this could be serious where the tendon could have pulled off of the bone if it's bad.
And if that happens, how long would a player be out?
Jeez.
Usually if you have a retracted injury, you're talking season ending, just like what Dak Prescott had last year.
Are we talking about something that serious, like an avulsion, or are we talking about he got hit and he has a bruise? Is it a thigh bruise or is it
I don't think the doc knows, Johnny.
No, I mean it based on the way he's walking or the way. Is there anything that we can tell? Because it seems like those are pretty different injuries.
Oh, big difference. MRI would let you know. I'm sure he's going to be getting that today. But if he just got hit directly on there, that would be the best case scenario. But if it was like a run trying to leap to get the tackle and felt like a tug at that area, that would be the more concerning.
Sure. And how about Makuba? Makuba he was rolled up on a play out there, looked like a high ankle situation, Doc. What did you think?
Yeah, so he was making the tackle, got his ankle rolled up from under him. That can go many different ways. Hopefully, you just hope it's a low ankle sprain. If it gets to the higher ankle sprain, it depends on the stability. And I guess we have to wait to hear what the x-ray report is if the fibula got fractured or not.
I got to tell you, and James, I've been saying this for a year. I am not a Sidney Brown in coverage
friendly
fan
fire.
guy. Well, 2 issues. One, friendly fire for sure. 2, I just don't think he's very good in coverage. So, he could be next
Neither
guy
does
up.
Vic Fangio.
That's right.
So what about Lane Johnson? Lane doesn't need surgery on his Liz Frank situation, but he has to sit out for a while. What exactly are we looking at?
Yeah, so based on what that MRI report is, if he didn't have like a full tear of that ligament, then you just got to give it time to scar in. I'm sure once the 4-week window comes back, you can hopefully keep him taped up in the shoe, and he'll be able to have push-off strength. It'll probably still hurt him for a while, but hopefully he can get back playing at a high level.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's significant that they did not put him on injured reserve. He doesn't need the surgery, so hopefully he can be back within 2 to 4 weeks. I would think is what they're hoping for. Well, look, Doc, we appreciate it. I mean, it's the defensive backfield really got hit yesterday. Chris Adoree Jackson had the concussion. We know about how that goes. Sometimes the guy plays, oftentimes he doesn't. Xavier Gibson got hurt on the play that he fumbled. So a lot of stuff there yesterday. Doc, we appreciate it, my man. I'm sorry, what did you say, John?
Feelings got hurt.
Feelings got hurt. You got it. Again, it's a NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report, Dr. Dante Marconi. For more information on Doc, get yourself to SurePhysiciansGroup.com. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Appreciate it, bud. All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Joe in Mayfair. Joseph, good morning.
Well, it's not a freaking good morning. I am an angry Eagles fan who watched Rich Kotite's coaching staff yesterday, an abomination in Dallas yesterday. I don't know what the heck that was. That entire game changed after one play that didn't happen. Do you know when that happened, Joe?
I don't. I'm trying to think. One play, so I'm guessing second quarter.
Play, you got it. The Matt Pryor penalty.
Yeah, I remember in the moment thinking this could change the game. I remember thinking that.
You had one play.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're right.
35-yard gain. They were down in the Dallas deep territory, and after that negated play, the whole team fell apart, mentally and physically. You know what's obvious now is it's not the quarterback. When the quarterback's asked to do anything, he'll go out there and execute it. And what I heard Jalen say in the press conference is exactly that. Our job is to execute what is called emphatically. And what's being called are not schemes to when the other team counteracts what we're doing. We don't have a counterpunch. We don't. Every game, the Broncos game, you can feel the momentum swinging, and we don't know how to change scheme mid-fly. We don't. And the team struggles with that. You feel like you're getting pounded.
Yeah, but Joe, here's my argument. Hold on. Here's my argument against that. They don't pass it well. They don't run it well. What do you want them to do?
Okay, I'll explain to you what I saw yesterday, and then I'll go over that. Okay. There was a play that Jalen Hurts on a third down got hit, and the ball sailed out of his hand going left. And if you look at the camera angle, you have three wide receivers in one area.
Same thing happens repeatedly in games.
Why? Exactly, Rhea. You can't ask a quarterback to just thread the needle when everything's to the outside. They don't run.
Well, he doesn't throw it across the middle. You know that.
It's not even that, but you.
But Joe, that's a big factor. If you're going to talk about receivers are frequently outside, you got to acknowledge we all know they have to work with what they have, which is a quarterback that doesn't throw across the middle often.
He did hit AJ on a slant yesterday.
But
I could do that more.
I'm not talking the random play. You know that, Joe.
I'm not talking about throwing it in the middle of the field. You have to allow the receiver to go from the hash mark across the other side. Yesterday, Pickens, 3 receptions, crossing the field, going to the opposite side. Have to have the free safety or the corner follow you. We don't allow our receivers to run across the field to go to the other side at all, where you cross in the middle of the field. That opens things up. We don't. Everything is hash marks to the left, hash marks to the right. There is no scheme to allow Devontae Smith to go from the slot on the right side across the field to the left side to allow him to run away from a defender. All the big plays from the Cowboys yesterday, except the one to Lamb on the right side where there was a push-off in DeJean's face mask, allow the receivers for the Cowboys to go across the field to the other side to where our guys are chasing.
Look, Joe, I really
chasing the mouse.
Yeah,
our team do not have scheme plays at all to counter what the other team does. This team's not going anywhere until you get rid of the offensive coordinator. Their game plan sucks.
Well, I think you're too harsh on them in the last statement because they're still 8-3 and the second best record in the conference. I think they still can win the Super Bowl. I don't go from they can win the Super Bowl to now this team sucks.
Well, there were a lot of things that sucked
game
yesterday, especially in the second half. I was wondering a lot of the time, man, where'd our pass rush go? You know, I was thinking a lot of the time, Nolan Smith, when was the last time I saw him make a play?
Well, quiet game for him and Phillips. Him and Phillips were quiet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And look, both sides of the ball had their issues in this game, especially second half. And it was a letdown. It was, hey, we're up by 21 points, and let's just protect this. And they did a terrible job of protecting it.
Yeah, John, that
And then it was
touchdown
too
drive
late.
before the half by the Cowboys, I thought they played way too passive.
Absolutely.
That drive really bothered me.
They need to learn from the passivity. And then the fact that we never, ever, ever try to make the maximize seconds at the end of halves, that is catching up to us. Because then when we have to go get those points, we haven't practiced it. We haven't gone through the reps in real game time situations. This is a mistake, and that's a coaching mistake. That is a coaching error.
I was good with it yesterday. I was okay. You had a 21-7 lead.
No. I'm saying the concept that we never ever push to go get those points at the end of halves.
You're right. They don't.
That is a coaching philosophy that I disagree with.
I do.
And I'm just saying that the coaching errors are adding up.
I agree with that.
Even though this team is 8-3, I just hope that things don't get problematic.
Look, I thought Sirianni had a whopper calling that timeout with about 45 seconds left. I thought that was a fiasco. 215-592-9494. Coming up, Bad to the Bone Award. Ray Didinger, 7:55 and a lot more. Phone calls on a day when a lot of people are heated, rightfully so. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Eagles lose to the Cowboys. Could have buried them. Cowboys are alive. Eagles are no longer the 1 seed. Coming up, a lot more, including your calls on 94 WIP.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. Pick the winning teams from the great Thanksgiving games and throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started right now. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the baseball offseason begins, questions remain for the Phillies. Does Schwarber re-sign?
Oh, we'd love to bring Kyle Schwarber back. It's a priority.
Will JT return?
The most prepared guy I've ever been around as a catcher.
Can the Phillies retain Ranger?
What a performance for Rangers, Suarez.
Listen for the latest. All your Phillies offseason happenings happen here.
We'll see what happens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds.
Driving a turkey? Don't kill it. Trade it. Jack Dell will be giving, and you'll be thanking during the Jack's Giving sales event at Dell Toyota. It's giving thanks. It's giving savings. With the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, get out of your old car or truck and drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Every Dell deal this Jack's Giving begins with Jack's special touch. He just can't keep his hands off the prices. Be prepared to be stuffed full of Dell savings.
Right now, there are over 300 trucks and SUVs available. You can buy with no money down and low APR financing every day at Del Toyota. Del Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Or visit them online at deltoyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. Did you know that the 94 WIP Morning Show is both a radio show and a podcast? You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Pickering Valley Golf Club. Eagles jumped out to a 21-0 first-half lead in Dallas and lost 24-21 after that barrage of scoring. A whole lot of nothing for the offense. 5 possessions ended on punts, a missed field goal, 2 fumbles, 1 by Saquon Barkley. Barkley run struggles continued, 22 yards on 10 carries. Landon Dickerson says the Cowboys' defense gave them a different look than expected.
They gave us a defense that they rarely run, and
yeah, we just didn't execute the game plan we had.
What was that defense?
Just 5 down fronts. Not usually. Typically, some they were running a whole lot, and turns out that was their flavor of the day.
Odd thing is, Fox Sports' Jay Glazer mentioned on the pregame about the Cowboys' use of a 5-man front. CBS Sports noted the Cowboys began to do a lot more of it in Week 9. We will talk to Ray Didinger about the game coming up at 7:55 here on the WIP Morning Show. Get your 2-year unlimited golf membership for less than $8 per week and enjoy unlimited golf Monday through Sunday. Visit golfpickeringvalley.com. Mostly sunny, high 54. It's currently 44. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP.
Start your day with a
This is the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, terrible loss yesterday by the Eagles. Now, I'm not quite as down as I sense many are because I think the team's still a heck of a team, 8-3. And, you know, there's still the 2 seed in the East, in the NFC. You're going to have these bad losses from time to time.
The Cowboys were in a situation
they blew a 21-0
where they
lead.
I get it.
They had to win just to stay afloat.
I know.
They were in a desperate spot, and they played more that way in the second half, where we lost our rhythm and just completely abandoned the run game, which seems to be, I guess, the best option if you can't run it anyway. You know,
well,
like,
that's
what
the thing.
in the world are they supposed to do?
So maybe they just start giving the ball.
Your offensive line is so inconsistent at prying these holes open that you can't run it when you go out.
We'd be able to make a more thorough evaluation if Tank Bigsby got the ball 9 times in a game. And then we'd say, okay, well, then 9 carries turned into 71 yards and things are really effective. Or we'd say, no, that, you know, when he gets the one-off and he busts it for 8 to 10 yards, that's just a one-off and not emblematic. That he can do things. You got to
try it more than once.
I would agree with that.
I mean, come on.
Well, and you know what the interesting thing, Ray, they used to with Gainwell.
Yeah.
We'd have to look it up, but my guess is Gainwell probably got 4 to 7 touches per game.
Gainwell had a hell of a play yesterday. They did a fake
55-yard run.
Yeah, almost got in the end zone. They had him down at the goal line, but yeah, no, it's outrageous. Like, you traded for this guy.
Yeah.
You didn't pick him up as a free agent on the street. Use him.
I agree with that. James, why do you think they use him so much less in Gainwell?
I have no idea, especially because every time he's touched the ball, it's been a positive play, and in some cases, like electric type stuff.
I agree.
I said it when we talked the other day. We did the how do you fix it thing. That was one of my things, was give him the ball more, see what's going on there, and it's mystifying. I don't have an answer.
It is. Hey, Turkey Bowl's coming up in 2 days. So Thanksgiving in 3 days on Thursday. Wednesday, we will be broadcasting Audubon and Haddon Township. Looking forward to it. Wednesday night, 6 o'clock, Turkey Bowl right here on WIP. Let's go to the phones. Bad to the Bone Award and much more up ahead. Your reaction to a really bad Eagles loss. Ron in Pottstown right now. Ron, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. I'd be remiss if I didn't say I had a chance to see Joe Conklin Saturday night. And I know you were there, Joe.
Yep.
What a talented family he has.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It is incredible. I just can't I can't believe how talented they are. He puts on a great show. The only thing is I heard all the way home from my daughter how she was upset that they didn't bring her up in Delaware County.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to figure out how to improve the Eagles' offense, not where you should have lived the last 30 to 40 years.
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
Right.
As long as you get your kids never blame. They always continue to blame you for things.
Tell you what, the kids, they just no appreciation of their elders, Ron.
I know. It's amazing. Just amazing. Yeah. The thing that bothers me is Landon Dickerson. I don't understand why he didn't think about the 5-man front. I even knew about that. They were in a 5-man front the week before.
Yeah, you know what you do against it, Ron? You pass the ball.
Yeah, but even so,
it's really not that complicated. I mean, the reality is, if they're going to load up with all these beefy guys to stop the run, then you should pass through it, over it, around it.
But
No, I think they like to just run right into it. That's appeared to be their game plan
Well,
yesterday.
really, in many ways, it was to not run much, and they didn't.
But when they did, they ran right into it.
Well, yeah. I mean, Saquon had 10 for 22.
Yeah.
I mean, Ron, that's the thing. Like, I'm not freaking out on this 5-man front thing. Just pass the ball against it. I mean, just pass the ball. Get first downs.
John,
Get yards.
5-man front. I mean, you're talking about you're covering the nose and both.
You're talking about big
guards.
beef. You're talking about big beef, and you're talking about AJ and Devontae with Jalen Hurts.
It's a jam front. It's a bare front. It's something that teams have done since Buddy back in 1986.
Yep. All right. Go ahead, Ron.
I played in the late 60s in college, and they had the 5-man front at times. There was always a guy on my nose if I was a center.
Yeah, listen, I'm not worried about that at all. Ron, I appreciate the call. It's great seeing you on Saturday night. They got to play better offense, and it was bad offense. Coming up, Bad of the Bone Award. We'll get to that coming up in a minute.
When it comes to projects on your home, there's nothing more important than trust, quality work, and a fair price. And that's exactly what you're going to get from my friends at J&S Family Roofing. When you deal with them, you're dealing with family. Literally, they are a family-run business, and when you call, you will speak with an owner and member of the family. Stu, Dustin, and Nick and Kevin will be with you from start to finish, and they don't ask for payment until the job is done to your satisfaction. I'll say that again. They don't ask for payment until the job is done to your satisfaction. If you don't believe me about how great they are, just check out their reviews on Google. They speak for themselves. Only 2% of GAF roofers are Master Elite status. J&S Family Roofing is among them, allowing them to give their customers the best warranty available. Check out my friends at jsroof.com.
All right, this segment, an awful lot up ahead, including what Sirianni, Hurts, and Saquon all said post-game. Ray Didinger, his reaction in about a half an hour. Ray at 7:55 today. And today at 8 o'clock, this is a contest we usually begin the week of an Eagles game, a home game on a Tuesday. But because short week for us here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we're off as Thanksgiving comes in, and the game is on Friday. Our contest to give away tickets, and this is a big game. I know you're all not in the greatest mood right now to hear about the next game, but the reality is Eagles-Bears is a big game. 2 8-3 teams, 2 seed on the line, 1 seed implications. 8-3 Eagles, 8-3 Bears. That game's coming up on Friday. We give away a pair of tickets on Wednesday this week on our show, but you got to listen today at 8, tomorrow at 8, and Wednesday at 8 as we give away those tickets.
Courtesy of NovaCare Rehabilitation, the power of physical therapy.
So it really is just a sprint to the next game. With that said, the last game is top of mind. Let's do the Bad of the Bone Award. So unfortunately, it's, not the badass, tough guy, Chuck Bednarik type. This guy was a badass out there. John, it's the actual literal definition of bad. You no good. You let us down. You stunk up the joint. Not game balls. The very opposite of that. Blame balls. Sean Ritchie, we got 4 to give out. You give out the first. Who's a blame ball go to today?
Nick Sirianni. It was a completely undisciplined display of disarray. And our offense was, I don't know, at times inspiring, like getting ready to roll, and that's your side of things, and that felt great. But then when it mattered, man, it just seems like we can't depend on that side of the ball. And yesterday,
they haven't all year.
When the defense was faced with a really good passing attack across the way, it was just too much to bear. And that's, football is played by both sides of the ball and special teams, and you got to excel in all three. And we have been too unbalanced to be elite this season, and now we have to figure out a way to get better.
Yeah. No, listen, I mean, I thought Sirianni, again, we haven't focused too much on it, but I thought his timeout with 45 seconds to go was... James, do you have a quick explanation for that? The other team's out of timeouts. They got the ball.
Not on a first down. If it had been second down, you theoretically could get the ball back after a field goal attempt. But in that situation, it made zero sense.
I mean, just so everyone understands, the reality was the Cowboys had the ball across midfield, but we're out of timeouts. I thought the Cowboys had made mistakes taking those timeouts, and they go nowhere on first down. They got the ball at the 45. Obviously, only about 10 more yards for a reasonable field goal for their kicker. And I just thought there was no reason to settle things down for Dallas. Let them feel the pressure. Let them feel like, what's about to happen here? I thought that was
I think
really.
he was thinking about getting the ball back.
I know he was.
Yeah,
and he shouldn't have.
It was a mistake.
He shouldn't have.
But
Because he was
there
going to
have-
get the ball back with 15 seconds. Like, what's the point? Like, let Dallas feel the uh-oh.
Well,
that was bad coaching
and
right there.
But that's the least obvious of several major mistakes that we've seen over the last, not just this week.
I agree with that.
The last 3
Good game
weeks.
managers had 3 straight games where he managed bad in certain big moments. James, what do you got? Bad in the
Yeah,
bone.
there's another coach I'm sure will get mentioned. I'll leave that on the table for Rhea. I'm assuming she wants that one. Look, I'll fall on the sword because I'm not happy to do this. It's not an honor, it's a dishonor, but it has to be done. Like, Saquon Barkley was awful yesterday. Like, I know the offensive line has not done him any favors, but he has done so little to create on his own, to power through. I mean, again, I said it yesterday, Javonte Williams, there were like, 5 or 6 runs where it was like, stopped, boom, breaks through for like 6, 7, 8 yards.
Right.
We don't see that from Saquon, and Bigsby in the minimal touches seems to do it. And he had the fumble yesterday. Like, that was a bad football game from Saquon Barkley. And we got to call it out, man.
And
like,
by the way, James, it's another game where Gibbs had like 250 yards for the Lions.
Dude,
whatever
he's
that number
a monster,
was.
you know?
cow.
Again, Javonte Williams was better than Saquon yesterday. That's unacceptable.
Guys, once upon a time, we had a Jahmyr Gibbs. But once upon a time, Saquon Barkley
It was 7 months ago.
Jahmyr, exactly.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Jahmyr Gibbs, like, it was 1 run, nice gain. The second run of the half, he takes it 80 yards. And then in overtime, the exact same thing happened again.
Yeah.
1 short run, and then he goes and hits his head on the goalpost from 75 yards. That's what we used to enjoy.
I'm well aware.
But it wasn't just Saquon.
I'm old enough to remember last year, and this ain't last year with him right now. Rhea, what do you got?
I hate to point out you were right about Saquon, but you probably were. I know that this will probably not go over well in a lot of circles, but Stoutland University has been downgraded.
Not the coach I was thinking.
Wow.
To Stoutland Local Community College.
Wow.
All right. I am not happy with him. You know, when I know that you're kind of dismissing this whole 5-man front. I'm sitting there watching Jay Glazer do the pregame. They're going to do the 5-man front. And I'm thinking, okay, yeah, well, they got Williams at the trade deadline. That makes sense.
Yeah, they got a lot of big beefy guys.
When I hear Landon Dickerson postgame saying we weren't prepared because it's something they rarely run, he is not just your offensive line coach, okay? He's the run game coordinator. This is on him. It's on him to decide who's going to play. We're all watching it. Saquon is slipping. He's falling. Put Tank in for a couple more. Matt Pryor had 1 play. How do you not look at him and go, Matt, this is what you are supposed to do? You're getting 1 play. So to me, I was not happy with Jeff Stoutland yesterday.
All right, so James, I'm in a tough spot because I got 2 names written down here. One that everybody wants me to say, Kevin Petullo.
Yeah, let's just say the name so it gets said at least if you don't take it. Kevin Petullo, please.
And the other one that I'm personally more inclined to say, and I don't even know his first name, but Gibson, the punt returner.
Xavier.
Xavier.
All right. I'm going to go with Xavier Gibson.
I don't blame you.
Because he caught a freaking
blame
punt on
you.
the 2-yard line, then ran around like a chicken without his head, then fumbled the ball. So I'm going to go Gibson. I'm also going to give Petullo a bit of a pass for 2 reasons. One, I think that Sirianni has a ton to do with the offense. A ton.
It's his offense.
It's his offense. And 2, I'm one of the people, and I feel like I'm in the minority here, but I'm one of the people that blame the players more than the coaches. I mean, I like Matt Pryor's got to know if I got 1 play, don't commit a penalty.
It's unbelievable.
And by the way, like that's a clear example of he wouldn't be in the game if Lane wasn't injured because Fred Johnson was the 6th offensive lineman. Now Lane's out. Fred's one of the 5,
Matt Pryor
and Pryor goes to
covered
the 6.
Wasn't the penalty was he was covered up?
Oh, you're saying it was on the receiver? I thought it
Probably.
was on Pryor. Am I wrong?
No, it was on Pryor.
No,
Pryor had
it's on him for reporting and then being covered up.
So it was the receiver's fault?
He's
Okay, I
reporting,
gotcha.
saying he's eligible.
I gotcha.
He should be not covered by the guy on the outside of him. So it's
fair enough.
I'm not going to blame.
So he's catching strays.
He might not be to blame.
Fair enough. Look, I'm going to go with Gibson. The Petullo thing to me, I know a lot of people are coming down. I'm telling you, I put it more on the players. I really do. Matter of fact, we have a Twitter poll question that speaks to this. I'll be interested to see what the final tally is today. Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin wishing their customers, employees, and all WIP listeners a happy and joyful Thanksgiving. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. First poll question, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss yesterday amongst these 2 groups? Eagles coaches, Eagles players. I go players. My guess is coaches win the poll, but we'll find out. Second poll question, who do you blame more, Eagles offense or defense? I tend to think the offense will win that one. John, who do you blame more, the coaches or the players? Back to that first poll.
I blame the coaches. I mean, I blame both. I blame
Well,
both.
sure.
You got to pick one.
They have to be better. I blame the coaches.
I feel pretty confident the coaches didn't say, hey, guys, go out there and commit 14 penalties. And I'm not trying to let the coaches off the hook, but I mean, 14.
But that's undisciplined.
But
That's
I
on the
know.
coaches at the end of the day.
That is
especially because it's been happening and happening and happening.
That's fair.
That's coaches letting things slip.
Tough detailed
week after
together, they
week.
are not.
The details have not been administered on a weekly date. Yeah, on a weekly basis.
And sometimes together. Is that sometimes together? All right, so you can react to all this. It was really a tremendously aggravating loss yesterday. 215-592-9494. I'm not quite as down as I sense many are because the team's still 8-3. You know, bad losses are going to happen. Losses are going to happen. They had won 4 in a row. Now, with that said, it was another game where they did not run the ball effectively, which big picture is a huge concern because it's now been, and this is astounding, it's now been 10 out of 11 games they haven't run it well. I mean, 10 out of 11. I mean, that's just a fact. I mean, Saquon's had one big game. 10 out of 11, they haven't moved a squat. They're inconsistent. That's something they were back in September and into mid-October, where they'd give you like one great half of offense, one horrible half of offense.
Yeah.
And they were back in that. I mean, it was very similar to the first game. It was very similar to the first game versus Dallas.
Yeah.
You remember, that's exactly what they did before the Lightning.
Even the same halves, First half, second half, yeah.
The Eagles have 3 scoreless halves this season. There's only one team that has more, and that's Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a horrible team.
Bad.
Yeah, that's bad. Dumb football, obviously exemplified by the penalties. I thought Sirianni's timeout with 45 seconds left was just flat out freaking dumb. Punt returner catches the ball at the 2. Just dumb. And then, you know, the one thing that is not their fault, but obviously could impact the remainder of the season is the injuries in the secondary. Now, it impacted this game. I think if Reed Blankenship hadn't gotten hurt, they might have won the game. But the reality is he was hurt. Makuba was hurt very late. Adoree Jackson was hurt. I'd be shocked if Adoree Jackson plays on Friday. They're going to have a call. Fangio's going to have a call. It was very obvious Cooper DeJean was not as effective outside as inside. That's really no shocking thing because we know they had been reluctant generally to put him out there. So now they got to make a decision, you know, door number 3, 4, or 5, outside corner, or back to Cooper DeJean again as they did yesterday. So you got some defensive backfield issues that really could impact the next game and beyond. And I would think Makuba would be the most serious injury, but we got to find out on Blankenship. I mean, it looked to me, I know they're calling it a thigh, it looked to me like a hamstring. So that sometimes can be a month. We talked to a doctor earlier from NovaCare, said that could even be the season, depending on the severity of it. Let's go to the phones. And he's not saying it definitely will be, but he's saying from time to time, you can just rip off the bone, and then you can be out for the year. 215-592-9490 for reminder, 8 o'clock. Eagles-Bears tickets. We give them away Wednesday at 8, but listen, today at 8 for a name. And with that name, you can win tickets on Wednesday's show to the Eagles and the Bears. Also, coming up shortly here, we'll get to some audio of Sirianni, Hurts, and Saquon after the game. Plus, Ray Didinger joins us in 15 minutes. Rick in Easton right now. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. It was great seeing you guys Friday morning at the Borgata.
Always nice to see you, buddy.
You're Riot Ray, Stoutland Local Community College. You're the best. Anyway, you know, you alluded to this already, Joe. It's not that they won. It's how they lost. It's not that they lost. It's how they lost. I'm not concerned about Chicago with their schedule. They're not coming to Philadelphia when this is for a second seed. And let's not forget, the Rams have to play Detroit and Seattle yet, and Detroit and Seattle are going to have to win those games they play. The problem is you can't let the 30th, this is going to be so hard to say, you can't allow the 30th ranked defense in football to shut you out for a second half. But you know what they remind me of? This is a crazy analogy. This Eagles team reminds me of what I said most of last year about the Phillies last season. One of the best records in the league. The defense reminds me of a combination of the starters, who were really good, and the bullpen that reared their ugly head once in a while. The offense reminds me of, my concern is, if this offense does against playoff teams what Schwarber, Harper, and Turner did in October, it's a really short postseason.
It's an interesting analogy.
Crazy analogy.
No, I get it. I get it.
But I think at the end of the day, we have Oakland, we have Washington twice. That Buffalo game can be big. But for all you people that love to rank Allen way over Hurts, Did you see him Thursday?
Yeah.
You gotta realize that we have a really good talented team. And here's the one that really hurts me. I would never go bad to the bone with this player because I love him. Howie Roseman got you the best slot corner in football. Now we know he's going to struggle with the great receivers that the Rams have, and you can't have Cooper play the outside.
Well, Rick, to be fair, you still might say, because you got to remember, part of the metric here for this next game, and maybe beyond, is do I want Keely Ringo outside, or if they ever get, who's that guy they got right before the season, Jacorian Bennett?
Yeah. Yep.
If he ever plays, do you want one of those guys starting, or Cooper DeJean starting?
Bring
with
Jair Alexander out of retirement.
Right. Or with the new dude they got 2 weeks ago, that slot guy,
Michael Carter,
who got out there a little bit yesterday. So,
Rick,
it's not as well. Yeah,
So,
but I'll just say this, Rick. It's not as easy as just to say Cooper DeJean's not as good out there. Don't play him. Now, here's the irony. I swear to God, if the Eagles had won, I swear to you, I was really considering Keely Ringo for a Bad of the Bone award for his special teams. I thought that guy did an unbelievable job as the gunner, running down on punts repeatedly, time and time again, forcing the Dallas Cowboys to either fair catch it or not go anywhere on punts. I was proud of how he played, and given how bad he's been as a cornerback this year, I think it's admirable he's kept his head in the game on special teams. But let's be real, guys. We've all seen enough of Keely Ringo at corner. We don't want him out there against Chicago. We just don't. Now, you might say him, but we don't want him. Coming up in a minute, Sirianni, Hurts, and Saquon. Notable things they said postgame. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute. Hey, Thanksgiving is coming up. Obviously now just in 3 days. And let me tell you about United Tire and Service. United Tire and Service, obviously, in the approach to one of the busiest travel times of the year, one of the great times where you get in your car and you go to family, maybe friends. Hopefully you got a couple extra days off this upcoming weekend. See some family and friends. Hitting the road. Well, make sure when you hit that road, you hit it with a car ready to run effectively. Better than the offense we saw yesterday, especially the running game. Get that car road ready with new tires and anything and everything you can need from United Tire and Service. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. That could be brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. They've got it. They'll do it for you. So before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip and then obviously the winter beyond, make sure your car is ready for the ride with United Tire and Service. Find the location nearest you. There are 10 different locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Find the one closest to you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. All right, well, the Eagles were driving very effectively yesterday in their first 3 drives on offense. They actually scored all 3 times and then did not score again. And the defense, which had been just beyond phenomenal the last 2 weeks, obviously struggled as the game went on. And really, if you peel back the onion even more, I mean, they were getting a little fortunate on a lot of fronts. Dak throws an interception. I mean, first off, the Cowboys guys offsides. Let's remember this. When they got the ball at the 1 yard line. So that puts the ball back to the 6, which is part of what creates the Dak interception. CeeDee Lamb at one point dropped a touchdown. CeeDee Lamb dropped, I think, 2 or 3 other passes in the game. So it was a game. It was a game in which the Dallas Cowboys had 470-something yards on offense. I mean, it was
473. CeeDee Lamb has dropped 7 or 8 passes in the 2 games that we've played in this year.
Killing my fantasy football team, John.
Well, that's what concerns all of us.
Put that out there. All right, so Sirianni obviously addressed a lot after the game. And one of the big things that came up was the concept of, did they de-throttle on offense? You know, did they go a little bit too, I don't know. Normally people would say conservative, but you would think of that as running the ball. But did they de-throttle on offense with the 21-point lead? Let's listen to Sirianni after the game.
You don't feel like offensively you took your foot off the gas a little bit because it's 21 up?
I didn't think so. As you look at it, I don't know exactly what the run-pass ratio was there in the second half. You guys could probably be able to tell me that a little bit better. Obviously, we're always trying to be a balanced attack. So I just think, again, we'll have to look at ourselves and look at the schemes, and then we're going to have to look at the execution and see what the issues were. We just weren't very efficient as an offense in that second half. I didn't really feel that we took our foot off the gas.
So I agree with them, but I know a lot of people will probably think this is crazy talk by me. But, John, I'll just tell you the way I see it. If Saquon's at 10 for 22, and that's what it finished at the end of the game, I know it's easy for people to say, well, just run it more. And I guess the only way to do that is Bigsby, which I'm not saying is crazy. But they're not running it effectively. And the effectiveness of the passing game, which was dominant in the first half and particularly the first quarter, primarily through Jalen to AJ, also disappeared. And again, I'll just give you my big overarching thing on the offense this year. Now through 11 games. Here we go. Passing it, they're below average. Running it, they're below average. So it's not easy to be effective. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't be better. Guys, I don't want anyone to misconstrue. I'm not trying to let them off the hook. I'm just telling you, they got a bad offense.
The passing offense.
They got a bad offense.
Would have looked a little bit better in the second half if not for the penalties. I mean, the Goddard one was like a 20-yard play, right? That was and what about the Devontae? There were some
Joe.
that could have extended drives.
Think about what you're saying. You're talking about one of the best rosters, maybe the best roster in the NFL. I really believe that. Howie Roseman has put together an unbelievable all-star group, yet we are average or worse throwing the ball.
Well, they're below average.
Or worse running the football.
Yeah.
How does that make sense unless you blame the coaches first? How does that make sense that our personnel is amongst the best in the NFL? I really believe that. Yet the performance of the passing game and the running game is below average. It's on the coach's shoulders. They're the ones who design the schemes. They're the ones who design if the defense shows you this, then we get to this. They're the ones who give you the path through a game. And if that path is blocked, they need to give you other answers. And it doesn't seem like Jalen has always had those, or he doesn't always have the chance to get to those, because the offensive line in part has been in shambles.
Yeah.
But maybe because the coaching staff has done a poor job of keeping this thing together. And by the way, it's always felt incredibly basic. It hasn't been for my taste. I'd love to see some motion. I'd love to see a little more variation and creativity. I talk about that. I don't talk about that anymore because I don't want to be redundant.
Sure.
I feel like I've beaten that into the ground.
Well, I get it. I'll just say, my theory is that they do what they do schematically because they think it best fits Hurts. Now, you can say they should expand and make it uncomfortable for him and challenge him to do more and be better.
Yes,
but
I think they need to start thinking about doing that.
But I will say with the rudimentary, is that the word rudimentary?
Rudimentary.
All right, with that approach, I mean, they have won, for instance, 8 of 11 games this year.
Sure have.
And
the fact
and a
remains,
Super Bowl last year.
He doesn't turn the ball over for the most part and is productive through the air and on the ground. So, that's winning football.
All right, we're going to talk to Ray Didinger in about 10 minutes. He joins us, even sooner than that. Let's listen to Jalen after the game on the running game and the overall game. Here's Jalen Hurts postgame.
How difficult has it made life offensively without being able to lean on the run game like we're accustomed to seeing?
It's not a matter of the run game. I think it's a matter of the execution, the discipline, and the focus and what we do. And collectively, we just have to take a step in that. It's been a lot of instances where it's shown up and it's gotten us, but we've been able to figure it out and will ourselves to a win. And tonight we didn't. We played a hell of a first half, and then we didn't play, not even close enough to our standard in the second half with the things that take no talent, honestly. I look at a lot of those explosive plays and a lot of those opportunities. The ball bouncing the other way on a fumble and, just controlling the things we can on offense with the things that take no talent. So lots of room to learn from, and, we got a short week to respond on it.
I think part of what's so disappointing, in addition to losing a 21-point lead and losing to the Dallas Cowboys when they could have freaking buried Dallas, and they really could have. They could have buried Dallas and ended Dallas' season, essentially, is that the offense stopped against a bad defense. Dallas' defense stinks. At one point they put that graphic up. They were in the 30s or 29 on all 4 categories, I think it was. So to just completely have the offense stop around the middle of the second quarter is astounding. Part of it was they couldn't run the ball. And at least when Bigsby wasn't the guy, which was only for one play. Let's listen to Saquon after the game. He was the guy last year. And I've been telling you for a couple weeks, I think he looks diminished. I think he looks affected by those 482 touches from last year. That's the number, 482. He's supposed to be diminished. I didn't think he'd be this diminished. I know as of last week, a lot of people thought he isn't diminished. I feel confident he is. Here's something Saquon said after the game.
It's been a problem when you guys have had leads. The running game hasn't been able to kind of sustain drives. What can you attribute to what's going on this season? I don't know. Defense are doing a really good job. No, I'm not playing well. Just got to play better. That's really it.
What changed after the 21-0 lead?
We made too many mistakes. As a whole, obviously I had a mistake there. They wanted a little more. So you got to give hats off to them.
Are you healthy?
Yeah.
Okay, that's Saquon postgame. We'll talk to the Diddy in 5 minutes. Ray
wanted
Didinger.
it a little bit more?
That's a line.
That
You don't like hearing it.
Oof.
You don't like hearing it.
That's the first time I heard that.
Yep. No, I heard it when he said it yesterday, but it's not something that you think of with this team.
Wow.
It's not something you think of with this team. Now, was it a throwaway comment? Sometimes players just give the standard sort of lines that, or lines that you say after a loss, even if you don't understand the intent. They wanted it more.
Saquon saying they wanted it more.
Dallas Cowboys wanted it more. Did he mean it? Did he not mean it? I don't know.
They absolutely did. I mean, they were 5.
When you fight back from 21 down.
They fought back from 21 points down. This is a team that is now 5-5-1. They are barely hanging on still.
Barely hanging on.
Still.
I know.
So this coming week, they're going to fight. Like this team has put themselves in a hole. They painted themselves into a corner. Fortunately, we have not done that. Fortunately, we've won our games, so we don't have to worry and bite our nails to nubs every single game.
Look, the Eagles are going to win the division. They're going to be a top 4 seed, probably a top 3 seed, but you just want that home field advantage. And we know the impact it makes. We know it. We saw it last year. Detroit got clipped, and they got clipped at home because they were a shell of their team because half their team was injured. That's why Washington beat Detroit in Detroit. Half Detroit's team was injured. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Ray Didinger shortly. Reminder, 8 o'clock today. I know people aren't in the mood to hear the Eagles and Bears. I get it, guys. I'm with you. I swear I'm with you. But we are giving away tickets Wednesday on our show at 8 because obviously we are off from Thanksgiving on the remainder of the week, and the game happens on Friday. If you don't know, the Eagles play on Friday versus the Bears. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. That's today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. We run a contest, 8 o'clock. Your chance to win the Eagles-Bears tickets Wednesday at 8, but you got to listen all 3 days in order to win them.
Courtesy of NovaCare Rehabilitation, the power of physical therapy.
So I'll give you a name at 8 o'clock and notch that name down, put it in your phone, get ready to tell us Wednesday what name it is. Tom in Dover. Tom, haven't heard from you in a long time, buddy. How are you?
I'm all right. How y'all doing?
Good.
Doing great,
I mean,
Tom.
We're frustrated,
Well, except for the football.
Well, we all frustrated. But, I've been listening. I haven't been able to call because the job that I'm on is actually in the heart of Dover. So all the big wigs is out here. So I can't call. Been out here all season. But
we miss you, Tom.
The reason why I'm calling, Joe, is because I'm listening to you every day.
Mm-hmm.
But today, man, I told you I initially started calling the radio station when you pissed me off. I do not understand why you can't see that this is a coaching thing, man. This is coaching, man. And then after you take the coaching away, it's injury. We got comfortable with our team always being healthy. The offensive line hasn't been healthy all year. I sat down there last week and watched Hutchinson manhandle every tackle that was in the game last week. And the offensive line hasn't been healthy.
Tom, let me ask you a question. If the offensive line hasn't been healthy, and I agree with you. If Saquon's diminished, you may not agree with me, but I believe he is. If Jalen's not that good in the passing game, you may not agree with that. I believe that's a fact. Why is it more on the coaching than the players?
Because the coaches is the ones that scheme up the game plan. Didn't you hear Rhea just say about Stoutland? How you cannot have your offensive line ready for a 5-man front when you know this what they was going to do? How can you not?
Well, listen, I obviously don't like that comment was made after the game, and they should have been more prepared. There's no question. But here's what I also know: if the other team wants
weren't prepared.
Maybe. And look, the Eagles have had some guys that haven't practiced every practice. Just to be fair, offensive linemen have been in and out of practice Wednesday, Thursday, and Fridays. So we got to acknowledge that reality. But if they want to beef it up front, then just pass over it. Like, all right, you're trying to stop Saquon. Fine, I'm going to pass it over you. Like, to me, that's not that complex.
The number one seed is still within reach.
Sure is.
The Rams still got to play Detroit, and the Rams got to play Seattle. So is the Seattle good, or are they just, stealing wins right now? I don't really know. I don't think they're that good myself.
They're pretty good. They're pretty good.
We're going to find out, man. So, but I'm telling you, Joe, this is a coaching thing. And if you notice, Sirianni's always standing around KP all the time.
Well, they should be. They should be. They're on the sidelines. They shouldn't be 35 feet away from each other when the Eagles have the ball in offense. Tom, I love you. Appreciate the call. I want to get to the Diddy. Ray Didinger's ready to go, so let's get to him. Tom, call us more when you can. We do really enjoy your phone calls. All right, Ray Didinger, every Monday, and I want to play some audio while we have Ray on of Ruben Frank, something he said about Kevin Petullo. We'll get to that in a moment. It's 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, broadcasting today from the Tasty Cake Studio and the Diddy. He's seen it all in Philly sports, although maybe never a 21-point blown lead to the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Ray.
Morning, Joe, and I did see one. I did see a 21-point lead blown by this team. You got to go back to the Marion Campbell years, but I saw it.
The Vikings game?
Vikings game.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah,
it's one that got Marion fired.
Yeah, I remember that. I was young, and that was 24-0 to turn into 28-24, something like that.
Yeah. And it was the weekend of the reunion of the 1960 championship team. So all of Marion's former teammates were back to have a big party this Saturday night and celebrate that. And come out and see their old coach, see their old teammate coach that game. And they wound up blowing the lead, and he winds up losing his job.
Brutal. All right, Ray, let's get to this one. What stood out to you the most? Why did the Eagles lose?
Well, I mean, a million reasons. We don't have time to cover them all. But I mean, two things that we've been saying about this team all year is, playing ugly but winning games because they're really good in two areas. They don't turn the ball over, and they're really good stopping other teams inside the red zone. And had two very bad turnovers in this game, and they let Dallas score 3 touchdowns in the red zone. And those are two things they haven't been doing all year, but they did them yesterday, and it cost them. And the I mean, geez, you look at that game. I mean, Cowboys had 470 yards in offense, and if C.D. Lamb could catch the ball even a little bit, they probably would have had 550.
Yeah.
So I mean,
what's up with that, Ray? It sounds like he only drops the ball against our team, but he's had 7 or 8 drops in just our 2 games.
Yeah, he's among the leaders in the league. They keep that stat now in terms of drop balls, and he's one of the leaders, and he certainly was yesterday. But almost didn't matter. I mean, the Eagles couldn't do anything with Pickens. Pickens, every time they needed a big play, they knew where they were going to go with the ball. And Pickens was he was great yesterday, and Prescott was great in the second half. But the Eagles had so many opportunities, and they just kept making mistakes. And listen, this penalty thing. I mean, people think it's not a big thing, and and I've been saying all year they play so dumb in so many spots, and they commit penalties. And
why is that? Why?
And they keep winning. I don't know. I mean, it's the easy fallback is they're poorly coached. It's a lack of discipline, and I guess that's probably part of it. But some of it is you just got to put it on the players. They got to be smarter than that. But I mean, this game they have 14 penalties for 96 yards. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But it's not a one-time thing. I mean, you look in the first game they played against the Cowboys. They had 9 penalties. They had 9 penalties in the game against Denver. They had 9 penalties last week against Detroit. They had 8 penalties against the Bucs. They had 8 penalties against the Vikings. I mean, that's not just like, we had a weird week here. We just let it. No, I mean, it's been a recurring thing, and that's it's on the coaches, but it's also on the players too. And those are the kinds of things, and we've seen them pretty much week in and week out that teams that win championships don't do.
Yeah.
And they do it repeatedly, and they've continued to win. And the people have been sort of papering over it and saying, "Hey, well, look, we're 8-2, we're the number 1 seed." Okay, but at a certain point, you reach critical mass on this stuff, and you hit it yesterday, and it cost you a game that you had no business losing.
So we have sort of been missing a pass rush of late, and this is another one of those things that's been glossed over because we were 7-2, but. Where did it go, Ray?
Well, I mean, for the last 2 weeks, Jalen Phillips came in and it was kind of a one-man pass rush.
Yeah, that's true. Jalen Phillips gave a spark.
Yeah, Yeah, for sure. And then yesterday he was a non-factor. But
Yeah.
I mean, it can't be all about that. I mean, you got to be better than that. And they weren't yesterday. And Dak had pretty much all the time he needed to make the plays that he needed to win the game. But it was across the board. I mean, and in terms of when you're up 21-0 on anybody, I mean, you shouldn't let that game get away if you're a really good team. But they did. And now you got to go back and pick through the ashes and figure out why, and don't let it happen again, because you have yet another short week to prepare for a team that's coming in here that's won 8 of its last 9.
Yep, that's exactly right. Ray Didinger with us right now. All right, Ray, we're doing a contest here as we give away Eagles-Bears tickets on our show Wednesday, and let's crank it up right now.
And the name is...
All right, the name is Hugh Douglas. When you think of Eagles-Bears...
I know where you're going with this one.
You think of big Hugh jamming that shoulder of Jim Miller into the ground.
Tough one.
That was great. $35,000 fine, worth every dollar. Plus, it wasn't my dollars. It was Hugh's dollars. All right, we give away tickets to the Eagles-Bears game on Wednesday, but know the name, Hugh Douglas, for that contest Wednesday at 8 o'clock.
And, of course, courtesy of our great partner, NovaCare Rehabilitation, the power of physical therapy.
Also know the names of what we say tomorrow at 8 and then Wednesday at 8. 3 names can win you the tickets. Let's listen to the name Ruben Frank talk about the name Kevin Petullo. Ray, I want to play some audio for you of Ruben on NBC Sports Philadelphia after the show. I'm curious your reaction to what Ruben says here, talking about Petullo and the offense.
It's inexcusable. And, I mean, you can point to a lot of different things. You can't score 21 points on your first 3 drives and not come close to scoring again. They score one more touchdown, they win the game. Kevin Petullo, I don't know how you can let him continue calling plays after this. Their last 8 drives, they didn't score. They had 6 first downs and 100, and I'm sorry, I'm doing the math in my head right now, 111 yards. Had 196 yards on the first 3 drives and 21 points. Didn't come close to scoring again.
Not only 1 first down on the 5 drives after their last score.
Yeah, and then
one first down.
And then they had 4 on the last couple. They moved the ball a little bit, but I just don't know. In fact, I think I said it when it was 21-21. I said, Kevin Petullo shouldn't even be calling plays the rest of this game. He's not giving this offense. And look, he's not the only problem. I mean, he is not the only problem, but he's the constant on this offense. He's the one thing that just, I don't think it can be fixed.
All right, Ray. We've seen some adjustments in season work and sometimes not work. For instance, when the Phils got rid of Girardi, they really surged with the new manager. When the Eagles got rid of Desai, it really didn't work. In your opinion, Ray, mid-season, should Sirianni zip Petullo? Doesn't have to fire him, but not have him be the coordinator and the play caller. What do you think?
Okay, where do you go?
Well, I wouldn't. So to answer your question, Sirianni or someone from the outside, or I guess, some assistant coach that we're not that familiar with, I would keep Petullo. What do you think? Where did Ray go?
You stunned him.
I thought it was a pause, but I don't hear him anymore.
Ray loves to pause.
You there, Ray?
We also know Ray doesn't believe in cell phones, so I don't think it's a cell phone issue.
All right,
well, let
I'll
me
call him back.
Let me put him on hold, and we'll. That was quite a moment right there. I don't know what to say.
I was convinced it was a pause.
Yeah, that was.
It usually is.
I'll tell you what, if it was, that's the all-time pause. But we'll try to get right. Look, I would not move on from Petullo. I understand the inclination for those that think to do it.
Why? Why would you not?
I think it's on the players. I just don't. And I think the offensive line's been substandard. I think Saquon's been substandard. I think Jalen in the passing game is always substandard. So I just think it's on the players.
And you thought that Jalen in the passing game yesterday, where both the first and second receiver had 100 yards, basically,
I understand.
Was that substandard?
No, but I'm saying on the whole. I'm saying the fact that, again, this year, they're in the bottom 5 or 6 of pro football and passing the ball, as they were last year, as they are again.
Cumulatively speaking, that's going to stay that way because of what
Doesn't have
they've
to.
done
Doesn't have
this
to, though.
season.
Look, I mean,
you understand the hole that you expect them to dig out of that hole somehow, like statistically
I would like
speaking?
them to not be in the bottom 5 or 6 of pro football and passing.
Well, it seems
Ray,
like...
Ray, would you change coordinators right now? And by the way, Ray did have a good point. If you are to who, because I know this, I don't want Sirianni to be the coordinator.
No, because, and who's the other guy, Leffler? You're a former teammate?
Yes, Scott Leffler's the quarterback coach.
He's been a head coach in college, but, I don't know if he's called plays.
And then you got the
NFL.
Brian Dables of the world that are technically
I don't
out
want
there.
Brian Dable anywhere
I don't
near
either.
this place.
I don't either.
Scott Leffler is very smart. I don't know how college
Yeah, I don't know.
College
I mean,
head
how can we
guy,
know? There's no way to know.
College successful coach who hasn't done this in the NFL converts.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll try
but
to.
I know he's very capable.
We'll try to link back up with Ray. We obviously had him there and then lost him. We'll try to get the Diddy back on. All right, let's go to the phones. Talk to Alan in Central Jersey. Alan, good morning.
Morning. I have several points quickly. I watched the Denver-Dallas game, and it wasn't that long ago. It's 3 weeks ago. Two things they did. Shut down corners, really shut down corners. Number two, they dominated the line of scrimmage. They put pressure on Prescott. They looked normal. So, number one. Number two, injuries. Everybody has them. I'm tired about the Eagle injuries because there's a lot of decimated teams. But, again, that's it.
Yeah, but hold on, Alan. Let me just say something to that point. I'm going to tell you something a lot of people might not want to hear. I don't know that last year's Eagles team was better than last year's Detroit team when healthy. What I do know is the Eagles at the end of the year were better than Detroit because Detroit was no longer healthy than the Eagles were. The Eagles had N'Kobe and no one else. Detroit had half their team out. So injuries do matter, have affected this team. And by the way, and you're right, it affects all teams to varying degrees. But now with the Blankenship thing and all that in the defensive backfield, that could get really messy. And we had a caller earlier. It's like, the Bears aren't going to beat the Eagles. They could. They could.
Joe,
they could.
Let me just say this, Joe.
Yeah.
Jackson, Mitchell was exposed yesterday. I'm surprised Mitchell was exposed.
I don't think so.
It seemed like you said, what do you call it? But Doris Jackson couldn't cover himself. That's why he got cut by the Giants. They can't cover anybody.
Well, he's substandard. We know that.
He was a free agent. He wasn't cut.
So we have our secondary is hurting badly. Our defensive line, again, yesterday, like you said, N'Kobe Dean had the one sack. Otherwise, he sat there. Also, our defensive ends, non-existent.
They didn't do anything yesterday. They didn't do anything.
Exactly. And again, Goddard, tight end, 4 receptions in the last 2 games. What happened to Goddard?
Well, I think I'll answer that. I think he's getting old. I think the whole thing where they didn't want to give him a lot. Listen, I forget who it was last week, Alan, but one of our many 75,000 experts that comes on our show between Jaws and Shield and Ross and one of those guys, and I forget which one, said he is not the blocker he used to be. And that would explain part of the run game ills because he was a great edge tight end blocker, and if he's not anymore, that's a negative also.
And also, again, the running game. When Devontae Williams, who's been running well for Dallas, those were gaping holes. They were gaping holes. It wasn't like there was no room.
Yeah.
So that's another. And again, our offensive line is just not good. And again, passing wise, remember, they actually deflected that punt. Remember, we were
sure did, and bad job by their coach not challenging it. Alan, great phone call. Really interesting phone call. All right, we're going to try to link up with the Diddy up ahead to get more of his thoughts, plus more of Sirianni, Saquon, Jalen Hurts, and A.J. Brown after the show. Something Jason Avant said post-game on TV about A.J. Brown. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics. Eagles lose, and it was a bad one. Losing to the Dallas Cowboys. Could have buried them, didn't. Talk to you about it on 94 WIP.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football's better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. Pick the winning teams from the great Thanksgiving games and throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turkey Bowl 7 is set.
Audubon High School and Haddon Township High School.
Audubon versus Haddon Township are ready to face off on Thanksgiving Eve. Listen as Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie provide the play-by-play with Devin Caney and Taryn Hatcher on the sidelines.
It is a touchdown.
Turkey Bowl 7. Wednesday, November 26th, starting at 6. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
Driving a turkey? Don't kill it. Trade it. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Del Toyota. Online at deltoyota.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Or in Mississippi.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
Richboro, it's go time. This week's Bud Light Eagles Pep Rally is Wednesday night at Big Heads Richboro. Hang with Ava Graham, Swoop, and the Eagles cheerleaders, plus score tickets to the Eagles game courtesy of Bud Light. Wednesday night at Big Heads in Richboro.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte, get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Auto Parts.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Shedeur Sanders became the first Cleveland quarterback to win his NFL starting debut since Eric Zier did it back in 1995 under then head coach Bill Belichick. Afterwards, Sanders said, "A lot of people want to see me fail, and it ain't going to happen." It didn't happen yesterday, mainly because his defensive teammates sacked Vegas's Geno Smith 10 times. I'm Boomer Esiason.
The holiday season getting underway this week, and that means it's time for another holiday tradition. The December to Remember sales event at my favorite holiday gift store, Lexus of Cherry Hill. Got a chill in the air, and the big red bows are on the cars. Make this holiday season truly a December to remember with a great deal on your new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill. They have special lease and finance offers. I've been leasing from Lexus of Cherry Hill well over a decade. They've also got many other factory incentives, so take advantage of everything Lexus of Cherry Hill has to offer, and that's over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. They've got the 2026 Lexus arriving daily, so deck the driveway with a new Lexus during the December to Remember sales event. Lexus Cherry Hill, they are a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You'll find that out when you stop by and see them today. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. That's Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Offers to qualified buyers. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Lesset Fund. Eagles offense scored 0 points after going up 21-0 in the second quarter. Nada in 8 possessions after that. Run game abysmal. Saquon Barkley, 10 carries for 22 yards. Jalen Hurts, 33 yards rushing on 7 carries. They gave Tank Bigsby all of a single carry in which he managed to pick up 8 yards.
I'm not going to make any sweeping judgments right this particular time. I think it was a wide variety of things. Obviously, at the end of the day, we didn't coach well enough. We didn't play well enough. And when there's a amount of mistakes that we had, some of the self-inflicted wounds that we had today, I'm always going to put that on me as the head coach because that's something that we talk about an awful lot. And I got to make sure my message is getting through.
That is Nick Sirianni. Per Next Gen Stats, George Pickens caught all 9 of his targets for 146 yards and a touchdown. He caught both of his passes for 52 yards against Cooper DeJean, the most he's allowed to a single receiver in his short career. The Laborers District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Laborers, building a better future today. Mostly sunny. High 54. It's currently 45. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Nah, it was brutal yesterday, and it started so good. God, 21-0 lead. All right, good morning to you. The Diddy is going to join us again in one moment. We got Ray back here. Let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. The Red Tag sales event is back. Harry, before the savings end, visit ArminChevy.com to see all of Armin's inventory. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. First poll question, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss between the Eagles' offense and the Eagles' defense? Second poll question, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss between the Eagles' coaches and the Eagles' players? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. By the way, we had a poll question last week. It was on Friday, wondering about if AJ and Saquon are diminished. And here's where those poll results came in. 59% thought AJ is diminished athletically, and 34% thought Saquon diminished. I'm sure those numbers would be a little different after yesterday's game. AJ played very well, and Saquon certainly did not. All right, let's bring Ray Didinger back. We were in a deep conversation about the Eagles' offense and what to do about it. Ray, I'm glad you're alive, Ray. I joked with James. I only half joked. I'm like in the commercial break. I said, Ray's alive, right? So I want to make sure he's alive.
I have no idea what happened, but my phone just absolutely went dead. Sort of like the Eagles' offense at 21-0.
That's true. All right, so Ray, I would not change coordinators. I know a lot of people are calling for it, play caller and such. It sounds like you would not. Is that your mindset?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. At this point, I don't see them making a change, but who knows? I mean, the fact is, if you look at where this offense is now, I mean, they're 25th overall. This is going into the game. They're 25th overall. They're 29th on third down. They're 25th on average yards per rush. They're 26th on average yardage on first down snaps. I mean, the offense is just not good. And to me, it's partly coaching. I mean, you can't separate that from the equation. But to me, it really all roads kind of lead back to the offensive line to me. I mean, this is a team that is built and designed to run the football. And last year they were able to do it, and they won a Super Bowl because the offensive line was the best in football and totally controlled the game. And this year the offensive line has not been good. And you can point to all different things, and clearly it's injuries. And I heard the one caller say they've been hurt from the beginning. That's true. I mean, yeah, and that's not their fault, but that's just the reality of it. But they're continuing to run the same basic style of offense because they feel like that's the foundation of what they do, and they just can't do it with this offensive line. And normally, if you had a healthy offensive line, you get up 21-0, the game's over because you're just going to run the ball, you're going to lead the clock, and that's going to control it. I mean, you got 21-0, but you had no control of the game once the Cowboys started moving because you couldn't run the ball. And I mean, you don't want to boil a game like yesterday down to one play or one call. But I mean, I looked at that the Eagles' last possession there. I mean, they get the ball with time to go. I mean, it's a tie game, and they've got the ball, and they get to a 3rd and 2. At their own 37, and they have Jalen drop straight back and take I know he hadn't been sacked the whole game, but he'd been under pressure pretty much the whole game, and they have him drop straight back. He takes a 13-yard sack, and now you're punting, and you give the ball back to a hot Cowboys offense, and you lose the game. 3rd and 2, why are you doing that? That's who sent that play in? Who thought that was a good idea? I mean, and the thing is, I mean, you could fault Hurts if you look at it because he's clearly staring down AJ. And he's got Goddard open in the middle of the field for the conversion. I mean, that's one whole issue. But the idea, but what I'm thinking of is even before that, before it ever gets to that, why are you throwing it there? Why don't you run it there? I mean, I know they haven't been running the ball well at all. And I know Barkley's averaging 2 yards a carry, but okay, if you run it and you get stopped, I mean, you can still if they get you a yard, then you can push the next one. But I mean, I thought that call to me just seemed so odd and told you everything you need to know about the difference of where this team is now versus where this team was a year ago. I mean, and that team of a year ago wouldn't even dream of throwing the ball in that situation, but you did here, and it wound up closing the door on you.
How likely is a change made at play caller, Ray?
I think unlikely. I mean, if it. I think in part it maybe sends a bad message to the team. It begins to look like the coaches are panicking. I think there's probably some consulting about that. But I just think that right now there's a lot of things that they want to do that they can't do successfully because they're not winning the battle up front. I mean, if you watch the tape back again, there's not a single guy on that offensive line that's playing as well as he played a year ago, and that was including Lane when Lane was on the field. And in most cases, it's the guys are playing through injuries, which is unavoidable, and they're trying their best, but they're just not what they were, and they're trying to be, but they're just not. And it's sort of undermining everything else they're trying to do. And you look at if you look at the offensive breakdowns across the board statistically. Almost every category, they're 23rd, they're 25th, they're 26th, they're 27th, and here we are in Thanksgiving week. So at this point, it's not an illusion. This is what you are, okay? And from week to week, they're going to have to try and figure it out. Now they're going to go to the playoffs, and they're going to win the division. But the real question is, and the only question anybody's been asking all year is, okay, we're going to get to the playoffs. What are we going to? Are we equipped to win when we get to the playoffs? And based on what you saw yesterday, you'd probably say no.
How do we get to this? How do we get those numbers, Ray? Those 25s and 26s in the rankings in the NFL when I believe that the players that Howie Roseman has assembled here are the best. Like the preeminent roster or one of the top 3 roster teams, if you will, in the NFL. So why are our numbers in the high 20s?
Because that's where your offensive line is right now, John. You know, they're not this is not the offensive line of last year. It may be the same guys, you know. I mean, but it's not. But they're not playing the same way. They're not. Last year they could pretty much do whatever they wanted to do because they utterly dominated the offensive line. They obviously dominated the line of scrimmage. I mean, they won the battle at the point of attack, and everything else flowed through that. And that's not the case right now. You know, I mean, Mailata has not played as well. You know, Landon Dickerson, who was driving people off the ball last year, is getting stalemated, and in some cases pushed back. Jurgens
and a liability at times in pass protection.
Yeah, I mean, you see it, and you never saw that last year. And you know, Jurgens, look, you know, I think he's still trying to come back from the back surgery, and he's been, you know, there are blocks that he can't make now. You can see that he's trying to make them, and he's been asked to make them, and he's not able to make them right now. And Lane has been, you know, in and out of the lineup, and even when he's been in there, he's been playing through some different things. And again, none of it is their fault. I mean, they're trying, and they're out there, and they're trying to do what they can do, but you know, they're being asked to do what they did last year, and right now they're just not up to the task.
So, Ray, let's get to – so the Eagles play the Bears on Friday. Game's in 4 days. And, Ray, I think they face two interesting personnel decisions. I want to get your opinion of what they should do. The first is outside corner. So, Adoree Jackson with the concussion, I doubt he's going to play on Friday. And we saw Cooper DeJean struggle outside. Mm-hmm. Cooper DeJean outside, Keely Ringo outside, Jacorian Bennett if he's physically able to play outside. Who?
Oh, I don't know that there's a good answer there. I think that DeJean, people have been calling for DeJean to play out there for weeks now. And I think you saw yesterday.
Yep.
Now, those are tough matchups. I mean, George Pickens is. I mean, he's not your average receiver. So that was you're asking him to do that his first time playing out there on an every snap basis. That was probably a little unfair. But I mean, his best position is clearly in the slot. So I would not put him out there. Bennett hasn't played really all year, so I don't know that that's really an option. Jackson, you're right. I don't think he's going to clear by Friday. So.
Keely Ringo then, right?
I think you're going Ringo. Yep. Yeah. I think you're going Ringo.
Brutal. All right, here's the next one, Ray. Punt returner. I'm going to give you 4 choices. Let's just say Gibson's physically able to play. I don't know if with his injury he will be, but let's just say Gibson clears and can play. You got Gibson, you got Covey from the practice squad, you got Cooper DeJean, who's one of your best defenders and was phenomenal as a punt returner last year, or somebody else on your roster. Who's your punt returner? Are you considering back to Cooper DeJean?
No.
Me neither.
He's too valuable, and after yesterday, he's got other stuff to worry about. You know, I don't. This is not the week to put something else on his plate, unless you do this, unless you put him back there and say, "Look, just fair catch it." Just fair catch it.
I like that.
Don't even think. Think about trying to return it. Just fair catch the ball and turn it over to the offense.
I like that.
That you could do. That you could do, and you know what? Maybe that is your better option because after yesterday, I mean, the Gibson thing is, I have to really think hard to think of a dumber play than that. I mean, you're inside the 10-yard line. Any punt returner that's returned a punt anywhere above high school knows that you don't back up to catch a ball inside the 10-yard line,
let alone inside the 3. It's called a 2.
Yeah, 2.
Unbelievable. When I saw him setting up to catch that punt, I couldn't believe it, and then. And then he compounds it by turning the ball over. Now you get out of it because your defense bails you out. But that's a situation that's just you can't live with that kind of mistake. You just can't.
Yeah. All right, Ray. 2 final things. Why do you think Gainwell in the last couple years would get what I'll call 4 to 8 touches per game as the backup running back, and this Bigsby guy who looks phenomenal gets 1 or 2 per game? Why?
Well, I don't know. I guess that the feeling is coming off the year of last year that Barkley is, if they're going to run the ball, they're going to run it with the 2,000-yard back, and that's probably it. Now, Bigsby has once they got he got off to a really rough start with the special teams returns, but I mean since they put him in running the ball from scrimmage, he looks really good. I mean he hits it hard. He's a north-south guy, and he's averaging about 8-9 yards a carry, but. Yeah, I mean, I just think it kind of gets back to what you planned your offense to be. I mean, you set your offense up, and your offensive philosophy was built around 2 thoughts. One was our offensive line is the best in football and is always going to control the line of scrimmage, and that Saquon's the best running back in the league, and he's going to get the ball. And so far, 11 games into the season, the offensive line hasn't been nearly what you hoped it was going to be, and Barkley hasn't been anywhere close to the runner that he was a year ago. But you're still you're still playing out of the same playbook, but the players are different than they were a year ago.
Is the Cooper DeJean on the outside thing an experiment that is now over, and it's confirmed that we're going to leave him on the inside because that's where he's most comfortable, Ray?
Yeah, I think that was, Vic's been asked that a couple of times, and he's been pretty adamant about that. He said, we got a kid here who playing in the slot is the best in the league at doing what he's doing. I don't want to change that. And he never would have if he hadn't had the injury yesterday. That sort of forced them. I mean, they got so many guys get hurt in the secondary, he had to move a lot of people around and put them in places he would have rather not. But, I mean, Vic has been brought up so many times in press conferences, and Vic's been pretty solid. No, this is what this kid is. He's really good at doing it. We're happy with him there. That's where he's going to stay, I believe.
So we saw it with Avonte Maddox years ago. He was flat out better in the slot than outside.
By far.
There's no question. All right, Ray, go ahead, John.
So Ray, you are not as worried then. I'm just trying to read into this a little bit. You are not as worried yesterday by the fact that our defense looked like it couldn't stop a good passing offense with the game on the line because our secondary was just not even a shadow of its ordinary self with all of the injuries that were just everywhere?
No, I that's probably oversimplifying it a little bit. I think that what happened yesterday was an accumulation of a lot of things. I mean, it probably would be a mistake to just try and isolate it and say it was this area or was that area. I mean, everything kind of fed into everything, and you wound up with what you wound up with. But I think that, the offense, the offense gets you the big lead, and the defense played well early. But I think what happened was when the offense just stalled, and they went, 5 or 6 possessions without being able to get a first down, certainly much less a score. All of a sudden, the defense had to get stop after stop after stop, and the Dallas Cowboys are, they were the highest scoring team in the league. I mean, they're number one pass offense for sure.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Pretty prolific.
You can't. At some point, you knew they were going to start moving the ball, and you asked your defense to do it. You put your defense in that position way too often. 21-0 lead, it never should have come to that, but it did, and then you wind up with a loss that never should have happened.
You know what also shouldn't have happened, Ray? The frickin' timeout by Sirianni with 45 seconds left was stupid.
Oh, I know. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that happened there that I keep going back to that 3rd and 2. I mean, why you call that play? I mean, you can talk about Hurts staring down Brown and not looking at Goddard. I mean, that was on him. But the idea of even just calling that play there in 3rd and 2, when you still have the ball in the tie game with enough time to go down and kick the field goal to win the game, why you did that and put him in a position where he takes the 13-yard sack and basically closes out the game. That was, that's the kind of thing that I'm just still scratching my head about why they called that play.
Hey, Ray, I know you got a big event coming up. Tell us about it, please.
Oh, yeah. I want to mention the fact that next Wednesday we're going to Joe Conklin, Glenn McNabb, and me are going to be doing the Greatest Moments in Philadelphia Sports Show. And I can assure you nothing from yesterday's game is going to be involved in that. We're going to be doing the Greatest Moments in Philadelphia Sports Show, so it's going to be, Schmitty and Lefty and the Broad Street Bullies and Dr. J and all that stuff being relived for one night. It's going to really be a blast. We're looking forward to it. So it's next Wednesday night at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey. If you're interested in coming over, and I highly recommend it because it's going to be a very entertaining evening, go to the Scottish Rite Auditorium website and order your tickets. It's really going to be fun. I hope everybody comes out.
Love it. Ray, stay well, my man. We'll talk to you next week. By the way, Ray, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Thanks for being such a huge part of our program.
It's been a pleasure, Joe. Happy Thanksgiving to all you guys, too.
Thanks, Bob. All right, there he is, Ray Didinger. James, remind me to do more of the Happy Thanksgiving things. That spreads good tidings.
Yeah,
remind you to spread good tidings. You have to have James remind you to do that.
Yes, because none of us are really in the mood for good tidings. Hey, Rhea.
Yes.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Joe.
John, happy Thanksgiving to you, buddy.
Not in the mood.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, Joe.
Can I tell you when Ray took it? Ray goes, and I can assure you the Eagles will not be a part of all the. Only Ray can throw a shot at somebody, and it just sounds so classy that no one gets mad at him.
Totally. By the way, you know who's also not a part of anything right now? Just make sure everyone knows. Joel doesn't play. Just want to make sure everyone knows he doesn't play. He's played 5 times this year. I mean, they're close to 20 games in at this point. He's played 5 times. He doesn't play. All right, 215.
His knee's achy.
Yeah, he can't answer the bell. And I honestly really don't think it's like his fault category. I just think he just can't do it. Bill Walton basically couldn't do it. Brandon Roy couldn't do it. Some guys just can't do it. I just don't think he can do it. I think it's like done. That stinks. Let's go to the phones. Ken and Cinnaminson. Ken, what's up, dude?
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing well, Ken.
And happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
There you go.
Happy Thanksgiving.
There you go.
We've got an 8-3 football team, and they're probably going to finish 14-3, 13-4 at the worst. So
I don't know about that, man. Look, I skew more positive than others around here, but I will tell you, Ken, there's some cause for concern, particularly if the defensive backfield gets wiped out with these injuries. That's not going to be good.
We are scarred permanently by 2023, and so we're always looking for the signs that this is the
so
replay.
True, Ken.
And look, when you look at the schedule before the season starts, which I've always believed is one of the most pointless exercises, is to go through the schedule before the season starts and try and pick the wins and losses. If you're at all paying attention to reason, you're almost always going to select at Dallas as one of the 3 or 4 losses they're going to have. And it pains you to say it, and it hurts, but they just don't win in Dallas hardly.
Well, the
ever.
Dak thing also is amazing. I didn't know until this weekend that he hadn't lost a home NFC East game until since 2017.
22-2 now.
I mean, that is
against the NFC East at home. He's 22-2.
Yeah, and the Giants of Washington have generally stunk, so that's part of it. But and I know he missed 2 seasons where 2020 he didn't play much, and last year he didn't play much. But for 8 years to not have lost an NFC East home game, that's pretty unbelievable.
But like some of the stuff that Ray was talking about was the stuff that just continues to stand out to me week in and week out. Look, Cam Jurgens, God bless him, but he's been a shadow of himself this year, and I'm convinced he's just not physically recovered.
Just so beat up. It's a back.
Yeah,
a back and knees and then concussed, and man, he's just had a really bad time of it.
I have no concerns about him long term. I think he's going to be a really good player for us for a long time. Jordan Mailata has been objectively terrible. The last week against Detroit was actually the best game he's played this year. He had his hands full, and he manhandled Aiden Hutchinson for most of the game. But Jordan Mailata has been terrible, especially in the run game. So, when you get Goddard, who is obviously diminished as a blocker, they can't even run. They can't even call some of the plays in the run game that they would have called successfully last year because they just can't physically execute.
They don't. I wonder how much of the Jurgens thing goes back, and I'm sure it's more complicated than this. But remember the playoff game he wasn't supposed to play, and Dickerson got the start, and Jurgens only went in there halfway through the game because Dickerson got hurt.
Yeah.
They had him as not playing guy, dressing but not playing. And then Dickerson got hurt and he played. And then, by the way, if you remember, then they did not run it effectively in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much of that Jurgens thing is really. I think that was the NFC Championship game.
It was. He was back surgery guy, it turned out, right? So, I mean.
Yeah, back surgery. Yes.
The 3rd and 2 play that Ray talked about, and to me, that was the play of the game right there. The 2 things that stood out to me when I watched that play. First of all, that's absolutely on Jalen. That play is not designed for him to stare down A.J. Brown. But when you watch the play, Landon Dickerson has Ozigidua engaged. And then for some reason, he just turns him loose and turns inside to double team a guy that's already blocked. And those are the kinds of things. It's certainly not drawn up that way. It's certainly not coached that way. Jeff Stoutland is certainly not telling these guys, look, in this situation, you turn that guy loose, so he's unblocked.
Yeah.
Right.
Ken, I got you, buddy. You make a lot of good points. Got a lot to get to here today. I appreciate the phone call. All right, coming up in a minute, some audio you might not know post game. A.J. Brown, something Jason Avant said. Interesting. We'll get to that coming up in just 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've now been a patient for 24 years. My mom, a patient even longer there for over 30 years. With Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists, they specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. Let me break this down and make it all very simple for you. If you got a big old problem with your teeth, that's not good news, but here is what is great news. PI Dental Center can fix you up. So get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. Seth Joyner will be in here with us in about 20 minutes.
That should be a boatload of positivity.
For the 9 o'clock hour. Looking forward to that. I'll tell you what I was looking forward to seeing. The game when A.J. Brown gets going, which he did in a massive way, primarily in the first quarter, a little bit of the second quarter, and then it completely fell apart. So after the game, A.J. talked, and there was a stretch of his post-game commentary that involved a decent amount of laughter. Now, from what I understand, it sounds like he thought a reporter was laughing, and A.J. then was laughing and thinking the reporter had laughed, but he hadn't. He had coughed. But this struck some people after a big statistical game for A.J. as sort of ill-timed laughter. Because, you got Saquon at the locker really somber. You got Jalen somber. You got Sirianni somber. Listen to this exchange with A.J., and then I want to play the audio of what Jason Avant said after the game.
Yeah, on the one that you hit the pylon.
Yeah, that's on
what
me.
do you think? I don't.
That's on me. Oh, I was laughing. I was like, damn, you laughing at me? No, I didn't get my feet down, And like I said, it's simple, but, it's something that we all have things in here to work on, So I did the hard part. I just didn't do the easy part. So.
All right, so he's talking about the play, obviously, when he didn't get the feet down and the touchdown didn't count as a touchdown. Look, we're not there. It's hard to assess without being there exactly what's going on. You can see a certain camera shot, but you can't see it all. Things happen. But obviously, he cut in some laughter. Jason Avant, NBC Sports Philadelphia postgame, did not like this. Listen to something Avant said.
It's funny that you see, we lost the game today, but his energy in a loss was better because he got the ball. So and it's better in a loss than it is in a win when he doesn't get the ball. And that's something that A.J. Brown has to do, look in the mirror and come up with something, because that right there is not the image that you want in a loss. It's not a good look. And this is me as a friend trying to show him, because you can't always see yourself. But if your energy is smiling and cracking a joke or whatever it may be, not saying you have to be totally down, but have the same or worse energy in a loss.
So, look, I don't want to base everything just on a 10-second thing. But if he's, going around the facility in a more, happy mode because he got the ball a lot and the team lost, that would not be cool. Not hard for me to assess. Impossible for me to assess. Impossible. But if he's carrying himself that way at other times when the cameras aren't rolling, that would not be cool. Don't know if he is. I just know this. It was notable that he's the one guy that had that kind of moment post-game. Let's get to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Tough loss yesterday.
Bad loss. Bad loss.
Bad loss. So I'm sort of on your side, Joe. I'm not ready to totally eviscerate Kevin Patullo yet because, kind of to Ray's point, what are we supposed to do? What's our, give play calling back to Sirianni? I think that'd be even less, palpable than or favorable than, letting Patullo try to figure it out. But, just my biggest problem with yesterday is just kind of the inflection plays in a negative way, like the Goddard, the penalty that was, that called back the Goddard play, the Xavier Gibson, brain fart. It's just, we're having a different conversation today if those plays don't happen. But, it's just such a, so many position groups had issues. Like I also noticed that, when Dallas was able to run the ball, they were doing more of like a zone blocking scheme. And how do we defend that? I think there was a lot of, position coaches and coordinators that deserve some blame. Where's our pass rush? That kind of falls on Fangio. So, it was just an all-around crummy effort.
Yeah. Well, the pass rush was back to what it was pre-Jalen Phillips, pre-Brandon Graham, pre the reintroduction of Nolan Smith. It looked like the first 5 or 6 weeks where they just couldn't get to the quarterback at all. It was brutal. And it was just, and then you have the, and who was it? And Ed, thanks for the call. Who didn't get off the field? Who was that?
I think that was a problem with Brandon and Morrow.
I'm not sure who the person was, but obviously it's a disaster.
I mean, that was horrendous.
I have to look up. It might have been Morrow. I thought BG was in about it, but I think it might have been Morrow.
Yeah, because they showed an overhead shot, and I couldn't. And there's a lot of people where I was.
Fox
I
was
couldn't
terrible on the replay.
Well, they didn't ride it through. You wanted to see if the ball was snapped.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Sirianni's complaining about something, and I'm trying to figure out was the ball snapped or not. And then they freaking stopped. They freeze framed it, and then they keep running it. That was irritating. All right, let's listen to Nick Sirianni after the game. So a lot was said, obviously. Sirianni post-game on blowing a big lead, biggest lead he's ever blown as the head coach of the Eagles. Here's something Sirianni said.
It's very rare you guys lose a game when you have this type of lead. What do you think were the contributing factors to it happening?
You know, I'm not going to make any sweeping judgments right this particular time. You know, I think it was a wide variety of things. Obviously, at the end of the day, we didn't coach well enough. We didn't play well enough. And when there's amount of mistakes that we had, some of the self-inflicted wounds that we had today, I'm always going to put that on me as the head coach because, you know, that's something that we talk about an awful lot. And I got to make sure my message is getting through.
Tell you one thing, John, he's got a lot to dig in on the guys this week, man. Wow. I mean, this is the holy grail of things to complain about. That a good because they are a good football team. They're a good football team. They're 8-3. But man, he's got a lot to chew their ass out about because they committed all penalties and dumb stuff. My God.
Incredible lack of discipline, mistakes. Yeah. It really was a lack of everything you're looking for in the second half.
Yeah, it was horrible. All right, let's listen to Jalen on the concept of adjustments.
Where are you with in-game adjustments? Do you feel like that's an area that the offense needs to grow in from here to the end of the year?
Always room to grow in in-game adjustments. It's just a matter of having confidence in what you do and what you're doing, and everybody being on the same page when we do it. You know, I think that's a great question. But then again, you look inward. You look inward first, and so looking at the things that we can control from a penalty standpoint, execution standpoint. Those are all things that we can control, and so I don't point towards how we adjusted or what we did or what we didn't do. In the end, we had an opportunity to win the game and we didn't, and so. We gotta own this one. Let it light a fire in us as a team and stay together and move forward.
All right, let's listen to Saquon also. He said a lot at his locker room, took a lot on his own shoulders, and I think rightfully so. Look, biggest difference in my opinion from last year to this year is they just don't run the ball. Whether you put it more on the O-line or Saquon or the combination, they just don't effectively run the football. And Saquon, this was the most he has said this year about the lack of effectiveness running the ball, and a lot of it on his shoulders. Here's something Saquon said.
I'm not getting the run game going. I'm not getting yards. And I'm tired of the excuse of people trying to stop our run game. I don't really subscribe to that. Just got to be better. Got to make plays.
There were a couple cuts where you felt was it field issue, feet issue?
I don't know if I was like outside myself. I could go back and watch film, but there were a couple cuts that was kind of weird. That I was falling on, but that's no excuse for how I played today. I'm not going to use this feel that excuse. Just didn't play good. Didn't play even close to good, to be honest. But I'm a big boy. I'm a man at the end of the day. I'm going to own it and get ready for next week.
Saquon, when they started making their comeback in the second half, what was the feeling like on the sideline?
We got to go respond. We didn't do that. We got to go respond. We got to do a better job of putting teams away, and we didn't do that. And I definitely didn't help. And usually, obviously last year and in other games, I was a big part of that. And it's been kind of non-existent this year. So I got to figure it out for the team. And I'm gonna get it right at some point. I'm gonna figure it out.
All right, that's Saquon. He had two plays yesterday I thought he looked really explosive. The one was the move where the guy's in on him quickly on a run, and he's able to bounce it out to the left and get, 6-7 yards. I thought it was an impressive athletic move. The other was early in the game, a swing pass, where he had room to run, but I thought he looked particularly fast, and he got, 10 to 12 yards. I think he gained a first down. It's like, all right, that's my Saquon. That's Saquon last year. But the rest of it, just pedestrian. All right, one final thing until we get right back to the phones. Ruben Frank post-game, Eagle Eye podcast, NBC Sports Philadelphia podcast, with a prediction. After earlier on the podcast saying he did not think Sirianni would change play callers for the next game. Ruben then amended that comment and reversed course. Listen to something Ruben said again, an NBC Sports Philly podcast.
How do you watch that game and not make a change? You know what? I'm going to say he will. I'm going to say tomorrow he's going to tell. Well, he probably won't tell us. We'll see somebody else holding the play card on Friday. I think he's going to make a change. I don't think he has a choice. Look, you made the point the other day. He's done it twice. Once it worked great. Once it was disaster.
And the twice he's talking about, 2021 changed play callers from himself to Steichen. Yep. And 2023 changed defensive coordinators from Brian, from Sean Desai to Patricia. Rhea, does he change play caller for Friday?
It depends if Lurie wants him changed. I mean, we remember what happened with Doug Peterson.
Yeah.
The reason Doug isn't here is because they wanted him to get rid of his play callers.
And we have wondered.
Yes.
In 21 and 23, whose decision was it to change, whether you call it coordinator or decision maker?
There's zero chance he switched from Desai to Patricia without Lurie and Howie telling him to.
I think you're right.
Zero.
I think you're right.
So, to me, but I think that they should be very careful to remember what happened. Things fell completely apart.
Sure did.
Because, everybody's blaming each other. I don't think Petula is the most creative offensive play caller out there. I don't think he's the number one problem.
What do you think is?
I think the offensive line.
Yeah. Let's get to Mike and Voorhees. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, Mike.
Good. Last time I was with you, Rich, you were sitting on the back of John Runyon's tailgate when you got hurt.
Wow.
Holy mackerel.
So pleasure to talk to you again.
Those were the days.
Yeah, it was right on the back of his big Dodge truck.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
tell you what, that 04 offense could hum. Compare to this thing. Holy mackerel.
I still remember the holes in John's head from his helmet. He always had those impressions in his head, right, John? Yeah, he always had them. Yeah. But anyway, I called in 2 hours ago of talking about the body language. Okay, Jalen, Saquon, AJ, all the people we're paying all these dollars to, they do not want to run this high school offense. The offense is inferior. I played college football at Fordham. I'm calling the plays the Eagles are running before they go off. Okay, we are Super Bowl champs. Do you think teams are in fear of us right now? We have no swagger right now. So the Eagles have a very easy thing to do, Joe. All they have to do is get rid of Petullo, dust off last year's offensive playbook, and run it again.
I don't think it's that simple, man.
I do.
Well, I'll say, Mike. I'll say this. Mm-hmm. Between the 5 linemen, Goddard and Saquon, that's 7 players. All 7 have gone backwards physically. All 7. Now, one guy's not here, obviously. Becton's not here. But those 7 positions, 6 of whom are the same players, I feel confident all 7 combined are worse than last year, and it has nothing to do with coaching.
Although pass protection, he's had time.
I'm just telling you, I've seen this team for 11 games. There's not one player amongst those 7. And listen, Goddard has caught touchdowns, but come on, he's not the blocker he was. He's just 0 for 7 right there compared to last year, in my opinion.
Joe, going back to coaching, though, and John will tell you this, the first 15 plays are scripted during practice all week. Other than yesterday, go look at the first 15 plays of the other 10 games. Our offense is pathetic. And if Jeffrey Lurie wants to have a dynasty, he better make a change because Jalen and Saquon don't want to run this crappy offense. That's the bottom line.
Well, listen, Mike, I appreciate the call. You may be right, but I'll say it for the 5 trillionth time. I think they run this offense because they think it fits Hurts best. What works for him and what he doesn't do, they try to avoid. That's my total opinion. Seth Joyner. And listen, maybe we'll get into that more in another show, but, Seth Joyner joins us coming up next in studio for an hour. His reaction to a brutal Eagles loss. I will continue to say, though, as bad as the loss itself was, I don't think it represents all that so many people are saying. They are still 8-3. They do still have the 2nd seed. They are still on the hunt to win a Super Bowl. I think some people are going a little overboard. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. in partnership with Valley Forge Casino as they introduce a brand new way to build a parlay together. And this Thanksgiving, you can lock in on it. And it's called the Pass the Leg. Pass the Leg parlay. Here's how it works. Start a group build. Add your pick. Then pass it to your friends so they add theirs. When everyone's done, you can lock in your group parlay with your own funds. And, of course, you can do it at FanDuel.com/Hammer. That's FanDuel.com/Hammer. So many ways you can bet. And, of course, the opportunity is there for you and everyone amongst your group to get a 50% profit boost to use on the build that you create. So 3 games coming up on Thanksgiving. Then, as we know, on Friday, Philadelphia and Chicago. So big doings this week in pro football, and then all the games on Sunday. Specific to Thanksgiving, get that Pass the Leg parlay going and lock it in to win and win big at FanDuel.com/Hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with Fans of Philly. Join Fans of Philly as we charge into L.A. for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
If you're going to give up something this November, give up high car payments. Give up on high-interest loans. But most importantly, give up on that old car and get into a new one today. Right now at Colonial, it's no-interest November. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy with 0% financing. That's right, no-interest loans on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. You'll get top dollar for your trade at Colonial Hyundai. They'll even give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000 miles powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Skip the chaos and drive off happy during no-interest November only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown. Or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. Lease tier 1 credit through HMF 10,000 miles per year. 20% down plus first payment. Tax tags.
The day after Thanksgiving is the busiest day of the year for Roto-Rooter plumbers. This team of highly skilled plumbing experts has been brought on as reinforcements because every sink drain in America will be tested. And Roto-Rooter customers will not wait long until they dial 1-800-GET-ROTO to have their drains flowing again. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Uncles will use toilets with reckless abandon. Clogs and leaks will not go quietly into the night, but we're going to plumb on people because America is celebrating Thanksgiving. Roto-Rooter.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Adam, what are you thankful for?
Great question, Nick. My new son Henry, eating too much of Mom's pumpkin pie.
I'm grateful that Legacy Box has been able to help millions of people safeguard their important recorded moments. And with our Black Friday event that starts now, more families can enjoy digitizing their home movies and pictures with an insane 65% off.
Legacy Box is the best gift for you or a family member. It's what Better Homes and Gardens calls the most sentimental gift to make this holiday season special, and what Reader's Digest called a genius product.
That's because Legacy Box is simple and safe, and we digitize everything by hand.
You'll get your originals back, plus digital copies that protect your treasured tapes, film reels, and photos from floods, mold, even the decay of time.
So while the stuffing is in the oven, make sure to visit Legacy Box and shop our Black Friday event to take an unreal 65% off. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Black Friday starts now at legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com to take 65% off. legacybox.com/value.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Back in 1923, Yale coach Tad Jones said, "Gentlemen, you are now going to play football against Harvard. Never again in your whole life will you do anything so important." Not so this year. As the Ivy League makes its FCS playoff debut, champion Yale and runner-up Harvard will have shots, albeit long ones, at winning an NCAA championship. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. What we have here, as Terry Murray once famously said, is a choking situation. Eagles coughed up a 21-0 first-half lead in Dallas and lost 24-21. Been over a quarter century since the Eagles squandered a 21-point lead. Interesting to note, some offensive linemen said they were not prepared for the Cowboys' odd man fronts. It was, in fact, actually talked about during the Fox pregame with Jay Glazer.
You have all these D tackles. What are you going to do? Said this allows us to use 5-man fronts, and we're going to do it a lot. You're going to see all these guys kind of rotate different. And I said, well, how often did you use 5-man fronts before the trade deadline? Like, not really, hardly ever. So now we're going to be able to use this in certain situations just to mix things up a lot more than we had and show some different looks than we were able to do before the trade deadline.
NFL Network's Mike Garafolo reporting the Giants are firing their defensive coordinator, Shane Bowen. And, of course, Chip Kelly reportedly got fired by the Raiders last night. When plumbing problems hit, wrap them up quick and call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Weather brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Mostly sunny, high 54. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at NovaCare.com to get back to what you love. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, terrible loss by the Eagles. Thanksgiving in 3 days. Turkey Bowl in 2 days. So Wednesday night at 6 o'clock, Turkey Bowl right here on WIP, Audubon and Haddon Township. Looking forward to that. Also, a reminder with our show, you can always watch the show, not just listen, but watch the show on YouTube. And if you miss any part of it, go back later on and check it out, including if you missed Ray's interview earlier. It's all there on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, All that good stuff. All right, let's talk to Seth Joyner. He's with us every Monday in the 9 o'clock hour in studio. Seth brought to us by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, so whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White. Visit BradfordWhite.com. Good morning, Seth.
I don't know if it's good, but it's morning.
It's morning. Morning, Seth. Dude, what the hell happened to our football team? That was brutal.
Medium morning.
Oh, my goodness. You know, it's only a matter of time before the things that plague you begin to show its face, and
beat you.
You know, yesterday caught up to him.
So, what specifically? What is on your list when you think of things that's been going on for the season that yesterday cost them a game?
Well, listen, I hear the rhetoric about Saquon, and listen, I don't buy it. I don't buy that Saquon's lost a step. I'm sorry. You know, he might not be even like I thought he made two egregious mistakes yesterday. One was trying to spin out of that tackle on the sideline, and the other one where he tried to cut instead of just getting up the field, where he would have picked up the first down. Other than that, listen, the guys that he is as explosive and as dominant of a player as he was last year, in my mind. That's my assessment.
Well,
but show me a running back that can run when he's getting hit in the backfield the majority of the time, where he can't even get to the hole
the problem.
Where he needs to get to.
He doesn't have any runway. He has all season long. He has not had a moment's runway to just be able to take off.
And John, people keep picking, you know, these one-offs with Tank Bigsby. Mm-hmm. Oh, you know,
when it's third and 15, and
Tank
you got
Bigsby,
you got a nickel.
Yeah, we need to play Tank Bigsby. He's averaging 9 yards, you know, per run. Yeah. Man, stop that. Wow. Stop that. Tank Bigsby is a good change of pace, but he is not Saquon Barkley.
Well, why is it every time he gets in there, he gets the 8 or 9?
It does feel like that's the easy way to say, hey, look, here's the problem. The problem with the run game is Saquon.
Is that what we're saying?
Even the clowns over on social media saying the same thing. You know, I'm watching Emmanuel Acho yesterday, you know, him and Shady in their podcast, and he's talking about, oh, nobody's talking about Saquon's not what he was. Man, shut the hell up. Because you know what? You don't know anything. If you're a football guru and you're watching football with your eyes, especially as a defensive player, and you're looking at how pathetic this offensive line is playing right now, there's not a thing in your mind that says that you believe that Saquon Barkley is not what he was, okay? That's just nonsensical. The offensive line is the issue. The grandest mistake that the Eagles made was letting Mekhi Becton walk out of that door for $10 million over a 2-year span. That's a massive mistake because Tyler Steen can't get it done. He's a fill-in body, but he's not a dominant player. Mekhi Becton was a dominant figure where you could move people off the ball. And when you watch the offense now, between Tyler Steen and an injured Cam Jurgens and an undersized Cam Jurgens right now, they can't move anybody, Joe. They get dominated. Yeah. John, you were talking about the 5-man line. When you go, okay, think about this, and now you're going to be able to see. Early on, they played a lot of 4-man line. Their intent was to keep Saquon under pressure, but at the same time, create pressure in the pass game as well. Because when your offensive line isn't playing well, the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to be able to take your best pass rusher and put him under pressure by double teaming him. So you go a 5-man line. That makes every guy across the board have to fight. Mm-hmm. So you got Quinnen Williams, Pro Bowler, Kenny Clark, Pro Bowler, Azua, who's been out but now back in, a dominant player, and you put those 3 guys over top of our interior 3 who have not been playing. Even Landon Dickerson is not playing well right now. Okay, you put those 3 guys over those.
All up,
you don't have
prevents them from being able to double team inside. That's a big change. We really love that the concept of that combo play where you have the 2 doubles inside. When you have that jam look,
you can only run it in 4-man though, John. You can only run that double team in 4-man unless you decide to go extra offensive lineman. When you lose Lane Johnson, you lose the concept of that. And you put Matt Pryor in for one play yesterday, and he got a freaking penalty.
Yeah, that's
how much.
That's bad discipline. That's bad. Look, the coaches need to make sure that the players know what that player says to the officials and where those receivers are lined up.
It's week 12. The same rhetoric that the coaching staff has been saying since week 1, 2, and 3 is the same BS that they're saying right now. At what time do you?
Different people.
No,
it's different people out there in the field. When it's Matt Pryor doing
listen,
sir, I'm reporting eligible.
John, even when I'm not talking about that, Nick Sirianni. Okay, what's the message? Last night, I'm listening to him in his press conference. We got to do the things that doesn't take any talent. We got to do we got to do those much better. And then Jalen Hurts came out and said the same thing in his press conference. Okay, you guys been saying that all year long. All year you've been saying the same thing, and nothing's changed. Even when you were at full strength. As far as the offensive line was concerned, you were still making these mistakes, and the messaging that Nick Sirianni's saying that he's got to put out there, the messaging's got to be the messaging. Well, obviously the messaging ain't working because the same level of play, you came out for 3 series against a defense that ranked no less than 25th in any statistical category yesterday, okay? And you go 3 touchdowns in a row, and then you can't score another point. As a matter of fact, the whole second half, you were 1 for 6 in third down. And remember last week, I've been talking to you guys about the third down conversions. The reason why they scored 3 touchdowns in the first 3 possessions, they was 4 for 6 on third down conversion. Go to the second half, okay, from the last possession of the first half through the rest of the game, they were 1 for 6 on third down conversion. And then you wonder why the defense is gassed.
They were gassed.
Why they can't stop anybody. Because the offense doesn't stay on the field long enough. If it's not a penalty, it's a blown assignment. It's a drop ball. It's a missed opportunity. And this has been going on week after week after week after week. And Nick steps to the podium every week. We got to do a better job. We got to do a better job. Well, guess what? You ain't got but 6 more damn weeks to get it right.
All right, so let's get to our Twitter poll questions of the day, both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin wishing their customers, employees, and all WIP listeners a happy and joyful Thanksgiving. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. First poll question, and I knew the offense would win this poll, and they did, so maybe it was an ill-conceived question by me. The question was, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss, offense or defense? John, offense wins this in a runaway, 94%. Which is saying something because the defense gave up 473 yards.
24 unanswered points.
Right. But I think the offense is the right call. They turned it over twice. They couldn't get first downs. They couldn't get a point. They couldn't get a point after, whatever it was, halfway through the second quarter. The more interesting poll question, and I'm sure we'll get into this more in tomorrow's show, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss? So let's go around the room and all go on the record. Between coaches and players, James, who do you blame more for the Eagles' loss yesterday? The coaches or the players, James?
Obviously, there's lots to go around, but I'm going with the coaches. I mean, 14 penalties, and it's been happening all season long. That's discipline, that's coaching, and the scheme has been bad. So I'm going coaches.
Funny, I'm going players for the same reason, 14 penalties, and a lot of other stuff. So we're 1-1 right there. Rhea, what do you got, coaches or players?
Coaches, 100%. I don't like the way that they're employing their run game. They're employing the way they're doing things. And look, it's Nick Sirianni's offense. Let's just be honest.
Of course it is.
So, it all falls back on him. He's the head coach. It's his fault.
John, coaches or players?
Coaches. Where's the discipline being imparted on the players? The coaches need to do a better job.
Seth, you agree with these guys? I put it on the players. You with these guys more than the coaches or not?
It's almost impossible that you don't give equal weight to both sides because Nick has been saying this, and the players, listen, ultimately the players have to get it done. And it doesn't matter what the defensive coordinator calls. It doesn't matter what the offensive coordinator or the special teams coordinator calls. If it's wrong, you have to execute it. You understand what I'm saying? You have to execute it to the best of your ability, even though, or the quarterback's got to check out of it, or the safety or the middle linebackers got to check out of it because, you've had that rhetoric during the week in practice. So if it's not there for them to be able to check out of it, then that's on the coaches. If it's not executed, that's on the players.
All right, so the answer as far as the poll results go, 75% say the coaches. We'll get into this more tomorrow. Sort of been a theme throughout the season. Look, the one thing I think is nobody's fault is the injuries in the offensive line and the injuries in the secondary. And both impacted their ability to win the game yesterday. Injuries all season on the offensive line where some guys are still hampered. That's quite clear. But the secondary, that was a real concern at the end of that game. And we got to see on Blankenship, Adoree Jackson, and Makuba if they can play on Friday. And if those three guys can't, or two of the three can't,
what does it speak to, Joe?
Well,
because guess what?
Lack of depth.
Everybody across the National Football League is playing, is dealing with the attrition of injuries.
Sure.
For how many weeks did Dallas not have the majority of their good players on defense?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they start getting them back, and that defense, after 3 possessions, looked completely different.
Right.
Seth, what do you think about the possibility? Look, we saw Cooper DeJean at outside cornerback against the Dallas Cowboys. Wasn't that successful in part because he's trying to cover CeeDee Lamb and top flight outside wide receivers. But coming up this Friday, with all the injuries that we have in the secondary, Cooper DeJean, does he move to safety now? Is he best suited to help this team with his skill set because of what we're missing with Makuba and Reed Blankenship possibly out?
No, I think that even though it didn't look good at corner, I think he's better served at corner. Because listen, it's when you're playing in the slot, there's a certain technique and a certain mentality that you embody. When you're playing on the outside, it's a completely different deal. That's why, you got Michael Carter II, and you put him in the slot because you can't take him and put him outside. The thing about Cooper played primarily on the outside in college, but the technique is different. And when you don't practice it, like I was watching his technique yesterday, and he was just simply getting turned. Like as a wide receiver, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get the cornerback to turn his hips. If you can get him to turn his hips, now he's kind of locked, and you can run whatever route you want to run, because now the minute he turns his hip, he's got to cross his feet. And I don't care what position you play, defensive line, linebacker, safety, you cross your feet, you're dead. So for me, it's more of a technique thing, and I think if they put him at corner and he practices at corner all week long, that he's going to be fine. I think he got beat technically because I think that Cooper DeJean has enough speed to play the corner position. But when you get beat from a fundamental standpoint, all it takes is one step against elite route running wide receivers, and that's what he faced yesterday.
All right, let's get some calls in here. Seth with us for the entire hour. Again, the Eagles and Bears coming up on Friday, but right now a lot on the debacle of the second half yesterday. Eagles blowing that lead. Josh in Nicetown. Josh, hello.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. The common denominator is Sirianni, okay? 2002, we had Steichen.
22.
Right?
22.
22, okay. He could actually calm the offense down, right? He was the middleman. He was the guy that got everybody calm. When he left, 2023, Sirianni took over, right?
Well, Brian Johnson and then Sirianni.
Right.
Well, meaning Sirianni had a role in that, and we think was calling plays from time to time, although we don't think too often, but from time to time. Go ahead.
Okay. So, chaos. We get to 2024. Kellen takes over. Calm, orderly, problems rose, he took care of it. Won the Super Bowl. 2025, he's not there. Sirianni's in control, what we at?
I don't think it's that simple, Josh. I really don't. I know a lot of people listening probably agree with you. I just don't see it that way.
Let me tell you something, Joe. O ye of little faith, who are blind and cannot see.
I was quoting the Bible right now.
Okay.
Is that the Bible? Sounds like the Bible.
Think about this. Nick Sirianni came in as a head coach who wanted to call plays. Didn't work out. He put Shane Steichen in place.
Yep.
Shane Steichen takes over. They go to the Super Bowl. They lose in the Super Bowl. Shane Steichen bounces. You bring in Brian. You promote Brian Johnson, okay, and that doesn't work out. Then you bring in Kellen Moore, and Kellen Moore is a offensive coordinator that likes to throw the ball. It's one of the things that got him run out of Dallas and why he didn't have massive success over in L.A. So when they make the decision to ride Saquon after a 2-2 start, everybody wants to think that was Kellen Moore's offense. The reason why Kellen Moore got the hell out of here because he wasn't running his offense. You don't take that Saints job knowing that it's a dumpster fire and you might not make 3 years down there, even though it's an opportunity for a head coaching job. But if you can run it back, why wouldn't you stay? No. An offensive coordinator wants to run his plays, his playbook. He comes in with a playbook under his arm, and Nick Sirianni slaps his arm and hands him his damn playbook, okay? What's the common denominator here? Now Kevin Patullo's running the offense. You going to tell me from the time Nick Sirianni's been here that this offense looked any different? The only difference is Nick Sirianni is not the one that's out in front calling the plays. This is Nick's offense.
Well, I know. I agree with that. I've agreed with that the whole time.
Nick's offense.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson was just a scapegoat. Brian Johnson, rather.
Yeah.
That was Nick's offense, and I would venture to say that Nick was calling the majority of those plays, and when it went to hell in the handbasket, we got our scapegoat ready to go right here. Brian Johnson, here. Let's throw him under the bus and keep it moving. What they need to do is go outside of the organization and hire an offensive coordinator with a philosophy, okay, that's more updated, more creative, okay, and able to adjust.
Would you do it now, Seth?
No, well, you can't do it now.
Can't do it off the table?
This is a move you make in the offseason. The problem is your head coach is a CEO head coach. And if Vic Fangio is running the show on the defensive side and he's got clear autonomy, John, and then you bring in an offensive coordinator who's got clear autonomy, what is it? What does Nick do? What does Nick do?
Well, this has been one of John's knocks on Sirianni since 2021, that he wasn't McVay or Shanahan that could effectively run his own offense in preparation for the game or game day. And John, I think you're right to say it's Sirianni's biggest weakness.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Well,
because it
now
does.
the proof is that Jalen Hurts in his career has had 10 different offensive coordinators,
Right.
10 different play callers in 11 seasons.
Can I just say this, though, on behalf of all those that are like, hold on a second here, because I'm going to be the hold on a second guy. They are 8-3. You know what I mean? Like, they still might win the Super Bowl. They still might be the 1 seed. They probably should beat the Chicago Bears, although it's no gimme. I mean, they're still in a really good spot.
They are, record-wise.
Okay.
Record-wise. But you know what? When you do the eye test,
I know.
14 penalties.
Now that the Philadelphia Eagles are in the 2 spot, and if they get there, they got to go to L.A. Are they beating L.A. the way that L.A. is currently
We had to
orchestrated
block a
right
field
now?
goal to beat them last time.
I mean, we just you have to be realistic about what you see.
To be fair, they've beaten the Rams 3 times in the last 12 months.
I understand.
Is that right, James?
Seth.
3 times in 12 months?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
I get that.
Okay.
I get that. But the way that this team is currently constructed and how we do business from an offensive perspective right now, and the fact that even though we won the earlier game this year, they still locked Saquon down. They still locked the run game down, okay? If not for a couple of heroic blocked field goals, we might be looking at a different situation. What I'm saying is when you look at how this team is constructed and what they're doing right now, they are who they are, Joe. Like, what needs to change are things that you change in the offseason. This is not going to get any better. Now, you're going to have glimpses like the first 3 series yesterday.
Yeah.
You're going to have glimpses of that the rest of the way. But you're also going to have the inconsistent play. And when you don't convert third downs, it's one of the people talk about turnovers. Yes, turnovers are a big deal, but your ability to possess the football, to eat time off the clock. This is why I'm not a huge advocate. Oh, we need more explosive plays. BS. You don't need explosive plays. What you need to do is possess the ball, and what you need to do is possess as many as knock the number of possessions down. Like, there was 12 possessions, 10 or 11 possessions yesterday in that game. Last week, they had 12 possessions. You want to know why? Because they can't possess the football. Anytime that you get above 8 to 9 possessions in a football game against an explosive offense, you are asking for trouble.
All right, more with Seth up ahead. Plus times yours, your phone calls as well. It's a bad Monday. It's a busy Monday. Birds dropped one of the Cowboys and kept Dallas alive this year. That's another irritating element of this. Could have buried Dallas. Instead, Dallas hopes now continue on. Joe DeCamera, John Rich, it's 94 WIP.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football's better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build at FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR. You pick the winning teams from the great Thanksgiving games and then throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the baseball offseason begins, questions remain for the Phillies. Does Schwarber re-sign?
Oh, we love to bring Kyle Schwarber back. It's a priority.
Will JT return?
The most prepared guy I've ever been around as a catcher.
Can the Phillies retain Ranger?
What a performance for Rangers, Suarez.
Listen for the latest. All your Phillies offseason happenings happen here.
We'll see what happens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Ain't he so purty? San Francisco's gunslinger returned with a bang last week, tossing 3 touchdowns in Arizona, facing a Carolina defense bottom 10 in pass EPAD. Look for the quarterback to unleash. I'm riding the over. Brock Purdy, 256.5 pass yards at a -115. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Eagles fans. Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
In this town, champions aren't born, they're built on the field and in care settings across the region. Brandon Graham here to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles and Jefferson Health are teaming up because they know precision matters, because every moment counts, and because care isn't just about what happens on game day, it's about showing up every day for every person in every neighborhood. We're one team with one goal, to care for this community together. Jefferson Health, champions of care.
Quality is very important here at the North Pole. You see, I check my list once, twice, all done.
Well, Santa, quality's important to us at Nissan, too. We actually test every model thousands of times. There's the frame twist test, shaker test, corrosion test, drive load test, tug-of-war test, towing test, off-roading test, practical strength test, splash test, corrugated road test, chassis dynamics test, water intrusion test, extreme heat test, extreme cold test, rough road test, jump test, curb impact test. And physical parts tests.
Save on J.D. Power's #1 mainstream brand in new vehicle quality at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Rogue Platinum, 2025 Murano, or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per 1,000 financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo
Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those? Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
If you're going to give up something this November, give up high car payments. Give up on high-interest loans. But most importantly, give up on that old car and get into a new one today. Right now at Colonial, it's no-interest November. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy with 0% financing. That's right, no-interest loans on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. You'll get top dollar for your trade at Colonial Hyundai. They'll even give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000 miles powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Skip the chaos and drive off happy during no-interest November only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown, or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. Lease tier 1 credit through HMF 10,000 miles per year. 20% down plus first payment. Tax tags.
94 WIP Sports Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Absolutely brutal loss by the Eagles in Dallas. They jumped out to a 21-0 lead in the second quarter and then did not score another point in a 24-21 loss to the Cowboys. Eagles run game, that's pretty much non-existent. Saquon Barkley, 10 carries for 22 yards. Got a short week ahead for the Eagles. They'll host the 8-3 Bears on Black Friday. Meantime, the New York Giants, they have fired defense coordinator Shane Bowen. When plumbing problems hit, wrap them up quick and call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Weather brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Mostly sunny, high 54. It's currently 48. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning to you. As has been pointed out to me about 10 times today on the show, it's not
see
a
you
good
bopping
morning.
back there, James.
Got to do a little something today, man, right? James, you got to give us something to smile about, and I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. All right, so time's yours in about 10 minutes. Eagles and Bears obviously coming up on Friday. We'll get to that more as we move through the week. Look, and again, Seth Joyner with us here in studio. Joe DeCamera, Seth Joyner, Rhea, and James. So let's just quickly address. This is a huge game coming up on Friday. I mean, 8-3 Eagles, 8-3 Bears. And I'll tell you this, 2 seed, obviously, with both these teams currently the 2 and the 3 seed, 1 seed implication with only the Rams in front of them. And I'll break it down real simple. We're going to find out if the Bears are a big boy. Like, are they a big boy football team or not? Right? Have they benefited from an easy schedule? Are they really ready to rock and roll? The Bears with the Eagles and the Seahawks and the Rams and all these teams, and then for the Eagles, got to get the offense together.
The Bears have big boy coaches, Joe. The Bears have Ben Johnson, their head coach, their play caller, the offensive coordinator. He is a big boy coach. Is Nick Sirianni?
Yes.
And Kevin Petullo, will they be big boy offensive play caller coordinators in this game, in this matchup? I think Ben Johnson is an unbelievable play caller because he's so creative. Pre-snap motion, just stuff that you'd never expect. Guys getting the ball that wouldn't normally get the ball, end around, stuff like that. Sleight of hand. When was the last time the Philadelphia Eagles offense, the fans of Philadelphia enjoyed a play with creativity?
Well, it's not,
or pre-snap motion,
No,
Seth.
I think the difference in this game is going to be, keeping Caleb Williams in the pocket, not allowing him to prolong, plays when they do pass it, and then being able to, keep the run game under control. I'm looking at Chicago. They had 25 runs yesterday for 99 yards.
DeAndre Swift, there's a lot of former Eagles playing for this
there,
Bears team.
There is, but, I mean, he really wasn't the bell cow yesterday. I just think that Ben Johnson, you got to remember who Ben Johnson is. Ben Johnson has the mentality of when he was with Detroit. I sat right here the Monday before the Detroit game, and I told you what, if the Eagles get the Detroit Lions run game under control, then you're going to be able to control Jared Goff because he's pressure adverse, okay? It's exactly what happened. I'm telling you right now, they better get the run game taken care of so that they can figure out, the multiple different things that Ben Johnson's going to throw at them. It's going to require an extreme level of discipline in taking care of your job, not trying to do somebody else's, because he's one of those offensive coordinators that he will game plan your inefficiencies. he will create plays to take advantage of the things that you do that break the rules, and the integrity of your defense. So if you're a contain guy, you better stay home and contain.
Sure.
Even if they run away from you, because he'll come back towards you. And they got enough weapons now, to really make some things happen. And then over on the offensive side of the ball, my goodness, the Steelers.
They got 3 former Eagles on the defense.
The Steelers yesterday amassed 186 yards rushing on 36 carries. If they can't get well against this Chicago team, put them on life support. It ain't going to happen.
All right, listen, we'll find out. Obviously, we'll talk more about that as we move deeper in the week. I'll just say this final thing as we look toward the Eagles and Bears, a game that comes on us fast because obviously it's a quick turnaround from the Sunday to the Friday with Thanksgiving in between. Here's the deal. Eagles should beat the Bears, but given the way the Eagles offense are playing, nothing is a gimme right now for the Eagles. And I know this. The turn from Thanksgiving to Merry Christmas in December ain't going to be so merry in the first week of December if the Eagles lose this game. If the Eagles lose to the Bears, major concern is going to set in through the city of Philadelphia. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Talk to Dave in Limerick right now. Good morning, Dave.
Hey, wow, what a game. Eagles go up. They got lucky on some calls to get up 21-0, and then they leaked oil the rest of the game. Seth, I get what you're saying about Saquon, but what else can the offensive do? Like, why can't we, especially this week, load management? I hate the term. I hate it in basketball. But they got to do something to spark this. They got 2 other running backs that seem to be decent. Barkley's statistics say after 2,000 carries, the next year you don't perform. 3.7 average. I get it. I get the offense line is hurt. But why are you running the ball up the middle? If they're hurt up the middle, where's the originality? Why not 2 running backs in the backfield? I think there was one play yesterday where they did that. Jet sweeps, screen passes. Barkley had 7 catches. Instead of running, this needs to be something. Instead, you're saying, you don't fire the coach mid-season. But what can you do, Seth? And what could you, there's just no enthusiasm. What happens on the sideline in the second half when players are not mentally in the game? They think they're going to coast their way to victory, and they're just all these penalties? What can be done to inspire the team?
Dave, you know what? I think it's one of those situations where, you guys always hear me talk about, I don't care how talented and how gifted of a player you are, if you don't have confidence in what you do, you don't have self-confidence, it's hard for you to be good, it's hard for you to be great, it's really hard for you to be elite. I don't think that this offense has the confidence in what they're being asked to do to get it done. Now, Saquon, how are you going to tell me that you can be successful getting 10 carries? That's an impossibility because you never get into.
I was looking for a smile today.
You never
Hold on. Gritty's walking in the studio right now. I know we're all we got everything going on here at the Eagles.
What's up, Gritty?
But Gritty's back. Hello, Gritty. Gritty, what's going on, buddy? I mean, you've got the Flyers right now. They're
gonna hop on the mic, Gritty.
They're in a playoff spot right now. Gritty, get over here, pal. Good to see you. Almost knocked over John Strank. I would applaud you if you did. You knocked over the trash can. I applaud that. That's Gritty style right there.
Wait a minute. James asked Gritty to get on the mic. Does Gritty talk?
No, I was joking. It was a joke.
To say.
Gritty's got a calendar. Let me tell you, Gritty's got a calendar, and it benefits Flyers charities, and here it is right here.
Is it a beefcake calendar?
It's got a big Gritty thank you in the back with City Hall.
So, yes, it's a Gritty beefcake calendar.
Look at that. Gritty, I applaud this, by the way, my man. So for those that don't know, Flyers charities have put together a tremendous calendar with Gritty back, and it also is coinciding with the 200th anniversary, of course, of our nation. So this is a 12-month spread. That
250th?
What'd I say?
200.
Said 200. Come on, Hammer.
What is it, 1976?
Come on, future president.
Buddy, what was that?
250. It's the 200th anniversary of the 50th anniversary. No, the 250th anniversary of the nation. And I know
Gritty comes in, you get all flustered. You can't even talk right.
I do. Gritty, go make Seth laugh, man. He's in a bad mood about the Eagles. Go make him laugh.
Hey, where do you get him, Joe?
Let me tell you this. You get him at FlyersCharities.com.
Okay.
That's where you get him. And it features, and this would be great, obviously, for the holiday season.
I need a few of those.
Independence Hall, the Art Museum, all these great. Grady, hold that on, my man. That's a beautiful thing right there. So check out the calendar. And again, also available on Game Day, Section 120.
Hey, Gritty, can you do the dance before you leave?
He's going to come over and dance for you.
I need to see the dance.
This is why you got to be watching on YouTube, boys and girls, by the way. Let me just say, we got Gritty about...
Okay. That's the real Gritty. I don't know what it is that Justin Jefferson doing, but that's the real Gritty
That was
right
really
there.
well done. By the way, 3 goals in, what was it, 25 seconds or 26 seconds?
26, yeah.
3 goals in 26 seconds. That was something. All right, Gritty. Let's go Flyers. Well done. Again, Flyers charities, support Flyers charities and get a great gift for people for the holiday season. FlyersCharities.com. It's the return of the Gritty calendar, and we hope you check it out for the holiday season.
Thank you, Gritty.
Gritty, stay well, buddy. Seth, where were we?
That made my morning, man. I can go home and drink my coffee and smile.
Nick Sirianni ain't going to be smiling, though. I'll tell you that.
Happy now.
I'm always
You
happy.
really
though,
look
man.
happier now.
Listen, I had such high expectations for yesterday. It's not just that they lost. It's who they freaking lost to.
Could have ended their season.
That just sat in my craw all night last night.
Yeah.
The game was over early. I went home. I didn't even watch, the Sunday night game. I just kind of
wasn't watching the game.
I didn't even watch TV.
I didn't want to watch the game.
Yeah,
I was done with football.
Yeah, I just kind of curled up in the bed with a book and just read until I passed out, man.
Yeah, I get it.
It's just one of them nights.
All right, James, let me ask you this. I'm going to ask you and Ray the same question. And I feel like we're going to have a tail of the tape of slightly different answers. Maybe very different answers. James, are the Eagles okay?
I mean, they can be, but I'm not sure they're okay. Like, I don't know that the offense will get better. They can still win with the defense and some timely plays, but I am starting to believe that what we see is what we get with the offense. So maybe.
Because with that, they're 8-3, just for what it's worth.
No, I know,
Yeah.
and I think they still have a chance to win the Super Bowl and all that, but I definitely think you should be concerned about the offense.
Fair. Ray, are the Eagles okay?
For the rest of the regular season?
For the rest of
Because
the
who do
season.
they have? They got 2 Washington games. They got a
Chargers
game.
and,
Raiders,
Bears, yeah.
Chargers.
Chargers. Don't they have Seattle too?
No, they don't have Seattle.
The Bills game will be fascinating. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's the one I'm thinking. The Bills game.
Yeah,
the Bills are losing to a lot of teams this year, though.
Well, the Bills are
strangely.
out of the playoffs as of right now, right? As of right now, the Bills
That
and the
can't-
Lions are not playoff teams.
Yeah, that can't stay there.
I don't like their chances in the playoffs with this offense. I mean, I think they'll be fine for the rest because they're not facing any more listen, the Dallas Cowboys in that building put up 30 to 40 points all the time. The fact that the defense held them to 24 is not a terrible thing, but this offense is Joe, I made fun of, what was his name? Who was the Breeze? Drew Brees.
Yep.
Like about 3 months ago, said they were boring. They're unwatchable.
No, it's
at times.
dreadful.
Literally
Dreadful.
painful to watch.
Yeah. No,
I tell you what, though, they did put A.J. Brown in the slot a little bit yesterday. They moved him around, which I think contributed to his ability to get involved in the offense. You just can't line him up at X, John, and leave him there and think that your offense is going to operate the way that it needs to operate. Because if you just put him in X, whether it's 2x2 or 3x1 and he's backside by himself, well, guess what? I can, as a defensive coordinator, I can shut that down. I can take him away. But when you start moving him around and you start motioning him, now that creates a whole different set of situations because you can't get up on him like, gosh, on that 3rd and 2.
When Jalen got sacked?
Yeah.
Are we talking at the end of the game?
First of all, they should have ran the ball.
Absolutely.
Even if you get 1 yard, you come back with a tush push or go tush push twice.
Yes.
But there's no way in the world that you throw the ball in that situation.
There's no way you take a sack either.
Under those circumstances, if you go back and you look at the 3rd down play, okay, Jalen locked on AJ.
Yeah, and Goddard was open.
And he never looked anywhere else, okay? Yeah. So people are saying, oh, but if you run the full thing, because what I did is I watched the video, and then I stopped it and I took a screenshot and I posted it on my page, on my social media. So when people are looking at that, oh, that's just a still. But what I'm trying to tell you is that Dallas was open for a flash. And when you look at AJ, and AJ got double bumped, which is a penalty, because you're only supposed to bump once in the 5-yard area. But he was locked down. It wasn't happening. But Jalen never came off of him. He waited for him to break clear. Where if you're going through your natural progression, he's not there. Boom, I go to the next guy right now. And if he goes right now they got the first down.
Yeah.
But the most egregious thing was not running the freaking ball, at least on third down in that situation.
All right, let's do what we do, although not often after a loss. Let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
Look, in a day with a lot of bad news, I will give you good news. It's November 24th, and not counting the preseason, this is only the third time the Eagles have lost this year. So let's just have a little bit of... Is that
Joe,
fair,
they
James?
blew a 21-0 lead.
It's November 24th. It's their
21-0.
third loss.
Not just no, hell no. We're gonna ride the wheels off of this thing. Are you kidding me? A 21-point lead and you collapse?
All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Sports Lounge, your home field advantage from Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
How many times do I need to call to tell you that Kevin Patullo sucks? How many times do I need to tell you the offense sucks? They suck. They suck. When are we going to move on? Fire Patullo. Fire his ass.
I do not think he's nearly the main problem.
Here we go again. Sirianni and Kevin Patullo. You suck. There's no way this team goes anywhere with you. You both suck. There's no way.
All right.
That's a little much.
I tried to tell you.
Yeah,
okay,
but they're wrong.
Didn't I try to tell you?
But those two guys are
But
fools.
that's their. But let's hear the next one. Cue up the next one.
EAGLES. You suck. What an embarrassment. You guys are freaking terrible.
But they're not. They're 8-3. So, I mean, come on, dude.
I just can't buy the record excuse anymore. No team is going to have success with an offense like that. Somebody said on one of the post games last night that Lady Luck has been favoring us most of the season, and when it isn't, it looks horrible. So my confidence has been severely shaken, 8-3 record or not.
Okay, that's fair. That's a reasonable comment.
Hey, Joe, can you do me a favor and stop saying the Eagles are in second place still? The Eagles still have a chance to win the Super Bowl. The Eagles are currently in a good space until they aren't. And currently looking at how they're playing, they won't be in a good space for long.
We'll see. We'll find out. If they beat the Bears, you'll probably feel
We
different.
shall see. Yeah, the Bears are formidable. The Bears are good, but they got a young quarterback who can be forced into some mistakes, I think, by Vic Fangio.
This is another.
smart and old.
This is another team, okay,
in a good way,
that the Eagles should be, and it would be a grave disappointment and a ringing indictment if they figure out a way to let let this young team come into the link and lose that game.
I agree. Fair. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, final thing. Seth Joyner. Happy Thanksgiving, buddy.
Hey, man, happy Thanksgiving. Everybody enjoy your turkey day. Be safe out there. Party and drink responsibly, all the good stuff. I want to see, all you guys. Well, geez, I won't see you till next Monday, right?
See you next Monday.
Okay.
And let me thank you, Seth, for 30-something years ago whooping the Dallas Cowboys' ass on Thanksgiving and getting in a big brawl with them. That was a beautiful thing.
Well, they banned us from ever playing on Thanksgiving again after that, because not only did we beat the Cowboys, we literally kicked their ass after the game was over. So
that's amazing.
That's so
Great
good.
beautiful thing.
All right, everyone, have a great. I
Seriously,
know it's a
great
tough
job.
day. I get it. It was a horrible loss. We'll see if they can pick up the pieces. We'll start that process a little bit more tomorrow. But we'll talk to you tomorrow. Joe and Hugh, of course, are up next.
The NFL plays on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tonight, the Panthers roar into San Fran to face the 49ers. Coverage starts at 8. Your home for the Eagles and the NFL on Westwood One.
Hey, now we roll.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Tired of overpaying for employee health care benefits? Before you lock in another year of higher rates, explore your options. At Clear Employer Services, we use our comprehensive suite of solutions to help businesses save money, gain more value, and find the right plan for their team, not someone else's. Visit clearsavingsnow.com to see if you're paying too much. No pressure, just clear answers that make sense. Visit clearsavingsnow.com.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Rutgers. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
Richboro, it's go time. This week's Bud Light Eagles Pep Rally is Wednesday night at Big Heads Richboro. Hang with Ava Graham, Swoop, and the Eagles cheerleaders. Plus, score tickets to the Eagles game courtesy of Bud Light. Wednesday night at Big Heads in Richboro.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they could add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% prop boost to use on their build. My Pass the Leg parlay, I'm going with the home team in the early game, and then you know what's going to happen in that late window. The home team's going to win the last game, but the road team in Dallas, that's who's going to win for the middle game on Thanksgiving. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Jeff. Looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at depend.com.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. You can imagine how these suits at ESPN reflexively rolled their eyes at a Carolina-San Francisco prime-timer. But this is an unexpectedly crucial matchup. Bryce Young is coming off of his best game, and a win here would be huge for the Panthers' division crown hopes. Meantime, Christian McCaffrey faces his former team for the first time. I do like the Niners 27-24. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you get aboard. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. We got a lot to do today. Merrill will join us an hour from now, and we'll react with you on a disaster in Dallas for the first time since 1999. The Eagles blow a 21-0 lead, and they did it to the stinking Cowboys. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. I mean, this too shall pass. This too shall pass.
Yeah, it will, but not after we scream about it for 4 hours.
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're definitely going to do that.
I mean, that was terrible. I mean, it was terrible yesterday. The Eagles get up 21-0, but, for me, Hugh, a lot of that was early. The Cowboys were making a lot of mistakes. The Eagles were capitalizing. I didn't feel like they were truly dominating the game, but they had the lead. And if they could just play well the rest of the way, that lead was going to carry them to a victory. And they didn't play well. They were a disaster the rest of the way. From execution to coaching to penalties to turnovers, they did everything in their power to give away a football game yesterday. And look, we'll unpack this thing in the grand scheme. Everything is still there in front of them, but yesterday was a major problem for two things. One, their chances at the 1 seed went down considerably. The Rams have jumped them now. Mm-hmm. And two, yesterday, all the things that all of us who sit here and say it doesn't look right, versus the, hey, a win is a win, that eventually things bite you. And when you can't run the ball, when you can't move the ball, when your coaching is subpar, you're going to blow games. And you know what happened yesterday for me, Hugh? I watched that, and I still think they're going to play into the middle or deep of January, but I'm never going to be comfortable now. I don't know how I could be. They now have on their ledger this season the blown loss at home to the Broncos and yesterday. So how am I as a fan ever going to be comfortable again in the rest of the season in a game where they're going up against a competent coaching quarterback? And Dak's obviously a tremendous quarterback. And when it was Denver here.
Going to play well.
Yeah, of course he played well. He always plays well against the Eagles, especially down in Dallas. But, how can I now feel comfortable the rest of the season? They can't run the ball. They can't hold the lead. And I was saying it last week. They are putting way too much pressure on their defense. You can't expect a defense in the NFL, especially on turf against a big-time offense, to just get stopped for 3 hours. So you got to help them out. The offense, and specifically the coaching on the offense, which I want to get to, a joke yesterday. Hugh, what are you feeling after the Eagles lose that game?
Man, I don't know how I feel. I was watching it yesterday, and I was just like, wow. I mean, you know what? To be honest, if I'm being honest, AJ had been saying it a few weeks ago. Not saying that he was right in his delivery, not saying that. But he talked about it. And I was thinking about how people were mad at him because of his delivery. You're shooting the messenger instead of listening to the message. And yesterday it finally caught up with you, to your point. Defense played well up to a point, and then they just,
started breaking down.
Yep.
Offense was stagnant in the second half.
Well, not just, they scored the third touchdown with 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. I mean,
Yeah.
like they didn't score again for the last 40 minutes of the game.
There's not, I've had a friend of mine call me last night. We were talking and, he played offense, and so you always kind of listen to what people that have played offense say. And he was talking about how this offense looks arrogant. He said they don't do a lot of motion. He said they don't disguise a whole lot of things. He said they don't scheme guys open. Like, there's a lot to digest when it comes to this. So it's one of those things where you knew that they needed to play better. I just wish it wasn't the Dallas Cowboys, because now I got folks on my timeline talking trash like like they're just the end-all, the be-all. And it's funny talking about this their year. Man, listen, Cowboy fans believe anything. You know what I mean? They believe anything. They got. I'm not gonna say they got lucky. They played well. This one hurts. This one hurts.
Of course it hurts. And it's a terrible loss that should never happen. And when we're playing in the first weekend of the postseason instead of sitting at home resting, this is why. I mean, yesterday very likely cost the Eagles a bye in the first round of the playoffs. And it shouldn't have happened. 215-592-9494. And what's striking to me yesterday, and I have not been hammering this the entire season because I think there's a lot of elements to why the Eagles have struggled offensively. But yesterday specifically, I'm blaming the coaches for that loss. That is a coaching loss yesterday by the Philadelphia Eagles, and it starts with two people. And I'm excluding Vic Fangio because I think Vic Fangio does a tremendous job week in, week out. Yesterday, I'm giving him a pass. They asked his defense to do a lot. They buckled. They had a lot of injuries late, going up against a good offense. When I say coaching, I'm excluding Vic Fangio. It's two people for me today. It is Nick Sirianni, and I want to get to a lot of what he did yesterday that I didn't like, and it's Kevin Patullo. They stunk yesterday, and they stunk in a way that just feels unacceptable. I don't think the Eagles were prepared for the game yesterday. I want to let you hear some of the things that came out before the game and then after the game, and then we'll talk about the game itself. I don't think the Eagles offense was prepared for what the Cowboys were going to do, and it's unacceptable. So yesterday, listen to Jay Glazer before the game talking about the Cowboys. We knew they had remade their defense. They made some trades. They got Quinnen Williams, so they were different than they were, let's say, what was on tape a month ago. Listen to Jay Glazer with what the Cowboys had become in the last few weeks.
All their defensive tackles since trade deadline. Quinnen Williams, right? Yeah. And you saw a difference that he already made. So I asked him, I said, so you have all these D tackles, what are you going to do? He said, this allows us to use five-man fronts. And we're going to do it a lot. You're going to see all these guys kind of rotate different. And I said, well, how often did you use five-man fronts before the trade deadline? Like, not really, hardly ever. So now we're going to be able to use this in certain situations just to mix things up a lot more than we had and show some different looks than we were able to do before the trade deadline.
All right, so Glazer before the game. Jay Glazer on television with information that the Cowboys are going to use five-man fronts. They used them throughout the game. Saquon Barkley can't run. 10 carries for 22 yards. The Eagles obviously struggled to get off of those. Nick Sirianni after the game, what happened with those five-man fronts the Cowboys are throwing at you?
This is a running theme. Defense is coming out to do something different to stop the run. Landis, five-man fronts, what they did a lot of early on. How can you guys kind of get defenses out of doing that, and what are the best ways to counter that, finally get the run game going?
Yeah, you got to make sure that, again, I think some of the things that we did today was try to throw them out of it, because when you have five man on the run, obviously then they're going to have one less guy there into the coverage. So I think we did some of those things, obviously not well enough. Again, it comes back to how we scheme it against the different personnel groups and how we execute it. But we have to find a way to be, anytime you're one-dimensional, that makes it tough. I think, we didn't have the run game going again. And when I say that, it's on everybody. It's on the coaching. It's on the playing. In this game of football, it's never just one thing. And so we got to identify what it is and try to get better from it. Yeah, uncharacteristic of us, obviously. Always put that on me,
Well, good. We'll put it on you because you're the head coach of the football team and your team wasn't prepared. Let's hear this from Landon Dickerson after the game. This was the most telling. And Landon in here used a phrase that, Hugh, when you do the players' line, sometimes you'll talk about the next day or on that show, you hear this phrase. And I'm tired of hearing this phrase from the Eagles because it tells me the coaching staff isn't preparing them. Let's hear Landon Dickerson after the game on that five-man front thing, what the Cowboys were doing, and how. You'll hear it. You guys could decide what you hear. I hear a player that says we weren't prepared for what they were doing. Here it is.
They rarely run, and yeah, we just didn't execute the game plan we had.
What was that defense?
Just 5 down fronts. It's not typically something they were running a whole lot, and it turns out that was their flavor of the day.
All right, so he says they're not something they use a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they did it the whole Monday night game against the Raiders. And Jay Glazer knew. You know who else knew? The graphics guy for Fox. Because when I got home yesterday, and I'm rewatching the game from the start, they put, you know how they do the starting defense? They put up all their faces and their names, whatever? They had 5 defensive linemen. So if the graphics person from Fox knows it's going to be a 5-man defensive line, but Landon Dickerson doesn't, that's a problem. Here's Dickerson with practice, trying to get the reps for the things these teams are going to do, and maybe they just missed this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big thing is, it's time on task with, obviously you can't run every play to every defense during the week. So I think we really just have to hone in on, having a game plan for every defense that a team has run and every possible defense that they could run, and make sure that we can execute against all of them.
It's a joke. But that last yesterday there from Landon Dickerson, he's telling you they didn't practice up against that front enough. They weren't ready for it. That's on Sirianni, who's the head coach and should see every play that the Cowboys have run the last month, and it's on Kevin Patullo. They didn't have the players prepared yesterday. The player told you.
Yeah, I don't want to pretend like I know what Landon was saying, because you should be prepared for all contingencies because you watched the last 4 game films that they have.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, that's how it used to be.
Sure.
And I assume that that's not the case. You watched the latest game, you watched the last 3 games they played in, and there has to be somebody in there that's breaking down film that notices that. So I don't know if he misspoke or anything like that.
I don't think he misspoke.
But I remember vividly. Like you said, I can't defend that. But I remember vividly when we were sitting in meetings, we'll watch the last game that they played, and we'll watch 3 other tapes, cut-ups of plays that they had success with, plays, and we would watch teams that were similar to the defense that we ran and see how they attacked them and everything like that. That, to me, blows my mind.
Yeah, look, I've heard that phrase from Landon, from when you do the Players Lounge, quite a bit over the last couple of years, unscouted looks. That tells me it's a coaching staff that's not preparing the players enough, that they are getting the other coaches are getting one over. I thought yesterday was coaching malpractice. Sirianni, we'll talk about him throughout the show. I thought they took their foot off the gas in a lot of ways. I thought they got up and tried, I'll just get out of here with a close win. It doesn't work like that always in the NFL. And yesterday, Patullo got schooled. I mean, it was a joke what I saw yesterday. 215-592-9494. Hugh, where are you before we get to Kyle? Coaches or players who lost that game? Because it's clearly, for me, the coaching staff yesterday.
I would probably say the players. I would put it on the player. I know that a lot of people are looking at the coaches. There's a lot of blame to go around, man. There's too many common denominators for me that I can just wholeheartedly blame it on the coaches. Now, I know Kevin Patullo, that he's the flavor of the month. He's the guy that people want to fire. But, man, since I've been here, the offensive struggles have always looked the same. We got over that hump last year and won the Super Bowl, but the struggles have been the same. The offense at times has looked disjointed for the last 3 years. So I don't know if I can just put it all on Kevin Patullo. He's a part of the problem, but I don't think he's all of the problem.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of blame to go around. Where do you come down? Coaches, players, how the hell did that happen yesterday? 215-592-9494. Kyle, where do you come down as the Eagles go to Dallas? They go up 21-0, and now we're all pissed today.
Yeah, well, I mean, because that was like a just complete nightmare scenario if you're an Eagles fan. Not just losing to Dallas, but losing in that way. Yep. You kind of end up giving the Cowboys life for the playoffs. I mean, I still think the division's over. But like now, I mean, you really had a chance to bury the Cowboys there, and they didn't. And that's just such an embarrassing way to lose. I think it's a Nick Sirianni loss. It reminded me a lot of the Washington game last season, the one where Hurts went out.
Yep.
And the offense just could not stay on the field. It was 3-and-out after 3-and-out, and the defense could only hold for so long. I mean, the defense just held the Cowboys to 24 points, which isn't a ton. Like, this offense, with all the talent we have, should be able to put up more than 24 freaking points. So they just looked like a team who was undisciplined, 14 penalties, and just completely unprepared to play that game. So I don't know how you can't put that on the head coach. Like, that to me was the most Sirianni loss I think, of his entire tenure here.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said 14 penalties and literally a player after the game saying we weren't prepared for what the Cowboys defense was going to do. I mean, that is the biggest indictment of the coaching staff I've heard out loud the whole year. He said it. They didn't know that was coming. How did they not know that was coming?
Yeah,
Jay Glazer
blows
knew.
my mind.
The graphics guy for Fox knew. If you watched Monday Night Football last week, you saw them in 5-man fronts. It tells me the coaching staff overlooked the Cowboys. They didn't take it seriously enough that they had to comb through every play the Cowboys have run the last 4 weeks. Otherwise, they would have seen what Jay Glazer saw and what the graphics guy.
Especially when you talk about them being on a bye week, the last game that they played in with Quentin Williams and how much he's changed the dynamic of that defense.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Yeah, what I saw yesterday was coaching malpractice. 215-592-9494. Your take on it all as the Eagles lose. And it's one that it's going to stick with me. Now, again, I agree with Kyle. I don't think yesterday changed the NFC East. The Eagles are still going to win this division, but by the time the season is over. Does Dallas have a little life for the postseason? Potentially, yeah. They're 5-5-1. The bigger issue for me moving forward is I can't trust the Eagles now. How are any of us, let's say it's January 16th, it's the NFC divisional round. They're up 14-0 on Seattle or whoever. Are you going to feel it's over? I'm not. They can't run the ball. They can't finish games. They go up, and then it's like, oh, they're even going to move the ball for the next hour and a half. They didn't score for 41 minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
It's tough to, the Eagles are good enough they could beat anyone, but they're also their flaws and their inability to run out of clock. They could lose to anyone with the way they're playing right now. Damon and Delco starts us off on WIP. Good morning, Damon.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Hugh, good morning to you, brother.
Good morning, brother. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Under pressure right now, under stress. I don't know what you want to call it. I'm not confused, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm praying that we do the same thing that the Raiders did and that the Giants did, which is fire the coach that we know who's responsible. I mean, we got how many weeks now to show that this dude is not who he's supposed to be or be on an NFL level? The talent has been overwhelmingly helping him every step of the way. And you, Kyle, and Joe know I've been calling here every week, and almost the first thing I say to y'all is Petula. I get his name wrong all the time and everything, but I always say him almost first. And I just don't understand for the life of me how they allow this dude, and I get that we got a better record than everybody else that fired their coaches, but I still don't think that it should matter because he's not doing his job. He's not doing his job, man. AJ told us, and listen, Jalen ain't going to say nothing because, and I like y'all for letting me cook, but Jalen ain't going to say nothing, man, because Jalen is a coach's son. So he does exactly what the coach asked him to do. AJ like, man, this dude is garbage, Jalen. You know how we got to do it. Let's go on road. They go on road. Everybody tell them, oh, man, he ain't doing it. Because they got to. Petula is garbage. I love y'all, man. What y'all think about this?
You got it, Damon. We appreciate it. Well, look, Hugh, I've tried to fend off that it's all Petula's fault most of the season because I think there's a lot going on here.
It's a lot going on here.
But
Joe.
Yesterday, the combination, and I know Sirianni's part of this. I hate when we take him off the hook. He's the head coach, and he's an offensive coach. The fact that the two of them did not know what Dallas was going to run on defense is embarrassing. I mean, this isn't hard. Like the players shouldn't go to the post-game press conference and say we're surprised they ran that.
That's a hell of an indictment.
It is.
But I look at it like this, man. And I'm not blaming anybody, but there's some common denominators here that you can't overlook. Because and again, I'm gonna say this before I say what I say. There's a lot of people I think are culpable, but you have to figure out who gets most of the blame and most of what's going on. Jalen's been the quarterback for 3 years since I've been here. And if we're being honest, this offense, since I've been here, has had the same issues every year. Disjointed. Don't look like they're really clicking on all cylinders. And last year they were able to get it together because they pivoted from the passing game to the running game.
Yeah.
Now the running game's not working.
Well, the running game's bad right now.
And what's the one complaint that we've had from this offense, not this year, but last year as well? There's no motion. There's no disguising anything. This offense is vanilla. You've heard every pundit on television talk about how predictable this offense is. So, with all of that being said, you mean to tell me that's Brian Johnson, Kevin Patullo, and Kellen Moore? That's all three of those guys? And go look at Kellen Moore's offense now. I'm just saying, just go look at the offense that he's running now, because I haven't seen it. Go look at the offense that Brian Johnson is helping coordinate down in with the Commodores when he was there. And look at our offense. The common denominator in all three of those is Jalen. Not saying it's all his fault, but the fact that this offense hasn't evolved, the offense looks the same as it did every year. It's not different. AJ's been saying that all year long.
Yeah.
I don't know who that's on.
Well, you're right in that a common denominator is Jalen. Also is Nick.
But look at it like this.
What does Nick Sirianni bring to the table on offense?
Look at it like this.
Nothing. I know the answer. Zero.
We had a whole training camp where Elliott Shore Parks was charting plays and they were doing motion and all this other stuff. Think about it, y'all. We did all that stuff in training camp. We ain't doing none of that stuff in the game. I don't understand why. I'd like that. Somebody help before we start pointing fingers at somebody.
No, we got to point fingers. Say they lost.
Well, okay.
It's in our contract. We got to point fingers at somebody.
But
they're going to come to you soon.
I need to know why that has not been the case. Because we made a big deal about it in the summer. Oh, they're moving people around. They're getting the running backs involved and all this other stuff. And we don't see the offense that we see in training camp. It's not the offense that they run on Sunday.
Well, I think there's.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong in my assessment?
There's probably a word for this, and I think you may have used the word already on the air. There's some arrogance to their offense. Like, we got the best players, we'll just line up and play. Well, couple things. Number one, what if those best players aren't quite as good as they used to be? I mean, Saquon Barkley's running is down considerably from last year. They can't run the ball. They can't run the football. So if you can't run the ball, it all goes back to the passing game, and the passing game goes in fits and spurts, up and down. Good for a quarter and then bad for three quarters. It's very hard to sustain offense. I mean, we are now, again, there's a lot of indictments of what's going on here. But they are 3 games post the bye, right? Remember everyone said, oh, Joe, just wait till they get to the bye.
Flip the switch.
They'll come out of the bye and they'll be different like last year. If you look at their numbers since the bye, they're scoring 15 points per game.
Playing possum.
Possum for what?
Who said that? Somebody said that.
Well, we'll hear that at some point.
Your boy said that.
Let's go to Chris in Middletown. He's not going to play possum here. What's up, Chris?
Crappy Monday morning to y'all.
It is a totally crappy Monday morning. What's up?
I got a lot to say here, and I'm going to try to control myself so Kyle doesn't have to hit the dump button a lot. But first, I'm a little calm. Jerry Gilio, you better never, ever, 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 ever show up in studio again.
This is my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. All right, let's make sure we're on the same page. This is my fault because I kind of saw this coming. Okay, I got it.
You started this nonsense.
I said it was a trap game. Everyone yelled at me.
You did say trap game.
Shut up. We don't want to hear that.
You brought it up. I didn't even bring it up. Go ahead.
Powder.
All right.
Hush. But the first half, the game opens. Absolutely amazing. Dream come true. I am sitting here and I'm like, thank God we finally got the game against Dallas, in Dallas. Exercise all those demons, all this nonsense. Just an enjoyable day. That throws that pick in the end zone. And I heard somebody reference this. Apparently ESPN had the odds at 96% that the Eagles were going to win that game. Then the dream turned dark. And you know what, guys? It reminded me of, like, in Happy Gilmore, when he goes to his happy place and Shooter shows up and everything turns dark and twisted. And that's what happened. The entire place went dark. That's when our dream turned into Jerry Nightmare Kruger's torture Thunderdome last night down there in that trash stadium of theirs. All I hear is the truck beeping up. Beep, beep, beep. The trash truck's coming. Our offensive line cannot run block. To save their life. They suck. Saquon can't run in a heavy box. I know it's hard to move a heavy box, but he can't run in it.
Heavy box.
Put Bigsby out there. Bigsby, whatever his name is, let him run on a lighter box. We know it's easier to move a lighter box around. You know what? Saquon, speaking of Saquon, love you, Saquon. We are. But you know what, brother? You're cooked like the Thanksgiving turkey we're all about to eat on Thursday. All right? Jalen staring down receivers and tries to run. I'm tired of him. Everybody's I don't know what figment of dementia they have that they're like, he's a great runner. He runs like Grandma Moses. He runs like he's in quicksand. He can't move. It's just the worst, slowest runner I've ever seen. I watched Baker Mayfield. Looks like a speedster compared to him, even though he got his shoulder busted that night. You know, we made the worst defense in the NFL look good. I don't care what Glazer said. Watch, Dallas is going to get cooked in the next game. It's because, you know why they look good? Because our garbage offense played against them. They stunk all year. They stunk again last night like a soiled diaper from a baby. The stupid punt returner punts the ball on the 2-yard line. You know, we got an unknown corner out there, and instead of throwing at him, we're throwing at doubling the AJ that's being doubled. You know what? It's a total dumpster fire rolling down the river. Fire Nick and his stupid vibes. Fire Petunia and his offensive scheme. Fire Stoutland. Fire Howie for putting this together. And you know what, Jeff, while you're at it, fire yourself for causing yourself and us as a fan base this pain. And you know what? Most importantly, fire Hugh Douglas.
So appreciate
Caught a stray.
Just to give a glimpse into how we're not used to losing anymore, we lose a game, and it was a bad one.
Everyone's out.
Fire everyone on a Monday. All right, 215-592-9494. Let it all out today as the Eagles blow a 21-point lead to the stinking Cowboys. Who are you pointing the finger at this morning? I'm putting on the coaching. I thought it was offensive coaching malpractice. I don't want to get to another moment from the game yesterday where Nick Sirianni, who's become just a total coward within the game, opened the door up for the Cowboys. That's next. Your calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's the most forgotten part of Thanksgiving? That's right, the giving. And this month, you can give thanks to Fine Wine and Good Spirits' annual Fill-A-Tote. Pick any 6 select wines and spirits, some already on sale, and save an extra $14 at checkout. That means you can give a bottle to your BFF, one to your dad, and give one to yourself too. With Fine Wine and Good Spirits, you can give something to everyone. Let the giving begin. Coupon required. Available at Premium Collection and select Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores. Ends November 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Come on, let's turkey try. Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete. It's time to kick off the holiday season. Celebrate with us Wednesday, November 26th, Thanksgiving Eve, for our annual Turkey Trot. At 7 p.m., Chickie and Pete South Philly has the sensational Soul Cruisers. Plus, let's dance with Philly's own Johnny Luch all night long. At Chickie and Pete's on the Boulevard, it's the one and only Mike LeComte, starting at 9 p.m. All roads lead to Chickie and Pete's Wednesday, November 26th. For details, follow us on all socials or at chickiesandpete's.com.
The Thanksgiving rush is on during Acura's Season Up performance event at Elite Acura. Drive away in the 2025 Acura ADX, now available to lease for just $319 a month for 36 months. Or get 90 days of deferred payments on any new 2025 or 26 Acura vehicle purchased now through January 5th. But don't wait to feast on extra savings. This incredible leasing offer ends December 1st at Elite Acura.
90-day deferred payment offer for well-qualified buyers on approved credit by Acura Financial Services. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Well, think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
This
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in a group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. I have Detroit over Green Bay. I'll take Kansas City over Dallas, and I'll take Cincinnati over Baltimore. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. And I'm John Ritchie. Did you know that the 94 WIP Morning Show is both a radio show and a podcast? You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The problem is the Eagles. The Eagles are the problem today, and we're frustrated with them, and I'm frustrated mostly with the coaching staff. 215-592-9494. Look, it starts and ends with Sirianni. We can't say, when they win, he leads everything, and then when they lose, he has nothing to do with it. He was a big part of the reason they lost yesterday. I thought they were unprepared. I thought the players kind of echoed that after the game. They weren't prepared for how the Cowboys were going to play defense. And then, I felt that they kind of took their foot off the gas when they were up 21-0. They had thrown their way to a 21-0 lead, and then they got up 21-0, and 4 of the next 5 first downs they had, they ran the football instead of continuing to throw the football, which was obviously more effective yesterday against Dallas. So there was that. And then Let's talk about what happened before the half, because this isn't the first time. I don't know where the real Nick Sirianni went, but he kind of got made his mark here as an aggressive head coach.
Especially last week.
Yeah, but so he can be aggressive sometimes at the end of games, but weirdly he's become timid in the middle of games. Like when the game is still kind of, they could put it away or give themselves a way better chance. He just defaults to conservative. And the Cowboys scored to make it 21-7. The Eagles got the football back. There were 17 seconds to go. They brought the kick return back to the 28-yard line. So 17 seconds, they had 2 timeouts. They're in a dome. They have Jake Elliott, who's a good kicker. I don't know. To me, you have 2 plays with timeouts there to try to get into field goal range.
To get some points. Try to get some points before the half.
Go back up 3 scores, kind of reassert momentum going into the half. And don't we have a quarterback that we trust? Like, he's probably not going to throw an interception there. It's probably not going to be something terrible. Let's hear Nick Sirianni, his reasoning for not. And I want you to really listen to the beginning at the end, because once again, when the longer Nick talks, the less sense he makes. Listen to his reasoning for not trying to be aggressive there and just kind of running it out into the half. Here's Nick.
We tried to run it to see if we could bounce one out of there and see what happened after that. We didn't get anything there, so we we let the clock run out there. And they had their timeouts as well, and that kicker can make it from long range. So, we had that 21-7 lead, and that's what I decided to do at that particular time.
So he had mentioned, too, before that he's done studies, right? And with 17 seconds to go, that to him, that's not enough time. But then doesn't the end of that make no sense? Because if the Eagles didn't have enough time,
the Cowboys don't have enough time with their kicker.
Of course, after the Eagles run a play or 2 or 3 or 4, how the hell could the Cowboys have enough time with their kicker? It made no sense. To me, what it did was it was just like, we're up 14. Let's go in the half. Try to score more points. They are arrogant, and they are way too reliant on their defense to save the day. Like, our defense won't give up 21. Oh, yeah? Well, they did. They gave up 24 on this day because they got tired at the end and they got banged up in the secondary. Listen to this after the game. Dak Prescott, Tom Rinaldi on the field with the winning quarterback and receiver after the game. And right away, Dak referenced the end of half sequence as giving the Cowboys momentum going into the half.
Down 21, what did this team draw upon to get this win?
Brotherhood, one another. We got that touchdown before half, and we went in halftime and we talked about it. Like, we've only been hurting ourselves. We know what we're capable of doing. Come out, stay focused, stick together, and we can win this thing. Nobody blinked. Everybody believed it, and we got it done.
He let the Cowboys have momentum into the half. Look, I don't know if they would have got a field goal. I mean, it might have been 2.
But you want to try.
Yes, I want to try.
You want to try because you don't know how that game's going to go. You know the history down there. I mean, Dak's been electric at home. Yep. Get as many points as you possibly can.
And what's striking to me is, Hugh, he always talks about trusting his guys.
Didn't feel like trust in that moment.
Well, sometimes what you don't say is what you mean, right? Like, you could say all you want. Oh, when it's a 4th down, I trust my guys. Well, can I say then you didn't trust your guys right there?
Yeah, you can. That's fair to say. I feel like this. The more we talk about it and we talk about this game, the more the word arrogance kind of rears its ugly head. Like the way that you do things, the fact that you refuse to evolve as a group.
Yep.
You know what I mean? A lot of things. So that's why I know for a lot of people right now, Kevin Patullo is the biggest issue. But we were saying that about Kellen Moore early on before they went on a run. Like, he wasn't the right one. Definitely said it about Brian Johnson. And it's one of those things, man. And this is how I feel as a former player. I feel like every year, if you want to be successful in the NFL, you can't be the same person you were the year before. You got to come with something different. You got to add another beast to your repertoire. Mm-hmm. And it feels like the more I hear what AJ was saying, and again, it's the messenger. I know people are mad at the messenger. But the more I hear or think about some of the stuff that AJ said, it resonates even more now. Because he said something about being complacent and not being as good as we can be, not working in certain aspects. I'm probably ad-libbing a whole lot of what he said, but you get where I'm going with this one. And I think a lot of time we as fans, we want stuff to just be so perfect. Instead of listening to what's being said, we just want to, vilify somebody and to make it go away.
Right.
To make it go away. And now, what they say, the chickens have come home to roost because everything that he said weeks ago, and we talked about just shut up and play football, it kind of it showed itself yesterday.
Yeah, and look, man, he had a big day yesterday. I mean,
Yeah.
AJ got his targets. We'll get to him later and what he said. His response to all this after the game. But the bottom line is I think arrogance is the right word. They've actually devolved on offense. They can't run the football, so it has to come from the passing game, and they were throwing it well yesterday. It's one of those things like, all right, let's go back to Green Bay and Detroit. Cold weather, windy, the passing game's not there. All right, maybe you just take a knee or run the ball into the half. That's perfect conditions in a dome yesterday. It's not a good defense. They couldn't cover AJ. Like, what is the worst that happens if Jalen drops back to pass? Do we really think he's going to throw a pick or fumble? Probably not. He might take a sack.
He put the ball in harm's way a couple times, but it didn't, it wasn't nothing egregious.
And I think in that spot, he probably would have just either taken a sack or thrown it up, and it's interference or it's incomplete, and we just go into the half. But they could have tried. I thought it set the tone, and Dak said it. They're like, yeah, we had momentum going into the half. Let's go to Bob in Springfield. What's up, Bob?
Hey, I'm trying to figure out at the end of the game why you do not call the timeout. So with 45 seconds left, they're on wherever they were at, the 50, 48, something like that. If we don't call a timeout in that situation, what do they have to do? They have to rush to the line, get their field goal kicker set up, and kick a 64-yarder. They don't really have another option there.
They don't. They would have to have rushed, yes.
Okay, and so you catch them off the guard, I think that works.
We'll never know. I mean,
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a way why it wouldn't.
So I'm trying to find out the moment that they took the Eagles took the timeout. What part? We're talking about the Eagles took a timeout at what point in the last drive there? Oh, I see it.
45 seconds
yeah,
left.
it was. So yeah, it was 45. It was they ran the football. They ran it. They ran it on the 46-yard line, no gain. That was the Javonte Williams run. Okay, so it's first and 10, Cowboys, 46-yard line, and then the Eagles take the timeout there. Yeah,
correct.
I mean, I guess they're trying to save time to get the ball back to try to get their own field goal after the Cowboys get theirs. That's the only thing I could think of with the reasoning there. Otherwise, I don't know why you take a timeout.
Yeah, instead of just letting the clock run out and go to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's thinking they're going to get a field goal attempt up, so maybe I save myself a few seconds if we could get them to kick the field goal, within the next play or two or three instead of – I mean, the fact that they got another – I mean, the 24-yard pass after that ruined that ruined the strategy, right? Because then Dallas could just take it down to 0 and kick the field goal.
Correct. It would have had to be done that play, then and there. Yep. After that run, it had to be done.
Yeah, and obviously his defense didn't help him there. But I thought Sirianni had a terrible day yesterday, just in every way and shape and form.
Yeah, terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Yeah, the last time the Eagles blew, good phone call, Bob. The last time the Eagles blew a 21-0 lead and lost the game, Hugh Douglas was on the field.
Yeah,
it's a long time ago.
Long ass time ago.
Played the vet. Let's go to Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Dream Team, hello. How y'all doing?
Will, what's up, buddy?
All right. Let me just say this, right? In the beginning of the season, I said
what you got going on,
the biggest loss that we had was
Kellen Moore,
the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, Kellen.
Right?
Kellen.
It wasn't our defense, right? So my thing is what I said all this week for the last couple weeks. We're playing chess, not checkers. You're supposed to outthink your opponent.
Yeah, I think we played. I think we played checkers yesterday. Will that was checkers?
Yeah, we played checkers yesterday. We outthink our opponent, but never overthink ourselves. That's what we did yesterday, right? And I said this week, I kept saying our biggest opponent is ourselves, right? And we beat ourselves yesterday. That's what happened, right? This is the thing, right? Saquon. He never ran. He didn't even run downhill yesterday. We got to switch it up and go under the helm again. We got to, put the RPO, the shotgun. We got to switch it up. We got to give these defenses a different look. Like the guy was saying, like I've been saying all season, and incorporate the split backs, man. Put Bigsby and Saquon side by side. They don't know which one is getting the ball. Like we gotta disguise some plays, man. Another thing I didn't see, we ain't have too many blitzes in there. We didn't rattle Prescott too much or get him out of his game, except for early on. You know what I'm saying? My thing is this, right? preparation beats talent any day.
And
I
talent
keep
does
saying
prepare.
we cannot come in with 20 plays a game and think that's going to get it done. I think we ran out of plays. We went back into that one-dimensional formation. The defense keyed in on that, and like I said, man, whether we up 21 or we down 21, we supposed to have plays in order and ready to go to finish the game off. There's no way that we should have allowed this team to get back in the game the way that they did, man. And if anything, if we up 21 points, I don't care if it's a field goal. We got to keep scoring. You didn't even try. We wasn't even trying to march down the field at least to get a field goal.
I know. They sat on them. They thought they could sit on the lead with 40 minutes to go in the game.
Yeah,
it was ridiculous.
And the last thing I'm gonna say, man, listen. I said the thing with AJ, it came to life yesterday. Okay, now AJ, you understand that you can accumulate numbers by short passes, right? You had over 100 yards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is this, right? What I keep saying, once they got him going, the rest of the offense, you should have been looking at the rest of the offense, because now they're going to start double teaming AJ. Now they're going to stop trying to stop the short passes. Now you go in deep. That's what they did with Smith. And really, last but not least, man, listen, this ain't over. That was a game that probably was, destined to happen yesterday, man. Because of the circumstances that happened over in Dallas. I know I'm a conspiracist, but, sometimes when people do the right thing, they think it's the wrong thing. We did the right thing yesterday. We gave them a game. That was a gift. But from here on, every quarterback, we got to keep in the box. We got to play tough defense, man. And listen, this season is still ours, man. We just got to get the little pieces to the puzzle back together again, and let's win some more games, baby.
Well, they need to. Well, they need to get it going on Friday. That has become suddenly a must-win football game Friday.
Well, it's the Fraud Bowl.
Well, I mean, Hugh,
the loser goes officially on Fraud Watch.
The loser's on complete Fraud Watch.
I mean, I'm close to putting the Eagles on it right now.
Well, the Bears are on Fraud Watch, but they're 8-3. So I mean,
that's 8-3 Fugazi.
Well, we're 8-3 too.
Yeah.
Some may say the Eagles are Fugazi.
I mean, nah, you can't say that.
Hugh,
about
the
Eagles.
offense sucks.
Defending Super Bowl.
No. This is about this year's team. No.
Yeah, no. The fraudulence.
Listen,
you can refuse all you want.
I refuse to let y'all go all the way left when it comes to this team today.
Dude,
we're not doing that.
They just blew a 21-0 lead.
Oh, yes, they did.
And they blew a 14-point lead.
We're not doing that.
Yes, we
This
are.
was a wake-up call.
Is this a good offense? I heard everything I had to hear with that.
They are
pause.
masquerading as the defending Super Bowl champions, Hugh. That's fraudulent. Yep.
I refuse.
You know what this is?
You got your fingers plugged in your ears.
I thought you was about to say I got my fingers.
No.
Come on, dude.
But listen, I think this is fixable.
Well, you've been saying that the whole year.
And I believe
the
it.
head coach.
I'm believing.
Why?
There's an air of arrogance around this football team, and I think that's what they need. They need to get their nose rubbed in it a little bit.
Did the arrogance last time they blew a 14-point lead? Did they fix it? Nope.
This is something more egregious because it's the Cowboys.
Well, I would hope that, and it's later in the season.
This is what I'm relegated to. Mm-hmm. This is what I'm gonna believe.
Okay.
That this is a wake up call. All the little arrogant individuals over there, they're gonna get themselves together, and they're gonna beat the brakes off the Chicago Bears
they might. I mean,
for Black Friday.
Yeah, they're 7-point favorite.
We're gonna go shop. We're gonna watch this game. And they're going to win. No. And we're going to go shopping, and we're going to laugh and giggle.
I'm not going shopping after the game.
We're going shopping after the game on Black Friday. Well,
game's at 3 o'clock. I'm going to bed after the game.
We're going to shop online. We're going to shop online.
Well, you could shop while you watch.
Yeah.
Can we really stick our chests out and pretend that we're going to blow anybody out at this point? No. We're not going to be. How can we sit here and say we're going to beat the brakes off the Bears?
They have beaten one team soundly, the Giants. One. It is almost December. Thanksgiving is on Thursday. They don't blow people out because their offense, they can't run the football. If you can't run the football, you can't ice away leads. They have issues here. Hugh, you're on the players. I go back to the coaching staff. The players aren't playing well enough. I feel you, and I know there's common denominators here, and there's some limitations with the quarterback a lot of times, although I didn't think he played terrible yesterday. He just was okay. Good early, and then it went bad.
He didn't do what he needed to do to win.
Well, he had the ball at the end. They didn't move the football.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's where you could blame it on Jalen because he didn't do enough to win the game.
He didn't. And he got
21 points, though. I did say 21 points, but I didn't think that.
Well, you also told us that would be enough.
Yeah. Not enough.
It's not enough against good offenses in domes. So you can't, and that's what annoys me about Sirianni. There's 40 minutes to go in the game. And by the way, if we're being real, they didn't even really earn the 21 points. I mean, they got gifted.
Avant, I saw him yesterday. He was pointing out he was on fire yesterday.
Well, they got gifted some of those points. I mean, think about the drive. Didn't they go 3 and out, and then they called the penalty on the punt. He didn't touch. That was tipped. Excuse me, it was tipped, and apparently the NFL blamed Fox for not showing the replay as if it's Fox's fault. I don't know whose fault that is, but that shouldn't have been a penalty on the Cowboys. We should have punted there and lost the football. So that next drive probably never happens. It wasn't like we were dominating the game. We got up 21-0. Sirianni should have seen, hey, we need some more points to win this game, and he was like, nah.
We don't need them.
We'll sit on the ball. No big deal.
What about at the end of the game, giving the Cowboys a gift by going for it and missing it?
Oh, the field goal?
Yeah. No, it was fourth down, and he missed it on, I think it was the fourth down. Yeah, I think it was the field goal they missed. Wasn't it?
You talking about the Jake Elliott miss?
Yes.
In the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
I didn't have a problem with that one. You wanted to go for it instead of going for the field goal?
No, I mean, kick it away. What I think
you wanted a punt?
Yes. Kick it away.
I can't punt there. It's 56 yards in a dome. I'm giving Jake Elliott a chance. That's one I didn't hate the Sirianni decision. I mean, at some point, it's 56 yards in a dome. Let's go to Black Gritty, who's up on WIP. What's up, Black Gritty?
So we were in a dome, and it wasn't bad weather. The quarterback was thrown over the middle. We never seen him do that. We're happy with that. AJ gets involved. AJ's super happy. Saquon Barkley runs out of bounds, and he trips on every third carry. I don't care what anybody says about the offensive line being injured, being in and out. When Tank Bigsby gets in there, he's averaging 3 times the yardage, and you only give him 1 carry. Nick Sirianni, all you do is be the leader of his team. They're very undisciplined, all the penalties everywhere. That's on the head coach. People not being prepared. You're hearing that in interviews afterwards, they're not prepared. That's on you, coach. Special teams. If I see one more time with them taking balls on the 1-yard line and not letting the ball go, that's coaching all special teams. You took that ball and then you fumbled it away. Saquon Barkley fumbles the ball. They turtle up when they get a lead anytime. They get so conservative. Where is the go for a fourth down all the time? I don't need to be Dan Campbell, but my God, they get any kind of semblance of a lead, and they pull the reins in. Hurt said yesterday in his interview, I ran the calls as executed. That sounds like from all last week when they said he'd be going rogue, he ran the calls that were played. Because on 3rd and 2, why are you passing the ball? You run and get 1 inch, and then you tush push.
Yep.
You tush push twice. There's no reason not to do that. And you know what? KP is out of his league because the pressure's only going to get higher. So, no, you can't depend on him because he forgets to run the ball. You've got 3 great plays to Dallas Goedert. Everybody's like, where's Dallas Goedert? He has 3 first downs. Oh, penalty. And the last thing about KP and why he's trash, Hugh Douglas, and why I don't want to defend him at all, when Jackson goes down, everybody complain about Jackson. Now you see what happens. Oh, we want some white cornerbacks. You see what happened when we had to move him to the outside. They went and picked him apart.
Yeah.
They went and picked him apart.
Everybody slow down.
And you know what? When we don't slow me down. when we had the ball, we're going 1-on-1. AJ Brown against their number 1. Smitty's over here against the 3rd string guy because the backup got hurt. And we don't even look his way.
Yeah.
We don't pick and target against teams. KP never does that. He can never look at the team and say, there's the weakness, attack that. It's embarrassing. And that's what you get on a nationally televised game, losing to the Dallas Cowboys like frauds. You think you're going to beat the Bears? At least they got a semblance of offense. You run the ball with Tank Bigsby. I'm sick and tired of it.
Well, Black Gritty, we appreciate it. A couple of things, and it's hard to ignore these things the more we go. First of all, Cooper's first assignment on the outside didn't go great. Didn't go great. He is a slot corner as of today, and he might have to stay there. Also, he's not wrong. When Bigsby comes in the game, I see 8 yards. Saquon, his runs, I see 2. I mean, like at some point, I'm not saying flip it completely.
Yeah, but you need to relight that fire.
Yes.
Saquon.
Paying him this offseason was an insane move.
And I was the bad guy for saying it. I was the bad guy. Oh, you're a hater. Of course it was an insane move. He had 450 carries. Then we just handed him a $20 million thank you, and Hugh Douglas signed off on it.
Yeah, I did because, I mean, it fit my narrative at the time.
That's wonderful.
At least you admit it.
Yeah.
but here's the thing, though. If like there needs to be a come to Jesus moment with this team today. And I remember having losses like this way back when, and you feel sick, especially to a team like the Cowboys, a team that you know you're better than. You take this L. You need to get back to the basics, and you need to take a hard look at yourself and say, how did I contribute to this loss? There's a lot of blame around that can go around. There's a lot of blame.
All right, we'll get to all of it coming up. 215-592-9494 for your phone calls, your reaction, coaches or players. Who you blaming the most for that disaster in Dallas? Merrill Reese was on the call. He will join us next with his take on the team, and we'll look ahead to Friday with the Bears coming in for what has now been dubbed Fraud Bowl 2025. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you can each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And make it even better. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their group build here. All right, well, I'm going to go with Kansas City to win in Dallas on Thanksgiving. And I do like the over in the Detroit and Green Bay game. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLAO to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turkey Bowl 7 is set.
Audubon High School and Haddon Township High School.
Audubon versus Haddon Township are ready to face off on Thanksgiving Eve. Listen as Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie provide the play-by-play with Devin Caney and Taryn Hatcher on the sidelines.
It is a touchdown.
Turkey Bowl 7, Wednesday, November 26th, starting at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by Cheney University, empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter, and away go troubles down the drain.
When the town is painted green, you need a place to watch the game. A place that embraces the brotherly love this passionate fan base has. A place with a great game day menu and ice-cold beers. A place like McGurk's Pub and Grill, where the fans go.
Yo, Philly, Ike Reese here. You can feel it. The air's cooler, football's hotter, and that means it's tasty cake season. I'm talking about those limited edition fall flavors like pumpkin pie and salted caramel donuts. The perfect game day snack while you're watching the birds. Whether you're tailgating or kicking back on the couch, make it a win with Tasty Cake. Grab yours before the season ends, and you know the deal, accept no substitutes.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Richboro, it's go time. This week's Bud Light Eagles Pep Rally is Wednesday night at Big Heads Richboro. Hang with Ava Graham, Swoop, and the Eagles cheerleaders. Plus, score tickets to the Eagles game courtesy of Bud Light. Wednesday night at Big Heads in Richboro.
Quality is very important here at the North Pole. You see, I checked my list once, twice. All done.
Well, Santa, quality's important to us at Nissan, too. We actually test every model thousands of times. There's the frame twist test, shaker test, corrosion test, drive load test, tug-of-war test, towing test, off-roading test, practical strength test, splash test, corrugated road test, chassis dynamics test, water intrusion test, extreme heat test, extreme cold test, rough road test, jump test, curb impact test. And physical parts tests.
Save on J.D. Power's #1 mainstream brand in new vehicle quality at the Nissan year-end event. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Rogue Platinum, 2025 Murano, or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found Tax Relief Advocates.
I would hear ads for tax relief advocates. One day it just clicked, this is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and called TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Cleveland rookie Shedeur Sanders picked up his first NFL win in a 24-10 rout of the Raiders, and Shedeur showed real promise. But the real star of the game, the Browns' defense. And now here's the real question. The better Shedeur plays, does he actually become trade bait? With 2 first-round picks coming and a likely shot at a top quarterback, the Browns may soon have a valuable asset on their hands. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Catch every Eagles game.
Touchdown!
Now streaming live on the free Odyssey app.
I get knocked down.
Well, they got to get up. Hopefully Friday's the day for that. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Yeah, the Eagles got knocked down yesterday. They were up, and then they were down at the end. A loss to the Cowboys, blowing a 21-point lead. We'll get back to everyone's reaction here on the phones. Blame game after a blown lead. Let's talk to the voice of the Eagles who was on the call, Merrill Reese. Merrill, how you feeling this morning?
Merrill.
Don't blame me.
No, it's not your fault, Merrill.
I was just,
not
I
yours.
was just the messenger. That's all I was out there. But it was painful. And guys, I'll tell you, when the Cowboys scored at the end of the first half, I knew there was trouble ahead. You could just feel it. I mean, they were controlling that game so totally. I mean, they were just battering the Cowboys. Cowboys were deep twice and fumbled the football. You just thought, or one was an interception by Reese Blankenship. But you just thought this game was just absolutely, totally in their hands. But when the Cowboys marched down at the end of the first half and scored, I thought to myself, this is going to be a game that is going to put them on the offensive. They're going to be the team to watch in that second half. And the Eagles didn't score in 41 minutes from when they scored at the beginning of the first half to the end of the game, or the beginning of the second quarter to the end of the game. 41 minutes. That really hurts.
It does. And Merrill, look, the Eagles' defense is excellent, but when you give a good offense like Dallas 41 minutes to score 3 times, they just might do it. And unfortunately, did it yesterday. Merrill, I agree. When I felt the same way. When they got to the first touchdown and then they went in the half with some momentum, I was like, this thing's not over. And Merrill, the issue we kept coming back to with this team this year is they just are struggling so much to run the football, and it's hard to close out leads if you can't run the ball because you end up just going 3 and out and giving the ball back. Merrill, it's just so bizarre watching a full season of the offensive line and run game struggling so much.
And it is. And for every now and then you'll see Saquon break something for 15 yards, but it's a long, long cry from last year. I mean, there's no reflection that it even looks anything like the way he ran last year. And it's not on Saquon. There's a lot of things involved. But you know what hurt the most, more than anything? 14 penalties. You can't take 10 penalties and win most games.
Well, it's a good point, Merrill. And some of them really were drive killers. They had the one where I think it was Goddard that caught the ball and got it over midfield, and they were kind of moving again. And then I think that was the illegal procedure. That was when Pryor was in, and he was covered up on the line. That was frustrating because that killed a drive.
Yeah, and these are avoidable. I mean, these are just bad mistakes. You can't have that, and that's what hurt them. The penalty after penalty after penalty. I mean, and really, usually you'll find a penalty here and there, and you say, boy, they got robbed. I thought there were maybe one penalty was kind of iffy, but they were legitimate.
Yeah, it was on them yesterday. They didn't go down there and play their best football by any stretch, and they lose the game. And Merrill, they're also losing some players. I thought late in the game, some of the defensive issues were because they just were down starters in the secondary, and they started dropping like flies. Reed Blankenship goes out, Makuba goes out, so both safeties out of the game. And they also lost Adoree Jackson, who maybe early on this season I wouldn't have considered a big loss, but he had played better, and he's certainly there. He's a starting cornerback on this team for a reason. So at one point, Merrill, down the stretch, they were without 3 starters in the secondary. That's hard to overcome.
Yeah, it is, but there are no excuses. They just played badly. They couldn't get it back together. They had opportunities. I mean, I'll tell you something. Brian Schottenheimer made some calls that were very, very strange. In the first place, when they on their first possession, when they punted. They punted from the. I mean, you would have thought they would have punted,
right?
And he went for it again. He went for it at midfield, or actually in Dallas territory, when you just knew he had to know that the Eagles had stopped the Lions 5 times in 4th down. He had to realize that, and he took that chance, and the Eagles went down right after that and scored. And then late in the game, when he had a chance to pretty much lock it up with a field goal, he went for it, and the Eagles stopped them again. I mean, the defense made some big plays. Yes, they gave up some big plays, but they also made some big plays. But you know what? It's a bad loss. It's a very disheartening loss. I'm not minimizing it, but I will say this. It's not a critical loss. It's not a back-breaking loss. They can come back from this against the Bears team that is pretty good, but not as good as the Eagles are. The Eagles should be able to bounce back. The Friday game is very big. But this game does not end or ruin their season or their aspirations.
Well, I agree with that, Merrill. And it's one they can learn from and they can get better from. And it does set the scene for what you're saying Friday, Black Friday, 3 o'clock against the Bears. And, Merrill, I agree with your assessment. The Bears aren't great, but they're certainly improved from where they have been in recent years. And what's interesting now about the stakes of this game is, we'll see what happens with the number 1 seed and if the Eagles can now jump back over the Rams, who are now 9-2. But, Merrill, it feels like the number 2 seed, if it's not 1, could come down to the Eagles versus whoever wins the NFC North, which right now is being led by Chicago. So this is a really big game Friday, Merrill. If they get this win and they get to their 9th win and they're 9-3 and they have a little break before they go to L.A., we're going to feel good again. On the flip side, this is one they can't drop, Merrill. They need this game if they're going to win. Yeah, they really do need to win this football game Friday.
They absolutely. This is a very, very critical game, and it's against another 8-3 team.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe the Bears are 8-3, but they are.
Yeah,
and
me neither.
they're pulling games out. I mean, it all starts with that game that they in prime time that they won when they came from way behind to beat Washington.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think they have a negative point differential, yet they're 8-3. So you're right about that. They are finding a way to win football games. It's probably going to be a close one on Friday. Merrill, we appreciate you hopping on. Have a very happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you Friday at the link for the pregame show.
Absolutely, Joe and Hugh. Have a good day, but believe me, it hurts. It's a tough loss to swallow, but there's a lot of football left.
There is. There he is, the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese.
Reese.
I mean, Merrill's kind of hinting at must-win on Friday. It
feels like it. You can't go. Man, listen, you can't go back-to-back L's. It just can't.
Well, not
you
twice
beat
in
the
a season. We already did that once.
Yeah, you got to beat the brakes. You got to beat the brakes.
Well, I don't know about beat the brakes. I'll just.
We got to beat the brakes.
Let's just get out of there.
I'm not a guy for style points, but I want some style points.
You want style points Friday?
We just want to avoid the F word.
Yeah. Fraud. Fraud's the F word.
Oh.
It's the fraud bowl. Did you think you accidentally said it and you were in trouble?
I was like, wait a minute. Did I? You know me. I'm like, wait a minute.
Unlike you, I've never said that word on the air. So.
No, not yet, at least. Yeah,
give it time.
He was in our power rankings last
today.
week. It depends on how this conversation goes. All right, where do you come down on what happened yesterday? 215-592-9494. I am extremely frustrated with the coaching. I felt that was an unprepared offensive team yesterday, and the head coach continues to morph into this conservative coach. Where is the Nick Sirianni that when he got here was going for all these fourth downs? Remember how the Eagles played in 2022? They kicked your ass, and then they went for all these fourth downs. Even last year, they made sure they put games away, like the dagger. Now Sirianni, with 17 seconds ago, was like, oh, my studies tell me. By the way, what studies did you do,
He
Nick?
said his analytical studies.
Yeah, the analytics team gave him the numbers on it. And Nick Sirianni's crunching numbers. I mean, come on. He was told this is probably a little bit, tough to score with 17. I don't care. Try. You're going up against the 30th ranked defense. You have Jalen Hurts and AJ who are on a heater yesterday. I don't understand why they don't try to score before halftime. It set the scene for the second half and Dallas to come back. Not good. Let's go to the phone lines here. Chuck in Mount Airy. What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, so listen, 4th and 17 seconds left in the half. And you nail the ball. You would let them nail the ball and go in the halftime with 2 timeouts left. You know what I mean? You're just happy with just a 14-point lead against a team like this, against those suckers. You know what I mean? You lose to those suckers right there. You know what I'm saying? And the penalties, you don't have your team prepared. You know, I was liking Nick Sirianni for a long time, but I'm starting to hate his ass. Because I tell you one thing, man, F them all. F them all. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, F them all because, they don't get it. They just don't get it, man. And, I know they won the Super Bowl last year. I get it, man. But they don't do nothing right. They don't do nothing right. And Jalen Hurts, third and 2, you take a sack. You 3rd and 2, you take a sack right there. I'm watching the game. I'm like, dude, you got to understand in your mind, the most stupidest idiot as a person would say to themselves, I can't take a sack in this position. I got at least it's like a time clock in my head, and I got to run the ball to at least get 2 yards. Can you get me 2 yards? You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to do. You got to run the ball to get 2 yards, or you at least live to see another down. You throw the ball away. It's 4th and 2. You give your coaching staff a chance to go for it. You know what I'm saying? Go for it. It's 4th and 2. You don't take a sack in that position. And then, you go to the guy that steals the ball at the 1-yard line. Oh, my God. He steals the ball. He thinks he's Dion. He steals the ball at the 1-yard line or the 3-yard line, whatever. You know what I'm saying? They teach you in elementary. You let that ball go in the end zone. You know what I'm saying? My wife say, oh, he's hurt. But she like, I said, he should be hurt. I don't give a damn about him being hurt. He was hurt before he caught the damn ball because his brain should have been hurt. And you catch the ball at the 1-yard line. They teach you in elementary, let it go in the end zone. You know, let's do it. I'm telling you, man, this team ain't crap. And I tell you, they don't do nothing right for Tula. What you got? You got that big old play sheet for what? What you got the big old play sheet for? 15 plays. How about 15 plays a game? You know what I'm saying? Then if they run another ball to Saquon Barkley on 1st down, I'm going to die. Everybody know it's coming. You know what I'm saying? Try to throw the ball in the early downs to keep yourself ahead of the chain, jackass. It ain't hard.
Talk about the cuss on there for real.
Well, he's got.
I'm impressed he didn't.
I think everyone out there is feeling what you're feeling today, Chuck. It is all those things you said are right, Chuck. We appreciate the phone call. Chuck's not wrong. We haven't brought up the Gibson one yet. What the hell was he doing? Catching the punt at the 1-yard line. The one.
Yeah, you gotta let that one go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was listening to that one in the car, and I heard him talking about it. Yeah, you gotta let that go, dog.
And then
arrogance. Like the more I'm watching this game, and the more we talk about it, arrogance.
Well, that attitude reflects leadership.
You know what I mean? It's you got your Kelly Greens on. You felt like you're gonna roll out there and just make it happen. And I just want to clarify something. When I said there's a lot there's some common denominators talking about Jalen.
Yeah.
People immediately got upset. And my point was
here we go.
No, and my point is this. They said, well, how you bring up Kellen Moore? What is his record? I'm not bringing up his record. It's more about the execution of the offense and how much different that offense looks. He doesn't have the personnel that we have.
Well, he has a bad team. Yeah,
but it's the execution of the offense. And what I mean by that is if you feel like your team is vanilla, you have to do things to scheme your guys open. And that's one thing that since I've been back here, that we just don't do.
So you're saying the common denominator is the quarterback?
It is. It's the quarterback. It's the plays
and the head coach.
But here's the thing.
I never like taking Sirianni off the hook.
No, I'm not taking anybody off the hook.
But he and Jalen are the common denominator.
And here's the thing. Again, I think back to training camp and all this, the evolution of the offense and how different it looked. Hell, ESP was charting plays and talking about how different it looked, how much they were using more motion, how much they were. Am I wrong in my assessment?
Sounds like you're trying to blame Elliott.
I'm not. See, this is where when we have these conversations, this is where we devolve to.
Well,
Everybody's angry.
Elliott did do his rewatch and gave Jalen a D for yesterday. So if you want to blame Elliott, blame Elliott.
Do you think people were happy with that evaluation?
I'm sure they weren't. I don't think I would have given it a D on only one watch, but it certainly wasn't an A. I mean, the sack was bad on 3rd and 2. I mean, it was bad. I mean, that gave the ball back to the Cowboys. He can't take that sack there. For the most part, I thought Jalen played well early. And then, like the rest of the offense, it just went dull. Isn't that the whole season? Isn't the whole season here with the passing game
disjointed?
One quarter, one half. They have one full game where they've played well with the run and the pass. That was the Giants game here. It's probably the worst. I saw some of the numbers updated because Jahmyr Gibbs ran for like 1,000 yards yesterday.
Yeah, he had a day.
Yeah, I think the Giants now are the worst run defense maybe in the history of the league or in the last 20 years. Like, that's the one game that we looked good on both sides of the ball against a defense that is so bad they're setting records. So it's not like we've ever been consistent. This offense is just up and down. And yesterday,
roller coaster.
They tried to be up for 13 minutes and try to get the hell out of there with a victory. That's why I'm frustrated with Sirianni. Doesn't he know what the rest of us see? Like, we have to get points whenever we can because I don't know if we're getting them anymore. We go 3 and out all the time. They had 7 possessions yesterday, straight possessions at one point in the game without scoring any points. That's the most in the Sirianni era. That's pretty remarkable. Think about the offense they had his first year here. Jalen Reagor was on the field. How do you go 7 possessions yesterday against the Cowboys defense without scoring a single point in a dome?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is crazy. Let's go to Aaron in San Diego. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Aaron. You know what? Shut up.
All right, so listen. We are still Super Bowl contenders. We didn't play like Super Bowl contenders yesterday, though. I mean, that was an absolute travesty. It was a complete team loss from coaches down to practice squad players. We were ready to play, but at some point we lost our way. I mean, we keep talking about this offense and this quarterback, struggling. How can you get any kind of rhythm? How can you get any kind of continuity with your offense when every time you have? I mean, how many yards did we take off the board yesterday? 80, 90 yards because of silly penalties? I mean, they could get no rhythm going with this offense because they're mentally not focused, and that's not, championship football.
Well, and who is that on? I mean, to me, that's on the coach. The coach has to have them ready to go, and they're not focused. And I hear the players after the game telling me we weren't prepared for the Cowboys' looks on defense.
Yeah, that one right there got you.
Of course it got me. What the hell are the coaches doing?
Joe, I can't agree with you more today. I mean, it's almost, and it all started at the beginning of the year when Howie Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie and Nick Sirianni decided to hand the keys over to an inexperienced offensive coordinator. I mean, it's kind of like handing a 16-year-old the keys to a Hellcat or a 700 horsepower, car. It's just going to end bad. It's not going to be. You don't hand the keys to a Rolls Royce to somebody that's inexperienced and doesn't know how to drive.
Well, they did, and now we got to try to get through this thing the way we tried to get through it a couple years ago. I mean, what are we going to do now? Are we taking the play calling away from Patullo tomorrow, before Friday?
No, you can't. You can't. At this point, we're stuck.
You could.
I mean, we whether we like it or not, we are stuck with Kevin Patullo because Nick Sirianni, I don't think he's known as a play caller, so it's not like he can just take over the reins and start calling plays. I think we're in the situation, and if anything, I don't know if maybe Nick Sirianni is kind of pulling the reins back on Kevin Patullo in these game situations where he doesn't want Patullo to make a mistake. Maybe it's time just to let Kevin Patullo do what Kevin Patullo does and see what the outcome is.
Well, I do. I'll say this. I don't know how it works, play to play with those guys, but I do think the overarching, conservative versus aggressive, that's the head coach, right? He's telling them, hey, let's push it here, or hey, let's pull back. So Aaron, a surprisingly decent phone call from Aaron there. Not bad. I think he knew today he couldn't come in with nonsense.
Yeah, he had to drop the act.
Yeah, not today. Speaking of today and nonsense, can we just get this over with? Let's move on. Let's do it, and then move on, and then we're done with it. Cowboy Jim up on WIP.
Let me clear my throat. Sweet Caroline.
No,
what have I done to deserve this?
I'll take the phone call, but I can't do the singing.
No.
So that's strike one. Let's try it again. Cowboy Jim, go ahead.
I'd like to thank Trap Game Joe, Told You So Douglas, and Cowboy Quinn. Hugh Douglas, we are allowed to trash talk. After everything that's going on the last 2 years, give us this.
I didn't do nothing.
Look, we don't
nothing.
believe. We don't believe yet that we'll make the playoffs. I'm only concerned about Kansas City. And why can't you guys give credit
Nobody
to
cares.
the Cowboys? Why can't you give credit to the Cowboys? They scored touchdowns in the red zone. The Eagles are like the best defense in the red zone, okay? They upgraded their defensive line, stopped the run, put pressure on the quarterback. Why don't you just give them a little bit of credit?
They were down 21-0 in the game. You realize that's the story.
Well, that was some mistakes, and I said they're not going to win, with turnovers. They gave up turnovers, but it was an epic comeback with a.
Well, it was a collapse. So, yeah, I saw it more as a collapse, but they played better yesterday. They won the game.
Yeah, where's Merrill's montage today? Come on, let's hear Merrill's montage.
No, we're not doing
and
that.
Maybe having Eagles fans hitting.
Enough.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that was a lot.
I thought we had to be accountable and at least take the guy's phone call. But again, the singing can't happen today. That's egregious. I mean, I can't do that. Junior, down in Texas, but an Eagles fan. What's up, Junior?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Junior?
I mean, we've been saying it all season, but Patullo is so in over his head. I mean, the players are a reflection of their coaching, right? And if the message week in, week out is we need to get better at the little things, we need to get better at the things that don't take talent, and you're the sixth most penalized team in the league, and you drop another 14 penalties on Sunday, you guys aren't getting anybody open. These guys are playing like a high school team that has a bunch of 4 or 5-star recruits, and they're being told, hey, just go play. We're not even going to coach you guys up. You guys are talented enough to go win your one-on-ones. It is the worst thing that I have ever seen. Those last 40 minutes, the worst football that I have ever seen in my entire life.
Well, it was Junior was a disaster class, and they are the reason they lost that game. They took their foot off the gas. They were throwing the ball, Junior, in the first quarter all over the place, getting the ball to AJ, scoring points, and then after they went up 21-0, they ran the ball on 4 of the next 5, to start drives. They couldn't run the ball. They were just going into second and longs for no reason. It was so silly.
It's silly. That's the word for it. It's just absolutely silly. And the last month, it's not just A.J. Brown. And I think we all owe A.J. Brown an apology, if I'm being honest with you guys. It's not just him. The players are starting to take shots at Patullo, too. They're being asked questions about scheme in the postgame, and now they're starting to say, well, that's an offensive coordinator question. That's a KP question. That's a coaching question. Because they know what the actual answer is, but they want to hear it from the coach. They want to hear the accountability from him. But instead, all we get is a bunch of word salad from Patullo and Sirianni trying to explain away these dumb decisions. And I think it's about time for Lurie and Howie to start looking at some outside help. Even promoting that offensive coordinator. What is our quarterbacks coach? I keep forgetting his name.
Scott Loeffler. Loeffler,
there we go.
Yeah, he came from Bowling Green. And when we
had
had Jason Avant on last week, he mentioned when Jason was at Michigan in college, Loeffler was there as part of the staff. So he's known him a long time.
They need to do something to trigger this because, it's clear that Patullo's in over his head. If they're not doing something as simple as scouting out for new fronts, for new acquisitions on the defense that everyone else is seeing, but your players are expected to try to make adjustments mid-game instead of preparing for it, that's just a glaring flag on Patullo right there in the offense. It's a lack of preparation. It's a lack of wanting to adjust during the situation itself. It's just bad. If we don't blow the Bears out of the water this week, I think we're in serious jeopardy of repeating 2023. This loss felt like the 49ers loss from that year.
Yeah, Junior, it's a good phone call. So it's funny, every time 2023 got brought up in the first month of the season, there was a lot of pushback because Vic Fangio's here, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if it's the offense that causes the fall this time versus the defense? Like,
I'm looking at the game.
Is it a good offense or a bad offense we have?
I don't think the offense is complementary to the defense.
It stinks.
Call for what it is. They stink.
I don't think.
Allow me to help you, Hugh.
No, this is my spin.
Good or bad? What is this offense? You got to pick one.
I want spin. I want the truth.
It's bad.
It's not good.
Okay,
but I can't.
I'll take that.
But listen, I can't sit here, and people are going to get mad. But I know we got a hierarchy of who to blame on this.
Well, who do you want to blame?
I don't, man, listen.
Say the name.
Just blame someone.
Say the name.
See, first of all, I'm not going to let y'all with this bully mentality.
Nobody's happy today.
This
so
mob bully mentality.
Say the name. Who's to blame?
Man, I'm looking at this offense is not creative.
I know.
All, but it's always been not creative since I've been here.
So then we point back to?
I think the quarterback has something to do with this, man.
Okay.
Why is this all? Okay, answer me this question. I'm not, and again, because y'all about to make me mad by saying I'm blaming Jalen, but okay, answer me, riddle me this.
Might as well.
Riddle me this, though. Like I said, I could take any clip from any game this year and marry it to a clip from last year or the year before that, and they all look the same. There's no creativity in this offense. So you mean to tell me that is that Nick Sirianni's offense? Is that Kevin Patullo's offense?
Well, it's not Kevin Patullo's offense,
but
right?
That's what I'm saying. But why? Like, that's the thing. We line up and we run plays.
Yeah.
We don't line up. We don't stem anybody. We don't move anybody. The most creative thing we did this year is put another lineman on the field.
And now that's diminished because Pryor is a downgrade from Johnson, who's in for the other Johnson.
The thing that I'm saying is this. At some point, you ever heard of the term scheme 'em open?
Yeah.
Scheme 'em open. We're not that creative. So, okay, here's what I'm saying. If the coordinators have all changed and the offense stays the same, it has to be something with the quarterback.
So I don't disagree with this, and I think they probably think – it feels to me like they think they're limited in what they could do, play-calling-wise, with Jalen. I mean, I think that's –
that's all I'm saying. You can get mad all you want. You can text me and call me all kind. I'm just saying that there's a lack of creativity when it comes to this offense. So who is unwilling to be creative?
All right, so what this points back to? I think we thought last year they had figured out a way, but if their workaround, the run game, it doesn't work anymore, how are we going to fix this? I mean, like that was the big Band-Aid on the passing game last year was, we'll just run it. They can't run this year. The running game is towards the bottom of the NFL. So if they can't run it, they're going to rely more on the pass, and the pass game is just too up and down. It's not good. And then you throw in yesterday, I got players telling me that they weren't prepared for the front of the Cowboys.
That stuck with you. That 5-2.
You know what? Because
that's crazy.
It's terrible on look on Patullo. And again, what is Sirianni doing around here? Aren't you crunching the tape?
What are we doing?
Aren't you watching the tape of the Cowboys to help out your coordinator?
What are we doing?
Maybe you say, hey, Kev, they moved to more 5-2. We got to be ready for this. And then it's on Patullo to get ready for it. It's bad. 215-592-9494 for your phone calls. I think it was on the coaches, Hugh Douglas over here. Blaming
Jalen,
the quarterback.
I'm looking at the lack of creativity.
Okay.
Man.
I want to get to also a few things
Why
said
are we
by the
not that
players
creative?
after the game. I thought were really bad looks. That's the next midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
As the baseball offseason begins, questions remain for the Phillies. Does Schwarber re-sign?
Oh, we'd love to bring Kyle Schwarber back. It's a priority.
Will JT return?
The most prepared guy I've ever been around as a catcher.
Can the Phillies retain Ranger?
What a performance for Rangers, Suarez.
Listen for the latest. All your Phillies offseason happenings happen here.
We'll see what happens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in a group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. I have Detroit over Green Green Bay. I'll take Kansas City over Dallas, and I'll take Cincinnati over Baltimore. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tired of overpaying for employee healthcare benefits? Before you lock in another year of higher rates, explore your options. At Clear Employer Services, we use our comprehensive suite of solutions to help businesses save money, gain more value, and find the right plan for their team, not someone else's. Visit clearsavingsnow.com to see if you're paying too much. No pressure, just clear answers that make sense. Visit clearsavingsnow.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
The Eagles lost to the Dallas Cowboys 24-21. They built a 21-0 second quarter lead and then watched it go down the drain. So the Eagles lose. They are 8-3 and in command of the NFC East. And the next game comes Friday at the Link against the red-hot Chicago Bears. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You guys know I'm a Surfside guy, which means I'm all in. And I don't just drink the product, I have the swag too. Now, you can go to store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Just use code WIP at store.statesidevodka.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code 150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code 150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pleasant with sunshine through the afternoon. High 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, that kind of morning. Maybe people don't want to see Hugh anymore because he blamed Jalen for the loss.
No,
they're mad. They're mad.
I'm just saying that the offense has not blossomed. I know Kevin Patullo is not the greatest offensive coordinator, but I feel like there's a lot of blame to go around on this squad. I mean, hell, I'm gonna stand on. I don't care what they think about.
No, good. You should stand on that.
Well, that's debatable.
215-592-9494. All right. Speaking of saying things you might regret, let's hear it from a couple Eagles after the game yesterday. Didn't love either of these. Let's start with Saquon Barkley. He had a lot to say. He struggled. I mean, he probably had his worst game of the season. When you factor in the fumble with 10 carries for 22 yards. Man, a year ago, we were talking about Saquon Barkley as the MVP of the league. His numbers this year stink. And that fumble yesterday obviously did not help the situation. And then he said this after the game, and I didn't love it.
We made too many mistakes as a whole. Obviously, I had a mistake there. They wanted a little more. So you got to give hats off to them.
Hugh, I felt that watching it, but it's one of those things, maybe you keep that one to yourself. Does that one have to get out, that they wanted it more? I mean, we can't escape the allegations this was a trap game if he's saying the Cowboys wanted it more.
Well, it's the Cowboys. This kind of plays into the whole, it's not that big a deal type situation as well. It's always a big deal when you play the Cowboys, baby. It is. It's just, it is what it is.
We had these guys in the locker room last week.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Not really about us anymore.
Well, the Cowboys felt it because they played like that, man. This was a knockdown, drag out in the first half. And then as the momentum shifted, I'm watching the game. They started doing the Cowboys, started doing something they didn't really have a whole lot of success doing. That was running straight up the gut. Like they were just running straight up the gut.
Javonte Williams hit a bunch of those.
Yeah, they just running straight up the gut because they pounded you into submission. The defense was doing a great job setting the edge, making them bounce it out when they did try to run outside because it was so stout in the middle. Then after a while, they just started being able to run in the middle.
So speaking of wanting it more, I saw a clip this morning. I didn't realize this. That when Gibson fumbled the punt return.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Did you see there was another highlight out there of Sidney Brown destroying a Cowboy on the punt coverage.
He got up and ran.
It was the same guy.
Yeah, got up.
I mean, that speaks to one, too.
Ran down the field. He was getting crushed. He got crushed twice.
And he got up and caused the fumble.
And somebody had that as their meme, like, life knocks you down and you get up and you keep going. But for you to say that, that's telling because as you watch the game and now we get more information, you see that, especially in the second half. They thought they rolled them Kelly Green helmets out there, man, and that was it. That speaks to me of arrogance. That's why, for me, nobody is above criticism in this.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback, the lineman, the running back, everybody gets flamed in this one because you can't allow that to happen. As a leader, you can't allow that to happen.
They took their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
I mean, in every way. And again, and there might be a few teams in the NFL, maybe the Raiders and whoever, like you could take your foot off the gas up 21 and you kind of know it's over. The Cowboys are not good, but they're certainly not that bad. They have a top offense in the league, and the game's in a dome with 40 minutes to go. That was a joke. All right, so I didn't love hearing that from Saquon, but maybe it's a glimpse behind the curtain. We also had this. A.J. Brown held court yesterday, and he did have a big day. First quarter, he had almost 100 yards. He was everywhere. As the game went on, he didn't do as much, but the whole offense didn't. A.J., though, towards the end of his press availability, seemed, I don't know, a little too jolly for me after a loss. Here's A.J.
Yeah, well, the one that you hit the pylon.
That's on
What'd
me.
you think?
That's on me. Oh, I was laughing. I was like, damn, you laughing at me? No, I didn't get my feet down, And like I said, it's simple, but it's something that we all have things in here to work on. So I did the hard part. I just didn't do the easy part. I mean, so.
I don't need the giggles after a loss to the Cowboys.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, but that's what we are. We get mad at everything. I get it.
Hold on. That off the heels of him saying, I don't really care. The rivalry's
No, I
nothing
get
to me.
it. I totally get it.
Yeah, it's all
totally
one big joke. Like, screw you.
Well, no, I totally get it. Totally get it.
Why are we in a good mood after a loss? Because we got the football. I mean, they win the game. He doesn't get the ball, and he's stewing. After they lose the game, but he was a big part of the offense. We're all laughs at the end there. Jason Avant, post-game show, NBC Sports Philadelphia. His thought on A.J. Brown.
It's funny that you see, we lost the game today, but his energy in a loss was better because he got the ball. So it's better in a loss than it is in a win when he doesn't get the ball. And that's something that A.J. Brown has to do, look in the mirror and come up with something, because that right there is not the image that you want in a loss. It's not a good look. And this is me as a friend trying to show him, because you can't always see yourself. But if your energy is smiling and cracking a joke or whatever it may be, not saying you have to be totally down, but have the same or worse energy in a loss.
Yeah, I mean, he's not lying. I mean, I felt when I saw it, there was a little bit of "I told you so" energy.
What is the "I told you so"? I'm
as
curious.
Far as, see, I know how you're looking at it. You're looking at it, hey, I got my catches. That's all that matters. I looked at it more as this is what I was talking about. The chickens came home to roost because we weren't good enough. But I totally get where you're coming from, because for you to be smiling in a situation like that after you lose to the Cowboys or laughing and giggling, that's not the place you want to be.
So multiple things could be true. I mean, ultimately his thought on the offense may be the truth, that they're not good enough.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Most people are not going to, like, when you lose the Cowboys, nobody's thinking about that.
Right.
They're looking at your giddiness and the great game that you had, and yeah, I get it.
Also, there's a feeling, and I have it, that he cares more about his numbers than wins. And if he's going to be stewing after they win games because he didn't, on games he doesn't do much, but giggling after a game where they lost, how does he run from those allegations? Like, how do I watch him this year and think he cares more about winning?
Oh no, he definitely does not read the room well. I mean, I can say that about a few of these cats, but he definitely is one that he doesn't get it. And then when he does get the backlash, he's like, "What did I do?" That's Exhibit A, Exhibit B, C, D, E, whatever, however you want to call it. But that's what that is. But initially, when I saw it, it was more like, I looked at it like he felt vindicated for the way that he's felt over the last few weeks.
So the "I told you so" Douglas element of you.
No, I'm just
understood.
saying.
I get it.
He's just putting himself in the shoes.
I get it.
Well, no, I'm just saying because there was a lot going on in that game.
Yeah.
And again, I can't point to just one thing. Kevin Patullo's a part of it. If you want to say Nick Sirianni is a part of it as well.
Well, he's the head coach.
No, I'm
want to say he's in charge.
Didn't say it to get you all riled up.
Well,
And the quarterback is a part of it too. The quarterback's a part of it as well. Because for me, this offense looks the same as it did when I first got here. Has not evolved. Has not done anything differently than what they've been doing.
Gone backwards.
It has. Well, of course it has. They're worse.
No, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's just like it's. I'm talking about as far as conceptually. I mean, I know we're talking about what they've been doing as far as the numbers and everything, but conceptually, it has not changed. It is still line up and go.
So let me ask you this, because we're doing the blame game thing, right? And you could point out players, quarterback, Sirianni, Patullo. How do you think Howie and Jeff are going to look at this when this thing is over? Let's say nothing changes. They're going to go to the playoffs. They might win a playoff game or two, but this doesn't look like an offense capable of winning the Super Bowl, right? So ultimately, it feels like, unless something changes, they're going to have a hard ceiling they're going to hit at some point, and this issue is going to cost them. What do you think the response is going to be from the front office? Are we going to
something got to give?
Okay, so let's go through that. Are we going to go on the coordinator carousel again? I keep coming back to this, and I know the Sirianni lovers out there get upset when I say this. At some point, doesn't it feel like this doesn't make sense? Like they don't have an offense. They have the offense of the day based on the coordinator. So every year it changes. So my point is, at some point, if we keep doing the up, down, when we get a good one, they leave for a head coaching job. At some point, to Howie and Jeff say, we need some stability at the offense, and we have none.
You know what? and this is how I feel about it, and this is part of the reason why I'm kind of bullish on. I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't think that they feel Patullo as bad as we think he is.
They might not.
I mean, because number one, he's an in-house hire, right? He's been a part of this for the longest time. He's been here since the beginning. So I hear what everybody's saying, but it doesn't feel to me like they feel that's the issue.
Okay, so let's say they don't. I guess I'm trying to get at some point, we keep talking about common denominators. At some point, are they going to change a common denominator to change?
That's like, and again.
Well, then there's three options.
You got the quarterback.
Yeah, it's three options. It's keep changing the coordinator every year. It's change the head coach, which I know comes with a lot of culture stuff, not just the offense, or change the quarterback.
That's the one that really I can't wrap my head around, because Jalen's a winning quarterback. He's a winning quarterback, but when you talk about these offensive woes and the inability for this offense to evolve, I mean, I think he has a lot to do with that.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's talk to Tammy, who's up next on WIP. Hey, Tammy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Tammy, well, we've been better. Today's not that great.
Well, I called because at the beginning of the show, Joe, you said you can't get comfortable watching the Eagles game. I haven't been comfortable watching an Eagles game ever. I don't care if they're 21 points up and it's a 2-minute warning. I don't trust them. I can't ever relax, ever.
Yeah, and Tammy, this particular team is making that even harder on you, I'm sure, because now this is twice. They did this against the Broncos, and now the Cowboys, where they're up, 14, 21, in deep.
Yeah, and you could breathe a little bit.
I know.
You feel pretty good. And
yeah.
You can go get a snack.
Can't get a snack with this team.
You can't. You cannot.
You ain't gonna get no snack.
And Tammy, the hard part is, and I know you say you can't because, but last year's team was such a good defensive running team that when they got a lead, they had the kind of formula they could finish the game and make you feel like, all right, they're going to finish this strong. This year's team, it's like, I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the way.
Exactly. It's just too much.
Yeah,
you need medication to watch these
I
games.
need something. I need a couple drinks, something. Tammy, good phone call. We appreciate it. And I said that because when we go to the playoffs, I look at the NFC. I don't think there are bad teams that are going to make the playoffs. Maybe the 7 seed is going to be kind of fugazi, but think about the top 6 seeds. Are we going to feel? Let's say the Eagles have to play in the first round. Are we going to feel against anyone if they're up 10-0? The game is over. I'm not.
Nah.
We can't run the ball,
especially with the way they've been playing lately. Nah. But they are defending Super Bowl champs.
No,
I don't think anyone really cares about
that. But that team doesn't exist anymore. Because last year's team, if they were up 21-0 on the Cowboys, it would have been 34-7 by the time it was over.
Yeah, they'd have attacked.
Of course they would have. Well, because Saquon would have just run past everyone to finish the game. There's a lot of issues. The biggest thing that, and then
you know what the irony is, Joe? I just thought about it.
What do you got?
Like, AJ probably was laughing because of. He foresaw the Saquon game and some of the stuff that Saquon did. Maybe that's why he was laughing.
He's laughing
because Saquon
that feels reckless.
Well, it's just reckless speculation. It's Monday.
So he foresaw the Saquon
that Saquon wasn't
off?
running. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't think it's a difference between falling off and want to. Want to is different. Like last year, I feel like
want to feels worse to me.
Well, want to. Is when we talk about the guy that was on special teams that fell down and got up, he had want to, because it was something that was pointed out to me last night that Jason Avant said. How many times have you seen? And who was the other guy that we had on the show last year when we was in New Orleans? The quarterback.
We had Dan Orlovsky, Kurt Warner.
Yeah. Listen to them cats talking. He said, "Man, Saquon's not running as hard as he ran last year." I had a friend of mine, Kevin Johnson, played at Syracuse, played with me in Jacksonville. I remember we saw him. He was at Eagles training camp, and unsolicited, he said we were sitting there, and he said, "Yo, he was up. Saquon ain't gonna run like he ran last year." I said, "What you mean?" He's like, "Dude, he got that bread." He's like, the desire. He said he'll be fine, but that desire isn't there. That desire to prove people wrong isn't there. Saquon climbed the highest mountain you could possibly climb last year. He came from a losing squad. He got embarrassed on television, and he won the Super Bowl. He was the talk of the town he was the resurgence, in my humble opinion, of running backs getting the props that they're getting. He was the resurgence of that. Him and Derrick Henry. but to me more Saquon because of how he was on this run to the Super Bowl. And there was a couple plays where Dan Orlovsky pointed out that Saquon was getting tackled by one person. How many times have we seen Saquon get tackled by one person?
Not last year.
Not at all.
Not in the open field.
That's the want to. You know, and it was one play where he said he was to the flat and he ran out of bounds. Then there was one play where he said they needed a first down and it was a one-on-one and the dude tackled Saquon. A little bit different. And that's not me saying that Saquon has fallen off, but that desire might not be what it once was.
All right, so look, I've never played in the NFL, but I would imagine if you don't have that same juice, then you can't play as well. So
yeah, it's different. It's different when you don't have that
physical
juice.
fall off, mental fall off. Either way, it's fall off, right? It's not the same. I mean, that's on the list of problems. It is. If you kind of dissect the Eagles last year versus this year, the biggest fundamental difference is they can't run the football, and that puts more pressure on the pass game, which I think can only be good in spurts. It puts more pressure on the defense, which stood up incredibly well against the Lions and Packers. But I mean, that was not an easy task yesterday. I'm not mad at the defense. I mean, they were part of the blown lead, but I mean, you're asking a lot out of them. They pitch a shutout in Dallas. They got two. Did they get 2 stops in the red zone within the 5? Right? They got the four down stop late in the game. They got the pick early in the game. I know the stats say they got torched yesterday. I thought they did mostly a good job, and the offense hung them out to dry. Let's go to Terrence. What's up, Terrence?
Hugh, Joe, Kyle, what's up, man?
What's going
Terrence,
on, man?
what's up?
Hugh, you know you're my guy, Hugh.
But
we ain't gonna do that today, Hugh. Is Jalen hurt?
First of all, Terrence, I'm gonna let you cook, but I've said from the gate that it's not all on Jalen. But to sit here and think that Jalen doesn't have anything to do with this, I think it's ridiculous. Now the floor is yours.
He do, but I'm about to put some key critical points to who the bigger culprits I think is. To me, I watched Kevin Patullo on that first touchdown that AJ scored. He's hopping around and jumping around like a little damn kid. Like, oh, we got AJ the ball. Sit your ass down, bro. Because you called a horrible game the rest of the game after halftime. I'm watching this guy jump around like an idiot, like he did something. Like a fanboy. Because he got AJ the ball. Like, bro, your calls were horrible the rest of the game. First off, they jinxed themselves coming in the game wearing those Kelly Green jerseys like they're going to kill it, trying to be cute in Dallas. The Kelly Greens are for home Eagles. They're home jerseys. We're on that field. Did you see an Eagle on the football field? I saw a Dallas star on that field. Didn't you guys see that?
I saw the star. I'm with you. Yes, only saw the star.
Yes,
No
guys.
Eagle. No Eagle.
So right now, I told Kyle, and Kyle was like, "Don't really say that right now." We're fool's gold, guys. We're fool's gold because the offense ain't consistent. It ain't been consistent all year. And to me, it ain't 23. But like you said earlier, Joe, our offense is like 23 right now. And I'm telling you right now, this little plain offense that haven't been good all year is going to cost us coming down the stretch of winning these playoff games. We haven't had a complete game all year. You know what I saw last night with the Rams when they got up 21? Guess what the final score was? Guess what it was? 34-7.
Yeah, well, you know what? Here's the reality, and I know people a couple weeks ago did not like when I said the Rams were a tier above the Eagles. The Rams are better than the Eagles right now. If they played right now, the Rams would beat them. I mean, that's now. Hopefully, by the time we see them in January, we have fixed some things. But right now, there is no doubt in my mind the Rams are better than the Eagles. I mean, we just got to deal with it.
One more quick thing, Joe, and this is the other thing I was going to say. You know who's the other culprit on this team that last year they were controlling the clock. He was running hard. You just said it. Mr. Saquon Barkley, Mr. Madden. This year he stinks, man. He partied too much in the offseason and partied up in the Super Bowl. And
now we recklessly speculate.
Oh, you started this.
He partied all year. And it's a little bit of Jalen. It's Patullo too. But these guys are a horrible finishing game. Saquon's been horrible all year. The fact of the matter is Saquon is not running hard. He's not opening up the offense, hitting these holes for the defense. He's not setting the pace for the offense. The defense is not even worried about Saquon no more. He's getting 2-3 yards to carry because he's not effective at all, guys. And I'm sorry, we're not winning the Super Bowl playing like this, guys. We're not. And the same thing that Dallas did to us, other teams are going to try to do it because it's fool's gold. Patullo, adept to the damn defense.
Figure it out. And Terrence, good phone call, boy. People on Saquon now.
Oh no, I'm just saying. Like, listen, man. If we're in a position in a situation right now where we need somebody to blame. We got the pitchforks out.
Well, they blew a 21-0 lead
Yeah,
on the road.
and Patullo to me is the easy scapegoat.
So,
and you, like, for me personally, you got to step back and you got to look at everything. Now, again, I'm going to say it again. This is not all Jalen's fault, but he's a part of it. He's definitely a part of it. And the reason why I think he's a part of it is because when you look at this offense, you can close your eyes and you can show me any season for the last 3 that I've been here. And the offense has not evolved in that sense. When you have a dynamic team like this and you know you got squads that are watching your film, you got to put them little wrinkles in your offense, man. You have to throw those wrinkles in it. You might have a different formation. It might be the same play, but you run out of different formation. We don't do any of that. We're the only team that goes to the line of scrimmage that I see, and nobody really moves. No, there's not a whole lot of movement. There's not receivers moving around. There's none of that. We don't do any of that. We don't scheme anybody open for the most part. That's creativity. Like Jalen, I know this. A lot of times going into a game, the quarterback gets to pick the plays that he likes. Not saying that it's all on Jalen because the Petulo has to still call him, but you lack creativity in what you're calling or what you're dialing up.
That they do lack that.
And the one thing I do know too, real quick, Joe, can't take a sack 3rd and 2.
You cannot. You
can't take that.
Can't do it.
I could have made that play.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
No, today.
No, not this year, Douglas. 215-592-9494. We're playing the blame game today on a Monday after a brutal loss in Dallas. Let's hear from the quarterback on the other side on his worst moment of the game, and I thought a pretty damning comment about the offense and where they are right now. Your phone calls, so you blame the most, coaches or players, as the Eagles get embarrassed down in Dallas, blowing a 21-0 lead. Midday show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they could add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. To make it even better, everyone gets a 50% prop boost to use on their build. All right, here's what I'm going. Let's go with some touchdowns on Thanksgiving here. I'm going game 1, Jahmyr Gibbs. Second game, how about Rashee Rice and George Pickens? And then game number 3, we'll go with Derrick Henry. Grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action. And this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg, visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
How would you like to celebrate the greatest moments in Philadelphia sports history all in one night? This is Ray Didinger, inviting you to join Glenn Macnow, Joe Conklin, and me on December 3rd at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, as we relive the best of Schmitty, Bernie, Dr. J, Jalen, and more. It's the ultimate highlight show. The greatest moments in Philadelphia sports history. December 3rd. Go to the Scottish Rite's website and order your tickets today.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's the Season of Performance event at Elite Acura. Get an incredible leasing offer on the 2025 Acura ADX now through December 1st at Elite Acura.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Richboro, it's go time. This week's Bud Light Eagles Pep Rally is Wednesday night at Big Heads Richboro. Hang with Ava Graham, Swoop, and the Eagles cheerleaders, plus score tickets to the Eagles game courtesy of Bud Light. Wednesday night at Big Heads in Richboro. For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Dear Eagles fans, Toyota's a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles and official automotive partner of the NFL. The Toyota Corolla and all-hybrid Camry make big plays with style and efficiency. RAV4 is a versatile game changer. Highlander's got room for your whole squad. And the rugged Tacoma and Tundra control the line of scrimmage. Visit Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers.
Where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Oh, what a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Black Friday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Black Friday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Stuck in a job that just isn't getting it done? Maybe it's time to go for IT. Whether you're just starting out, switching careers, or a military veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you launch a rewarding career in IT in months. No prior experience needed. Why spend years getting a traditional degree when your future in IT can start right now? Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Your most powerful upgrade? Your career. Go for it. Go for IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Despite multiple deep playoff runs and Super Bowl appearances, the 49ers' first-round draft pick misfires can be brutal. Trey Lance flopped, and now Brandon Ayuk looks like the next big warning sign. Reports say he's played his last game in San Francisco after missed meetings, stalled rehab, and voided guarantees in his contract. Kyle Shanahan admitted he's never seen a situation like this. I'm Maggie.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Listen.
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 Listen. On the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 94.
Completely in the second half of that football game. Where did he come down on the loss? We'll unpack it all. First, let's hear from the quarterback. We haven't heard from him yet today. Jalen Hurts asked after the game about the 3rd and 2 sack which, if they convert that, they probably go down and have a chance to win the game with the field goal late or a touchdown. They didn't. They gave the ball back, and that was it. Here's Jalen on the sack.
The third down sack, what was your perspective on the play, on the final possession?
You like to think, you can will yourself and make something happen. In the end, the opportunity to make a play, it just didn't go our way. But there's nothing more. There's nothing more you can ask for than to have the ball in your hands to go out there and drive and finish the game on your terms. And we had an opportunity to do that, and I didn't do enough. So something I'll learn from and can move forward on.
That play, I watched it a couple times too. It did feel like he locked in on AJ, and then AJ wasn't open, and then by the time he tried to move off that, the pressure was there, and he was done.
Yeah, but you can't lock in.
I know.
On a receiver. You can't. And you have to know in that scenario, you can't take a sack. That's the worst thing you could take in that situation. And the line had some pretty good blocking. The tackle that actually made the play, he got ping-ponged around a little bit, and he made the play. You just can't do that. And you have to know that your sense of urgency has to be a little bit higher than that.
Yeah,
in that situation.
Of course it does. And it's a bad sack. I think for the most part in the last few weeks, he's been better at not taking sacks. He's gotten away from a lot. Last year I thought Jalen took sacks on a way too higher percentage. I think this year has been better overall. That's a bad sack. It is. The offense just went totally ice cold at the end of the game. And then when they had to kind of rev it up again, they weren't ready to do it. So Jalen on the sack. Jalen also was asked about the offense, and this was an interesting response, because it is almost December here, everyone. Thursday is Thanksgiving. The next game is Black Friday. We're going to wake up. It's going to be December here.
Yeah.
Yep. And he's asked, are you surprised the offense is still struggling? Here's what he said.
Are you surprised as an offense at this point that you haven't found consistency week in, week out?
No. We've been here before. We'll figure it out.
Are you surprised
no.
the offense is still struggling? Nope. Hasn't found rhythm. Nope.
That's interesting.
It is.
Because I guess the next natural question is, okay, why aren't you surprised? I know somebody pointed out, I think it was premature in the way he said it, that people were calling out KP, but that was more, I feel like that was more because they were trying to pass the buck as far as.
I don't want to answer the question.
That more is that, but that's telling. If the quarterback makes it sound like, he's frustrated with the offense, and he's a part of the offense. Nobody on this team, to me, has a bigger voice than the quarterback. And if this offense isn't where you think it should be at this point, you haven't acted like that in the last couple of weeks. See, that's why when we all get mad and they get mad at me saying it's somebody else's fault, you're culpable in this situation. It just by the way that you answered that question, you're culpable because you were asked the direct question. You said no, it's not. You are either it's you or it's the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
it's one or the other. But you sit up there every week because you're our conduit to the team. You're our lifeline, and you sat up there every week when AJ was acting a fool, and all the other stuff was going on, and if you're keeping it a bean, you told the company line until yesterday when it got bad. So what does that tell you?
Well, he's frustrated.
Okay, Joe, but you've been okay with it when you were winning, and you made it clear, hey, all I care about is winning.
Yeah.
You didn't complain before.
Well, because that's why the winning thing is a cope. The winning thing, like when you play I made the analogy last week to the Phillies. Imagine if the Phillies kept scoring 1 or 2 runs. We're like, well, they play winning offense. No, they don't. They just have good pitching. Like, why we do this for football but not other sports, it doesn't make any sense to me. The Eagles have a poor offense this year. They don't have a winning offense. Jalen Hurts hasn't played winning football. Their offense hasn't been good enough. Does anyone else feel this way now? Their offense isn't good enough. That's why, when he says things like this, we're coping when we say they win. His job is to score points. The offense's job is to score points. And they only scored on 3 drives yesterday. They had 7 straight drives without points. That's losing football.
It's a lot going on with this team. There's no question about that. And for it to be, I feel like this is almost a blessing and a curse, in a sense, because it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Blessing?
Well, before you jump all over me like a bunch of crickets.
I'm excited to hear how you spin this.
Because now you have to address all the ugliness that's going on with this squad. That's a fact. Because, like you said, the one thing that Jaws told me a long time ago, he said, man, winning is the cure-all for any ailment, winning. So it doesn't matter when you're not winning. So yesterday you took an L. Now you have to sit back. You got to go back to the drawing board. And you have to take a hard look at everything. That's why I said it's not just the coordinator. It's everybody. Everybody has a little bit to do in this.
So we were speaking earlier about what's going to be the response from the team, the franchise, if this doesn't fix, right? If it fixes and they go win the Super Bowl, everyone's happy, right? If they fix it and the way we go, we're all happy. But if it's almost Thanksgiving, they haven't fixed the offense. It's fair to wonder if they're going to fix the offense. And if this is what is the reason they don't win the Super Bowl again or don't get back to the Super Bowl, what's going to be the response? I saw this stat from Shio Kapati, our friend. The Eagles' offense currently ranks 25th in success rate. That is the same rate as the New York Jets. I'm going to say that again. The Eagles rank 25th in success rate. They're producing a positive play on offense at the same rate as the Jets. It's the lowest success rate an Eagles offense has had through Week 12 in 20 years. I wonder how many times an offense is this bad and the coach and quarterback are both back the next season.
No, it's impossible.
Well,
that's going to be impossible.
Well, then they have big decisions to make, or they better figure this out in the next 7 or 8 weeks. All right, let's go to Michael in North Carolina. What's up, Michael?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Michael, what's up?
I just wanted to talk about how Hugh tried to say it's the quarterback's fault for the.
Wait a minute, Michael. I'm gonna let you finish, but Michael,
got him, Michael.
Don't listen. The one thing you're not going to do, I never said it was all Jalen's fault. Jalen's as culpable as everybody else, but I never said it was all his fault. Now you can proceed.
I'm saying when you said he has part of blame, the reason why the offense isn't creative, when it's kind of crazy you say that because when Nick first got hired and stuff, his main thing that he did say about the offense was that it was going to be an offense built around winning matchups, okay? And another thing is, I coach football, and I one thing I do know is offensive coordinators and your offensive guys are the most egotistic guys on the field, and that's including the quarterback. If their offense isn't going well, they don't want nobody else telling them what they should do to get their offense going. And Nick, being an offensive guy, has not given up his offensive scheme not once since he's been here. We've had new offensive coordinators come in. And Shane came in, he gave us a little flavor. Kellen Moore came in, he gave us a little flavor. But when he gets these guys from inside the building, all they have to deal with is Nick Sirianni's playbook that don't got nothing creative going on in it. So to me, you can't try to say, yeah, what quarterback don't want their receivers getting schemed open, wide open? How that make sense?
So answer me this, Michael. Why does this offense looks the same as it did in 2023 as far as the creativity? Because that's what I'm talking about, the creativity.
I'm telling you because it's the same Nick Sirianni offense.
But you just said you just said when Kellen Moore came in here, he tried to run his offense, and they tried to run the offense in the first. Remember the first game in Brazil when they tried to throw the ball? Remember that?
It still looked like Nick Sirianni's offense.
Okay.
Kellen Moore adds a little flavor. He had a little flavor with the motion and stuff like that, but it still looks like Nick Sirianni's offense.
Who do you think right now has the bigger voice in Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts or Nick Sirianni, as far as this offense is concerned?
At the end of the day, it's Nick Sirianni's offense. Jalen Hurts can't be like, "Hey Nick, I need you to scrap your whole."
Do you watch? Like I'm gonna let you talk, Mike, but do you see Jalen Hurts running the offense? Do you remember when it was a couple weeks ago? Jalen said something to the effect that the offense looks like I want it to look. So is that him puppeting what Nick told him to say? Or is that Jalen standing on business, talking about the offense is going to look the way that he wanted to look? So which one is it? Because I do remember him saying that. My fault.
And I remember him saying that too. But the offense is going to look how he wants it to look under Nick Sirianni's offense.
Okay, but it's his offense. So now.
If Nick Sirianni's offense, hold on. If Nick Sirianni's offense is based around 50-50 balls and receivers winning matchups the whole time. And and Jalen is a guy that now he doesn't want to turn the ball over like that, which I can accept and I could deal with that. He's just doing what he could do under this offense. Now, if Nick's offense scheme more people open. And
Mike,
it was a little
are you the
more
offensive?
creative.
I can't let you long talk, but are you the offensive coordinator?
No.
You're not, because I was about to ask you, because this is what I don't know. When you're a quarterback, doesn't the quarterback pick the plays or help pick the plays that he feels is going to be more effective in a game?
He's still picking from.
I'm not. Listen, I didn't ask you to argue with you. I asked you because I didn't know.
Yes.
So,
yes. You know they do that.
So with that being said, is it fair for me to say that Jalen has a say in what this offense looks like?
No, because
Mike, listen, Mike. I appreciate the grown folks conversation, but if we're gonna do that, man, we can't move the line. We cannot move the line. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you again. So if Jalen is in the offense, he has a say in what they run, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the last couple of weeks when they were winning, it was cool, right?
No, the offense still needed help.
See, Mike, see this is where we can't have grown folks conversations because, like I just said, listen to what I'm saying, Mike. When the offense was winning, Jalen said the offense looks like I want it to look, right? He said that, right?
It looks like he wants it to
all right, then, Mike. Whatever you say, dog. No, you got it. I'm gonna let you finish talking. I'm done talking. You got it. I'm not gonna cut you off. You got it. I'm just done talking.
All right. Answer this for me, right?
I'm not answering nothing because you ain't answering none of my questions.
You go into a restaurant, right? You go into a restaurant. They got a menu. They got burgers. They got pizzas. You gonna go in the restaurant and ask for a sub too? They don't have that. So if Nick Sirianni's office doesn't have some of these creative things that we need to produce, how can he ask for it? And Nick don't want to do it. It's obvious he don't want to do it. It's every year.
All right, Michael, I'm angry at the coaches too today. Can I throw a little monkey wrench into your analogy because I think it's an interesting one. Let's say the menu's limited, or you don't love the menu, and you got to pick something off the menu. Right? This is the best we got. This is what we got in the kitchen. Maybe part of that is one of the chefs doesn't excel at making certain kinds of dishes. So that's what they think is the best menu to put out for this particular team. I don't think you're wrong in that Sirianni is not the brightest bulb when it comes to offense. I also think it's enough time with enough coordinators, to Hugh's point, that maybe there's certain things Jalen doesn't like or do well, so they're not in there.
Man, listen, here's the thing, Mike, which you refuse to answer. Every team has a defense that they run, right? And every offense has plays that run successfully against said defense. So all I'm saying is this. Even if Jalen is not calling all the plays, he gets to pick the ones that he feels will work well for him in that game. But all of a sudden now, when they lose, he's not culpable. Like everybody, I'm not saying that he's the only one. Everybody's culpable in this. But what you're not going to do, and this goes for you and anybody else that want to sit here and act like Jalen ain't a part of this, then you're ridiculous. And you're not about to beat me up about it. You're not, because he is a part of it.
No, he's a part of it, but you're not screaming loud about Nick and his offense, and everybody want to say Kevin Petula. And don't get me wrong, Kevin Petula can't call a swing of a game to save his life for real, but he calling it with trash. This offense is so outdated.
So again, I ask you, between Kevin, if that's the case, Mike, if between Kevin Petullo and Jalen Hurts, who you think has the most pull to say, hey, this ain't working? Who do you think they listening to? Who do you think the owner listening to if he goes up there and say, hey, man, this offense is trash? You think he listening to Kevin Petullo?
Not a leader, though. Your leader you're 8-3. Your leader's not going to go to the.
See, listen,
to the
this is the thing, Mike. You can't be a half-ass leader in my book. If you're going to lead, you lead all the time. And yesterday, when he said, hey, you got to ask somebody else or whatever he said, that's not being a leader. Flat out
to fire the head coach and we 8-3.
Now you didn't took it too far. You was arguing about me putting the blame on Jalen. I said he was culpable in this. Now you just switched it to something else.
No, because you said Jalen can go to the owner and complain about the offense.
Hell, everybody goes to the owner and complain about everything. Why can't Jalen do it?
He could.
What are you talking about?
He's the quarterback. He's the leader, my guy. He's not going to be the one to try to blow it all up.
Okay, listen. And this is, I know this for a fact. This ain't the last thing. It's the last thing when I say it is. Here's the truth, Mike. If there was something wrong with this team, or if Jalen felt like something was wrong with this team, you don't think the owner would listen to him? You don't think he would have sat up there and said, hey, Jalen says this going on. He's culpable because he was cool with it.
Okay. This is my last thing I want to say. I watched a press conference where Ben Johnson, they asked Ben Johnson, why don't you why don't this offense have any 50-50 balls, and why don't we do that type of stuff? Ben Johnson says, yeah, my offense is about scheming guys open.
Yep.
I don't like that 50-50 stuff. Okay? So if your coordinators and a good one like Ben Johnson got it in his mind we're scheming guys open, we don't want to do 50-50 balls all over the
and Michael,
field.
I agree with you on this. I caught that too. But you know what?
Come on.
But hold on.
You
But
gotta be
Michael,
come on,
that's fine. But the organization has Sirianni as the coach, and they let him pick the coordinator. So we could yell about this. They put him in place. They created this. A quarterback that is good but has some limitations or some parts of his game he's not great at. A head coach who, again, it's like we won the Super Bowl, so we kind of pushed away all the things that we wonder about Sirianni. Yesterday, this week, over last week, is the culture great around here? Nah. Are they disciplined? Nah. Are the in-game decisions good? Nah. Remember when we went back to a couple years ago, what do you do around here? Like this past week, what do you do around here, Nick? And the coordinator that you picked, Sirianni got to pick his own guy. He might be just a total fool. So, it's a combination of things. I don't think he was crazy to point out Jalen's culpability within the offense. I mean, I don't think you're crazy to point that out. It's part of the whole pot.
It's everything, man. And here's the thing. You can't cherry pick what you want to be upset about. That's my whole thing. You can't cherry pick and say, when you look at the list of people to blame, Jalen might not be at the top of the list, but Jalen's on the list.
Well, he's a quarterback.
He's on the list. He's on the list.
Yeah.
And one thing that I do know, and Mike Good call. I mean, I hope you don't think we got all.
I enjoyed that.
No, but here's the thing. One thing I do know, and I never played offense. You can't take a sack on 3rd and 2. Can't do that.
It's a bad one.
That's a bad look. That's a bad look. Now you came out throwing the ball earlier, but you had no answer for it late. So you're a part of that. Like whatever plays y'all picked or whatever you didn't know, you have to be able to adjust to that. I've seen quarterbacks on the sideline that have cursed out the offensive coordinator. Like, what are you calling? And they went renegade and called their own plays. So to sit there, here's the problem that I have. You can't have Jalen be the leader one moment and then say, well, Jalen's just doing what he's told the next. A leader's a leader. And I like how y'all like to split hairs when it comes to using that word, but damn it, a leader's a leader. A person, if he sees something's wrong, he's going to say something about it regardless to who it affects, because that's what leaders do. You can't lead when it's convenient. You know what I mean? And then pass the buck when it don't go your way.
The problem with where we are with this offense is what's next now, right? Like for everyone out there that wants Petula
So I say
gone.
it's a blessing in disguise.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's
because now you got to have a come to Jesus.
Well, okay,
moment.
but let's just play this out. And that's what I was talking about a little while ago. Let's say everyone gets their way and they get Petula the hell out of here. Guess what we're doing next year?
Get another offense coordinator.
Get the graphics up. Jalen's 1 millionth coordinator in the last million years.
This is the thing. This is where I'm at with it, because we've had all these different coordinators, but we still sputter at the beginning of the year. We still have moments where the offense looks disjointed.
Yeah.
No matter who's the coordinator. And if you're being honest with yourself, you saw it last year with Kellen Moore. You saw it the year before with Brian Johnson.
But last year they had the defense and the running game. Got to get out of jail free card.
But it was still the same.
I know. The passing game
was still the same thing. So what's going? Okay, since we don't want to say Jalen's the issue. Well, Nick Sirianni, they paid him. They gave him some more money. He must be doing something right. Must be doing something. But at some point, this offense needs to evolve. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, well, it does. And that, I think everyone is involved in that. The coach, the coordinator, the quarterback. It's not evolving. And you look at other teams. I mean, watch the Rams play. They're evolving by the week. They have gotten better since they left here in September. Our offense has not gotten better. It's why we're here. I think the only way to go after that conversation is Caleb in Delaware has reckless speculation. That's right up to Douglas's alley.
What's going on, fellas?
Caleb, what's up?
Hey, hey, listen. So I think people misunderstanding what you're saying here. I think when you let off, everybody is thinking you saying that Jalen Hurts is the main issue. I think that's what the misconception is today. But allow me to
welcome to WIP.
Respectfully. So for weeks we've been hearing everybody talk about the scheming and play calling and things like that, and nobody wants to really say that it's about Kevin Petula because of what we know the issue to be between Jalen. So I got a question for y'all. What is the responsibility of the passing game coordinator?
The passing game coordinator. See, that's a good question.
Well, that was Patullo's role for 5 years
that's
before.
A good question. Don't
So
know.
that's why I'm going that way. So when you hear everybody say the only thing that's been the common denominator for the last 3 years has been Jalen and Nick Sirianni, well, we had the running game look pretty good off and on within them last 3 years, but Kevin Patullo has been the passing game coordinator.
Yeah, Caleb, it is fair to bring up he's been here, right? He didn't come out of nowhere. He's been the passing game coordinator, and it's been 3 years where it's not been consistently good. It hasn't.
Right. So for me, I don't think Jalen's exempt of anything. I think if you want to blame everybody, blame everybody. And this is one of the games where you could blame all phases of the ball. We wanted a complete game. Well, this is a complete blame. So I feel like everybody deserves blame. But what I'm saying is, lately, Jalen's been intentional on saying, I've been running the plays that's been called, and it comes down to execution. Even with Landon Dickerson saying, and a couple other linemen said, well, when we get into the game, the defense that we practice for, we're just not seeing that. That becomes preparation.
Yes,
I mean, we get it. They got to execute. But
Caleb, I agree with you. And when I heard Dickerson after the game yesterday say that they didn't get enough looks against the 5-man front in practice, it's on the coaches. I mean, the coaches need to prepare them for what the defense is going to throw at them.
And what I feel, I'm gonna leave y'all with a little funny analogy. I'm gonna try to get it out, and it don't have nothing to do with nothing. Like always, you know, I'm like,
that's like our
they
show.
say vice president, self-proclaimed vice president of the Reckless Speculation Club. I want to take that title, but.
Okay.
Everybody, you know, Thanksgiving coming up, we're going to be playing spades a lot. You know, a lot of household play spades. And to me, Patullo is the guy that has all the trumps in his hand, but once he run out of spades, he doesn't know where to go. And anybody that plays spades know that the game of spades is not necessarily about spades. Anybody can, you know, my uncle would tell me, a monkey could play ace. You know what I mean? So it's like, once he throw all his trump out, he doesn't know how to maneuver within the game.
Strategically, he doesn't know how to play strategically. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? It's a game within the game, and I feel like Kevin Patullo can come out and say, all right, you know, if you deal me 7 spades, I know I got more spades than everybody at the table, but if I start cutting books and I'm still left with a couple cards at the end, where do I go from there? How do I make sure my partner can get in and get his books off? How do I make in-game adjustments? And I think that's what the problem is. I think everybody's been coming out saying play calling and scheming, and to my knowledge, I don't think Jalen Hurts is in control of scheming. But one last thing for that 3rd and 2, he's not supposed to take that sack. But we beat him up for weeks on end about him not locking in on AJ being his number 1 read. When he locked in on AJ and AJ wasn't open, it's too late to turn around and go to Goddard. We've seen Goddard, but it's like he didn't want to make his own adjustment and say, you know what, I'm not going to AJ, I'm going to Goddard, because we just beat him up about that the last 3 weeks. So,
it is ironic. The
again,
game,
he's not exempt. Yeah. He is not exempt at all. He is not exempt. But I feel like he's not at the top of the list of things to blame.
I agree. Caleb, good phone call.
No, he's definitely not at the top of the list, but he's definitely on the list.
Sure, they all are. It is ironic that yesterday he did have a good day, him and AJ, and then he tried to go to him on the last play, and it led to a sack. That part is ironic. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, on the other side, speaking of Patullo, some strong commentary here from our guy Ruben Frank last night on the coaching of this football team. And a big change he predicts will be made by Friday. You're not going to want to miss that. That's next. Midday show as we play the blame game after a blown lead against the Cowboys on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. So tonight we got a barn burner. We got Carolina. We got San Fran. There's a lot going on that Carolina side. Cade Mays, he's out with ankle. He's the center. Trayvon Wallace, he's out. Linebacker, got a shoulder. It's a whole lot of people out, man. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Carolina, but I will tell you there's one bright spot for Carolina right now. Bryce Young, that's the guy that I, remember when Tyrese Maxey took his girlfriend and, he kind of fell off a little bit. Now he's bouncing back real good right now. He was 31 for 45 last week. Threw for 448 yards and 3 touchdowns. How amazing is that? And San Fran on the other side of the ball, Brandon Ayuk. Man, don't know what's going on with this cat. He's the wide receiver. He's on the PUP list. Something happened. I don't know. He didn't walk away from like $25 million. He ain't even been to work and none of that stuff. So I don't know what's going on with that cat. But anyway, Brock Purdy. Last week, he had a pretty decent week. 19 for 26, threw for 200 yards, 3 touchdowns. So this is going to be the battle of the quarterbacks. And if you want my opinion, I think I'm going to go with the Carolina Panthers on this one. Commander Tans. With football in full swing, you guys have heard me talking about my partnership with Fanatics Sportsbook and their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. There's no better place to bet than with Fanatics Sportsbook, and Sunday afternoon proves my point. Tampa Bay at Los Angeles. Star quarterback goes down, boom, in the second quarter with an injury. Comes back into the game, but he re-injures himself on the last play of the half. Fanatics Fair Play voided all pro player prop bets across straight parlays and same-game parlays instantly. Some books protected your bet from just the first quarter. Some do nothing at all, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets every football game day. I got the numbers right here to prove it, people. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy save 30% of all SGPs. Don't wait for the bad beat with other books. Bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Turkey Bowl 7 is set.
Audubon High School and Haddon Township High School.
Audubon versus Haddon Township are ready to face off on Thanksgiving Eve. Listen as Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie provide the play-by-play with Devin Caney and Taryn Hatcher on the sidelines.
It is a touchdown.
Turkey Bowl 7. Wednesday, November 26th, starting at 6. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And powered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in a group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. I have Detroit over Green Bay. I'll take Kansas City over Dallas, and I'll take Cincinnati over Baltimore. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We're hurting today.
Yeah, I get it, man. You gotta be honest though. Some of y'all don't like honesty.
Well, and you know what? The best days to be honest are days like today, because that was a joke yesterday. 21-point lead, and the Eagles don't score for the final 41 minutes of the game.
The drop the act Monday.
It is.
Drop the act.
On everyone. I mean, well, you just pick whoever you want to drop the act on. I mean, I think the coaching staff yesterday, they got outcoached. I mean, they got outcoached by Brian Schottenheimer. I mean, that wasn't McVay on the other side. Like, it wasn't McVay. It wasn't Shanahan. It wasn't Andy Reid. Brian Schottenheimer. And isn't Eberflus on the other side? We got shut down by Eberflus. 41 minutes of no score against Eberflus.
I don't know if we got shut down by Eberflus.
All right, well.
We shut ourselves down.
We shut ourselves down.
That's what we do.
But you should be able to score touchdowns at will against Eberflus's defense.
Hey, man.
You'd think.
You would think.
Not this offense.
No. All right, can we hear from, usually we hear from Lane Johnson after games, but he's out, so Fred sliding in for Lane. Fred Johnson, look, I think Fred was ready for the task of filling in for Lane. I'm not sure he's up for the task of being asked questions post-game about what's wrong with the team. That takes a little experience. Here's Fred Johnson on, hey, why can't you guys run and pass the ball?
What's keeping the run game from getting going?
I'm not the coach.
I'm not the coach.
Well, because he don't know, more so that is, like, I know what people hear, they hear an indictment, but it's more so they don't want to give anybody nothing. They don't want to give anybody any bulletin board material. You be like, hey, dog, don't ask.
I also think that's a tough spot for Fred.
Yeah,
he just became a starter.
He's like, hey, dog,
hey, Fred, what's wrong with the oven? I don't know.
Hey, ask Patullo. Let him answer that question.
Well, I don't know. Well, we'll hear from Patullo later this week, but we did hear from Ruben Frank after the game. NBC Sports Philadelphia. Ruben's seen many Eagles offensive coordinators, the good ones, the bad ones, whatever the hell Patullo is right now, but Ruben's ready for a little change here. Here's Ruben Frank on the Eagles offensive coordinator situation.
It's inexcusable, and I mean, you can point to a lot of different things. You can't score 21 points on your first 3 drives and not come close to scoring again. They score one more touchdown, they win the game. Kevin Patullo, I don't know how you can let him continue calling plays after this. Their last 8 drives, they didn't score. They had 6 first downs, and 100, and I'm sorry, I'm doing the math in my head right now, 111 yards. Had 196 yards on the first 3 drives and 21 points. Didn't come close to scoring again.
Not only 1 first down on the 5 drives after their last score,
yeah, and then
one first down.
And then they had 4 on the last couple. They moved the ball a little bit, but I just don't know. In fact, I think I said it when it was 21-21. I said, Kevin Patullo shouldn't even be calling plays the rest of this game. He's not giving this offense. And look, he's not the only problem. I mean, he is not the only problem, but he's the constant on this offense. He's the one thing that I don't think it can be fixed.
Well, we're getting late for him to fix it. He's an inexperienced coordinator. And part of me wonders if he has too many voices in his head. Sirianni's got to say. Hurts has got to say. I mean, you got AJ barking on press conferences and social media every week. He's got to say. I mean, you've noticed the last 2 weeks they've gotten the ball to AJ a lot. They're not really scoring any more points. How many points have they scored the last 2 weeks? 21
yeah,
and
ain't been a lot.
What was it? 16 against the.
Yep, and 10.
Yeah, so great. All the ball goes to AJ the whole game. We don't score any points. Wonderful combination there. Ruben also went on to say this. Obviously, there wasn't a change yesterday we know of, but what about by Friday before they play the Bears?
How do you watch that game and not make a change? You know what? I'm going to say he will. I'm going to say tomorrow he's going to tell. Well, he probably won't tell us. We'll see somebody else holding the play card on Friday. I think he's going to make a change. I don't think he has a choice. Look, you made the point the other day. He's done it twice. Once it worked great. Once it was disaster.
All right, so what he's speaking about there is 2 times in his tenure he has changed play caller or coordinator in the middle of a season. His first season, he was the play caller. Sirianni called it himself, and he handed it over to Shane Steichen, and away the Eagles went for the next year and a half, and they made a Super Bowl. The second one he's referencing was a couple years ago when he took away the defensive play calling coordinator role from Sean Desai, handed it to Matt Patricia, and then it just got worse. Hugh, your reaction to the idea that Sirianni should take away play calling from Patullo, and then obviously, depending on how you react to that, we got to figure out, then who calls the plays?
I don't think that's going to happen. That's a bold statement by Rube. Rube's plugged in. And as bad as it looked yesterday, I don't see that happening. And that's not me saying because it doesn't need to happen. I think that they're dug in. I think that, when you make moves like this and you hire from within and you co-sign for a guy, because that's what Coach did. He co-signed for him. You don't pull him. And this offense has been inept all year long, but I don't think they pull him.
So my first instinct was they're probably not going to do this. And we are at noon today, and obviously nothing's coming out. We'll see what happens between now and Friday. But when Ruben went through that, it did make me think, this is year number 6 of Nick Sirianni, right? Or five. This is year number 5. In 2 of the previous 4 years, he has pulled the plug on a play caller, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the first time it was himself, which I guess is an easier plug to pull because it's just you. But then he did it to Desai. I mean, in half of his seasons,
he
has changed.
That defense.
Well, hold on. Is this offense way worse than that defense?
No, you're right. I mean, I get it, but that defense, like that was surprising. And then you hear the stories coming out about that whole situation and how it went down and how what's his name got the job?
Patricia.
Yeah, it was crazy. That was crazy.
I don't think it's a crazy thought that
this
they
is
could
boy
change.
though. Like Desai wasn't his boy.
Well, okay, but let's give an example in the NFL right now. Dan Campbell, Johnny Morton was his boy. He was there with him in Detroit. He brought him back to be the coordinator. And what was it, 3 weeks ago? He took the play calling from him. He took it. They've had 2 good games, 1 bad game. So we'll see what happens with the Lions. But we just saw that.
Well,
sounds like Kyle thinks that this might happen.
Well, I'm going to say something brave yet controversial.
Here we go.
Let Nick try again. I mean, look, it can't be worse. It can't be worse. And look, I know. Trust me, I know. But think about the best case scenario here. If you do find something, we don't got to do this stupid new OC, new play caller thing every year.
Yeah, we're off the escalator of
That's
nonsense.
the most ideal scenario here.
I know.
I'm not saying I'm confident that he'd be good at it. Can't be worse though. Can't be worse. Why not give it a try?
Hugh, who should call the plays Friday? Nick, Patullo, Jalen, the fans from the crowd?
I think Patullo's going to beat it. He's going to get one more. He's going to get one more crack at it. Because see,
I think I'm done.
No, seriously. You know what this is, people? Like, there's a lot at play here, and I think that cooler heads will prevail. Number one, it's the Dallas Cowboys.
Should cooler heads prevail? We lost to the Cowboys.
Well, it's
this
the
is
Dallas,
the week to scream and yell. You heard Chuck earlier.
Let's keep it a bean. It's the Cowboys. We lost to the Cowboys, and they reared their ugly heads after this win. Like that's why it feels so bad. So now we're being hyperbolic and knee-jerky in all of our reactions to everything that's going on. So that's that.
I don't think so. We just want everyone fired.
But that's a little knee-jerky. And when you look at it, this offense is no different than it's been all year long. This is just the wake-up call. Hopefully this is the wake-up call that changes some things.
Yeah. And I know there's Scott Loeffler.
Yeah, who's the quarterback
That
coach?
idea. At least Hurts and Sirianni have familiarity.
Which is what Campbell and Goff had familiarity because Campbell called plays for a brief period in his early days. So there's something there.
I'm just saying.
You know what? It would streamline our anger though.
Yeah.
Right? Like then I would.
Right.
I'd be able to say Sirianni's a clown.
You find out.
I mean, it would if he calls the plays Friday and they score 7 points. That's easy. It's easier for us.
If nothing else, don't you get some at least more answers?
You do. I mean, you do.
And see, that's the thing. Like, I'm sitting up here recklessly speculating. I just feel like there's a lot of people to blame in this. Just not one person. I think that for a lot of people, because I got a text last night, people talking about fire Patullo. I don't know if it's all on him. Like, he's part of the problem. I don't think it's all on him. So there's that.
Yeah, there is only so many levers they could push at this point of the season, right? Like
And you don't want to be, and again, you don't want to be too knee jerky because this is what this feels like today.
Well, and then you could go back to 2 years ago because Hugh, that didn't work. I wonder if it would prevent him from doing it this time, right? Because they tried that with Desai and Patricia.
It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't the Dallas Cowboys. If we lost, say, if we flipped them and lost Friday to the Bears, no, we probably would still be mad, but not as mad as losing to the Cowboys.
Yeah, see, I think the Cowboys is a big part of why everyone's angry today, but it's also a continuation. There's been a lot of people out there the whole year have been like, this offense is the problem, but they kept winning, and now
see, that's the
we
thing,
can't
Joe.
ignore it anymore.
See, that's the thing, and this is where I'm at with this because, again, we lost to the Cowboys, and the first thought in everybody's head is Kevin Patullo, he's garbage, right? But if you're being fair, even though the messenger was not the right guy to send the message, AJ's been talking about this for weeks.
Yeah, so he's been garbage the whole time, is what you're saying. Just now we're mad.
But here's where I can only and again, folks, I can only go by what's being told to me. They didn't have a problem with Patullo when he was calling plays early on.
The players, you mean?
Players didn't. Because they co-signed him. AJ talked about how much he loved him and how So I don't know if it's all him. And then on top of that, the reports that came out a week ago.
Well, the Jalen stuff.
Yeah. So I feel like it's a little bit of everything. That's why I'm not just locked in on one person. Because I feel like it's a little bit of everything and that's why I also feel like this happened at the time it probably should have happened. This is coming off the heels of the whole AJ Jalen thing. It reached its peak. We didn't think that this was a trap game. Well, we were wrong about that. It was a trap game.
Well, I mean,
so you have to step back. Well, you taking your victory lap now, but you just got to step back.
No one thought it was a trap game. I sat here all Friday and said it was.
You just got
to tell you it was a trap game.
You just tried. What you mean? You was with me, weren't you? You were with me.
Well, that was Friday, Kyle.
Tuesday, Kyle was with me. By Friday, that changed.
But that's why I feel like it's just not one thing. And right now, because it's the Cowboys and you lost to the Cowboys, it's easy to put Kevin Patullo's head on a pike.
Well, he belongs there. So does Sirianni. They all do. That was a joke. Let's go back to the phone lines. Nick in Riverside is up. Hey, Nick.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Nick, we're trying to get by. I mean, today's not an easy day.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I don't think you can point the finger at one person, to be honest. I think you got to point it at the entire team. I think you got to point it at the coaches as well. I don't think you can point it at one person. It's hard to point it at one person.
Well, they all contributed. I mean, when you have that many, you have 14 penalties. You have,
and I was just about to say, I was going to go with Merrill as well when he stated about the penalties. I was going to say that as well.
Well,
penalties.
14 is an insane amount of penalties to have in a game. I mean, you're asking to lose the game that way.
Yes, that's ridiculous, man. 14 penalties is crazy. Yeah, that's horrible. And Patullo, that's everyone wants to call out Patullo. I don't know. I think at a certain point, don't you gotta let something develop? Don't you gotta let it develop?
Nick, it is a fair thing to bring up because every time we struggle with a coordinator, we want to let him go. And then we have a good one and someone takes him away to become a head coach like Steichen or Kellen Moore. So if we keep this pattern, we're never going to have any consistency at offensive coordinator. I mean, there is a thought like Patullo's a first-year guy. They believed in him. Let him ride this out and let him grow.
I was going to bring up Kellen Moore as well because when we had Kellen Moore, he had to go. He had to go to the Saints, and it was very unfortunate in my opinion. And now you got Kevin Patullo, and everyone's calling him out, and it's like, don't you got to let it develop? You're still 8-3 at the end of the day.
It is funny, and Nick, good phone call. What was it last week? The NFL, I think it was NFL Network. Tom Pelissero put out a list of future head coaching candidates.
Wasn't his name on the list?
Kevin Patullo was on the list.
Yeah, I mean, and then it makes you kind of wonder, what if what we see here in Philadelphia is a reality? See, I'm here to ask the tough questions.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I'm here to ask the tough questions.
Larry
man.
King Douglas over
no,
here.
because a lot of times, man, we don't like to get all the information. See, I'm an information gatherer. I like to,
that's
your
okay.
hallmark. I like to grab all the information and then I like to recklessly speculate.
Yes. I told you, you're the modern day Larry King.
I'm just saying. Because listen, we were 8-2. Now we're 8-3.
Yeah, you got to get in your head. We're 8-3 now.
But to put him on the list, the way that we feel about him in Philadelphia obviously isn't the way that they feel about him in the National Football League.
So what do you think that's saying? That they look at what he does here and this is the best you could do with that group?
No. So you're asking me? Because now this is my chance to recklessly speculate.
I'm teeing you up.
Y'all going to get mad when I say this, but
I'm not going to get mad.
Maybe he's getting all these kudos because he's working with Jalen and Nick. Maybe that's the case. Recklessly speculating. Maybe, just maybe, Jalen's hard to work with. Maybe. Now I'm about to let me pick up my phone. My phone about
you
to
should
blow up.
put that phone away.
I'm just saying, dog.
Put that phone away.
Saying. Maybe hard to work with, dog. Maybe hard to work with.
Yeah. Let's go to David in Westchester. What's up, David?
Hey, Joe. Hey, Hugh. How you guys doing?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
David. What's up?
I'm sad. Let me first say, I can't believe, huh?
No, just how blunt you were. I'm sad.
But the Bucky's bathroom attendant over there, I can't believe he blamed Jalen for all this.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's just nuts.
David,
I'm shocked.
Guy is unreal. The Bucky's bathroom attendant.
First of all, I never blamed Jalen all the way, but he is culpable in some of this. You do know that. You do realize that, right?
Well, but what you got to look at, you is I'll recklessly speculate. I can't believe I actually use that now. That's also nuts. But it starts at the top and works its way down. It works its way down to Jalen. Now, as Joe pointed, he's working from a limited menu. This guy's just he's so unprepared and so unimaginative in his offensive play calling. He's got to go, and I don't care who you replace him with. Let's try somebody else. And if that don't work, okay, let's try somebody else. We've seen this before where Nick picks his people and it doesn't work.
Yep.
And what do you think with like Howie Roseman? This team is a great team. It's got great players, but they're not playing like a great team. How do you think he feels watching this dreck that this guy's putting out and going, what's he doing with my team? I mean, why doesn't he get involved? Because he's also culpable because he's letting it happen. And you can't let it just run the course and let this guy develop because you don't have time for that crap. You got to get it fixed now before you go into the playoffs because it's going to be like the Phillies all over again. They're just going to crap the bed and you're going to be like, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. Well, you know what? We've seen it coming all year and nobody does anything.
Yeah, we're all seeing it coming now. David, it's a fair question because if I'm Howie, I'm very frustrated. David, good phone call. I mean, in 2022, they got to the Super Bowl. 2023, the defensive coordinator issues and defensive issues ruined that season. They collapsed. And maybe you could throw the Brian Johnson offensive coordinator thing in. Last year, the run game and defense led the way, and they won the Super Bowl. This year, it feels like 2 of the last 4 years, this thing is being derailed by things that they just made a mistake on. I mean,
you're talking about the offense coordinator hiring him,
and then 2 years ago, the defensive coordinator and both coordinators. It's like when they have the right coordinators, this thing flows. When they don't, and that's you could say that as I'm defending Hurts and Sirianni, but also it's partly an indictment on them. They need help. They need help.
See, I don't look at it as defending or bashing anybody, because at the end of the day, what you always say, Joe, is the number on the front of the jersey, not on the back.
That's right.
So it's about the Eagles, the name, whatever. So I'm looking at it and I'm trying to figure out, okay, why is it the same? Because the NFL is evolution to me. When you talk about, we talk about the beginning of the year and all these different quarterbacks that had different coordinators that seemed to, at some point at the beginning of the year, look different than they did the year before.
And trends change quickly. You got to be ahead of things.
And for whatever reason, this team is slow to change, or this team is slow to move on to what's hot in the NFL. You know what I mean? And that's okay. So now, who's that? Like, where does that lie? I don't know. But to sit here and say it's all one person or the next person, I don't think that's fair. Because if I'm Jalen, let me give you a story. I remember my first year drafted. I was with the Jets, right? And I remember it was a preseason, and I remember saying to Coach Kotite, this does not feel right. We don't work hard enough. And him looking at me and saying, hey, you know, it'll be better. It'll be okay. It wasn't okay, Joe.
It wasn't.
That's why when I say he's culpable, listen to what I'm saying, people. If you're a leader, and I'm not, and for y'all that want to split hairs and not be smart enough to listen to what I'm saying, I'm not saying Jalen's not a great leader, because I think he is. But there's been times, especially this year, where he picks and chooses, to me, where he wants to lead. And yesterday, when he said what he said about KP in this offense, that passed the buck to me. That was passing the buck, because you were adamant early on when the success was all there, when you said something to the effect of, the offense is going to look the way that I want it to look.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Why did it look like that yesterday?
Is that the way he wanted to look? I'm
That-
sure.
Am I wrong?
Well, no, it's like
in asking that question.
It's like when I bring up when Sirianni says I trust my players. Well, when you don't trust them,
That's what I'm saying.
Can I infer you don't trust them?
And this is another thing. And now I'm gonna get on you people. Y'all got to stop making excuses for grown folks, because he's grown. He's a grown man. He's a grown ass man. And I like Jalen just as much as you do. But I'm going to hold his feet to the fire if he does something that I don't agree with. Y'all need to stop doing that. Like, seriously. Because just like I said, he was adamant and he was defiant when he said the offense looks like I want it to look. And I don't care what nobody else thinks about it. Didn't look good yesterday.
No.
Did not look good yesterday.
Looked like crap.
So, you know, hey, so when I say he's culpable, that doesn't mean he has all the blame, but he's somewhat to blame for it.
I don't disagree. I mean, we don't score a point after 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. The quarterback's to blame. The offensive line's to blame. The running backs, the coordinator, and the head coach, especially when you got players telling me they weren't prepared for their looks.
That's crazy.
It's terrible. 215-592-9494. We'll go around the NFL next. Some of your phone calls. What stood out to us from yesterday's action? Not a bad week for some of our guests to take on Friday. We'll hit it all next. Your phone calls as well. Blame Game Monday after a disaster of a loss down in Dallas, right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We've been cooking up game day recipes in these fire parlays all season long. But now it's time to take that Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage to the Thanksgiving table. You know, Thanksgiving is Thursday, people, so you can elevate your stuffing game with this savory side dish that steals the spotlight, or you can whip up a breakfast casserole so good your family will be full all day long. Find Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sauces at your local supermarket. For locations, visit simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better port.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits.
Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. It's an amazing showroom. You got to see it. Incredible. And guys, if you're planning on popping the question this year, and I know a lot of you are, Family and Company Jewelers can help you guide that buying process. A pair of diamond stud earrings, another option. Check off your whole list with one-stop shopping at Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Hi,
I'm Matt Kelly, owner of Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you want quality work you can trust. That's exactly what we at Emmons deliver. From roofing and siding to windows and doors, our family-owned company has been serving the Philadelphia area and the shore with craftsmanship and care you can count on for over 35 years. Don't wait until small problems become big repairs. Visit callemmons.com today or call us at 856-885-6677 for a free estimate. Emmons Roofing and Siding, protecting what matters most.
Richboro, it's go time. This week's Bud Light Eagles Pep Rally is Wednesday night at Big Heads Richboro. Hang with Ava Graham, Swoop, and the Eagles cheerleaders, plus score tickets to the Eagles game courtesy of Bud Light. Wednesday night at Big Heads in Richboro. Heading to the Eagles game on Friday? Stop by the WIP Toyota Tailgate Zone next to Xfinity Mobile Arena for a chance to win Eagles versus Washington tickets. Thanks to your local Tri-State Toyota dealers, proud partner of the Eagles. Toyota, official automotive partner of the NFL.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you can each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. Pick the winning teams from the Great Thanksgiving games and throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend Shields, Guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at Depend.com.
It's never too early for Lowe's Black Friday deals. Snag some of our biggest savings of the season right now, like 25% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees. And get yourself free select DeWalt, Cobalt, or Craftsman tools when you buy a select battery or combo kit before the Black Friday rush. Because everyone loves free stuff, right? Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Down 21-0, the Dallas Cowboys were on the brink of disaster against the Eagles. They came back to win 24-21, and now they're 5-5-1 with at least a chance to make the playoffs. They might have to win 5 of their last 6 to reach a postseason. But the way they're playing now, especially with that revamped defense, they have to at least feel they have a shot, and that is something. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Go ahead and take that post-Thanksgiving nap. We know you're really listening to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
The music has fit the mood today. Tough one. It is a tough one here. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillette, 215-592-9494. We'll get back to all your phone calls here. Your reaction, Blame Game Monday as the Eagles blow a 21-point lead for the first time and lose a game since Andy Reid's first game as Eagles coach. Hugh, you were on the field for that one. So you're personally responsible for two of these things.
Why'd you do that, Hugh?
I don't know what I was thinking.
I did look up your stats in that game this morning just to see if it was your fault. You seem to make a bunch of plays. I can't remember the game. It's a long time ago.
Yeah, it was a long time
I would
ago.
guess it wasn't really your fault.
No, it wasn't.
But we can just blame
I
you
mean,
anyway.
but we're a cohesive.
He was doing what it takes to lose.
We're a cohesive unit.
Us or the Eagles?
The Eagles.
Mm-hmm. I don't know about that. We are. We're more than they are. All right, before we get back to the phone lines, let's go around the NFL yesterday in what was, other than the Eagles game, pretty entertaining Sunday of pro football. And a pretty good week for our guest to takes, because I believe a certain someone said Shedeur might be the future.
The future.
Well, he won his first start.
His dad was in the building.
Let's hear Shedeur. He beat the Raiders.
So a lot of people want to see me fail, and it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen.
Well, I would.
That's a
say,
lot.
Yeah.
I mean, pump the brakes a little bit.
One game.
Yeah.
I mean, you did well.
He was 11-20.
I mean, but I feel it. But I feel him. I feel him on that. He got the win.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett had 20 sacks?
Oh, my gosh. They sacked Geno Smith so many times that they fired Chip Kelly immediately after the game.
You're out of here. But he's been taking a lot. Listen,
dude,
there's been a couple times where I read some story where he changed Ashton Gentry's stance or whatever.
Who, Chip?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's time for Chip to just stay in college.
What was Chip doing in the NFL again?
I don't know.
Stealing money.
Come on.
Just go back. By the way, Myles Garrett's going to break the sack record. He's going to break Michael Strahan's sack
by
record.
at least 2 or 3, huh?
It's unbelievable. It's like he just racks up 3 a week. He was awesome yesterday. Speaking of awesome, more entertaining than I think any of us anticipated. You and I here were watching this during the pregame show yesterday, the Lions-Giants game, which the Lions came back and won, and they needed that game. But the Giants put up a fight, including, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll see this. You're going to hear it here. Jameis Winston, playing quarterback these days for the Giants because Dart is hurt, caught a touchdown, and he had some moves on this one. That was he caught that like the 20.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, and then he stiff-armed the dude a little bit and then took it to the house. Yeah, that was crazy.
What do we think in the offseason? Jameis, second tight end here?
Future tight end, bring him to the
He said he's going to do whatever he can do to help his team win. He don't want that blocking assignment, though. He ain't going to block nobody.
If we let Goddard walk, I'm just saying.
Our new tight end, Jameis Winston. That was a very entertaining game. All right, the night game last night, not very entertaining. That's because the Rams destroyed the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hugh, the more I watch the Rams, the more I watch the Eagles. They just feel like they're pulling away. Now, again,
they look like they're getting better.
Yeah, and
they're playing better.
The playoffs are a little while away, and last year at this time, I felt the Lions were pulling away, but then they had a million injuries, and then they blew it. So it doesn't mean that January is a foretold story already, but right now, Hugh, the Rams look like the best team.
Yeah, and they've evolved. I think that's the thing that people tend to forget when we look at these teams, man, the evolution of the squad. And they look better than they did when we played them. And unfortunately for us, we're still kind of stuck in mud.
They're just smacking teams.
Yeah.
No, we seem to be going backwards, and they're ascending.
Trying to be kind.
You don't have to be kind. You can be real.
We lost to the Cowboys yesterday. Nobody wants to hear kindness today.
You're right. You don't. You're right.
Yeah. All right, so a good day for Hugh for guest to take. What was your guest to take, Kyle?
The Chiefs are better than last year.
Well.
That was a big win.
That was a
big win.
Entertaining game, right down to the end.
Yeah, that came down to the wire.
Tough day for Hughes. Chiefs are going to miss the playoffs take.
I feel good about that, though.
Well, you should.
How? There's
I mean, because
now.
it was a good game.
I mean, they just beat one of the top teams in the AFC.
Yeah, they was a good game.
Came back.
It was a good game. Yeah, they won by the skin of the teeth. But yeah,
Chiefs at Cowboys actually has some intrigue for Thursday.
I agree, and I wouldn't.
We pulling for the Chiefs?
Yes,
well,
of course.
Yeah.
But
unless you're invested. Hold on.
He was very invested in the stake.
Unless you're invested in the Chiefs missing the playoffs.
I'm not going to do that.
You can't root for the Cowboys.
Oh no, I'm not going to listen.
Cowboy Doug.
I'm not going to do that.
Can't.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
I don't think that's going to be just an easy Chiefs win.
No, well, and what's interesting about it is the Chiefs just went into overtime and have to play on a Thursday. That's a so the same thing for the Lions, right? Two teams that are playing on Thanksgiving just played overtime on a Sunday. That's a quick turnaround.
Can I say something that's probably not the right timing, but it's
please.
It's factual.
Sure. What do you got?
Man, Dak a pretty good quarterback, man.
I know. I mean, you had I think anyone that's reasonable about football knows Dak's really good.
Yeah, I mean, and people gave me a lot of heat because he was the number one quarterback last week. Guess what? He probably is.
So here's my gripe with it.
What's the timing?
Well, 2 weeks in a row, you seem to put the quarterback the Eagles are about to face number one in your power rankings. So are you setting us up for Caleb Williams number one on Wednesday?
You know what's funny?
Just say it.
You know what's funny about that? I'm flattered that y'all think I put that much thought into my quarterback.
You do have a notebook. You have a notebook.
I'm flattered.
Well, God forbid you put out a serious list, or
I am too flattered that y'all think that I was plotting and scheming to put him at top of the list.
Well,
it
all
was
I know
Dallas
is if
with.
Caleb Williams is number one, we got a big problem.
Nah, let me see what his QBR was, because before we get to that.
Yeah,
who can Hugh put on his list this week that pisses everybody off?
Well, he could put Dak at number one again.
Well,
definitely not going to do it. I don't know. Dak had what was it, 130-something QBR? Let me see what Caleb.
Dak played well. I mean, I know
what
that was a
Caleb-
bad pick in the end zone, but for the most part, Dak gave us problems. He usually does. Down in Dallas, he does. All right, 215-592-9494. What do you got?
Caleb might be in the running.
Stop.
Here we go.
Just saying.
He's going to do it. I know. 3 weeks in a row, he's going to have the Eagles' upcoming
I'm
opponent
just
quarterback
saying.
number one.
I'm just saying. I'm just
you
looking
and
at
your Bears, Hugh.
You better lock in, because this is a must-win Friday.
Oh, no, it is definitely
And
a
it's
must-win.
on you if we don't
And
get
we
this
got to
victory.
go shopping after this. We want to have a nice
I'm not
shopping
going
time.
shopping.
Nope, stop.
We're going shopping.
I'm not going
We're going
shopping.
to the KOP.
Nobody does that anymore.
Yeah, people do go shopping. Have you been to the mall?
In person?
Yeah.
Not on Black Friday, man.
2025?
I'm going to go to Black Friday.
No, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
You're
You
going
are
to
way
sleep
too
when the game-
antisocial for that.
I'm not going to speak to anybody, but I'm going to go.
I'd be shocked if when the Eagles game ends, you're shopping Black Friday night. You're going to be asleep. It's
Okay,
going to be over at like 6.
That might be lofty.
You cooked. All right, 215-592-94. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Mike in Newtown up on WIP. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, Mike.
Hugh,
Yes.
you were very light on your feet. You were a good tap dancer. I'm sure you don't want to give away any inside information you have, but I believe personally that Jalen is definitely higher on the list of problems with the offense. I feel personally that he comes off as elitist. I don't think a lot of the guys like him. And I think he can't execute plays that they want to call. You can't have a different coordinator every year, and they're always the problem. It just, to me, doesn't make sense that it's always the coordinator. And I don't think they're going to fire Patullo, because I don't think Hurts wants him gone, because then if there's an issue again, then who's he going to blame? Who's going to take the heat off of him? That's how I feel about it. What do you think?
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say. I've said what I said about Jalen. Jalen's been to 2 Super Bowls, right? Jalen has won a lot of football games. Now, if you're asking me, has Jalen evolved as a quarterback, doesn't really look like that's the case when you look at the complexity or the lack thereof of this offense. Now, who is that to blame? I don't know. I can't sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and put that all on Jalen, because I don't think it's all on him. I think that the offensive coordinator is culpable, and I think the head coach is culpable. I think some of the players that he's playing with are culpable as well. There's been times where, you can look at AJ and he looks lackadaisical when he's running his routes. So it's not, Jalen's not the end all to be all, if that's what you're trying to say. I don't think that's the case.
No. I'm not saying that. I just feel like he is higher up. I think it's more even, let's say, spread out between the 3. A lot of people I feel like are totally saying it's nothing to do with Jalen, but I think it is. And I just feel like he's, not that he's getting less blame than he should, but I just feel like, we need to also look at, he has to either, step up, like you said, be the leader and take the blame off. Say, look, hey, I'm not executing, I'm not doing it, because he's definitely 100% involved in what the game plan is going to be. There's no way. He's got more power than anybody over there, more than Nick, more than anybody. So there's no
I agree
way.
with that, Mike. He knows the game plan. He knows what they're planning to do. He knows it. He's not blind going into Sundays.
Right. And I don't know. I just feel like there's so many key plays. Like that sack. I know he was zoned in on AJ, but you got to get rid of that. But you cannot take that sack. It's just certain things, and I don't know. I just feel like he doesn't get the ball to the guy over the middle. It's like, forget it. It's like, it's like the floor is lava when you're a kid. Like, God forbid you throw the ball in the middle of the field. You just don't see it. I don't know.
Yeah, and we didn't see. We saw it a little bit yesterday, but in general, Mike, good phone call. It's not what he does. Again, there's still a bunch of football left to be played and the postseason, so the story's not written. But I'd be fascinated to have truth serum with Howie to what he thinks of Jalen's season. Because, I mean, you look at some of the numbers, Hugh, updated numbers. I know there's 2 quarterbacks have to play tonight. You were mentioning, Bryce Young and Brock Purdy still have to play tonight. But everyone else has played, and we are now about to enter Week 13. Here's where Hurts ranks. Yards, 17th. Success rate, 22nd. Yards per attempt, 10th. Yards per completion, 15th. QBR, 14th. Sack percentage, 22nd. Completion percentage, 12th. I mean, he's only top 10 in one thing.
Yeah.
Everything else is teens or 20s.
And that's like, to me, it's fair to look at Jalen and say, hey, you're a good quarterback. Jalen's history has already been written. You can't, everything that Jalen has accomplished already, you can't take that away from him. And I would never try to do that. I would never try to do that. But when you talk about, to me, the evolution of the quarterback, like if and I'll even go as far as to say this, if Jalen feels that that Nick is holding him back or Patullo, he needs to say that because he has that cachet. To me, he has that cachet. If that's the case, but to say in one breath, the offense looks like it looks because I want it to look that way, and then in the next say, hey, you got to ask somebody else. Nah, you can't have it both ways.
I just know this. You said his history is what it is, right? Like he's accomplished a lot.
Yeah, he has.
But what is his future? Like, is this a bad rut because of maybe the coordinator, the O-line, the coach, the schedule, or is this what he's becoming? Because I've seen enough of Eagles history. No, they're not gonna sit around and watch an offense stink for years on end, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe one down year, but basically what I'm saying is if the season ends like this with the quarterback, they're either going to get a new offensive scheme, a new coach, or they're going to consider drafting a quarterback. The Eagles don't just sit on their hands.
Damn, Joe.
What do you think? Eagles history the last 20 years, when the offense is this bad, what do? They don't bring everyone back.
Yeah, damn, Joe, the new quarterback. I was recklessly expect. I ain't go there yet though, but I mean, damn,
okay. You might as well.
Nah. Not there yet.
So if the season ends and they don't get to the Super Bowl, don't get close, and Jalen ends not top 10 in anything, they're just going to be cool with the run it back?
Well, I think
they would consider drafting a quarterback somewhere. Let me say it this way: somewhere in the first couple days of the draft.
That would be telling.
Yeah.
I'll say this, and I'm going to say this again. I think that this came at the right time. Unfortunately for us, it feels bad, but you have to do some soul searching because let's be honest, Eagles fans. We've been talking about this offense being stagnant for weeks, but it really wasn't a big deal because they were winning, right? And so we didn't really care what it looked like, and we defended who we defended, or we threw who we wanted to throw under the bus. But now, everybody in that over there at the NovaCare, what's that song? That Michael Jackson song, "Looking at the Man in the Mirror."
Yes.
You gotta look at the man in the mirror, and everybody has something. Everybody got something to do with this. I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. That's what I'm saying, man. This is.
So I'm happy. But who's the man?
Well, all of them.
But that's men.
Okay, men's.
Single someone out, Hugh.
No, it's not.
Who's
it's not
the
about.
man?
It's just not about one person. It's not because we've all listen. AJ, we vilified AJ for saying it the way that he said it. But AJ been saying for weeks this ain't right, and then Jalen comes back. And he says, hey, it looked like I wanted to look. Sit your ass down and don't catch any of these passes. don't just run these routes for the love of the game.
Yeah, he got a bunch of catches yesterday, and then it's scored points.
But and now a lot of people say, and there's a narrative out there because I've heard this too. Oh, it's AJ's fault because we got him involved. It don't help. I'm not going to lie. It don't help when AJ smiling and giggling.
I don't need the giggles after the game.
That didn't help.
There's a time and place for giggles, and that's not it. All right, who deserves more blame for the Eagles' loss yesterday? The coaches or the players? How do you think the voting's going down on this one, Hugh?
The coaches.
72% coaches, 28%
because people
players.
are mad. People are mad.
Yeah, we should have put Hugh Douglas as one of the options in there.
No, it is funny,
you
right?
You would have got a lot of heat.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because we've been spiraling towards this for weeks.
Yes,
right?
And we've all been trying to say it. But you were like, well, they keep winning.
But they do. And I always said it's going to be okay until they don't win.
It's okay till it's not okay.
Yes.
And today it's not okay.
Today it's not okay.
Let's go to Frank in Savannah. What's up, Frank?
How you guys doing?
What's up, Frank?
I actually agree with both of you. The biggest thing to me, though, that was disappointing was Saquon saying they wanted it more. And there's no bigger example than that punt return where we fumbled. Sidney Brown lays somebody out 3 times. He gets right back up. Sidney Brown stays there, and they recovered the ball. The defense bailed us out, but, like, we didn't want that more. We could have put the nail in the coffin yesterday. The coaches, I mean, you want to talk about scheme, that's one thing, but I was in the Army. You know, you got to be ready for war. You only get 17 of these things, and they didn't do anything. I mean, it's just they literally got a lead, and then they just let off.
Frank, I agree with you. Yesterday during the game, the first watch of the game, I saw the replay and I saw the guy get knocked down, but I didn't realize till this morning that the same guy that got knocked down 3 times got up to make that play on Gibson. It showed what Saquon was saying. They wanted it more, Dallas, yesterday.
And that's the kind of team. I'm not saying it's going to happen. In fact, I think that Dallas is going to miss the playoffs.
Me too.
But if heaven forbid somehow they make the playoffs and we see them again, it's like the Mets last year. They know, like, they stole our soul yesterday. It was so embarrassing. I'm a mobile diesel mechanic now. I literally didn't go out to a customer job site today. I rescheduled to next week because I was worried I was going to lose my stuff on him. Like, because he's a Cowboys fan. He flew out there yesterday with 31 dudes on a plane. Really weird. Just dudes. But anyway, it's like, oh, man.
I think you did the right thing today, Frank. Little mental health day. Get yourself back together, Frank. Good phone call. How about that? Frank had to take the day off. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it's one of them days, man. I mean, you look at it and everybody mad at everybody.
Mostly you.
So they can be mad at me.
Yeah, our Twitter question was sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. John in Belmar's up. What's up, John?
Okay. What we looking at? We saw that game yesterday, and you saw a team that had no momentum. That game looked like in the first half, the score was going to be 60-10. I mean, they were fumbling. Dallas looked bad, really bad in the first half. I mean, they looked like they were a high school team. Now, how can they come back? You keep talking about the defense, the defense. Now, I'm not savvy as some of you guys, but all I know is what I saw, okay? At the end of the season last year, the quarterback got hurt, I believe, and they had this other guy in there. They went right down the field.
Tanner McKee. Hugh calls him the future.
Okay. Now in the preseason, they're going to play second stringers and all that kind of stuff. But he's a tall guy and this and that and the other, and he hits. It looks like he hits the open receivers. I mean, now and he's not the athlete that Hurts is. Hurts is a great athlete. I mean, that's no question about it. But being an athlete and a quarterback is, there's some other things that have to go along with it. Now, when all this stuff is going on, and you see, and one of you guys mentioned the Phillies, you mentioned you saw the same thing all season and was never corrected. Now, there's no question they're not going to go anywhere. You're playing to get the Super Bowl. That's the whole thing.
Yep.
But they gotta go with something. I mean, it's even the coordinator, this and that and the other. They got to go with it. The guy's not. Let's see what happens. Now, I might be wrong. All I know is what I saw last year, the end of the season, and I saw some preseason, and I know that they're playing second string, this and that and the other. And also, I think we got some great receivers. That kid is as skinny as a rail he is. That was
a hell of a catch he had yesterday.
Oh, my gosh, that catch was awesome. He is a tremendous – John, listen.
He's unbelievable.
He is. He's great, yeah.
You just got to pray with the way he's built that somebody don't break him in half because he don't have much – he looks like he's a railbird running out there. But I'm telling you, with these kind of guys, they talk about Brown. People want Brown. He's no loser. I mean, you got to see – and what it has to do with the quarterback.
I mean, John, listen.
And, sometimes when you're on the bench, now I didn't play, I played semi-pro, but that's that. I'm 86 years old, okay? But when they had momentum, they had everything, and, I'm telling you, when my half was over, I mean, I didn't see every minute, but it looked like it wasn't even going to be worth it watching the second half.
Well, I wasn't. I mean,
was
John,
gonna be one of those
actually, it
games.
was worse than you could even imagine. John, good phone call. All right, 1:20 on Monday, our first Start McKee phone call.
No, that ain't gonna happen unless Jalen get hurt. You're not gonna do that, man. You're not gonna, no, you're not gonna do that.
You said he was the future.
I said that years ago.
It was last year.
Okay, so now is the future then.
The future's arrived.
Nah. You don't do that. Like,
what did you mean by the future?
Like he's gonna have an opportunity to play. I thought, to be honest,
and him are like the same age.
I thought
Something
that
tells me
he
you made
was
that
going to be, I thought we was gonna get a first round draft pick for him from the Saints.
You wanted the 9th overall pick.
Yeah, I wanted that pick.
It was
They
a
didn't believe.
little heavy.
They didn't believe. But nah, because if you go to Tanner, ain't no coming back.
All right, let me
There
throw.
ain't no coming back. And you ain't about to, all that money that Jalen make. You ain't about to do that.
I'm going to throw a question at you guys. Which of these two scenarios have you wondered privately more about? Again, this is just
privately.
Just
Why you asking me about? I do it in my private
This
time.
is just between the three of us, okay? Just between the three of us. What have you wondered more about privately? What the offense would look like if Tanner was in, or what the run game would look like if they gave Tank Bigsby the football?
Oh no, neither one.
Oh, stop.
No.
This is just between us.
No,
Hugh.
Come on, this is a private conversation.
No, you know.
Safe space.
Can I?
I've wondered.
Since we're being honest,
I'll answer. I've wondered the Tank thing recently. I keep
no
wondering.
Tank, because Blue Jeans put that in your head, man.
Well,
Blue
no,
Jeans came in here and
hold
was putting that in people's head.
8 yards a carry. Yesterday they can't run the football.
Forever
He
in
gets
Blue
the
Jeans.
whatever. Blue Jeans or not, it's there. It's. How do you not think about it? Which is your answer? Which do you think about more?
It was neither one of them.
Oh, you're lying.
It wasn't.
You forgot this is a private conversation.
No, I know it's not a private conversation.
It is. Mics are off.
Can I
be
since
honest.
we're
Sit
being
down.
hon-
No one hears this. Odyssey app, all that stuff's
I'm gonna
down.
get some heat for this, but I ain't. I got broad ass shoulders. I don't care nothing about it. You know the one that I thought that I wouldn't mind seeing with this talent?
Oh boy.
Dak.
Oh my gosh! You took my scenarios and you made it worse.
No, you
You're
asked
thinking
the
of-
question. No,
you did it now.
No, sit. Listen, hear me out.
So you're privately wondering what Dak would look like in an Eagles uniform.
I was like, damn. Dak, the reality is this. Look it up. Dak, statistically, is the best quarterback that the Dallas Cowboys have ever had.
Dak's good, yeah.
That's a fact. The best.
Wow.
The best.
You're messy today.
Super.
Oh my God.
And I was wondering, I'm like, damn. Dak took that group. Like George Pickens was on his route to AB. He was on the AB train. He was on the Antonio Brown train.
And
That's
now
why
he's
they
gonna
got
be an
rid of
All-Pro.
him. That's why they got rid of him. Think about it.
All pro. I know he's gonna be an all pro.
Dog. Dak, I would listen. It's not gonna happen. But when I was recklessly speculating,
This guy
yesterday,
took a simple question and somehow you poured. I came up
No.
with a messy question
No.
and you poured gasoline on it.
You asked me because you called me a liar. You know I wasn't lying. I just told you,
You had a
my
different,
scenario.
You had a different reckless
Yeah, I was
thought.
just like, damn.
All right, Kyle, you could
I don't
react
want-
to
I don't
his
want- I don't want
or mine. All right, which one have you thought about more, Tanner or Tank?
Yesterday, the
Which one you
tank
thought about
won
more?
big time.
I'm just privately thinking a lot about Tank. I'm sorry, guys, I am. Saquon is getting hit behind the line every time. Tank comes in, it's 8 yards.
Yeah, Saquon looks really bad.
It does.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we have a running back controversy, but I know when one guy comes in, he runs fast and gets 8 yards, and the other
One guy comes in and he runs fast.
and the
It's
other
crazy.
guy falls down. I mean, that's what I'm seeing.
It's that 1-2.
I don't know what it is, but I need more yards. 215-592-9494. That is how you hot board. All right, coming up, you people, some more phone calls here, plus a moment from Saquon's post-game availability that sums up the game quite perfectly yesterday. That's next. Your calls, Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you can lock in the group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. To make it even better, everyone gets a 50% prop boost to use on their build. All right, give me in the first game of Jameer Gibbs touchdown, and in game number 2, let's go with George Pickens. So grab the crew, start your build, and get on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLI to get started. Play FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sports with the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the baseball offseason begins, questions remain for the Phillies. Does Schwarber re-sign?
Oh, we'd love to bring Kyle Schwarber back. It's a priority.
Will JT return?
The most prepared guy I've ever been around as a catcher.
Can the Phillies retain Ranger?
What a performance for Rangers, Suarez.
Listen for the latest. All your Phillies offseason happenings happen here.
We'll see what happens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Panthers plus 7.5 tonight against San Francisco. They've quietly been very good to this point in the season. They've won their last 3 games on the road, and they're 8-3 in their last 11 against the number with Bryce Young, a quarterback. They're taking on a Niners defense that has been underwhelming thus far, so we like the Panthers to keep it close and cover the number at 7 and a hook. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
The Black Friday sale is on all month long at Gerhardt's Appliance. Save big on this Samsung 4-piece French door kitchen package, complete with air fry range and counter depth refrigerator. Just $14.99 after rebate. That's a full kitchen upgrade for under $1,500. Washer isn't up for the holiday haul? We got you with this Whirlpool 2-in-1 removable agitator washer for only $3.99. The best deals of the year are happening right now at Gerhardt's Appliance, the heart of your kitchen for over 80 years.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Come on, let's turkey try.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete. It's time to kick off the holiday season. Celebrate with us Wednesday, November 26th, Thanksgiving Eve, for our annual Turkey Trot. At 7 p.m., Chickie and Pete South Philly has the sensational Soul Cruisers. Plus, let's dance with Philly's own Johnny Luch all night long. At Chickie and Pete's on the Boulevard, it's the one and only Mike LeComte, starting at 9 p.m. All roads lead to Chickie and Pete's Wednesday, November 26th. For details, follow us on all socials or at chickiesandpete's.com.
Auto Lenders chooses their cars like the birds pick their players. They carefully scout only the very best. Some are built for speed, some for power, some for utility. And with their rookies, there's barely any mileage on them, so their upside is incredible. You see, Auto Lenders has a deep bench, thousands of one-owner low-mileage vehicles, all for thousands less than the competition. So we can't be beat, like the birds. Fly, Auto Lenders, fly. Proud sponsor of this year's coin toss.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test. This was a test of the emergency alert system. Equipment that can quickly alert you during emergencies was being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official news and information would have followed the alert tone. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Not this melancholy song.
Yeah, we haven't been here with this darkness in a while. It's been a while. And yesterday felt that way.
Well, I tell you, there's a whole meltdown going on in Philadelphia right now.
Of course, we blew a 21-0 lead to the Cowboys. Must-win of all must-wins Friday against the Chicago Bears with Caleb Williams, who's probably going to be like number 1 on Hugh's quarterback list Wednesday.
Which many are calling the Fraud Bowl.
Yeah, it's catching on.
Friday Fraud Bowl.
I don't think nobody calling it that. I think Kyle's trying to.
Oh, no, everybody's calling it.
It's the loser leaves here, the
We're not
biggest fraud in the
We're not
NFL.
fraud.
Oh, we better not be.
Not fraud.
Well, what if we lose to the Bears?
It's going to be a tough weekend. We will endure. We will persevere.
You know we're coming in with the F word.
I mean, we're just opening with the F word. Kyle's going to have to dump over and over on Monday. If they're going to beat the Bears.
We will endure.
I think, yeah.
You're certain about that?
Yes. This fan base is although we're upset today, we're very, very resilient.
I'm not certain. I'm not certain today. By Friday, I might get there. I'm not certain
already
today.
told me they want me to go back to Atlanta.
Well, that's, yeah.
I already told them if only they help me pack.
It's not been a good day for you in the chat.
No,
I don't care.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine it was. All right. Not everyone, well, I should say this. Everyone was properly not locked in yesterday, including in the postgame. Let's hear Saquon Barkley trying to answer questions, and someone in the assembled media obviously forgot where they were.
Sustained drives. What can you attribute to what's going on this season?
Damn.
His reaction's great.
That is not that's when you got to check your draws, don't you? You got to check them draws after that one because you squeaked that one out. Whoa. That took a little bit of effort.
Can we hear it again just in case people missed what they were listening for? This is Saquon media availability yesterday. It certainly sounds like someone, again, forgot where they were.
When you guys have had leads, the running game hasn't been able to kind of sustain drives. What can you attribute to what's going on this season?
Yes. That sounded like it hurt.
That's what I'm saying. You got to check your draws after that one, dog. It's a luxury. You know, that's a hill. That hill's going to stay there. It's not a fart. Did not fart. I know you like to compare and contrast that, but didn't fart. You laughing mighty hard, Joe. That ain't funny. That ain't funny because it didn't happen. It's not that funny.
It's just funny how defensive you get every time we play.
I don't get defensive. I'm just saying it didn't happen.
You get pretty defensive for a guy who says it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
The Saquon situation clearly did happen yesterday. Has this happened more recently? Like it's happening a lot lately. Didn't we have the Phillies?
Farting?
We had a Phillies one a few months ago. What is going on?
People aren't being a holder. I guess they've heard that you gotta, can't hold those things. You gotta let them go. But that one feels like you might have
be a pro.
You might have wet your pants a little bit. That must sound a little wet.
Man.
That was nasty.
Well,
Nasty.
in order to get Insider of the Year, maybe one of the other beat reporters can find out who did that. Like if Elliott comes in here with the name on that one, that could boost him up the list.
Crazy.
Or if it was Elliott.
Well, that could have been Elliott. I didn't think about that. Mark in Jersey is up on WIP. He's got a lot of gripes right now. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Mark.
All right, I'm going to get right to it.
Mm-hmm.
Q, you are out of line, man. You are out of line, and I'm going to tell you why, okay? First of all, everybody knows that the O-line has been destroyed this year. They've been terrible. Barkley has been stinking it up every week for like 10 weeks straight, and you just gloss over it and go right for Jalen. That is wrong.
First of all, Mark, listen. Let me stop you right there, Mark. I'm on the air for 4 hours every day. Please don't relegate me to a second or a half an hour clip that you heard me say. I said there's a lot of blame to go around, but this is what I said about Jalen that you might have missed. You can't be a selective leader, and that's what Jalen Hurts was when I went after Jalen. That's exactly what I was talking about. When everything was going well, Jalen was cool talking about the offense looks the way that I want it to look. Do you remember that statement that he made? And he was out there winning games. So then yesterday, when he was asked that same statement, what about the offense? He put it on KP. You can finish now. But I just wanted to clear that up because the one thing you're not going to do is just relegate me to like a snippet of what I said. I do a show for 4 hours every day. So now you can speak. The floor is yours.
Go ahead. Now, this is true, but we're talking about a guy who was the leader of our team not 5 years ago. He just won the Super Bowl MVP. Okay, is it safe to say that the Rams are a good team? Is it safe to say?
Yes, it is.
They look like the best team. They look like the best team.
Okay. Is it safe to say that Matthew Stafford is probably going to win the MVP this year?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he's got like 28 touchdowns and no picks in his last 7 games. He's been unreal.
Exactly. And the last time Jalen threw a pick, I think Obama was in office, for God's sakes, okay?
Oh,
but check this out.
Doesn't have 28 touchdowns without a pick in the last 7 weeks. But, yeah, he hasn't thrown picks.
Exactly. Well, why is it that every time he's the quarterback of the Eagles and we play the Rams, over the last 2 years, they played 4 times. Jalen whoops them every time. And don't give me that team, okay? Don't give me that team
Hold on. In the second game last year, the playoff game, you think Jalen whooped Matthew Stafford? Like those two guys, Jalen whooped them?
3 minutes into the game.
Jalen
3
took
minutes into the game, he ran. Let me finish.
He had a great run for a touchdown to start the game. It was an excellent run.
Yeah, that set the tone, Joe. That set the tone.
He took 7 sacks and a safety. A safety!
Oh, my goodness.
In a playoff
Joe,
game.
It was snowing outside. And
I forgot the Rams didn't play in this now.
Yeah. You're giving
Mark, this is what frustrates me, and I like your calls. The inability to have a straight conversation about Jalen Hurts. Don't give me obviously Matthew Stafford's better than Jalen Hurts. You know this. I know this. Everyone in the NFL knows this. This is not a question. It's not even a question. Jalen Hurts is not as good as Matthew Stafford. He hasn't been the entire season. Stafford's probably going to win the MVP. I don't even think Jalen's going to get a vote.
He never was ever.
I mean, come on. I mean, Mark, you know this. So, to use that as your angle doesn't even make any sense, Mark. You know Jalen's not as good as Matthew Stafford.
You guys are statisticians. I'm just giving you the stats.
No. How about my eyes? How about eyes?
Why do you guys keep cutting me off?
Because you're saying nonsense, Mark.
No, because it bothers you because it's the truth.
No. The truth. I like the truth. Nonsense, I can't do nonsense.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Okay. Is it safe to say that Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, and Pat Mahomes are probably the best quarterbacks in the league over the last 4 years?
Sure.
Can you please tell me that?
Sure, yes.
Why, over the last 10 times that Jalen Hurts is the quarterback, he beat those fools?
Oh, yep.
He beat
They're
Mahomes
playing tennis.
3 times in a row.
Okay.
He beat Stafford 4 times in a row.
Mark, let's do it. Mark, all right, let's do it. I'll play your game. Let's do your logic. Mark, you know what? You know what must have not been a coincidence either. It must have been not a coincidence because now, Mark, you would say, right? Eli Manning is clearly better than Tom Brady, right, Mark?
Yes.
What?
No, not that. Well, by your logic,
hold on. For a 4-year span, he beat him twice in the Super Bowl and beat him in the regular season. But Mark,
he also led the league in interceptions forever.
But all you need is that cuts the logic out. Head-to-head is not logic. That's not how quarterbacks are determined, Mark. And I use a very extreme example because no one with a brain would think Eli Manning is in Tom Brady's class. He beat him. Joe Flacco used to beat Tom Brady. He beat him in the playoffs twice in Foxborough. Joe Flacco's not in Tom Brady's class. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, they didn't score for 41 minutes yesterday, and you want to use 2 years ago against Josh Allen. I don't care. What are you talking about?
History. It's recent history. The bottom line is the O-line is not doing their thing. Barkley is not doing his thing because of the O-line. You ever notice how Barkley, when he gets the ball and he's running, it's almost like he knows it's not going to work. But he's got that pep in his step when he catches the ball out of the backfield with the pass.
Well, he's in open space. Yeah, sure.
And he looks really good. That just goes to show you that he doesn't believe in the philosophy. It's this Patullo guy. You guys got to get off of Jalen. Jalen's the only reason that we're in most of these games. It's ridiculous how you come at him.
Mark.
It's ridiculous.
He was the only reason they were in the Green Bay game. They scored 10 points, Mark.
No, let me ask you a question, Mark. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So since Jalen's a part of the team, right? And if he falls in lockstep with everything that they're doing when it's going well, is he culpable when it goes wrong?
Absolutely.
So that's exactly what I'm talking about, Mark. So what are you talking about? You're making it sound like I'm picking on Jalen solely.
But you guys are making it seem like he can't get the job done, and I'm showing you that he's got.
Nobody's saying. What did Jalen say? What did Jalen say a few weeks ago? This offense looks the way he wants it to look. Correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So it looked bad yesterday. So that's not on Jalen.
But it's looked good for the last 27 games.
No, it hasn't.
It's looked good for 27 games.
I asked you a question.
Mark, do you have eyes? How is this offense look good for 27 games?
I'm not arguing whether it looked good or not.
Did he play well last night?
Mark.
Did he play well last night?
Mark.
No, not really.
See, and that's ridiculous because he did play well. He didn't turn the ball over. He scored a touchdown on the ground. He scored a touchdown in the air. And you guys just keep moving the goalposts. He threw for almost 280 yards. He had no turnovers. And you guys just keep moving the goalposts.
They didn't score a point for 41 minutes.
I mean, do you really believe Dak is a better quarterback than Jalen? Are you kidding me?
Well, he obviously.
Are you kidding me?
Mark,
turnover?
This year, who's played better?
3 turnovers
This year, who played better?
Any year, he comes up short.
Mark,
are you kidding me?
Well, you know what? I actually have empathy for the people who have decided quarterbacks are the sole reason you win and lose football games because you don't understand the sport. Like I empathize with you. If you just think winning and losing is the only thing that you judge a quarterback on, you're lost. Like then what is the point of all this? Just say Joe Flacco, Eli Manning, Nick Foles. Like, guys, we have eyes, too.
Are the Eagles playing the Bears next week, or is it Jalen Hurts versus Caleb Williams?
I don't know. Like, you can say maybe Jalen's getting too much flack from whoever you want to today. That's fine. And I think the coaches were the most responsible for yesterday, by the way, Mark. The coaches. That's what I said today. But the idea that, like, we just base everything on who the W next to the quarterback's name, it doesn't even make any sense. Jimmy Garoppolo once won an NFC championship game with like 6 completions in a game.
Yeah, he got replaced.
And you realize who he was going up against that day. It was Aaron Rodgers. So Jimmy Garoppolo is better than Aaron Rodgers? Like, do you guys hear yourselves?
And this has happened before, but I feel like Jalen's more of an accomplished quarterback than those guys that you're mentioning. He is for whatever reason.
But the logic is still out of whack. Like
as far as
well, Jimmy Garoppolo beat Aaron Rodgers twice in the playoffs. Jimmy Garoppolo can't hold a candle to Aaron Rodgers, right? His team was better. Like this whole thing that he beats him head to head. It's like, can we grow up?
Yeah, but Eli did beat Tom Brady.
But is he better?
Back to back. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
But is he better?
You are dancing around the question.
Is he better?
I'm just saying,
because you know the answer.
Well, both of them are going to be Hall of Famers.
So what?
Dan Marino's a Hall of Famer.
Okay, yeah, right. So there's levels to the Hall of Fame, right?
Warren Moon. I'm just saying he's gonna be a Hall of Famer.
Okay, but Jalen, just saying, you're avoiding the question.
I'm just saying if Jalen go. No, I'm just saying I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Okay,
but the reality is that Jalen has put together a resume up until this point that could potentially be Hall of Fame worthy.
I know, but you say they're both Hall of Famers. What if I did that for All-Stars? Alec Bohm and Shohei
No,
Ohtani
I'm just
are both
saying.
All-Stars.
I'm just saying, dog. All-Stars, All-Star.
No, it's not. I mean,
Kind of is. I mean, because when you put that jacket on, it's just you put the jacket on.
Okay.
You know, I mean, you can argue who was better at what. They both got jackets.
This is your fault. This is your fault.
No, I'm just saying.
I was comfortable today cooking the coaches, and then you got on Jalen, and the Jalen defenders come out, and now I'm losing it.
Listen, this is not a black or white thing. These are shades of gray, and I have to point that out. Jalen, to me, he's not as culpable, but he's a part of the issue. Yeah, and I said it, and I've been saying it all day, and I stand on that.
Well,
Yeah.
that's fine. I appreciate you standing on business. I'm just saying I got to get fired up because Mark just is
Mark.
He's in outer space.
Mark,
The guy is in outer space.
Mark heard one thing and then just went off on everybody. Mark,
Well,
don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. That ain't cool.
Yeah, wait, and everyone in the YouTube chat's like, cook Mark.
You cook Mark.
These idiots.
Can we hear? By the way, can we hear from you people? See what they're up to today. Let's do that.
You people. It's time to hear from
thank
you people. What do you mean, you people?
I mean, and this is what the Eagles have done to us. There were so many Cowboys fans in the chat.
Oh!
So many Cowboys fans doing the We Them
It came out
Boys
of,
stuff.
It came out
and
the woodwork. They know how this makes you feel.
It's been a while, man, but you know that it was that kind of loss.
I need the
It's
Chiefs
that
to
kind
beat
of
them by
day.
2 touchdowns on Thursday.
I know. So we have a little bit of a situation here. Somebody either impersonating or it's the real Paul Jalovitz.
In the chat?
In the chat.
Oh,
and the only reason
can't you tell based on how he
well,
what he says?
Here's the thing. He was quoting Bear Bryant, which feels like a jolly thing to do.
It does.
But a lot of the other comments, not very Paul's like. So
Yeah, I feel like if we study Paul's tweets, you kind of have a sense of how Paul types things
but
out.
the Bear Bryant quotes were.
I know.
That's right out.
We have a Jolly
page.
impersonator. We have a Hugh
Right, we don't know.
impersonator down in Delaware, now a Jolly impersonator in the chat.
The Hugh impersonator is sitting amongst us.
What are you talking about?
Well, you.
What do you mean?
I
I'm
got my eye
impersonating
on
me?
you.
What am I impersonating? Listen, I just, I speak my mind, and that's what I'm feeling.
Well, sometimes.
All the time.
You tap dance around.
Well, sometimes I
who's
reckon
better
because
question.
I'm like I recklessly speculate.
You did tap dance around that one, but yet you were willing to just throw out there, and again, it was just us, so no one heard it, but that you thought about what Dak would look like in this offense.
It's a lot of
You didn't
selective,
think that
recklessly
yesterday?
speculating.
Because Dak took that ragtag group of misfits yesterday, and he played pretty good. So I just kind of wonder.
I mean, Dak's good. I mean, I know that.
Dak is the best quarterback in the Dallas Cowboys. Think about that for a minute. Like he's the best
He has
quarterback.
the most passing yards ever. He passed Romo.
Like
yesterday.
he's the best quarterback.
Yeah. All right. All three of you zeros need to be fired.
I get it today.
Well, we didn't even. What did we do?
Well, we blame someone.
God forbid.
I mean, isn't that what you do after a loss like that?
Apparently not.
Someone needs to take accountability around here.
Accountability. I take accountability every day.
Well, I don't know about that.
Every day.
So that's a lie.
Speaking of, take it back, Joe.
Take it back, just like that,
Take
huh?
what back?
They want the NFC East is over. Take it back.
Stop being a coward. The Cowboys are not going to win the NFC East.
Look, we knew that this loss was a possibility.
Sure, I said it on Friday.
I didn't think it was a possibility.
Well, I tried to tell you for 4
Yeah,
hours
you
on
tried
Friday.
to tell
It's a trap game.
Yeah, me too.
No,
Before Friday. I'm not taking it back. We did this with the Phillies. I remember, people just need to have a you was about
to say grow up here.
I was. Just have
that too.
Have a spine. It'll be fine.
Who cares what Kyle has to say about anything?
I care.
Thank you.
We care. We ask his opinion.
Yep. Kyle's the only one with a brain on this show.
I like you put those back
I
to
like
back.
that
Yeah,
one.
just evening it out for yourself.
Yep. And, well, we'll tip this one the other way.
Mm-hmm.
The mustache after a loss bothers me a lot more.
Everything bothers
New rule:
everybody.
you have to shave if they lose a game.
I like that it hits people differently on different days.
Like that dumb mustache.
Depending on the mood.
Yeah.
Damn it. They won the Super Bowl last season. They're going to be fine. That was out of the Hugh Douglas playbook.
They are the class of the NFC right now.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Well, they're behind the Rams in the standings. So what makes them the class? Last year?
Because they won it.
Last year.
Hey, Joe, there's no easy way out. Ain't no shortcut home,
That's
dog.
true. I agree with that.
You're not getting that music today, buddy.
There's no easy way out, dog.
Coping.
We're going to be all right. We're going to make it.
Coping.
Mark my words, the Eagles will win 2 more games at most this season.
Well, that seems a little bit ridiculous.
Said Mark his words?
Okay, they have the Raiders at home. They get the Commanders at home.
Okay.
Those are 2 games.
Who's
And
calling
maybe
the
those are the
plays
two.
Friday, though? That's the bigger question.
You want to go give it a try?
You know, if I ran the plays, I could probably run the plays. I could do that. In my limited knowledge of offensive schematically, how it schematically works, yeah.
I think tomorrow we might have to unpack who should call the plays on Friday.
I'm going to throw my name in.
We got Patullo, Sirianni, Jalen.
Well, so hold on.
Hugh
Was
Douglas.
Jalen calling the plays for the first 21 points
Yes.
and then gave it back to Patullo? Hugh?
Absolutely. That's what I think.
Hugh?
See, I don't know.
Hey, Hugh?
I mean, I don't know. I hear you. I don't know. That's a tough one because it looked like they were doing what they want to do in the first half, and then all of a sudden it just went cold.
Yeah, maybe the offense is just inconsistent. Has been.
Yeah, And how do you keep it consistent? How do you keep it fresh?
Well, that's the question.
Hugh Douglas is becoming the #1 Jalen hater at WIP. Patullo is in his pockets.
Whoa!
I mean, I'll let y'all slide with that one because it's Monday.
I do think that the reckless Dak. What would Dak look like in an Eagles uniform?
That was a lot.
You may have jumped the shark to the. You might be there.
No, you asked me.
I asked you a specific question.
Yes,
you took your own.
And I told you not. I don't think about that. I thought about that yesterday though. I just wondered.
It's like you were like the two controversial things you brought up. I think of one worse.
But see, here's the thing. When I say that, that's not me. Because people have selective hearing. It's not me bashing Jalen. That's just me wondering. I don't know what this offense looks like with Jalen not at the helm. Does anybody else?
Well, because we haven't seen it.
That's what
for
I'm
a long
saying.
time.
So I'm not gonna be ashamed to guess what it would look like if somebody else was running it, because everybody else has done it.
You better be ready for the backlash then.
No, but here's the thing. I sit there and I recklessly hear people talk all day, and they always complain about Jalen, but until somebody says it, they get upset.
Yep.
But they always and he won. I know he won a Super Bowl. I know that.
Well, that sounds like it's out of your excuse. Play.
No, but I'm just saying. But the Super Bowl is a big deal. I mean, it is what it is, and he
I
played
agree.
well.
It is a big
but
deal.
I am
not today, though.
But here's the thing. This is what irritates me is because when Jalen has a bad game when he's playing bad, people will say it when it's in the game. But when the outcome is they win, it all goes away. I just say it all the time. I'm not a sheep or a pigeon or whatever you want to call it. Whatever they call it. Sheep.
I like pigeon.
All right, one more quick one here. Wow, that game looks like it took a few years off of Hugh's life.
I think he looks the same.
I agree.
I think he looked the same as he did a couple days
It might
ago.
have taken a few years off mine.
No, that's a good one.
It was gross. I mean, and it was like it was so drawn out. Like it's one thing to collapse in like a 10-minute span. They collapsed over 2 hours. It was a long, drawn out.
Don't be surprised if by the end of the season the stash is gray.
Yeah.
That's probably why I got these damn gray hairs now.
Okay, that's enough for us today. We're sorry we didn't get to everyone on the phone lines, but it got busy. You guys have a great rest of your day. You can vent with the afternoon show. They're up from Chickie's. Hugh, tonight you'll be on the Players Lounge?
Yes.
7 o'clock?
Probably won't have a player, though.
Well,
Can't see anybody coming.
Well, I hope you do, because I need them to
see
explain those
anybody coming
unscouted
tonight.
looks. What are the coaches doing? All right, afternoon show is next. You guys have a great rest of your day. We'll talk tomorrow on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The NFL plays on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tonight, the Panthers roar into San Fran to face the 49ers. Coverage starts at 8. Touchdown! Your home for the Eagles and the NFL on Westwood One.
Hey, now we roll!
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 27th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 Mercedes G550s, each valued at over $170,000. Drawings take place every Saturday, with grand prize drawings on November 29th and December 27th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This year's night before Thanksgiving party goes down at Cheerleaders, New Jersey. November 26th. It's our annual turkey turn-up, and we're serving up the hottest pre-holiday vibes in the city. Grab your party people, bring your appetite for fun, and let's make some memories before the turkey coma hits. The party starts at 7 p.m. with the music and entertainers grooving all night long. The turkey turn-up, Wednesday, November 26th, only at Cheerleaders, New Jersey. Live, up close, and personal.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Richboro, it's go time. This week's Bud Light Eagles Pep Rally is Wednesday night at Big Heads, Richboro. Hang with Ava Graham, Swoop, and the Eagles cheerleaders. Plus, score tickets to the Eagles game courtesy of Bud Light. Wednesday night at Big Heads in Richboro.
Tired of overpaying for employee healthcare benefits? Before you lock in another year of higher rates, explore your options. At Clear Employer Services, we use our comprehensive suite of solutions to help businesses save money, gain more value, and find the right plan for their team, not someone else's. Visit clearsavingsnow.com to see if you're paying too much. No pressure, just clear answers that make sense. Visit clearsavingsnow.com.
Heading to the Eagles game on Friday? Stop by the WIP Toyota Tailgate Zone next to Xfinity Mobile Arena for a chance to win Eagles versus Washington tickets. Thanks to your local Tri-State Toyota dealers, proud partner of the Eagles. Toyota, official automotive partner of the NFL.
In this town, champions aren't born, they're built on the field and in care settings across the region. Brandon Graham here to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles and Jefferson Health are teaming up because they know precision matters, because every moment counts, and because care isn't just about what happens on game day, it's about showing up every day for every person in every neighborhood. We're one team with one goal, to care for this community together. Jefferson Health, champions of care.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you can each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. Pick the winning teams from the Great Thanksgiving game and throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Andrew Burloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hard to believe Matthew Stafford was shopping around for a new team during the offseason, but he stayed with the Rams, and now he's the MVP frontrunner. Last night, he threw 3 more touchdowns to help L.A. blow out Tampa Bay. The Rams are currently the #1 seed in the NFC and the Vegas favorite to win the Super Bowl. Credit Stafford for putting the offseason drama behind him and giving himself a chance to win his second ring. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back. It's a loser Monday on the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz, live from Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. I get so used to it. I've been doing the show 2 seasons now. I get so used to throwing over to you, Ike, and you screaming victory. I'm not used to going up 21-0 and then blowing the game, not scoring again against the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Not used to these.
Listen, I can see how you can be spoiled. 27 out of 31 last games have resulted in a victory.
Yep, I am spoiled.
Postseason, so that certainly happens. But here we are.
Here we are. That was ugly yesterday, sir.
That was. And I don't know exactly how to feel about yesterday's game. I mean, yesterday I was ticked off because, listen, you blew a 21-point lead. Albeit it was a first half 21-point lead. A lot of game left to go, so you knew the game wasn't necessarily over. But the way they played after accumulating that 21-0 lead left a lot to be desired. And I'm glad I got 5 fingers. Well, that's 4 including the thumb. There's a lot of fingers to go around the point at people.
Yes.
And this isn't a one-person indictment. You know, listen, I'm going to start with the coaches, Nick Sirianni, Kevin Patullo, and Vic Fangio to a smaller degree. Some of the things Coach Fangio couldn't help. He lost players yesterday due to injury, but you give up those type of explosive plays, that has to go on somebody. That has to go on somebody. I mean, 14 penalties, countless plays being called back that were positive plays. Repeatedly shooting yourself in the foot. That's the mark of an undisciplined team, a not well-coached team, and those things are correctable, but they have to be addressed. And this team has to look itself in the mirror and get back to fine-tuning things, paying attention to the details, and stop beating themselves. There's an enormous amount of talent on this football team. But these guys are preventing themselves from reaching their full potential as players. And then I don't know how much help they're getting from the coaches from an offensive standpoint. You're not going to hear me say a whole lot more about Coach Fangio. To me, he got his comeuppance there when I just mentioned him. This really is on the offense and how they couldn't figure out a way to add on to what they did early in the game. This running game, Spike, we want to pay attention to so many other things. I understand the quarterback touches the ball every play, and he's a large part of how the offense goes, right? I get that. So he's always going to shoulder a share of the blame. But I don't know how we can look at this football team under Nick Sirianni and what has been the key to their success under his tenure here and not realize that the offensive line and the lack of running game is really what's holding this team back. It's a larger issue. Not being able to get ahead of the sticks, stay on schedule, keep the defense off balance. We haven't been able to do any of that because we can't run the football. And until we do that, I just don't know how far this team can go. For the first time, my confidence has been shaken as far as us winning the Super Bowl for the first time, right? I've tried to hold off on having those types of thoughts, figuring that we would figure it out and get the ship righted. Well, 11 games in, 12 weeks in, it still hasn't happened. Still hasn't happened. So I'm not angry about yesterday. I'm more frustrated that they gave away a game. Yeah.
It's like when your dad says he's not angry with you, he's disappointed.
They gave away a game that that Cowboys team, listen, they played, give them credit. They stayed in there. They kept fighting. Dak kept fighting. He kept believing. I'll give them credit for that. But that game yesterday was more about what we didn't do versus what the Cowboys did.
215-592-9494. Ike, this team is cooked. They have been cooked since the moment they stepped on the field Thursday night against the Dallas Cowboys. They are a Super Bowl hangover team. This team has not shown us at any point this season that they are a Super Bowl team. They don't do anything well. They don't run the ball well. They don't pass the ball well. The coaches make confusing decisions in confusing situations. They can't decide whether they're conservative or aggressive. It just depends on the moment in time. The defense is good. It's a good defense, but it's not some defense that is going to carry you across the finish line. And these penalties that ended up killing them yesterday have happened all year long. Like what the phrase is, winning is the best deodorant. Mm-hmm. Well, we woke up this morning and there's no deodorant, and what did we notice? It stinks. It stinks in here. They haven't done anything consistently well all year. And I agree with your point on the offensive line, and the running game, 100%. But I look at it, and I think back to what we talked about in the offseason and the lead to the season. And you thought about what Saquon went through his body last year. I'm not saying he's off the hook or anything, but it shouldn't be surprising to anyone that the offensive line has been less than good and hurt all year. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone that Saquon Barkley isn't as good as he was last year. They ran the ball 500 friggin' times last year. Again, it's not an excuse. I just look around and I'm like, I say to myself, what does this team do well? What do they do well? What is the thing that we can rely on that can pull us across the finish line? And it's nothing. It's nothing. The defense is good, but if we're being honest with ourselves, we made excuses for the offense for the last 2 weeks because of the weather. There was wind, it was cold. Well, it was wind, it was cold for the other team too. Mm-hmm. And we didn't seem to say that our defense was good because the wind and the cold made the other offense good. We just said it held back our offense. So this defense that has been really, really good for 2 weeks got marched up and down the field on by the Giants, got marched up and down the field on by the Vikings, got marched up and down the field on twice by the Cowboys, got marched up and down the field on and blew a fourth quarter lead against the Denver Broncos over and over and over again. And I guess I want to be mad, but the team I saw yesterday is really the team I saw in the wins. They're the same team. They just happen to lose by 3 points instead of win by 3 points. And the final thing I'll say is you fly this close to the sun, you're going to get burned. And this is why when we talk about the number of points they score every week, that it's better to score more points than less points is like you don't know when Saquon's going to fumble. Can you control turnovers from an interception perspective? You can. You know, like you can not throw the ball. You can only throw the ball to the sidelines, those sorts of things. But these other turnovers, like Xavier Gibson did a stupid thing. He fumbled. Saquon Barkley fumbled. Those things, it's, Jalen in the, which was the Green Bay game, fumbled. Those things, you're not trying to fumble the ball. So you leave yourself that little room for error, and you get stung like they got stung yesterday. And I don't know what to expect for this team the rest of the year. I just know that when I look at it, I don't know what's carrying us. I don't know what's
the DNA of winning. It's what they do. They win. They are still 8-3.
They are.
And if they win Friday, they'll be 9-3.
They will. And
it's going to take a great effort from a team to knock this team out of the playoffs. It will.
Yeah, I just don't see this team winning three games in the playoffs and getting to the Super Bowl.
That may be true, but we'll cross that bridge when you get to that bridge.
Sure.
Yeah, that may be ultimately true. Saying that they're not going to repeat as champions, I don't think that's earth-shattering. We don't have very many repeat champions in the NFL over the last 20 years. My thing is that they are good enough to do that, and they are beating themselves. This is a team that isn't paying attention to the details. Because, see, we're too busy pointing the finger at one another. We're too busy leaking stuff. We're too busy doing all that stuff instead of paying attention to the small things and doing those things well. We're too busy worried about who's getting blamed and making sure the finger doesn't get pointed at me or just me, making sure everybody else gets held responsible as well.
Well, to your point, I think that's a coaching issue too. That starts at the top.
Yes.
That starts at the top.
And listen, I love Nick Sirianni. I do. I think he's a fantastic coach. I really do. He has to get they have mishandled, which a lot of coaches do, coming off of a Super Bowl win. It's not easy to get back there. It's not easy to keep everyone focused on winning. When you don't have a ring and you haven't won a championship, it's a lot easier for your message to get across to these guys, and they'll buy in. The problem is this year, because they've had the success, how many people are actually buying in? I know the coach is still preaching the same things. I'm imagining he's not taking any shortcuts. But are the players buying into it? And particularly on offense. I don't know what's going on with this offensive line. I don't know. But what I do know is I can't for two or 3 years straight say we got the best offensive line in football. This is where it starts in the trenches and everything else. Well, it's right. When they play well, the team plays well. The team plays well. How many positive plays did they have yesterday get called back?
Oh, 3 huge ones. I can
how
tell
many
you that.
plays
Yeah.
on offense got called back because of something stupid we did on offense?
I agree with you. I agree,
Man.
but I just think it's been there all year. It's been there all
It
year.
has.
They haven't solved it all year.
It has been there all year. I agree.
All right.
It has. Yep.
215-592-9494. You know, coming up Friday, it is Black Friday. And there's going to be chaos everywhere, not at Colonial Hyundai. They're going to get rid of the pressure with Black Friday weekend. How do you do that? Well, you're going to drive home when you buy a brand new Hyundai there. You're going to get $12,000 off any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, drive home with a $1,000 gift card with your purchase during the Black Friday sales event. No need to work hard for a great deal. No need to get up at 3 a.m. Starting 8 a.m. on Friday, over 200 brand new Hyundais in stock. The largest incentives of the year. Save up to $12,000 on any new Hyundai in stock, plus a $1,000 gift card with your purchase just in time to help with your holiday shopping. Take advantage of it now. No money down. Finance rates as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Route 30 in Downingtown. Black Friday only, up to $12,000. Any new Hyundai in stock, a $1,000 gift card with your purchase. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. Offers can't be combined. $1,000 gift card included at dealer listed price on new vehicles. See store for full details.
Would you lock in?
Sorry, 215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, no. How we doing today? Ain't a good day?
No, it ain't a good day today.
Nah, it ain't a good day. You can ask how we're doing, though.
Hey, look, man. The problem with this team is, like Ike said, too many people want to put the blame on somebody. Like, we got people out here want to leak stuff. Hey, I know one guy that's been escaping a lot of criticism. I know there's one guy that coached the offensive line, and there's one guy that coordinates the run game. All right? That's one guy. And that's the two parts of the team that suck. We can point the fingers at everybody else. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that's one guy that coordinates that. So, they want to do presentations on him, knitted blanket, organization, all that. I'm just saying, everybody know who that is.
Oh, Coach Stoutland. Stoutland, you said you called it. Stoutland,
the high school, because they done dropped from community college now. It's the high school, because these dudes, every other game, somebody holding, illegal hands to the face. Like, I'm going to come with an optimistic type of look, because that's always what I do, glass half full. Look, this team is 8-3. They lost. Y'all blew a 17-0 lead this year. Y'all didn't learn from that. Then y'all blew a 21-0 lead. So it's like, I need these people. Like, when y'all talking, y'all acting like y'all 3-8. The wide receiver mad, the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to point the finger, right? His fault. It's everybody's fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what teams do. But what I want to put my faith in is that this team, this core, been to 2 Super Bowls over the past 3 to 4 years. Everybody say they can't beat teams. We done beat a lot of good teams. We lose the bad teams, right? We beat the good teams. We lose to the garbage teams, right? Other than the Broncos, they 9-2. Everybody, the Giants, the Cowboys, they bad, right? What this team need to do is, I need to stop pointing the finger at whose fault it is and look at myself. I need more. I got to be better. That's from the quarterback to the head coach to the OC to the defense. I need y'all to band together and not fall apart. Y'all got a whole bunch of, easy games coming up. Now I say easy. Cowboys was an easy game. We lost. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to stop pointing the damn finger. Saquon Barkley, I need him to take a couple games off. You know what I'm saying? I seen this earlier in the year. Y'all pointed at me saying, no. I don't know if it's the vision. Everybody say the Madden curse, all that. I need Tank Bigsby to get the ball more. I need Will Shipley to get the ball because I don't know if he ain't seeing the field. And then when he fumbled, his confidence got shot. He's slipping. It's them LeBron cleats. Anything that got to do with LeBron, leave it alone. Anything. Stop wearing them cleats. I don't know if you got to put on some Jordans, some Kobe, some Adidas. I don't know. Stop wearing them cleats because you slipping and you're fumbling. You're not seeing holes. You know what I'm saying? Jalen Hurts. Yesterday, I need you to put the cape on, and the play call was bad. I get all that. But it's why you take a sack, dog? Throw the ball away, run out. I need you to run more. I don't know what you trying to prove. You not a running back. I don't know what. Are you afraid to run? This what got you here. So I don't care what nobody say, Jack Fritz, bike. I don't care about none of that. Win the game. If you got to put on the cape and run for 200 yards, do it. Stop being scared. You know what I'm saying? And everybody else, do your job. I'm not going to put no blame on the defense. You know what I'm saying? The Cowboys averaged 35 points at home. We held them to 24. We went up 21-0, couldn't score again. That ain't the defense's fault. You got Reed Blankenship getting knocked out. You know what I'm saying? You got Makuba getting knocked out. I can't be mad at them. They doing their job. It's these clowns on offense. The money. I don't know if y'all done got too much in y'all bank account. I'll take some of it if y'all need more and earn it back. You know what I'm saying? Stop complaining, stop bitching, and figure it out. We still where we want to be. Last year we was a 2 seed. We won the Super Bowl. We got everything in front of us. We beat the Rams.
Yep.
We beat everybody else.
Let me ask you this, Corey.
Stop complaining.
Corey, I hear your message. I agree with it. If I were to ask you honestly, I were to put you on a lie detector, whether you think that's actually going to happen, what would you say?
What's going to happen?
Everything that you said. Start taking accountability, come together, blah, blah, blah.
Stop complaining or none of that. But I do think that one thing I have seen with the Eagles is that when they get closer to postseason, except for 2023, I've noticed for some reason they just learn how to play football. They garbage all season other than last year. They learn how to throw and run up plays and all that. So that's what I put my hope in, right? Everybody healthy, we get in the postseason. Maybe these fools will wake up. But if it don't happen, then I'll change my mind then. But until then, I'm 8-3. I got everything in front of me. I can't be woe is me. Like I told you last week, I focus on one game at a time. The sky ain't falling. I get it. Fans want to do that. I don't do that. It was a bad loss.
Yep.
But I got to move forward.
Yep.
All right, Corey.
Here's the thing. You wonder, is everyone focused on repeating as champions? I'm serious. Is from the player standpoint, or are they worried about other things? And that's what's preventing them from being the team that we expect them to be. To me, that's what's preventing them from being the team that we expect them to be. That and the fact that this offensive line is not good, as good as they were last year. And for the first time, Saquon deserves some of this spotlight. He deserves some of this criticism. He deserves some of this spotlight. Still love him and all of that. But his play has left a lot to be desired. Put your foot in the ground and get upfield. Get upfield. Where are the tough yards that you're getting? I mean, yesterday he did a spin move and nobody was there. He literally hit the B button on no one.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Just run. Just run. I mean, seriously. This idea that I'm going to avoid contact versus I'm going to get behind my shoulder pads and get north and south. Get north and south. That 2nd and 10 play, he caught that pass. Get north and south. You can outrun that DB. What are we doing? How are we slipping? Like, what are we doing? And then Kevin Patullo, Nick Sirianni, it's 3rd and 2. Oh, we got the most unstoppable play in football. We ought to run into tushy. Why didn't I get 2 of those at 3rd and 2? 3rd and 2. Keep the drive alive. The Cowboys should have never got the ball back. Your field goal attempt should either at some point cause them to use all 3 of their timeouts, and you kick the ball last. I don't know what the hell we were doing on that drive with the momentum. And we get to 3rd and 2 and run 4 stop routes. And then Jalen's back there like a damn deer in headlights and can't move. Well, guess what? We should have just ran the damn ball. That's on coaching. Why not just run the ball as 3rd and 2 and then go for it on 4th down? Why is that so hard? Nobody knows.
Well,
I just wonder why that's so hard to do.
The 2 tush push is a good idea. As far as running the ball, they weren't successful running. I mean, Saquon had 22 yards on 10 carries. I could understand not running the ball there. I think that's why they went away from running the ball, because they couldn't do it. They couldn't. To your point, they look cooked to me. And the thing that Corey said, or the thing that you said about, are they all focused on winning the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
Part of the beginning of the year, I think, was them trying to play a mental trick on themselves.
Yeah.
The whole thing that they didn't win last year and blah, blah, blah. To me, the reason that they're complaining like a 3-8 team at 8-3 is because they feel it. Like, they know. We can come in and say they just won the game, but they're the ones that were in there, and they know they've been close to the other side.
Sure.
They know it. They know deep
But
down.
Spike, winning close games is a part of the NFL. You're not going to blow out everybody.
Yeah, but they've had more than
They played the toughest schedule
than
also.
a team that's 8-3. I guess.
Well, they certainly did coming into the season. They played more playoff teams. Like, they played. I'm okay with that. I understand they aren't playing at the optimal level. I get that. But that's to me, winning close games in the NFL shouldn't produce the negative energy out of the locker room that it has.
I agree with that.
It shouldn't.
I agree with that.
And that's what they've been focused on. And it started with AJ. Started with him.
Well, and they should have shut that down. They didn't do it. They should have shut it down.
Saying that, but I agree with you. Like,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I just think when that stuff starts, then it becomes, well, winning ain't good enough. Winning ain't good enough. We got to win by 10. We got to win by 14. And if we're not winning by 14, we stink. I'm not talking about fans. I'm talking about them. That's how they're acting. That's why you get guys coming to the media or social media complaining after wins. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And I think that has me more concerned than anything on the field.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And now it feels like one side's going to start blaming the coaches.
Yeah.
And then one side's going to start blaming other players.
Yes.
Like,
because that's where it started at.
Yeah, because nobody wants to be blamed.
Yeah, nobody wants to hold themselves accountable.
That's the one thing I'll give Saquon credit for that. He always said, after the game, running game's on me, it's on me, it's on me, it's on me.
He's not doing anything about it.
Well, hold on. Even he's running out of answers.
Yeah.
I want to hear they wanted it more than us. No, they didn't. And if they did, that's a problem. It's not an excuse. That's an indictment on the team. So to say those words out of your mouth, I don't know if you truly believe that or not, but to say the other team wanted it more than us is an indictment on you as a player and on that team.
We will hear.
Jeez, I'm in here sweating. I got
I like
3.5
it.
more hours.
No, I like it. I like it.
Well, yeah, and then the Players Lounge.
Oh,
Yeah,
I forgot about
yeah,
the Players
yeah.
Lounge. Yes,
That's
and the
what I
Players
meant.
Lounge.
4.5 more hours. Yeah. 215-592. You don't have to yell during the Players Lounge, though.
I don't know.
Oh, look, come on.
Man, let Hugh yell doing it.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. As we dissect the Eagles' loss to the Cowboys, they lose 24-21. Coming up next, we will hear what Ruben Frank seems to
I'm
think.
in a damn interrogation room with these lights.
Oh, yeah, I know.
You got lights on us for
Yeah.
the video.
Where were you the night of November 16th?
My goodness.
Where were you? All right. Coming up next, we'll hear what Ruben Frank seems to think there's going to be a big change with the Eagles coming up this week. We will get into that next. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. This Black Friday and Cyber Monday, it's Chickies and Pete's double bonus days. You can get 2 $10 bonus cards for every $50 you spend on gift cards. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called Pass the Leg. Now, here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, here's what you got to do. You each lock in a group parlay with your own funds because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better for you, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turkey Bowl 7 is set.
Audubon High School and Haddon Township High School.
Audubon versus Haddon Township are ready to face off on Thanksgiving Eve. Listen as Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie provide the play-by-play with Devin Caney and Taryn Hatcher on the sidelines.
It is a touchdown.
Turkey Bowl 7, Wednesday, November 26th, starting at 6, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by Cheney University, empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
Let's live more. These deals are making waves during Norwegian Cruise Line's Black Friday sale. Get 50% off all cruises. Plus, enjoy our free at sea package with world-class specialty dining, unlimited premium beverages, and more. All included with your cruise. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Santa, where is your favorite place to be during the holidays?
Why, Hershey Park Christmas Candy Lane, of course.
While some of the elves are at the North Pole getting ready, Santa and his 9 live reindeer are gearing up for flight at Hershey Park Christmas Candy Lane. Visit this season to give them your list and enjoy over 5 million twinkling lights and epic rides and coasters. Make us your home for the holidays.
Hurry, Hershey Park holiday deals end Cyber Monday.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's James Seltzer. When it comes to projects on your home, you've got to get someone you can trust. Someone that's going to deliver quality at a fair and honest price. And that's exactly what you're going to get from J&S Family Roofing. From the time you call in until your roof is complete, you're going to deal with one of the owners. Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin. They are the best. If you don't believe me, just look at Google what their customers say about them. Only 2% of GAF roofers are Master Elite status. J&S Family Roofing are among them, allowing them to give their customers the best warranty available. Check them out. Go to jsroof.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. You know you always get your 232 Pac. We're at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. Check out all the Eagles action at the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickie's and Pete's. So it was a lively NBC Sports Philly postgame show yesterday. A lot of fighting. It was pretty funny.
I never see those guys arguing with each other. And I was locked in. I even said to my wife, I was like, look at these guys. They're all fired up at each other. It was very funny to watch. But Ruben Frank made a suggestion that I thought was interesting. Here's what he had to say.
How do you watch that game and not make a change? You know what? I'm going to say he will. I'm going to say tomorrow he's going to tell. Well, he probably won't tell us. We'll see somebody else holding the play card on Friday. I think he's going to make a change. I don't think he has a choice. Look, you made the point the other day. He's done it twice. Once it worked great. Once it was disaster.
So the Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers with locations in Montgomeryville and Mount Laurel. There's a Mark's Jewelers Minutes from everywhere online at marks-jewelers.com. Should Nick Sirianni take over play calling for the Philadelphia Eagles? So the results of the poll is 64% say yes, which is the confidence in Kevin Petullo has to be pretty low if people are like, let Nick do it.
Right.
I would be shocked if they did it for Friday.
Right.
Would you be surprised if that happened this week? Yeah. I would be pretty surprised.
Yeah. You're probably going to need another, unfortunately, you need another one of these games.
Yes, I think so.
Before that would even be considered. And even then, I don't know if Nick does it. You know, Kevin Petullo is basically Nick's hire.
Yes.
You know, he's the guy that Nick wanted to promote into that position. He has full confidence in him. I don't know. I don't think that has shaken. Maybe it has. It certainly would be telling if that were to happen. I'd be surprised. I would be. I would be surprised. I don't know. And as far as whether or not it would be beneficial, I don't know. I think he's a part of this thing anyway. I mean, he's a part of certainly
Nick.
part of
Yeah.
He's certainly a part of putting the game plan together as far as what plays they're going to run. How involved is he with the series to series play calling? Maybe that's being left up to Kevin Patullo, but something tells me Nick has his hand in this thing anyway.
So I look at it, and at the outset, I want to be clear. I don't really have any confidence or lack of confidence in Kevin Patullo. I have no idea. At this point, it's pretty hard to tell because I think that so here's where I think he is, responsible, and here's where I think he's not. I don't think he's responsible that the offensive line isn't playing well. I just don't. And you can look through the last several years of this football team, there really hasn't been a time where the offensive line hasn't played well and they haven't had a good running game. We don't have a large portion of data that suggests they're even capable of being a good offense without the offensive line playing well. So I don't put that on him. I also and we've discussed it. I think Jalen's a good quarterback, but he's not a give him everything and let him throw you to victory quarterback either. He's never been.
That's not
that.
every week.
What's that? No.
Especially not every week.
No. So that's not him either. The thing that I keep looking toward is, and something Jordan, during the Jordan Mailata show, he was not putting this on coaches ever, but he was the first one to bring up hey, we are getting to the line too late. It seems like, we don't have a lot of time to set everything up, diagnose what the defense is doing, make changes. And then I started watching, just trying to figure out, is the play call even in? And I wonder if part of the struggle that Patullo is having is getting the play call in sooner, allowing them to make changes. And if that's 5 to 6 seconds, that's a huge difference. Yeah. And if he is stressing over that, if he's not doing that this is the first time he's ever been a play caller in the NFL. That it's not easy, especially when the things that have always worked for you are not working. So I don't know if Nick changes any of that. I don't know if it gets better with Nick, but that is the thing that I would put on Patullo. A lot of the other things, I have trouble figuring out what is his fault and what isn't his fault.
That's why I keep them both together.
Yeah.
That's why I keep them both together. I'm not singling out Kevin Patullo because I think Nick Sirianni is a part of this as well. That's why I don't know if changing play calling to Nick Sirianni is going to do anything different. You know what they did in Detroit, Dan Campbell was hands off and let Johnny Morton call the plays. And then he didn't like what Johnny Morton was doing, so he took over the play calling. This, to me, feels like they are in harness together.
Yes.
Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo. And some of these things are situational play calling, rhythmic play calling, complementary play calling. These are things that experienced play callers know and have in their bag, whereas it seems like we're learning on the fly how to do it in end game.
Well, and then I think about last game, and we had the 3 drops to start off the game. Mm-hmm. And I think about the Green Bay game where Jordan falls down and then Saquon falls down. And then I think about this game, and I think about we want to give Jalen, and rightly so, the credit for the passes that got called back because of penalties. And I have to look at Patullo, too, and say, well, he called those plays that actually worked. And if one or two of those 3 plays that get called back, maybe it's a completely different football game.
Sure.
And then we're not having this discussion.
And that's where the players are at fault there.
Sure.
The players are at fault there. But going away from the running game and putting everything on Jalen, this is an issue week in and week out. Where's Tank Bigsby at?
He's averaging 9 yards a carry.
Where's Tank Bigsby at?
17 carries, I think, so far this year.
Why can't we give him the ball a little bit more? I think it's time that we go into the Tank Bigsby bag. I heard Rex Ryan say something this morning, and I hadn't thought of it, but it made a lot of sense when he said it. Nobody's benching Saquon Barkley. Nobody should want to bench Saquon Barkley. What's wrong with trying to light a fire under him, though? What's wrong with giving this guy a few extra carries, and you see this guy start having success? That's going to make you start running harder. That's going to make you start running a certain way. Because how's this guy coming in having success and you're not?
Yeah,
what is he doing differently that you aren't doing?
All of a sudden, the third running back on the Jacksonville Jaguars is getting more carries than you. Yeah.
So my thing is, if you give, I just mean you give Tank Bigsby 8 to 10 carries.
No. I'm saying if you're Saquon and you're like, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? Maybe it lights a fire on. Saquon said something that caught my ear at his locker after the game. Here's something he said.
We made too many mistakes as a whole. Obviously, I had a mistake there. They wanted a little more. So you got to give hats off to them.
No, I don't.
Yeah, wanted it a little bit more is not something you want to hear.
Yeah, that's not what I want to hear, and I'm not sure every player agrees with that. So that's his assessment that he's casting on the team. You think I'm going to ask Landon Dickerson later tonight, did they want it more than you wanted it? This dude out there playing on one leg and trying to give it all that he can give? You think when you talk to Jordan Mailata, that's going to be the answer, that they wanted it more? That's an indictment on me or us as a team to say that someone else wanted it more than you. Now, if Saquon feels that way, I think it's a miscast of what the situation really was. They didn't want it more than you. They didn't want it more than you. Unless you're saying you didn't want it. Yeah, unless you're saying you didn't want it.
Unless you're saying you didn't want it bad enough. Yeah.
And that's really what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
I mean, that's the opposite. I mean, it's another way of saying they wanted it more. You're basically saying you didn't want it bad enough. I don't know if Coach Sirianni would agree with that.
I'm sure he'll get asked about it.
I'm sure he would not agree with that. And that certainly isn't acceptable. That's not an acceptable excuse.
Well, last year Saquon wanted it more.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Well, listen, you talk about that show last night where Jason had a nice take.
Jason Avant
on Saquon's disposition as a running back this year, and at least certainly in this game. And he's talking about Saquon appearing not to want to get to tough yards.
Yeah.
Right?
Just going down.
Going out of bounds or going down.
Yep.
Like, that's what Jason's saying he's seeing out there from the running back.
Yep.
I don't know. And can anybody argue against that much this year? Like, the tough runs, the hard runs, breaking tackles. I remember last year when they played the Giants, Saquon was out there running over people.
Wanted to play in a meaningless game at the end of the year because he was running so well. Yeah. And it would be one thing if they were 10-1 and scoring 40 points a game and they're up, 21 and he runs out of bounds rather than taking a hard hit would be one thing. But they need every yard they can get at this point. 215-592-9494. You need every deal you can get right now. And
in this economy?
National Appliance Warehouse. The Black Friday sale's going on right now, Jack. I don't know if you know this.
Of course, we've been telling about people for a week.
Well, they're in tax-free Delaware, so when you go there, you're saving money on sales tax.
Exactly.
But also, the Black Friday mega sale, you're going to save up to 40% off on all these brands.
Including Whirlpool Appliances, Spike.
Including Whirlpool.
So they have 100 brands at National Appliance Warehouse. So when you go to National Appliance Warehouse, you're going to get the right brand. Again, 40% off all of these brands. Sub-Zero, Wolf, Cove, whatever you could possibly need appliance-wise, they have for you. I know you were sitting in your kitchen this weekend. Not your kitchen, Spike, because you went to National Appliance Warehouse.
Yeah, mine's awesome.
You know the holidays are coming. It's like, do I really want to be here in my sad kitchen?
Yeah.
That's why you got to get the National Appliance Warehouse.
Is this fridge going to keep all the beer cold?
Probably not.
Is that oven going to cook the turkey correctly?
It's going to be burnt.
Yes. Get the new oven. Get the new fridge.
Do the thing.
Do it.
Do it. Get the National Appliance Warehouse. You're going to get the right appliance. You're going to get a great price right now. The Black Friday mega sale underway right now. And on top of that, you're going to get an unbeatable customer experience. They're there to take care of you. You walk in, treat you like family, have a good time buying some appliances. So get down to National Appliance Warehouse right now in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
215-592-9494. Mike in Norristown. You're on WIP. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how about them Eagles? They make you feel good.
This guy's back. Been a while, Mike.
I don't think I know this guy.
No, you know Mike. He came to the dental place we went to
last
year.
Right. Yes.
Little fella.
Yes. Hey, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Disgusted. That was horrible game yesterday. Horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible. Like I don't even know what to I don't even know what to say. It's just.
Well,
good thing you're on the radio.
Yeah, what'd you tell the producer? So whatever you told Buzz, tell us that.
All right.
21 nothing, and then do nothing the second and third, fourth quarter. They looked the first quarter like the offense, the way they were making plays. They did that reverse to Devontae Smith. They looked good, and then the offense just went flat. Like I don't understand why the play calling changed. That's what I don't understand.
I don't think the play calling changed. Yeah, I just don't. I don't. They threw a ton. It's not like they weren't aggressive. I don't know. I don't think the play calling changed. I think they got a bunch of plays that got called back, and I don't know. It's very, football's weird because if the play works, we think it was a great play call. If it doesn't work, we don't think it was a great play call. It's very easy to say Kevin Petula was calling good plays while they were scoring touchdowns and not calling good plays when they weren't scoring touchdowns. To a certain extent, players have to execute what is called, and I don't know that they did that. It's very easy. If we want to say it's Kevin Petula, we can all sleep at night, right? We can all say our offensive line's still good, our quarterback's still good, our wide receivers are still good. It's really just the one guy that's calling all the plays. But he's the same offensive coordinator that's been there when they've succeeded this year as well offensively. That's why I have a hard time just blaming him on it.
Well, I don't think you just blame him, but he's a big part of the reason. And here's where I would jump in and say, I think it's okay to give him a lion's share to blame. Him and Nick Sirianni, again, and harness together. When the offense goes stagnant or you decide to abandon the run and force the ball to a receiver and all these other things, that's offensive play calling. That's on you. When you wait until the second half of a game to go a little more up-tempo after the offense looked dead and pedestrian in the first half, that's on you. That's on you as a play caller. I mean, if Jalen was missing throws and overthrows and fumbles and this and that, I agree. Yesterday, a lot of it was self-inflicted penalties, and that's why it goes on Nick. He's the coach of the team. When the team is undisciplined and can't execute because of penalties, pre-snap penalties and all that type of stuff, that's on the head coach. That's not necessarily play calling. But then you got to look at Coach Stoutland in the running game. Like, we can't ignore the fact that they can't run the ball. You can't win in this league being one-dimensional. I don't care who the quarterback is. You can't be that one-dimensional and on the road and expect to win.
Well, and Corey made a good point. You mentioned Stoutland there. I mean, Stoutland's the run game coordinator. Stoutland gets all the credit when they run the ball well. When we have the best offensive line in football, Stoutland gets the credit. When, Lane Johnson goes out and Fred Johnson goes in and they don't skip a beat, Stoutland gets the credit.
I'm going to tell you, interior, we got whooped yesterday.
Yeah.
We got whooped by Quinnen Williams and is it Kenny Clark?
Yes. Kenny Clark.
Yeah,
yes.
We got whooped by those guys on the inside.
And Clowney played well, too.
And they beat us into submission to where we gave up running the ball. Yep. We literally gave up running. They beat us into submission.
And we were the team that beat everybody else into submission last year. Yeah. 215-592-9494. CJ in Texas, you're on WIP. What's up, CJ?
So, I know you guys are in Philly and everybody's pissed off. Around here, I'm wearing these colors and I'm catching hell. So, I'm looking at
but you're the defending Super Bowl champ, CJ. I mean, come on.
Yeah, have a little pride.
Yeah.
Have a little pride. Oh, I still rock my colors, so that don't change. I don't run.
That's why he's wearing it. Yeah, that's why he's still wearing it.
You know what I'm saying? It's easy to put it on when it's the champion, but it's different when you done gave up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? 24 points. I don't even want to say it that way. When we choke away the game, let's say it that way, because we choked away the game.
Yeah, that's fair.
Everybody was saying, like you had the question Friday, was like, would you rather have us look great and lose or win?
Well, 0 for 2.
Yeah, we chose the third option.
Yeah, we chose look bad and lose.
And I told you, if we lose, the noise will get louder. I hear like two different crowds. The people a lot of people saying, well, we're 8-2. We're 8-3. So we'll get back on it. And then some of the people are trying to say, well, we threw for a lot of yards yesterday. Is that what y'all wanted? And we lost. Nah. The main people that I know that I've talked to that have had real conversation has always been the same thing. We've been upset about what this offense is going to be when it's time for us to actually play. When you play against offenses where the defense can't keep them down the whole game. it wasn't the defense's fault yesterday because the defense put the offense in a great position to win. But the offense did exactly what it normally does. It wasn't consistent. It wasn't something. And so what I came up with yesterday was, I know Nick is your guy, but this dude does not have a playbook. He's been put in the best position in the world. That's why everybody always says, well, Jalen has all the talent in the world around him. And then we wonder, like, man, is it Jalen? It is literally, I think, Nick. He's been forcing people with this trash offensive system that does not work. Last year, you could say, oh, well, we won. We won in spite of it being so bad because when we came out trying to do something else other than run, when we had all these worldly people in the front, just pushing people around, and Saquon insert, game was great, we won. But other than that, it hasn't been that way. It's always been this thing where this offense has looked weird since he's been here. And it's been masked because we've won. We've won because we've had so much more talent than everyone else. And I've always been scared to where if we don't maximize having this talent and winning, what is going to happen when it starts to fall apart? Or when we don't have it and we got to reload. Now you're asking Jalen to do something he's not capable of doing. So, yeah, this is on Nick. It's on Nick more than it is. And then he wanted this guy to be promoted? Yeah, this is a bad, bad look. We need a real OC with a real system so we can use all this talent that we get. Because if not, we're not going to be ready for the playoffs. Y'all have a good one, fellas.
All right, CJ. 215-592-9494.
I can't get over how the offense looked under Shane Steichen. I can't get over how the offense looked. Last year, they blocked so well that they ran their way to a Super Bowl title. Granted, I give you that. Vic Fangio with the defense, number one defense, that was awesome. This offense has its moments where they're moving the ball, and then all of a sudden it stalls. And I just don't see where the creativity on a consistent basis. It's almost like you have your first 15 plays that you've designed, and I get tired of hearing every week, well, they showed us something different. They showed us something we weren't expecting. Well, it's the NFL.
Yeah, it's their whole job.
What about the adjustments?
Yeah.
Why can't we adjust? You get a whole game to adjust. Okay, they started showing you a five-man front. Okay, we go to the sideline. We don't have answers for a five-man front to where we just give up running the football. We just literally gave up running the football yesterday. And where's Tank Bigsby?
215-592-9494.
The fans are screaming, where's Tank?
Where's Tank?
Time for Tank.
So I'm just saying, everybody else can get switched up on. Like, we can get Tank 5 to 8 carries, 8 carries a game.
Sure. 215-592-9494. Coming up next.
And if Will Shipley's going to come in and do nothing but block, and Uncle Merrill's going to say it every time he comes in, the other team knows he's not getting the ball. How about giving Will Shipley a draw since everybody thinks he's in there to block? That's all he does. Give him a draw.
Anyone else? 215-592-9494.
Hot, Spike.
Coming up next, the return of everyone's favorite, Jackie Football. We
What?
haven't we haven't heard.
Am I getting on CNN?
Well, we haven't heard what Jack thinks about yesterday's game.
Take that bleeping grin off your face.
So coming up next, the return of Jackie Football. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The Thanksgiving rush is on, and so are the savings during the Acura Season Up Performance event at Elite Acura. Drive home the 2025 Acura ADX, now available to lease for just $319 a month for 36 months. Every detail on this premium compact SUV is meticulously crafted to elevate your driving experience, from its refined, responsive performance and bold exterior design to its sophisticated interior finishes and next-level technological connectivity. How about all those long words? Looking for a different Acura to fit your needs? Well-qualified buyers can buy now, when they get 90 days first of deferred payments on any new 2025 or 26 Acura purchase now through January 5th. That's right, any new Acura on the lot with no payments for 30 days when you purchase before January 5th on approved credit by Acura Financial Services. Don't wait to feast on these extra Thanksgiving savings. This incredible leasing offer on the Acura ADX ends December 1st, right there at Elite Acura. Not all will qualify. See dealer for complete details.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you can each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. Pick the winning teams from the great Thanksgiving games and throw in a side of anytime touchdowns. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Billy knows how to get game day ready. The jerseys, the wings, the oil change. Yeah, the oil change, because your car needs to perform too. At Meineke, we'll get your ride tuned up faster than a 2-minute drill. Brakes, tires, oil changes, exhaust, batteries, and more done right at the right price. Don't let car trouble bench you this season. Come to Meineke for all your car care needs. And right now, Meineke's offering a synthetic blend oil change for only $34.95 with free tire rotation. See your local Meineke dealer for details. Meineke, doing car care right.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I love seeing the old gang at these reunions. Did you see Brian? He's in better shape than he was 25 years ago. How is that even possible?
Yep, I ran into him a few weeks ago and had to ask. He told me he started taking Nugenix Total T.
The testosterone booster?
Yes, it really works. I started taking it right away and I'm already seeing results.
I was wondering what you were doing. You seriously crushed me in that pickup game last week.
Yep, after 40, energy, strength, drive, it all starts going downhill. But with Nugenix Total
Total T, I feel like my old self again. Stronger, leaner, and my energy is way up. My wife even noticed a difference in the bedroom. They're giving out complimentary bottles right now. Just send them a text.
Text HEFTY to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster. Text now and you'll also get a free bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our most powerful fat incinerator. That's HEFTY to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I guess there's still time to be proven wrong, but the Vikings have a J.J. McCarthy problem. I had my concerns during the draft process, like many of you, because Michigan didn't ask a lot of him, and now maybe we see why. The completion percentage is way under 60%. McCarthy now up to 10 picks. The only thing going for him right now is his head coach, Kevin O'Connell. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Not well. Nailed it. It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. Jordan Mailata show will be an interesting one. That is coming up at 6 with me and Elliot and Jordan, of course. And in the Players Lounge, Ike Reese, Hugh Douglas, Elliot Shore Parks, and this week's guest, Landon Dickerson.
Not a good time for the offensive line.
It has not been a great time for the offensive line.
It's a great time to have him on the show.
Well, but those are two guys that'll be honest.
Yeah. You guys going to hold him accountable? You're going to ask him a tough question?
Always hold him accountable. What's the deal, Jordan? That's going to be the first question.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, what the hell is the deal,
One
bro?
block away?
One block, yeah.
If I hear that.
Still one away?
Yeah.
Still one away?
Maybe the running back should hit the hole.
Yeah. So, debuting a new segment on the Monday show is that I am calling Jackie Football.
Oh, this will make people happy.
So these Monday shows, just to pull back the curtain, Ike and I usually talk a lot in the beginning and, give our takes on the game. Jackie Football is just sort of hanging out.
Yeah.
But I felt like we needed to put a spotlight on what Jackie Football seems to think about the game.
Is that why there's new lights here?
That's why there's more lights. They're all for you, Jack.
Great.
So, Jack, Eagles blow a 21-point lead. 24-21 to the Cowboys. Your thoughts?
Yeah, the main reason they lost yesterday was Jalen. I mean, obviously, when you take the 3rd and 2 sack, you lead an offense that blows a 21-point lead and don't score after that. It's obviously falls on the shoulders of the quarterback as to why the Eagles lost yesterday. Now, you know that sounds ridiculous, right?
It sounds ridiculous.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do from this point forward. When it's clear that he's not the main reason they win, I don't need it jammed down my throat that he is the reason that they win all of these games, just like we can be honest with ourselves yesterday and say he wasn't the reason they lost the game yesterday. It is a team stats. I think he mostly plays winning football. I thought he played pretty well yesterday. The 3rd and 2 sack was annoying and something that should happen, but also, he got blown up and was 10 yards back almost immediately. There was a little time to get rid of the football.
There was 5 seconds.
There was a little bit of time to get rid of the football. Yeah. I agree, and I do think he struggled.
Nobody was open.
That's Patullo. No, so the wins, listen, I appreciate the win-loss record. Yeah. But there is some circumstance, just like it would sound ridiculous to come on here today and try to lie to you and tell you that Jalen was the reason that they lost. He wasn't the reason they lost. He played pretty well. He's a pretty good quarterback that played a pretty good game yesterday. So that is my overall thoughts. Also, I think they got a little lucky they didn't get blown out yesterday. I know that with the 21 points.
Blown out?
Yeah, the 21 thing kind of masked it a little bit. But that first drive, great. 7-0, awesome. Then they stalled, and they got bailed out on that blocking the kicker thing, blocking the punter.
Yeah.
That gave them another drive.
Yeah.
Then the Cowboys fumbled, gave them a point there. Dak threw an interception on the goal line.
Did the Cowboys – are you talking about the Turpin fumble?
The Turpin fumble. Turpin fumble, yes. Yeah. And then Dak threw an interception on the goal line. They had downs on the goal line. I mean, that could have also been it could have been a bigger spread. I think the 21-point thing is masking a little bit how I thought the Cowboys really played
down the field.
Yeah, I thought the Cowboys outplayed the Eagles yesterday for a majority of the game, 3/4 of the game. And even the first quarter, things could have gone differently.
Well, they could have gone differently if Zach Bond catches that interception, too, and the Eagles could win 35-3.
About time they didn't get a break.
Yeah.
I mean, they get every break I've ever seen for a football team. So, like, yeah, one thing didn't go the way. Jalen could have thrown 3 picks yesterday. I mean, he had the one to the sideline. He threw 2 just into oblivion.
Where he got hit.
I understand. He's on a little bit of Foles 27-2 luck right now with the interceptions thing. Feels like every week he's putting the ball in harm's way that just hasn't been intercepted yet. I'm waiting.
I like the first take. That they should have been blown out. I'm not with that one.
I just think that 21 points is masking a little bit. I know they blew a 21-point lead.
Their defense did something to keep Dallas from scoring. The defense is a part of the team.
I know, but CD drops that ball in the end zone.
That's on him.
I know. But that's not like, it was a fine
But hold on. But how about the game could have been put out of reach if some of these other bogus calls don't happen? That caused the Eagles to – I mean, that play to Devontae on 3rd down was a huge completion where Fred Johnson got the hands to the face. Upon further review, looks like his hand was on the chin. Didn't really get to his face mask. Some calls out there that was a little
Cowboys getting all the calls?
No, they didn't get all the calls. The Eagles were fortunate. You're right about the block punt. I'm with you on that. That was fortunate for us.
Yeah, that they didn't review it. Yes, absolutely.
And who's responsible for BG coming off the field late? That's another coaching thing.
Yeah, you thought that was coaching.
Is that Vic or is that the position coach?
Whoever is down there who's in charge of personnel.
Oh, yeah, so it can't be Vic.
Yeah, who's ever in charge of switching personnel in and out.
Vic's in the booth.
Now, that did end up being offsetting, right?
Yes.
But the problem was it was an interception. Right. That was in the Kobe Dean interception.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So if BG's not on the field in that play, now maybe Dak doesn't throw that because he saw that BG wasn't off the field.
Yeah, that's what they said on the broadcast.
So, and by the way, listen, nothing for nothing. That might have been the first broadcast I liked that TB12 was doing.
I thought the same thing.
TB12's a Jalen fan.
Well, it seems like he's an A.J. Brown fan, too.
Do you see them having a catch for the game?
Well, yeah. AJ, well, that's his favorite player.
Yeah, well, I think.
Remember that?
I think. Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
If before the Commanders Eagles game, you saw Josh Harris having a catch with A.J. Brown, would you say, hey, that shouldn't be allowed? Or if you saw, John Mara having a catch with A.J., or you saw Robert Kraft having a catch with A.J. Brown, you might be like, hey, maybe that seems like tampering. Right. I don't know if I need the owner of the Raiders having a catch.
I don't know why it bothers you so much.
Because he's an owner and they make special.
Minority owner.
I don't care.
He's white guy.
I was waiting on that.
Nice joke.
I was waiting on
Way to lighten the mood.
He's a minority owner, and that's AJ's favorite player.
That's great. I look.
He just wanted to catch a couple passes
come on,
from
Spike.
him.
Nah, it shouldn't happen. Not on the field before the game.
The Brady owner thing doesn't bother me that much.
At all.
Well, in the offseason, all I heard was how much influence he has over the organization, and he is pulling the strings.
How's that helping?
Yeah, well, it's not helping very much. But if he is going to pull the strings, if he's going to be, he shouldn't be doing the broadcast, and he shouldn't be having these. He shouldn't be talking to the coaches. He shouldn't be talking to the players, and he shouldn't be having a catch with our wide receiver who wants a trade before the game. I'm sorry.
I did like him on the broadcast yesterday. I think he's doing a better job.
Getting better. He tried to slip in a couple jokes there, and I'm like,
Yeah, he did slip up once.
Yeah, there was another slip up.
Yeah, I know. I heard. Yes. I don't know if that's what he said, but
it
was close enough.
Yeah,
that we all got the same. What?
My thing was,
what did he just say?
You got to just finish. It was the fact that he stopped. Right. If he had just finished with Ickerson, it would have been fine. But he stopped.
He called himself.
You got to go all the way through. You got to run through the finish line on that one.
Make it a Herb call.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Cam Jurgens.
Yeah.
Not a good game yesterday.
No.
He's had a mediocre year.
Well, he's been hurt all year.
He's been hurt.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. The interior part of that O-line isn't great.
No.
And it's not blocking great right now.
No.
All I'm saying is when Toth was in there.
Yes.
Those 2 games.
Well, there's another guy sitting on IR right now.
Willie Lampkin. Fast
Yes.
Willie Lampkin. So it seems like we're at this point of the season.
Yeah.
Listen.
We need Tank Bigsby.
So we want Tank taking some runnings from some carries from Saquon.
Yes.
We want Toth in there.
Yeah.
See
I didn't say I want Toth in there. I'm just saying when he was in there.
Yeah. And listen, I'll say it. I'll say it. I'm curious.
Oh, no. Don't do this here.
I'm curious.
Don't do this here.
What the offense would look like with Tanner out there. Just
with
from
Tanner?
I just want to know if it's the coaching.
Dude,
no, hold
it.
on.
Stop
it's
it.
not anti-Jalen. It's not anti-Jalen. I just want to know if it's the coaching. Like, would they run the same hitches? Would they do the same boring offense, vanilla stuff? That's all I want to figure out. It's not that anti-Jalen. I can't figure out if it's coaching or if it's the quarterback. Why they look so stagnant.
You know it's coaching.
But there was in the Pickett and McKee games last year, they opened it up. It felt like.
Well, what about the offense yesterday? Looked like it was great from a play caller design.
Nothing.
Well, then
but
why are you going through the Tanner McKee thing?
Because maybe they'd call a different game. I have no idea.
They would throw the ball more.
They would. Well, I mean, in
they would
general,
throw the ball more than what they already.
No, I think his point would be, as far as play design, we would see a different offense. It looked different.
Yeah,
when Tanner.
I got to be honest with you. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's sustainable.
I agree.
A lot of backup quarterbacks come in, play well for a game or two until the league figures out what you can't do.
Yes.
And then now let's see you perform well.
215-592-9494.
You're ready to do that in the middle of a playoff race. Switch the quarterback.
It's not that I want to do it.
No, you do want to do it. You do want to do it.
I'm curious as to what it would look like. That's the wording I'm using.
All right.
I'm about ready to turn your TV off.
Yeah, we're stopping.
You know what that
right
means?
Here. No.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I don't know that one either. So, Nick Sirianni is speaking in about 10 minutes.
All right.
If he is going to make a play caller change, he probably won't do it then.
But
He'll probably do it right after.
You know what he's going to do, though?
What?
He's going to stumble around the question.
He is. They're going to ask a lot. They're going to ask him if the Cowboys wanted it more. They'll ask him about that. They'll ask him about Landon Dickerson, saying they didn't see any of the five-man fronts in practice. They're going to ask him all those questions if they're not a bunch of cowards. So I need the beat writers to grow up.
Is Elliott back yet?
I don't know.
He's back.
They got to ask a bunch of good questions.
They let him get a question or two in there.
That is coming up next. 215-592-9494. Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. This Black Friday and Cyber Monday, it's Chickies and Pete's double bonus days. You get two $10 bonus cards for every $50 you spend on gift cards. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Hey, this Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. Now, when everyone's done, you each lock in a group parlay when it's with your own funds. You got to lock in this group parlay because football is better when it's played and bet together. And it makes it even better. Everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. I just realized the whole Pass the Leg thing is a play on the turkey leg.
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
Didn't realize that.
Okay.
FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the baseball offseason begins, questions remain for the Phillies. Does Schwarber re-sign?
Oh, we'd love to bring Kyle Schwarber back. It's a priority.
Will JT return?
The most prepared guy I've ever been around as a catcher.
Can the Phillies retain Ranger?
What a performance for Rangers, Suarez.
Listen for the latest. All your Phillies offseason happenings happen here.
We'll see what happens.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Spread the word, new drinks at Wawa. It's not around long, it's a limited offer.
Snickerdoodle and peppermint, cookies and cream.
The holidays are here, and so are Wawa's holiday beverages. Try the new iced Snickerdoodle latte or peppermint mocha while the season lasts. Gotta have a Wawa.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Bet365 is $365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
All right, gentlemen. This is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
You need parts? O'Reilly has parts. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa has your favorite go-tos. So why not give our clubs and paninis a go? Always customizable, always craveable. Bold ingredients stacked in a toasty, satisfying club or layered into a perfectly melty panini. Try new signature recipes like a garlic honey hot oven roasted turkey club sandwich or garlic honey hot panini with the new honey hot garlic aioli mashup sauce. You might just discover a new favorite go-to with Wawa's clubs and paninis. Gotta have a Wawa.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So, I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with... Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible board-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sack Master, and now your host of Free Reign. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen, Black Friday this Friday, but that doesn't mean you got to go on Friday to get the Black Friday mega sale at National Appliance Warehouse.
Go today.
You can go right now.
Go tomorrow.
Yeah, listen, you don't have to get there at 4 a.m. on Friday like a psychopath. You can do it now.
They're not even going to be open, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
That's over and done with. But just because they're not doing the traditional Black Friday stuff doesn't mean that you're not getting the traditional Black Friday savings, which right now you can get up to 40% off appliances at National Appliance Warehouse, including Whirlpool. So they have over 100 brands at National Appliance Warehouse, Sub-Zero, Wolf Cove. Great deals on all of them. They're always ensuring that you're going to get the best price possible at National Appliance Warehouse. That helps out because you're in tax-free Delaware, but also Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store. So you're going to get the best price possible. Like I mentioned, Spike, you're going to get a great appliance. You're sitting there in your sad kitchen. You're like, man, I got to upgrade. You got to get to National Appliance Warehouse and get some of their appliances. And on top of all that, an industry-leading service team. They take care of you. They do installation, delivery, the whole 9 yards.
Whatever you need.
Whatever you need. And you know what the best part about it, Spike?
They'll gift wrap it if you want. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll put a bow on it.
A nice little holiday bow?
A nice holiday
That's a good
bow.
touch.
Yes.
That's a good touch. But when you walk in there, they're having a good time. You know, they get to know you. It's great.
Only if you want.
Yeah. Whatever they want. Whatever you want, they'll do.
Yes.
You know, with you want to narrow it down to just 2 appliances.
Yes.
They have all these appliances. You're like, no.
Give me 2 brands.
And they said, no problem.
No problem.
We'll do that. So it's a difference-making experience at National Appliance Warehouse. Get down there today. Take advantage of the Black Friday mega sale. Learn more at nationalappliancewarehouse.com or hurry to their showroom. It's tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fritz sent you.
Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Oh, yeah.
The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94.
You want the best? Trust PDQ POS. Visit pdqpos.com. All right, so I'm trying to think what we need asked during the Nick Sirianni press conference in case any of the beat writers are listening. We do need him asked about if Kevin Patullo is going to continue as the play caller. Yeah. That needs to be asked. He does need to be asked about the penalties, of course. He needs to be asked about Saquon's comment about the Cowboys wanting it more, correct?
Yes.
That needs to be asked. He needs to be asked why he will not go for points at the end of a first half at all. That was a silly decision. They have to ask him that.
What was there, 17 seconds
17
left?
seconds, and you're on the 35-yard line. 2 passes. You're in field goal range. You're essentially in a dome.
Especially inside.
Yes, has to be asked. Ike, anything else that has to be asked?
No, I think y'all hit pretty much those. Because, listen, what was that, three or four questions?
Yeah,
That's going to take up the whole press conference.
Yes.
Well,
that's a good point.
So we haven't talked about it yet, but, Makuba apparently has a fractured
He's going to have surgery.
Yeah. So what's
the plan?
I mean, because Marcus Epps is on IR. Reed was hurt yesterday.
You got one safety on the team.
Right now
Sidney
it's
Brown.
Sidney Brown.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I love Crash.
He's wild, dude.
But Crash, that might have been friendly fire that caught Makubu.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Really?
That might have been Sidney that going to make the tackle. I think it was on the was that on the Turpin play?
It was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like he was going to make that tackle, and I think he caught Drew there a little bit. I think so.
215-592-9494.
Gotta be careful out there with him.
Chris in Delaware, you're on WIP.
Hey, fellas, good afternoon.
What's up, Chris?
What's up, Chris?
All right. So, listen, fellas, what I want to add is this. I believe the Eagles are being out-coached in game adjustments. Now, as we all know, you have cameras, pictures, and tech all over the place with coaches seeing it real time up in the box. Now, everybody knows what everybody did or is doing. So you have to scheme adjustment. And if you look at the Eagles' 3 losses, right? Denver, they were outscored by 18 points in the fourth quarter. Giants scored 21 unanswered, and then Dallas just scored 17 unanswered. So to me, you got to look at the game adjustments. And then the final thing is, I mean, you know this, right? Fellas, the coaching rule is when you're fielding a punt, if that punter is on the 10-yard line, you don't field it. You let it go into the end zone because the Eagles didn't need a return; they just needed a possession. I think that was a big time caveat. And then the other thing that I will give the offensive coaches credit for is because I've been saying this to you guys all week. They did move AJ and Smitty around in the formation. That was effective.
They did.
I just think the Eagles are being outcoached.
What do you think of that, Ike?
Well,
thank you for the call,
that
Chris.
certainly is part of the equation. You know, special teams have helped us in so many ways this year. So I don't want to go overboard with Michael Clay. I'm sure he's teaching the right things. That's on Gibson.
Yes.
As a returner out there. Now, I didn't follow him when he was with the Jets, but I've seen enough Jets people react to that, what he did yesterday, and say that was something he was prone to do in New York, and also the results were the same as well. So his decision-making back there, you know, you put these punt returners back there that are wide receivers, they don't get the ball thrown to them a whole lot, and next thing you know, they want their opportunity to do something with the ball in their hands. And that was one of those situations. He had made up in his mind he was returning that punt.
Didn't matter where it was.
Didn't matter where it was. Because what you are taught to do is to put your heels on the 10-yard line and you let the ball go over your head in the end zone. Now, the only time you may catch one of those, and never at the 1-yard line, but let's say it's between the 5 and the 10, is when someone is pooch punting and the cover team has enough time to get down there. You don't want them to down the ball at the 1-yard line or 2-yard line. So if you can catch it at the 8 and save a few yards, then you go ahead and catch it as opposed to letting it hit.
You know what it makes me think about?
That wasn't that case.
There was the play against the Packers where the Packers touched it, and he picked it up and ran with it. And everyone was like, no, it's smart because you can't go backwards. It just makes me rethink
Well, you
that.
can't fumble once.
You can't fumble.
Once the
you
other
can't
team
go backwards.
touches it, it's
but it just
you can't lose the ball.
It makes me rethink why he did that. Like, was he doing that because he knew that rule, or was he doing it for the same reason that he tried to run it yesterday because he just wants
That's a good question.
a touch?
That's a good question.
You know, everyone acted like they knew that rule. I'm sorry, I did not know that rule.
I did.
Well, you're an all-pro special team.
Ace,
Yeah,
yes.
come on. It was when I always say this. If we can see it, the coaches can see it. So if I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, you're not supposed to catch that ball there, are you? He's got to know that. He's got to know that's the wrong play.
Yeah,
and,
he knows that.
you know, even if he doesn't fumble, you have a better chance of the ball going into the end zone and getting the ball at the 20 than you doing anything with the ball there.
Exactly.
The best case scenario is you get in the 5-yard line. That's the best case scenario.
And on plays like that, you know what winds up happening? Is that you wind up getting a block in the back somewhere because your return unit is assuming you should let the ball go in the end zone.
Right.
Like they see that and they're saying, okay, he's going to let that go. And then now you get terrible angles on the block and something's negative going to happen right there anyway. Yeah, that's another case where, that goes to the coaching.
215-592-9494. Nick Sirianni speaks very soon. Chuck in Mount Airy, you're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, what up? Listen. Nick Sirianni, terrible game. But I just want to say this, right? First of all, Cooper DeJean, he's not an outside cornerback. He's not an outside cornerback, okay? You make your defense weaker when you do that. Put him on the outside. He got cooked yesterday. He doesn't have the athleticism to deal with those guys on the outside, man. So stop trying to force something that it ain't. He's a good cornerback where he's at. And to make sure defense strong. That's the only thing I got to knock on what's his name, Vic Fangio. What are you doing, man? Trying to put a square pig in a round hole. It don't fit. And another thing is, you guys are crazy, man. You want to sit here and you want to blame Saquon Barkley, who gave us one of the greatest years of Eagle running back could ever give us. You ever think Saquon, from his point of view, that he wished this quarterback could throw the freaking ball and throw the ball more consistently to the wide receivers so they don't have to stack the box? He got to go up against the stack lineup every week. You ever think he thinks about that as a running back?
All right, I got to put you on hold, Chuck. Damn. Here is Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Obviously, the offense continues to be a talking point after whatever the first 12 weeks. What gives you confidence that with 6 weeks to go, it can find its footing without, possibly making any coaching changes?
Yeah, I feel like we got the right people as players, as coaches that have had success, and we're all searching for answers to make it more consistent. There's some good things. Obviously, there's some not so good things, and we got to find the things that we really can hang our hat on, and then the compliments that come off of that. And when we talk about identity, we always want to play tough, detailed together. That's never changing. But the way you play each individual game obviously can change. So it can't be just, hey, well, we got to run it better, or hey, we got to pass it better, or hey, we got to play action better. Because at some point in each of these games that we have left, and really all that we're focused on is this next one, it'll have to be a little bit of everything and to reach the goals that we want to reach.
We'll go to John and then Elliot.
Hey, Nick, can you confirm Drew's going to be out and fractured his ankle, and also in correlation to that, potentially Michael moving back to the back end, and how you thought he played and the opportunities he had in Dallas?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys saw the report. He'll be out for some time and for a little bit, and we'll see. I'll never put a timetable on a guy. We'll see how long. So that, but he'll miss a little bit of time here, but we'll see how long. I think we have good options there. Michael being one of them. Sidney. Reed's still back there, and manning everything back there, and we got some guys that we have confidence in on the practice squad as well. So this is why you need your entire roster. It's never just the 53 guys; it's the 70 guys, and you never know when those guys' opportunity will come, and here we are.
We'll go to Elliot and then Dave.
Hey, Nick. Last night, Saquon said after the game he thought the Cowboys maybe wanted it a little bit more. I was wondering what it means to you when a leader of the team says something like that.
Yeah, obviously we want to go out and put our best effort out at every point. And I felt like when I watched the tape, I saw the effort at sky high on both sides of the ball, on special teams. Obviously they went and they got the win. So there's always things that factor into it as far as, our determination, our effort. I saw that it was high. And, we just all have to be there. And I think, like I said, we were. Obviously Saquon felt something last night, and, he's got a great pulse for everything. But as you watch the tape, as you look at the tape, which, obviously after the game, we don't have the luxury of looking at the tape before we go in and talk to you guys. But I felt like the effort was really, really high in that game. And hats off to Dallas. They played a good game and they got us.
We'll go to Dave and then Jeff McClain.
Nick, have you contemplated making a change at the offensive play caller position? And if not, why the confidence in Kevin this far into the season?
Yeah, no, I haven't. And again, I think that I think we always are looking for answers. As coaches, we're always looking for answers, and we're never into assigning blame. It's just looking for answers. And I think what sometimes can happen is it's like, it's just this. Well, it's not just that. And it's every piece of the puzzle: coaching, playing, execution, scheme, everything. We got to be better in all of those aspects. And so yesterday, I thought Kevin did a good job of calling it. Obviously he's going to want plays back, just like every player and myself. We all want plays back. And when you're going through it, like that, that's what you're always looking at, and it's never in football just one thing, even though you're always trying to find answers. So, no, I haven't considered that, Dave.
We'll go to Jeff McClain and then Jeff Nyberg.
Yeah, sorry about that, Nick. Nick, I was just hoping to get some clarification on this 5-down thing. Landon Dickerson said, after the game that, or at least suggested that, there wasn't enough time on task done to prepare for it because it wasn't typically something the Cowboys had done. And yet, they have been doing it the last few games. And even Jalen Hurts had said that, they were trying to get their, the 3 good defensive tackles on the field at the same time. So I'm just wondering, the disconnect there, was that accurate that you guys hadn't prepared enough in trying to counter the 5-man front? And if so, that's not like it's something new. Why have you guys struggled? Why weren't there ways to beat that?
Sure. Yeah, you go into every week, and you're trying to play the game in your mind as much as you possibly can, not just with how you call it, but how you plan it for practice as well, and how you plan for drills and everything. So the walkthroughs, the practice, your drill work, you're trying to identify what you think. And so what you're always trying to do is say, how many reps do I need to devote towards this? How many reps do I need to devote towards that? How many reps do I devote to towards this? And you try to make educated guesses there. And obviously, right, with that, we devoted time for all of them. We knew they had that in their package and their plan, especially with those guys. And we went in and said, here's how many we're devoting towards this. Obviously, they played a little bit more there, even than anticipated. And so, of course, as coaches, you say to yourself, well, I wish I would have gave them a couple more reps on this one. Now, you're limited as far as how many reps you actually have in walkthrough and live and in drill work. And that's why you're trying to make your best case. And like I said, no one's ever going to pitch a perfect game here. And that's in your planning sometimes as well. And so, looking back at it, you're like, yeah, sure, I wish we would have given us a couple more reps there. But that's how you go into a game of thinking about it on that. And those are the discussions that we have as coaches after the game. We prepared for the things that we thought we were going to get, some more than others, and then sometimes it doesn't play out that way when you look at it after the game.
We'll go to Jeff Nyberg and then Bob Brookover.
Yeah, Nick, obviously the penalties were a big problem yesterday, but offensive penalties have been a consistent issue for you guys this year. And you've had a couple different chances this year to do some self-scouting with some breaks. Are you noticing common themes? And it's, this late in the season, why are you struggling to correct it at this point?
Yeah, we got to keep grinding it out to fix it, right? That's our job, is to try to figure out and identify issues and try to fix them. Anytime that we have those penalties like that, and we had penalties, and I think I said to Aaron Andrews at halftime, is like, hey, we got to stop some of the penalties that we're getting behind the sticks. Now we were catching up a little bit. In those first 3 drives, we get a penalty and we'd overcome it, but that's hard to sustain the success of a game when you have those. So anytime it's penalties like that, I'm always going to, or anytime it's ball security, or anytime it's the fundamentals or something within tough detail together, I'm always going to put that on myself. And so I have to do a better just point blank. I have to do a better job of coaching it, and finding different ways to make sure it gets through. There. Now, with that being said, like, I think I've mentioned this to you guys before, sometimes the penalties are in the heat of the battle and those happen, right? Sometimes there's going to be holds in every game, and sometimes they get called, sometimes they don't, and those things happen in the heat of battle. It's really our mission is to obviously fix those things, but also fix the stuff that happens before the snap or after the whistle. Penalties come in many different shapes and forms as far as in the heat of the battle. And sometimes it's we didn't put them in a position to succeed well enough where they are reaching to try to accomplish their goal. Sometimes it's a fundamental thing by the player. Sometimes, there's always a different, sometimes, the other guy got the best of the other guy, so all those things, or the defensive coach got the best of the offensive coach. That's why I'm saying it's never just one thing. This is like we can't say that this is the ultimate team game when things are going good, and then when they're not going good after a loss, it's on one person. It's an ultimate team game. I mean, that's the nature of this game. That's why I love this game, and I'm so passionate about this game, because I love being a part of a team, and I love just the camaraderie of a team. And so that's what I want you to take away from this is the most is like when it's going good and it's all about the team, that doesn't switch when it's not going as planned. And we try to assign blame to one person. It's always still all about the team.
We'll go to Bob and then Bo.
Hey, just two quick ones, Nick. Did Xavier make a mistake by fielding the ball where he fielded it? Is the first one, and then B, to piggyback off what Jeff just asked there. On the cover penalty, it's something we see in games all the time. How do they happen? And can a receiver, and do you coach the receiver can he say to the official, "Am I good?" I mean, I see that at other levels on the sideline, but can he look at the official and say, "Hey, am I good?" and get an answer to that?
You're saying on the pre-snap one?
Yeah, the pre-snap cover.
Yeah, those officials do a good job of helping out, and you always want to be able to check with them. But again,
how do they happen though?
how do they happen?
How does that happen? Where
sometimes you don't have, you're up there, you're lined up, and you're far away from the guy. I think that ball was on the opposite hash, and you just miss that communication. Sometimes you're getting up to the line of scrimmage late. Sometimes you think you know what you're in, and you don't check. All right, there's many different things that can happen there of where those happen because you're trying to get up and run a play and run it fast. And then as far as Xavier, I got to do a better job there. Obviously we try to go through a lot of those things. We work a lot on plus 50 punts. And it's, again, when there's a fumble or there's a mental mistake or anything like that, I hope you guys understand that I'm gonna put that more on me than anything, because I take a lot of pride in that, and that's my job as the head coach. So that's on me. Xavier's trying to make a play. There's a teachable moment for with that too in that scenario, be able to let it go. But I put that on myself of I got to do a better job of communicating and coaching it and being better there myself.
We have time for two more, so we'll go to Bo and then end with Mike.
Hey, Nick. When you guys score touchdowns on the first three drives and then none the rest of the game, there's the perception from the outside, they took their foot off the gas. Is that fair or unfair?
I mean, to go up 21-0 with, I think we got the next possession that we had was with like 5 minutes left in the second quarter. Yeah, you're trying to do everything you can get to go up 28-0. You're trying to do everything you can do to go up 35-0. I felt like we were aggressive all game. Obviously the execution and everything, the execution and the play calling was better in the first half than it was the rest of the time, and the schemes and everything, right? Again. And so, we if you look at it, I think that we're still being aggressive to try to do to try to get as many points on the board as possible, especially playing against that team that we were playing. And really, you don't start to think about taking your foot off the gas until you get into 4-minute football. And 4-minute football is played many different ways based off of how many scores you're up, how much time is left, how many timeouts are left. And again, it's called 4-minute football for a reason. You don't start really into that until 4 minutes. Now, sometimes that extends a little bit more into the fourth quarter, depending on your lead. But again, some of those things that were getting us behind the sticks continued to bite us in the butt as the game continued on, and that stalled some of those drives. And we needed to keep the pressure on in that game, and that's what we were thinking. We needed to keep that pressure on in that game because any of those drives that stalled, you get points on any of those drives, touchdown, field goal. It's a different game, and we knew that. And so we were working hard to try to go up in those scenarios and keep our foot on the gas.
We have time for one more, so we'll end with Mike here.
Hey, Nick, I realize it's a small sample size, but Tank Bigsby has been really productive in the opportunities he's gotten, including relative to what Saquon has done. Do you chalk that up to just small sample size, and is it possible we'll see more of him in the coming weeks?
I think we got two. I think I love our running back room. You got Saquon, you got Tank, you got Will, you got AJ. All guys that are capable starters throughout the NFL and stars throughout the NFL. Excuse me. And Tank's done a nice job with the carries that he's had. Obviously, we always want to get Saquon the ball as much as we possibly can because we know what type of playmaker he is. But Tank's doing a really nice job when he comes in and gives him a break. But make no mistake about it, we want to get Saquon the ball as much as we can because we know good things happen. And obviously our run game, we got to continue to get it humming. But also Saquon did some really good things with the ball in his hand in the pass game yesterday as well. So always a plan. Again, you look at our game plan, it's always going to start with AJ, Saquon, Devontae, Dallas, all those guys, and how many touches we can get them, and that's always going to. But we also love the guys that we have behind them. We like to give Will touches. We like to give Tank touches. Jahan does a nice job when he gets his hands on the ball. And so, those we got a lot of playmakers, and we got to find ways to make them go.
Thanks for the time, Coach.
There it is, the Nick Sirianni press conference. We'll talk about it and get to your calls after I tell you about, Colonial Hyundai on Friday. It is the Black Friday sales event. So starting at 8 a.m. on Friday, how about this? Save up to $12,000 on any new Hyundai in stock. And when you drive home with that brand new Hyundai, you're going to be driving home with a $1,000 gift card with your purchase. Starts Friday at 8 a.m. You don't need to work hard for a great deal. You don't have to go in there and bargain with them. No. Over 200 brand new Hyundais in stock. The largest incentives of the year, up to $12,000 off any new Hyundai in stock, plus a $1,000 gift card with your purchase. Friday, starting at 8 a.m., the Black Friday sales event at Colonial. That $1,000 gift card, you spend it on whatever you want. You have holidays coming up, gifts to buy. It'll come in very, very, very handy. And you can buy your brand new Hyundai with no money down and finance it with rates as low as 0% for up to 60 months. So it is the Black Friday sales event, Colonial Hyundai, starting 8 a.m. on Friday, up to $12,000 off any new Hyundai, $1,000 gift card with your purchase. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. Offers can't be combined. $1,000 gift card included at dealer listed price on new vehicles. See store for details. Ike, before we get back to the calls,
yes,
his answer on Patullo, he said he hadn't even thought about changing play callers.
Yeah.
It is a complicated thing if he wanted to do it.
Yep.
Because if he does it, and it improves, I don't know if that's basically firing Kevin Patullo at the end of the year, or you are going into next year with Sirianni as the play caller again, because you're setting up a situation with which the other guy doesn't have any confidence. It's clear that you don't have any confidence in him. I think it would have to be you said earlier, you need a couple of more bad games before you start. Remember, that is Nick's choice.
Yes.
That is Nick's guy. That was part of Nick got two things, I think, for the Super Bowl. Nick got his extension, and it got his choice of offensive coordinator.
Yep.
And he went with his guy. So if he moves on from his guy, that is a condemnation of his selection, not just Patullo. Remember, it reflects poorly on Patullo, but it reflects poorly on Nick Sirianni. Now, you don't want to throw good money after bad, but you do. I don't expect him to pull that card very quickly at all because of all the other things that happen if he does pull that card.
I completely agree. They ride this thing all the way out to the end of the season. And at that point, I think from an organizational standpoint, that maybe take that choice to retain Kevin Patullo as the OC may be taken out of Nick's hands.
I agree with that.
So, but I think they let him get through the season and maintain his dignity, and you don't look like you're placing blame on Kevin Patullo.
And especially when you're placing blame on yourself, too, for doing that, you know. You have I think Nick, if Nick wants to rescue this, he has, if there's any chance of rescuing that situation, you have to leave him in that situation and hope it gets better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, and how about sending a message to the rest of the team to batten down the hatches and focus in on the team?
Yeah, this is on you guys, too.
I don't know how many of those penalties of the 14 they had yesterday were on the offense. they felt like 10 of them were on the offense.
Well, they were costly ones on the offense.
Exactly.
Because when you talk about Patullo and Jalen Hurts specifically and their performance yesterday, neither one of those guys directly is responsible for any of those 3 penalties that called back big plays. Big play to Devontae, big play to Goddard.
2 of them to Goddard.
2 of them to Goddard. Big plays, first down plays. You know? And who knows, maybe that Saquon fumble, like of all the things that don't happen, if those plays happen, you might win the game. I mean, there's an easy case to be made that if any one of those 3.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
The Saquon fumble came. That was the one after the Fred Johnson play? Yeah, you can't have that. And then I had totally forgot about the illegal formation play coming out of the locker room where the big play to Goddard and the receiver covers up the tight end at the end of the line.
Yes.
You know they're going in heavy package. Fred Johnson is in – I mean, not Fred Johnson. Matt Pryor is in there. He reports to the official that he's eligible.
Yes.
And you cover him up. That's on the receiver. Whoever the receiver was, I don't know if it was AJ or Devontae. I don't know which one of them it was. But somebody covered him up. And you can't do that when he's an eligible man.
Well, and I don't know how much of this is you start looking at everything when this stuff starts happening. It just seems like there's a lot of times where there's a receiver sort of looking at Jalen and wondering, hey, what am I doing here again? Or, you know, like there's clarity. Now, I don't know if that's just Jalen changing what he's doing.
Sometimes it is.
But it just seems like there's a lot not on the same page a lot of times. And I think a lot of these penalties point to that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's what I mean by not paying attention to detail.
Yes.
They've run that play. They've done it a bunch. How many times have they used the double tackles as tight ends? They've
Enough
been
times.
using that for the last 4 or 5 games.
Yes.
You know he's an eligible receiver.
Yeah.
You can't cover him up.
Well, and I think we learned too. I don't know how many times they did it yesterday. There's a big difference doing that with the Johnsons, the Big Johnson package, when it's Lane and Fred, compared to Big Johnson package.
Wow.
Yeah, no?
That's out of control.
Well, you know, Jordan wanted to call it Big Freddie. It's better as Big Johnson. There's 2 Johnsons there.
Rhea's like, really? The queen of WIP is in the building, Rhea Hughes.
You don't like that name
I
for
couldn't
it?
let that one go, Rhea. He's like the Big Johnson
Big
package.
Johnson
I'm like, what
package.
the hell are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. You stand
Well,
next to me every day.
I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, come on, man. But it doesn't.
And when you sit like that, Spike.
Yeah, well, look, there's
you
opening.
leave no doubt.
No. There's an opening here.
What do you mean?
There's an opening here. The legs aren't very big. There's space. There's plenty of space, dude.
Between your legs?
Oh, yeah. Plenty of
God.
space.
That,
215.
Yes, please.
Not
move
to
on.
get off track.
Yeah, no, too late. We're off track, bro. Yeah, it's too late. I'm out of control. I can't even think about where the hell we're at right
What
now.
I was saying was,
What are you saying?
when you're doing it with Freddie Johnson and Matt Pryor, it is different than doing it
Yes.
with Lane Johnson and Freddie Johnson. It's not as effective. And the name's not as good.
Yeah.
The Big Pryor package doesn't, you know.
We don't need more.
Give me the Big Johnson package.
Yeah. Doesn't that sound good?
Yeah, and plus,
Bring in the Big Johnson.
Yeah.
Show him your Big Johnson.
It would lighten up the huddle. You know,
Yes.
maybe loosen them up a little
Yeah,
bit.
maybe Jalen smirks. All right, guys, we're going Big Johnson here.
If Chris Long was here,
Yes.
he'd still do it.
Yes. All right. 215-592-9494. You let it out the rest of the show.
I needed that.
Donovan McNabb joins us next.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked to 5.
Oh,
No.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see what he thinks about the Big Johnson package.
Is he curious what the offense would look like with Tanner McKinney?
No. You want to ask him that?
No.
All right. This is the WIP afternoon show. Yeah, why not, Jack?
Yeah, I'll turn it New Orleans all over.
Yeah. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This Thanksgiving rush is on, and so are the savings during the Acura Season of Performance event at Elite Acura. Drive home the 2025 Acura ADX, now available to lease for just $319 a month for 36 months. Every detail of this premium compact SUV is meticulously crafted to elevate your driving experience, from its refined, responsive performance and bold exterior design to its sophisticated interior finishes and next-level technological connectivity. Looking for a different Acura to fit your needs? Well, guess what? Well-qualified buyers can now get 90 days of deferred payments on any new 2025 or 26 Acura purchase now through January 5th. That's right, any new Acura on the lot with no payments for 30 days when you purchase before January 5th on approved credit by Acura Financial Services. Don't wait to feast on these extra Thanksgiving savings. This incredible leasing offer on the Acura ADX ends December 1st right there at Elite Acura. Not all will qualify. See dealer for complete details.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, and then pass it to your friends so they could add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds, because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% prop boost to use on their build. My Pass the Leg parlay, I'm going with the home team in the early game, and then you know what's going to happen in that late window. The home team's going to win the last game, but the road team in Dallas, that's who's going to win for the middle game on Thanksgiving. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. As you know, Thanksgiving is one of the busiest travel times of the year. If you're hitting the road to see family, make sure your car is road ready for your trip, starting with tires. Right now at United Tire, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your car needs. Brakes, oil change, inspections, you name it. Before you hit the highway for your Thanksgiving trip, make sure your car is ready for the ride. So stop by United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com. Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth-in-a-Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can always count on Thanksgiving football with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
What a catch! Touchdown!
And this year's main course is in Big D when the Cowboys host the Chiefs. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I remember being very worried about Matthew Stafford's back late this summer. What a waste of energy. The Rams QB looks pretty good now through 11 games and 9 wins. 3 more touchdowns in last night's rout of the Bucs, further cementing him as the MVP leader. And his Rams, the best team in the NFC until further notice. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. Donovan McNabb's call-in is brought to you by United Tire. Now is the time to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. Go to unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Buzz, could you put up Donovan? My screen is not working. And joining us now, born in Chicago, dominated at Syracuse, but owned Philadelphia, 6 Pro Bowls, 5 NFC Championship games, and perhaps, most importantly, the best guest in afternoon show history.
There you go.
One Donovan McNabb.
Donovan J. McNabb.
Good morning. I should say good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Good
How
afternoon.
we doing today?
Well, not good. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Donovan, we started the show, and I was talking to Ike about yesterday's game, and I said to him, the reason that I wasn't so mad is I felt like I was watching the exact same team that I've watched almost every game this year. They just lost by 3 points instead of winning by 3 points. Did you feel any of that watching that team yesterday?
I thought it was a overdue point of emphasis on trying to find ways to get the ball to A.J. Brown, which I think it still kind of took away from what I want to see from this offense, and we have been able to do it well, and that's running the football in the play-action game. I think we're entirely too heavy in the drop-back game. And with the public cry and everybody, talking about A.J. not getting the ball, I felt like we got away from the success that we could be doing, and that's spreading the ball around and getting our tight ends and running backs involved in the passing game, but running the football a lot more with attempts with our running backs. But the problem here is, I think that's getting overlooked, is the offensive line is not that good. Our offensive line is struggling, and we're not opening up running lanes for Saquon Barkley. It's not Saquon. He has nowhere to run. And so when we revert back just to the passing game, we're going to have games where we're going to come out and it's going to look explosive, and then we're going to hit a wall, and that's going to lead to a lot of 3 and out. And when we're not being creative with shifts and motions and putting guys in multiple positions, it's going to look the way it's been looking over the last 12 weeks or 11 weeks.
Yeah, my fear or concern right now, Five, is listen, you brought up the offensive line's play. I just don't know how that gets better. We've been talking about the O-line not playing at the level they played at last year, but it's forget about playing at the level they played at last year. They're playing probably the worst they played in the last 3 or 4 years around here with this team.
As a collective unit.
Yeah, exactly, as a collective unit. And I don't know if that gets better. Are you seeing something where it will improve, or is this just what we're sort of going to have to deal with the rest of the year?
Well, I mean, we all know as former players and playing in Philadelphia, when you start to get older, they usually start to make a shift. And I don't know if they have the depth, really, to be able to put anybody else in the game at some of those positions. Listen, losing Lane to injury has really hurt us from the right tackle standpoint. I think Mailata's not playing the way he's been playing up until this season. I think this is probably one of his down years. Dickerson hasn't been playing well. And really, to be honest with you, injuries have really plagued our offensive line. And even when they're healthy, they look hurt. And so I just think for your question, I don't think it gets better, to be honest with you. I really don't. And I think what we have to do is we have to cater our running game to be more of read option. I think we have to get back to the read option where Jalen becomes a little bit more of the running game than just Saquon and Tank.
Yeah, it sort of feels like what they were trying to do with Jalen, because he's been banged up at the end of the year, is almost save that and not put him in harm's way. But they're in a point this year with the offense where I don't know if they have any other choice at this point. And I would also say, I think if he's in a designed run, there's probably a better chance that he gets out of that without taking a big hit than if he's scrambling, which was a bunch of the runs yesterday felt like scrambles.
Well, they called a few quarterback draws. They called a few quarterback draws, and he understands how to avoid some of those big hits, especially when you're running up the middle, and he did a great job with that. I'm with them as far as limiting his called runs, but our running game is going to continue to take a hit. And it's unfortunate because Saquon coming off the year, the expectations were so high. We didn't bring back Baxton at the right guard position. We had injuries at the center and the left guard position. Lane's now getting banged up a little bit. Jordan's not playing at the caliber that he had been playing leading up into this season. It's just there are a lot of key factors into this, and then you spoil over with a disgruntled wide receiver to the questions about the coordinator. It's just so much that happens when you either win the Super Bowl or you make it to the Super Bowl. And that's kind of the position that you put yourself in when you do find yourself in the big game, and then you come back the next season where expectations are so high.
Donovan, let me ask you just about a comment you made earlier about the creativity on offense. So Mike McDaniel, probably one of the most creative offensive coordinators in the NFL. And they're sitting there because they're not playing well, scoring 20 points a game. Is it difficult to do things that are more creative and more complicated when you're not even doing a particularly good job doing the basic things, if that makes any sense?
Well, if you're being creative to create mismatches, it's a very easy solve. And that could be, let's say, for instance, if we're constantly lining A.J. Brown over to the left side of the field, it's time for him to start out to the right, maybe get a zoom motion, which you bring him to the opposite tackle and then bring him back to where he started. We maybe shift the tight ends, the running backs, or whoever's in the slot at that particular time on cadence, and they move from the right to the left, and then you motion just to kind of create mismatches where you can find ways to get him the ball. The old traditional way is back in the day when the Indianapolis coach used to just line Reggie Wayne up to the left and Marvin Harrison to the right. That type of offense is kind of null and void now. Now you have to move and shift and get people in different positions. I mean, if you look at what the Rams have been doing with Puka Nacua and also Devontae Adams, they've been moving those guys around and putting them in positions where you get one-on-one matchups versus the second or third corner or, a safety or whatever it may be. You have to be able to do that. And there's nothing against the offensive coordinator that's there now because this is his first time in that position. And Kellen Moore had to learn as well. It took him about 8 weeks for him to understand the talent that he had. But I just think for what we're seeing from this team is just not exciting. It's nothing that kind of, as a fan that's sitting there watching like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. It's almost like somewhat predictable at times.
Mm-hmm. Well, Drew Brees definitely called us boring as an offense. So
yeah.
He
So
threw
did
that
Donovan.
back. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I was just gonna put it on Drew, but yes, I guess 5. He did say it.
You know. but see, and yeah, and some people may take it the wrong way or whatever it may be. But when you've been in an offense and it's been creative, this looks boring.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah, you know it when you see it.
So, I mean, it's just like, for instance, Sean Payton was his coach, and I would give anybody credit if they can name the receivers that Drew Brees threw to in New Orleans. But they found ways to get guys the ball, and that's being creative. And Andy was being creative. Andy's still being creative in Kansas City. So it's just a lot of questions that people kind of could compare for when we do see it for the teams that we played on, to find guys ways to be, explosive in an offense. And I just don't see that happening right now.
This can encompass a bunch of different things, but I think all of them are applicable. This team just feels like a Super Bowl hangover team to me, both physically and mentally. You have the mental
But isn't it like that, to be honest? I don't mean to cut you off, but isn't it like that usually every year a team comes off a Super Bowl or a Super Bowl loss?
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Yeah. And we had the same thing after a Super Bowl loss in 2023.
Yep.
You get you get the physical toll that all of those games took, and I think offensive line and Saquon, you can probably point to that. And then there's the mental thing where, especially after you win a Super Bowl, the next year everybody just wants something for themselves.
Feel good about themselves.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, look at Kansas City. Like, for instance, Kansas City had been successful in Super Bowls, and even when they lost to Tampa, the year where they had a lot of injuries, and then obviously with the situation they had with Andy's family, they came back that next year, and it was kind of a tough deal for them. But they pulled through and found ways to win.
Yeah.
And so now with Kansas City, it's a chance that they might not be able to make the playoffs, but they're fighting right now. And it's not exciting. It's really not. Like, you're down against the Indianapolis Colts, and then you got to fight your way back. So I just think that's the way the NFL is. It's about parity. But when you do come off that win or loss, expectations are so high, and injuries play a major part. And some guys just don't play the same.
And I'll tell you one thing that's helped Kansas City, because I've used Kansas City as an example, as far as maybe they aren't the same explosive team. Patrick Mahomes can't do some of the things he's done in years past, especially when he had Tyreek Hill or when Travis Kelce was younger. But I said this, Five. I said the one thing you never seen with Kansas City, for the most part, you didn't see any infighting. There isn't any finger pointing. There aren't leaks to the media and all that type of stuff.
No, that's right.
That we have going on here. Like, we hit a little bit of a rough patch, and the first thing we want to start doing is start pointing the fingers at guys and leaking stuff to the media. And that, to me, it's not directly Coach Sirianni's fault, but it's his culture that he is setting that I think doesn't allow for them to sort of fight through this stuff and stay banded together versus separated. And this was the first week that I started worrying, like, man, this thing might cost us another shot at the Super Bowl. Like, I don't know if we're going to actually get there. Like, I don't know if we're actually going to get there, just because I don't know if they believe they are a championship caliber team. I don't know if the players believe that. I don't know if they believe that. They say
as a team.
Yeah, as a team.
I'm with you. Individually, I think some players kind of have that mentality, but now are really starting to question.
Yeah.
And I know some people would say, well, it happened under Andy's watch. Obviously they'll bring our names up with it, but it's just when you have the right pieces where you don't have to worry about that type of stuff.
Yep.
That's the main thing, and it's not Andy and the culture that he built, because we know how the culture is and what Andy was about. It's when you start bringing pieces in that the toxic talk starts to create a bad aura around the team. And so I'm glad you brought that up about Kansas City, because he's been going out, but what did he do? He pulled away one of the toxic parts of it, and that was when he decided to go a different direction, from Tariq. When he went away from the Tariq situation, everybody was saying what? They're not the same team, and Patrick's not going to be the same type of quarterback without Tariq. And they've been to multiple Super Bowls afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
So sometimes you may have to make that tough decision, and that's why I said this may be the last year for A.J. Brown.
Oh, I would be shocked if it wasn't.
Because of all of this.
Yeah.
But the wild part about it, and it never fails, is that now everybody's kind of talked about A.J., but what was the conversation last week that's now spilling over? It's about Jalen and how people feel about Jalen and coaches and players and his on-field stuff, where it's so funny because it's almost deja vu again. I've been through it. I've seen it happening, and it was just a matter of time before all of this talk starts happening. Because now, with that conversation last weekend, I wonder now with the loss, what does that look like going through this week?
Yep. All right, Donovan. Well, we thank you as always. We're playing your Chicago Bears on Friday. Yeah, where's your?
That's not my Bears. I mean,
okay, all right, okay. Just making sure. Just making sure.
My Bears had sweetness and
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But I will say this about the Bears. I give a lot of credit to Caleb Williams and just him understanding the things that you have to do in order to become an NFL quarterback. And obviously Ben has helped them out in so many ways, and their defense deserves a lot of credit. But it's going to be a tough matchup for us against Chicago.
Yep.
All right, Donovan.
See creativity.
Certainly from Ben Johnson, for sure. We will talk to you next week. Thanks as always, Donovan.
Yep.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, broski.
There he is, the great Donovan McNabb. 215-592-9494. Get your calls right after Ike tells you about meat.
Come on. Fall is upon us.
Big Johnson package from Dietz and Watson.
There we go.
Come on, branding.
And that means tailgating and Eagles football. Fire up your grill with the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz and Watson. Be the hit of your barbecue or tailgate with game day essentials like hot dogs, sausages, meats, and, of course, artisan cheeses from Dietz and Watson. Can't forget about those high-protein Dietz nuts. Meat snacks, perfect for snacking on the go. Dietz and Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939. Check them out online at DietzandWatson.com for a retailer near you. And remember, go Birds!
You know what one of my favorite things about Donovan is? He could come on, and I could go, Donovan, I asked him a question about Nakobe Dean on the defense, and he would go, A.J. Brown.
Yeah. He's going to get back to that.
He'll remind you that he went through this, too.
Deja vu.
Yes, sir.
You heard him.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, we got to get some sit-ups in the driveway.
From A.J.?
And have them walking up and down the sideline.
Yeah.
One of those.
Oh. Kidding me? A.J. was happy yesterday.
Oh, you saw him, yeah. He was
he looked thrilled. Yeah.
Edge got a touchdown celebration.
Yes.
I enjoyed seeing that.
So I believe that was an old Michael Irvin celebration. So
well, no, it's Michael Irvin. He cranks up the horn for the Miami Hurricanes at the home game, and so he was emulating what Michael Irvin does for the Miami Hurricanes.
Feels a little rivalry pack-ish.
But A.J. Brown's got rivalry pack in him.
I can see that.
For sure.
So he's honoring Michael Irvin with his celebration.
And
catching passes from Tom Brady before the game.
Yeah.
Well, he was in a good mood yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I got to admit, though, you gotta give him this. Looked good throwing him the football yesterday.
Yes, of course.
That looked good.
Yes.
But he looked spry, too.
And I don't know what the hell happened between that first quarter into the fourth quarter.
You mean we didn't throw it to him anymore?
We didn't throw him the ball for 2 quarters.
Yeah. They got him what they needed, and then they moved on. 215-592-9494, patiently waiting.
I was with AJ yesterday. Give him the ball some more.
Chuck has been waiting patient. That's just for your fantasy team. Be honest.
That's
Chuck,
true. He had a big game yesterday for my fantasy team.
All right, Chuck. Finish. I'm sorry, brother.
No, I know you got your calls. I want to say I can give you guys your just do. How you guys doing today? I lost a little steam, man. You know.
We're good,
man. Listen, we stalled you out, man.
Yeah, Papa Blue Chew. Let's go.
Yeah, that was a perfect plan y'all just did, right? That was
I didn't want that at all. I gave Spike a little side eye. I was ready to leak out to the media about him taking Chuck's call right before Sirianni.
Well, I didn't know when Sirianni would come. He was the second call I took.
I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
He said a bunch of nothing. You know what I mean? And this is a situation, right? I'm going to get straight to the point. They don't respect this guy's arm. You know what I mean? I'm talking about the quarterback, okay? You know, at one point, Dallas had 4 guys, 4 defensive linemen and 4 linebackers, lined up like right next to each other in the second half. You know, they stacked that box, 8 or 9 people in that box every play. It's not the offensive line. It's not Saquon. It's not Bigsby. It ain't even a play calling. This guy cannot consistently run an offense good enough for us to be able to scare teams away from stacking the box. I sat there and I watched Jameis Winston with a terrible Giants offense go into Detroit, the same Detroit team we played last week, and move the ball up and down the field on that team. Almost threw for 400-some-odd yards, 3 touchdowns. And this guy can't even move the ball against them at all. He make them look like the 85 Bears. And he makes the Cowboys.
I don't know, Chuck. He looked good yesterday. He looked good yesterday.
Well, Elliott gave him a D.
He looked good. I don't know what Elliott was watching. He looked good yesterday.
Who looked good?
Jalen.
Come on. Stop. Listen. First of all,
no, Chuck, you got to give him credit. He looked good yesterday.
He did not look good yesterday. No, he didn't.
I don't know. What are you, 27 to 39, 289 yards? How many? At least 100 yards got called back in penalties. That had nothing to do with him. Had nothing to do with him.
And then he went in the tank. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2.
Well, they should have ran the ball. They should have ran the ball.
They can't run the ball.
No, that's not Jalen's fault. They can't run the ball. Call a damn quarterback draw.
No.
They ran. Look at the routes they ran on that play. Where was he supposed to throw the ball on that play?
No, man. Listen, enough of this. Listen.
Nah. Listen, I can understand you being critical of Jalen.
The offense have looked the same for 3 years. Like it ain't been 11 games, and it's been different coordinator after different coordinator. Okay, the guy is.
So you came away from that game, Chuck. Hold on, real quick. You came away from that game yesterday feeling like Jalen is the reason why they lost the game.
I feel like he's holding his offense back. I feel like Saquon.
Is that a yes or a no? Is that a yes or a no?
How can you guys blame Saquon? I just want to ask you that.
I didn't blame Saquon. I blamed the offensive line. Let's not act like Saquon didn't play a part. Did Saquon fumble the ball yesterday, or was that Jalen?
Well, what I'm saying is this, though. He got to go up against a stacked line every week.
He went up against a stacked line last year every week.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
What?
No, he didn't, man.
We couldn't throw the ball last year. He did go up. Oh, my goodness.
No, he didn't.
What type of football do you – now, listen. I understand you got an agenda you're trying to push, but I'm going to push back on it now. You got to have correct information to combat what I'm saying. You're going to tell me Saquon didn't face a stacked box last year when all we did was run the ball? That's all we did was run the ball.
They are stacking the box this year at an
He
all-time
faced
high.
a stacked box last year, and they ran the ball with no problem. The problem is the offensive line isn't as good as they've been in the past. This team has become one-dimensional at times. Look at the games they've lost. The running game has been completely null and void. They lost to Denver, gave up a 17-point lead because we decided we're going to throw the ball every down in the second half instead of trying to establish a run. That's how they blew a 17-point lead. Yes.
I'm going to give it to you, right? Listen,
okay.
Hear me out, right?
All right, go ahead.
Say this much. Howie Roseman got eyes, and he's looking at that guy. He's saying he's not a $50 million guy. Don't be surprised.
We had this argument already. I'm talking about yesterday's game. You made a statement last week about Jalen, and I respect that. But you can't take every game, regardless of what happens, and try to push your agenda on Jalen because that's what you want to happen. You come away from that game yesterday talking about Jalen's the main reason why they lost the game? Are you serious?
I ain't saying he's the main reason.
He was the bottom of the reason. If there's a list of 5 reasons, he was 5.
Right, well, listen,
I would start with coaching, offensive line, Saquon's lack of ability to have an explosive play. I start with that. I start with the defense, although injuries contributed to it, giving up explosive plays left and right yesterday. The worst play Jalen had, granted, came at the wrong time. Third and two, and he got sacked on that play. That's the worst play he had in that game yesterday. Everything else, he was pinpoint accurate. He rarely missed throws. He missed a couple because somebody was in his lap or his arm got hit or Devontae slipped. How about that pass to Devontae down the field? Devontae done turned the wrong way. That's a touchdown. He lost the ball in the lights.
Even the touchdowns he was throwing, he threw it behind AJ. He overthrew.
Oh, you're right. You're right because he didn't have. You're right because he didn't have Quentin Williams right in his face.
Let me
You're right. You're right. The quarterback has to stand there in the pocket and deliver the throw while he's also being pass rushed. I'm sorry it's not 7-on-7 where he can throw a perfect pass every time. I'm sorry.
To all the people, all right, listen, I'm out of it. Listen, to all the people, you know what I'm saying, that's going to call up after me and come at me because I came at the quarterback.
Yeah, we're going to come at you. We're going to come at you. We ain't kissing your ass either. We ain't kissing your ass. We're going to come at you. We're going to challenge you because you got an agenda now, and I'm looking at you every week because no matter what happens to the Eagles, whether they win, lose, or draw, your scope is on Jalen because you've already declared what you want to happen. You want him out of here, and now you don't see anything but what he does. I'm on to you, Chuck, and I'm going to call it out. I'm just letting you know. I'm going to call you on it.
215-592-9490 for good old-fashioned Ike Chuck debate. I like that.
Love it, man.
I'm home. 215-592-9494 at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. You can catch all the Eagles action at the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickie's and Pete's. This is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This Thanksgiving, Porter's Read has been frequent today. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build, add your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. And when everyone's done, you each lock in a group parlay with your own funds. Again, that's with your own funds locking that group parlay because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better for you, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into L.A. for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Spread the word, new drinks at Wawa, 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 Wawa. It's not around long, it's a limited offer. Wawa, 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 Wawa. Snickerdoodle and peppermint cookies and cream. Wawa, 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 Wawa.
The holidays are here, and so are Wawa's holiday beverages. Try the new iced Snickerdoodle latte or peppermint mocha while the season lasts. Gotta have a Wawa.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Before you go out and enjoy a night on the town, plan ahead for a safe ride home. Think of your family and all the people who depend on you. Driving under the influence can wreck it all. Make the right, responsible choice. Don't drive impaired.
The Hess truck's back and it's better than ever. Roaring engines this year. Hess race cars are here.
The Hess stock car racers are loaded with lights, sounds, and a powerful racing motor. Only at HessToyTruck.com. Free shipping and batteries included.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150
from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Let's live more.
These deals are making waves during Norwegian Cruise Line's Black Friday sale. Get 50% off all cruises. Plus, enjoy our free at sea package with world-class specialty dining, unlimited premium beverages, and more. All included with your cruise. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Driving a turkey? Don't kill it. Trade it. Jack Dell will be giving, and you'll be thanking during the Jack's Giving Sales Event at Dell Toyota. It's giving thanks. It's giving savings. With the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, get out of your old car or truck and drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Every Dell deal this Jack's giving begins with Jack's special touch. He just can't keep his hands off the prices. Be prepared to be stuffed full of Dell savings. Right now, there are over 300 trucks and SUVs available. You can buy with no money down and low APR financing every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Or visit them online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Taking a look at pro football on Thursday, Detroit hosting Green Bay. Huge game in the NFC North. Detroit, a 2.5-point home favorite, total in the game, 48.5. And if this number is going to be short of 3, I'm going to love Detroit. I don't think Green Bay is very good. Beat Minnesota on Sunday because Minnesota's quarterback can't complete the forward pass. I think Detroit is just flat out better than Green Bay, looking for revenge from earlier in the year. So coming up on Thursday, if the number is less than 3, it is right now, like Detroit, minus 2.5 against Green Bay. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa has your favorite go-tos, so why not give our clubs and paninis a go? Always customizable, always craveable. Bold ingredients stacked in a toasty, satisfying club, or layered into a perfectly melty panini. Try new signature recipes like a garlic honey hot oven roasted turkey club sandwich, or garlic honey hot panini with the new honey hot garlic aioli mashup sauce. You might just discover a new favorite go-to with Wawa's clubs and paninis. Gotta have a Wawa.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickie's in South Philly. Jordan Mailata show coming up at 6. Then the Players Lounge at 7 with IQ Elliott, and this week's guest is Landon Dickerson.
Good week to have the O-line in.
Yes, absolutely. And our O-line is honest. They give honest answers, which I appreciate. So it'll be 2 good hours of radio coming up after this show.
After 4 good hours of radio.
After 4 great hours.
It'll be 2 hours of we're a block away.
Yes, yes. I think we'll hear that. So before we get back to the Eagles, yes. I have a situation to discuss with you guys.
Ooh.
That I've never seen
everything
before.
Okay?
Oh, yeah. All right. So I was at a funeral yesterday for the
Eagles season?
Yeah, well, Jewish funerals don't happen on Saturdays, so they happen on Sundays because she passed away at the end of the week. So it happens very closely in Jewish. It happens really closely after the person passes.
Okay.
So it was for Miriam Rosoff, who was a wonderful lady, my aunt's mom, a very, very funny lady. I could never tell the difference between me and my brother. Never knew who she was talking to, which I thought was very funny. But in any case, we're there. And I want to say hi to Maxine after the service. She whispered to me that she loves the show. She listens every single day. But we're waiting in line to pay our respects to the family. You know, there's the line, you walk in, and there's a long line before you sit down where you say hello to the family, you tell them you're sorry, whatever. So Val and I are waiting in this line, and a couple walks up. Now, the line is very long, as Miriam was very well loved, obviously. Line is very long. There's a lot of people behind us. This couple comes up, and they look like they want to cut in line in front of me and Val.
Now, is this to view the body?
No, not a viewing, to say hello to the family.
Oh,
to pay your
family.
respects
Okay,
to the
gotcha,
family.
gotcha, okay.
Yeah. There's a very long line. This couple looks like they're going to cut the line. And the guy looks at me and kind of gives me the look. And I basically give the, absolutely not. You're not getting in front of me. We got here earlier. You're going to have to get in the back of the line.
Yeah.
As you should.
They don't go to the back of the line. They go, they do the thing.
They go even further up.
Well, they go behind us.
Oh.
But they act like they're just standing there. But really, they're sneaking into the line.
Oh, it's the chat and cut.
It was it was incredible.
It's a vintage Larry David moment.
I've never seen anything
Larry
like
David
it.
Moment, yeah.
I look at Val. Now, Val normally wants me to not say anything in these sorts of situations.
Yep.
Val is aghast that they cut in line.
Yeah. It's an injustice.
I almost said something to them.
Yeah.
I did not do it because that would have been inappropriate.
Yeah.
And it's ultimately not that big of a deal.
Look, we're all waiting.
Yeah.
Show a little respect, not only to the family, but to everybody who's waiting in line.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was worried as well.
But why do you feel like they...
Because they didn't want to wait in the whole line. And it would have been something. Look, if one of them had a cane or something, I get it.
You would have given some grace?
But there's no cane. They were walking
healthy?
around. They were healthy. They were walking around just fine. I even thought, I was worried afterwards, they release everybody from their seats by row. I looked, they're sitting in the same row as us. They're looking to maybe get out before our row gets released. What is this couple doing?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Completely rude.
Yeah, I've been to my fair share of funeral services.
Have you ever seen line cutting?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'm sure maybe it happens. The chat and cut thing, man, I'm telling you, that happens.
All the time.
No, I'm never a line cutter.
Yeah.
I'm completely against line cutting. I guess the chat and cut is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're unassuming. We're looking around. We can't find the place to sign in. And then all of a sudden, they've cut in front of 20 people.
Right, they see two people that they know.
Yes.
And hey, you slide on in there. You know, I'm with you.
Dude, I'll never forget the guy's face as he's looking at me. And I give him the, not today, pal. Not in front of
You
us.
can see him doing it.
Oh, my gosh.
Definitely can see him doing
And
it.
Val normally doesn't want any of this stuff. I say to her, I go, hey, this is 4:30 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And she goes, what? I said, I'm talking about that.
Conversation.
And she said, I think you have to do it. So she was even okay. She was aghast at the line cutting as well.
Oh, you went back to it. That's too aghast.
Oh, sorry.
That's too
Well,
aghast.
that was the look on
That's
her
pretty
face.
good, though.
She
That's
was
pretty
aghast.
good. That's the type of vocabulary you get on this show.
Yes.
Higher learn?
215-592-9494.
Not that she had gas.
No.
gas.
Well, she might have. I don't know if she did. Yeah. Rios in North Philly. You're on WIP. What's up, Rios?
What's going on, Hard Chargers?
Rios.
Gentlemen, man.
Let me know, before you get started, Rios.
A Monday call, too, by the way.
I got to compliment you on Friday. What a great spirited, sort of inspiring phone call to get everybody going. But when I saw the video.
That he was doing it at a wedding?
Yeah, and I got to admit, man, I like the attire that you had on. You look good, brother. You look good.
Yeah. Your boy get fresh. I know how to throw on the poppy hat.
I see it. Yeah, look good.
And what does a Rio's best man speech go like? Is it something similar like the phone calls, or you cracking jokes?
It was some jokes on it. You know what I mean? Okay. And I had the DJ. Matter of fact, whoever was the DJ, I forget his name. Shout out to him, because whatever I had him do with certain songs that I wanted him to put in and punch in at the right time, just to make everything amazing. It was amazing and great. And as you can see, since y'all seen the video, to be honest with you, you know, it was my buddy. I didn't know he was going to record it. So I was really, to be honest with you, I was really nervous because this is why. They ready for us to like start a couple things for the wedding, certain practices and certain things. And my buddy, the one who my best friend, he was like, "Look, man, nah, you go handle that. You go do that first." So I'm walking back and forth, nervous, trying to keep all right, certain things from what I set up to say for y'all, and certain things that I had in my head to say versus what I had to do for the speech for the best man. So I was pretty much back and forth, you know, nervous, but it was organic. But at the end of the day, that day came out freaking perfect. The speech came out well on both sides. So and the visual, I mean, for me to see that myself, how organic it was, you know, I got to shout out my boy who did that. But anyway, with all that being said, in that speech that was did, man, very embarrassing yesterday. Very embarrassing for me. Very embarrassing for my kids for what we saw. I can't say that they didn't show up. Now, what I'm about to say, I may be wrong. I'm just saying my opinion and my feeling from what I know and understanding, like leadership, top guys. Let me tell you something. I put it definitely on the coaches. You won't hear me say ever too much about KP for the simple fact that at the end of the day, when you look at the defense, and yeah, the head coach runs everything, but you know ain't nothing really being said to Vic Fangio. He handles all that. Offense, when it comes to that, is the head coach and pretty much the head coach, and he signs off on everything. My thing is, come on, man, this is Philadelphia. You said on that speech, oh, well, I felt like we were still aggressive. Man, this is the thing. When you throw crap at my face, I don't like it. Now, maybe, yes, I do want you to be hyped at a speech and be like, you know what, I'm so upset. You know what, but we're going to fix it. I'm tired of this crap or whatever. I would want you to do this. But let me tell you this, man. It was second quarter, the last time we scored, and you fall back on the brakes way before then. And you was cool with that, even in coming out of halftime. And I'll say this, there's no way you could keep somebody aggressive if all of a sudden this year you're conservative. The two don't go the same. Conservative and aggressiveness. One thing where no matter what, I will always show respect for Bill Belichick. In the locker room, y'all better not say crap. When y'all come out the locker room, it was just generic stuff. Y'all better keep yourselves together just like brothers. And two, if the score is 60-0, I don't care if it's 1 minute left on the clock. We're running up the score. What are we doing with these feelings? Everything is feelings. Aggressiveness at all balls to win this game. Let me tell you something. Spike, Fritz, Freak Balls afternoon show. What Super Bowl did we not win? Did we win with being conservative? Tell me. If I'm wrong, I'm fine with being wrong. But one thing I know, look, man, let me tell you something. Being conservative in a combat sport gets you killed. I'm using that in other words. Just follow me. Being conservative in a combat sport, the city of Philadelphia, but you wanna play around. This is your homie. You picked him, huh? You picked him. It's on you. From what I remember, I believe they didn't give Dougie P his homie that he wanted or whatever was going on. But we had this right here. Y'all gonna have to spoil another championship in a row because you want to be soft. Stop it. Look. Let me tell you something. You get the respect from your guys. Don't care if they freaking like you. Don't care if they like you, man. You're worried about being liked at the second part, trying to be respected. There's no way. There's no way. The likes will come. Respect comes first. And if they like you, okay, cool. If they don't, okay, cool. You are the tower. What you say goes, but you letting this all go to waste. You know, it's just like a speech, and I'm about to say, almost ready to curse. Look, I take pride in now writing certain things. And a lot of times I got to do bullets and write it so I don't curse. That only helps me from not that. I want to curse so bad.
No.
Because you know what? Look, he's the top. He's the top. I could be, and there's blame all across board, but it's the tower. I'm a firm believer in the tower. Everything falls on me. If my men ain't prepared to don their mask, their chemical mask ain't ready with being a damn zeroing their weapon, firing their weapon for their target. It's on me. Well, you know what, brother? It's on you. But you want to listen and be all soft. You talk soft. I hate the way you talk. I'm tired of being kind and not saying it. You put boots to ass in the locker room. You ain't got no control because people want to talk. I want to know what year the guy started coming out and talking with Bill Belichick.
Never.
No.
At least not till it was finished.
Of course not.
Yeah, no, nope.
Yeah.
Andy Reid.
Well, yeah.
Well, okay,
By
all
the
right,
end,
I get it, but it's to a certain extent that let me. I'm being respectful, but it's soft. It's soft, guy, right now, and it's soft, and y'all have to come out with some thunder and repeat. I don't care. You know what? Thanksgiving canceled, man. Y'all don't
South
eat.
By's coming up next.
Y'all don't eat. Y'all don't eat. Peace,
right,
man,
brother.
before I curse, man.
All right. 215-592-9494. Ike, why don't you do this so we
Hey,
can
man, let's
catch
talk,
a breath?
Let's talk about my friends at Mark's Jewelers. The holidays are almost here, and that means engagement season. At Mark's Jewelers, they've seen it all. Nervous proposals, happy tears, and lifelong memories. Now, that's why the team at Mark's Jewelers, they love what they do. At Mark's, every piece of jewelry they sell becomes part of someone's story. Celebrating real people and real love is what Mark's is all about. Visit Mark's Jewelers today at their Mount Laurel, New Jersey, or Montgomeryville, PA locations, or you can check them out online at marks-jewelers.com.
The thing is with Rios, at today's show sponsored by Bet365, is when Rios doesn't have his off-ramp like he does with his speeches.
Yeah.
He just stays on the highway.
Yeah.
There's no, all their off-ramps are closed.
And there's no brakes.
No.
All gas.
I get it. You want to curse. I get it.
He wanted to so bad.
Yeah. So I mentioned the NBC Sports Philly postgame show last night was full of takes.
Full of takes.
Yeah, it was Yvonne's firing takes, Rube's firing takes. It was Barrett's firing. It became like a contest. Poor Jaws is sitting there. He's like, what were you guys doing?
Where do I get in here?
Yeah.
And Barkand's sitting there like, yes. Fight.
So here's one that Rube fired off last night.
We've all been saying, the holes aren't there for Saquon. There's no room for him to run. And then, Tank Bigsby, he's like an undrafted guy who's got, they got for a late round pick. And he only had one carry today. It was for 8 yards. He's averaging over 9 yards a carry. Why do things look differently when he has the ball?
There's a quickness factor. He brings a quickness factor.
There's something. Yeah, Saquon just isn't, for whatever reason, he's just not Saquon.
So, for weeks we kept saying, looks like the same guy, looks like the same guy, looks like the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
It is. We all agree the offensive line's not playing well. You do have to wonder, after the season he had last year, the amount of touches he had last year, whether it's hurt or not hurt, just the body. You're not hurt, but whether the body's there. And I've heard people saying this, and I think it's fair to say, he had a busy offseason. There were a lot of publicity. Yeah, and I'm not hating. I'm not saying you shouldn't do public events, but if you were to compare Saquon's offseason, this past offseason, versus the one previous, where I motivated, wanted to prove everybody wrong, all those sorts of things, and
running with a purpose.
The Cole Hamels 09 is a reference point for a reason, and I'm not saying he didn't work hard. I'm sure he worked hard, but is that hunger there compared to and paired with the workload last year? It's hard to just put it all on the offensive line when he's having a career worst. The offensive line isn't the worst offensive line in the league. Right. 10 carries, 22 yards. Guys averaging 3.5 yards a carry. He does he is not the same guy. Whether he looks to our eyes like he's the same, he's not the same guy this year compared to last year.
And this isn't, from your viewpoint or mine, I think most fans, this isn't about dumping on Saquon.
No.
Or any of that. We all love Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
We all love Saquon Barkley. But he's out there, he's playing, and he's not as productive. So he's not above criticism in viewing what he's doing as part of what could be wrong with the offense right now. Is it unfair to blame everything on the offensive line? Sure it is. But some of it is the offensive line, and it's fair to say Saquon doesn't look like he's exploding through the hole like we saw him do last year, week in and week out. And we talked about this potentially happening in the offseason. When we had Saquon Barkley on, I asked him those things.
Yes.
We literally, he was on with us in the summer. And
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, we asked him that. We asked him about the Madden curse. We asked him about, the number of touches he had last year and people expecting somewhat of a step back. And he was almost like offended that people would think that he's going to have a step back year. He's like, why do I have to have a step back year?
And I understand him thinking that.
Yeah.
As him being the person.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't look at the list
The
of
history
players
shows it.
that it's happened to.
Yep.
And it would be hard not to, again, not excusing, just looking objectively. Cam Jurgens, concussion, knee, and back surgery. Concussion this year, knee this year, back surgery offseason. Lane Johnson, when he has been playing well, but in and out of the lineup. Landon Dickerson battling injury after injury. Has been in there pretty consistently for a few weeks now.
But we don't.
Yeah.
Has he been 100% healthy at all this year?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. Yeah.
And even Jordan has said to us he hasn't had injuries, but he said he feels it, and it's hard. You can, whether some of it is hard work, some of it is just you're human.
Yeah.
Going through that battle every week. And it goes to what you and Donovan were saying about, I just don't know. We're week 12 of the NFL season. They've played 11 games. They've had one really good running game against one of the worst running defenses in the NFL, and that's the Giants.
We saw what Gibbs did to them.
Yeah, it's just hard to imagine it coming back this year.
I agree. And that's why I said yesterday, that's what dawned on me. Like, I don't think this is going to get better this year.
No, and I don't know how to work around it as an offense.
I agree, because you don't want Jalen throwing the ball 35 times a game.
It's not the answer.
Yep.
It's not the answer. And that's when I get back to the Patullo thing. And I say, now he should be doing all he can and trying to provide every answer. But if the offensive line can't move the defensive line, if Saquon can't get through the holes, and we know the quarterback isn't a pass-first quarterback, what's the solution?
What was that? One of the worst shovel pass plays we ever seen?
I hope he was just getting rid of the ball.
Oh no, that was a shovel pass. That was
Was anyone there?
Saquon never got there.
Did it happen too fast? Was
Yeah.
Steen supposed to let that guy go?
They're supposed to influence them and let them.
Yeah.
I think it was just too many of them.
Too many and too fast.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's almost like trying to run a screenplay.
Yep.
And they get in your face too fast.
Too quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, Saquon didn't even get a chance to get over there.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Pennsylvania. I think we're not on to next season yet. The question is the Saquon thing, is the offensive line thing beyond this year too?
Right.
Does Lane retire? Does, a back thing for a offensive lineman and Cam?
There's no doubt in my mind our first pick in the draft next year
is a tackle.
is an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Man, boring.
Yeah. That will be
until we look like this is an offense.
Yes. Yeah.
They have to.
Well,
Yeah.
and we basically have a first-round pick sitting on IR in Willie Lampkin. So 215-592.
Now I want Willie Lampkin.
Yeah,
to
I
play.
just want to see him.
Just put him out there.
I just want to see him. Just throw me a ball. If we're not going to win the Super Bowl, at least give me a game of Willie Lampkin. 215-592-9494. And we haven't had the top 5 blames in a while, John.
That's right.
But the top 5 at 5 is coming up next. We will find out who Jack Fritz is blaming.
Oh, is Jalen on the list?
Oh,
no, Chip.
That is coming up next. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The Thanksgiving rush is on, and so are the savings during the Acura Season of Performance event at Elite Acura. Drive home the 2025 Acura ADX, now available to lease for just $319 a month. And guess what? If you're looking for a different Acura to fit your needs, well-qualified buyers can now get 90 days of deferred payments on any new 2025 or 26 Acura vehicle purchase now through January 5th. That's right, any new Acura on the lot with no payments for 30 days when you purchase before January 5th on approved credit by Acura Financial Services. Don't wait to feast on these extra Thanksgiving savings. This incredible leasing offer on the Acura ADX ends December 1st right there at Elite Acura. Not all will qualify. See dealer for complete details.
Turkey Bowl 7 is set.
Audubon High School and Haddon Township High School.
Audubon versus Haddon Township are ready to face off on Thanksgiving Eve. Listen as Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie provide the play-by-play with Devin Caney and Taryn Hatcher on the sidelines.
It is a touchdown.
Turkey Bowl 7. Wednesday, November 26th, starting at 6. Only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug.
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. This Thanksgiving, FanDuel Sportsbook, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. It's called Pass the Leg. Here's how it works. Start a group build. Add your pick. Then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is even better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their own build. So many ways to go, and obviously, with Thanksgiving, a bunch of games to choose from. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/hammer to get started. Do it all at FanDuel.com/hammer. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Boy, the Indianapolis Colts had the chance to really eliminate the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday. But, of course, the Chiefs made a comeback and ended up beating Indianapolis 23-20. You could argue Kansas City might not make the playoffs, but in that win against Indy, they've at least kept themselves alive. This is Gresh.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Afternoon Show. On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickie's in South Philly this Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Give me a break.
Goodness.
It's Chickie's and Pete's double bonus days. You get 2 $10 bonus cards for every $50 you spend on gift cards. Speaking of Chickie's and Pete's, Pete, a big fan of Tommy Down the Shore.
Yep.
I found out the Cars are also a fan of Tommy Down the Shore. I'm wondering if at Chickie's, because Pete's such a big fan, we could get a Tommy Down the Shore Gabagool special or something here, where you actually come in and you eat the gabagool.
That's not a bad idea. I think we could also do slam poetry night at Chickie's and Pete's.
Oh,
where everyone,
the clicking,
the snapping,
yeah.
Is it all? Is it oil?
Is it all or is it oil? The top 5 of 5 is sponsored by Roto-Rooter. When plumbing problems hit, wrap them up quick and call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions.
Each the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. With Jack Fritz.
Oh, 5. Beautiful 5.
There's a lot of blame to go around on
Who's
this
getting the blame?
Who's getting smoked and held accountable at the top 5 and 5?
Hold them accountable. Eat the gabagool.
Do your job. All right.
What's wrong with y'all?
A lot.
Sorry.
A lot. Number 5, I'm giving to Jalen Phillips. Where was he yesterday?
Put him on a milk cart.
He didn't record anything.
No tackles, no
tackles.
sacks.
Not even an assisted tackle.
I think he had a hurry.
Yeah, we won
I think he had a pressure. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. He did squatta yesterday.
Pretty amazing to go from.
The guy carries us for 2 games.
Well, where'd he go? They're all important.
Listen,
he only plays 17 of them, Mike.
Exactly, Ike. And it's a "what have you done for me lately" type of lick.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he did squatta yesterday.
Welcome to Philadelphia.
I mean,
Yes.
I looked at the box score. I'm like, who should I go with? 0, 0, 0. He's starting edge rusher. Dak Prescott. I didn't know the offensive line. I didn't know it was the 90s Cowboys.
1 sack. 1 sack on Dak yesterday.
That was N'Kobe.
1 sack.
Dude.
Yeah.
For the 3rd straight week, N'Kobe has run through the running back to get a sack.
He is.
I love
He sees Dak, but all he sees is a giant bag of money.
every time.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's motivated.
The running back is the bag of money.
Yes.
That's what he sees. The 4th blame I'm giving to Jake Elliott. Make the kick. I mean, make the kick. It makes it a 2-possession game at that point. But
was it 56-yarder?
I thought. Was it 56 51?
I think it was
51.
I thought the Cowboys kicker missed a 51 and Jake missed a 56. I'll double check.
Either way, he has enough leg to make that kick.
Especially in a dome.
It was the accuracy that was the issue, not the
Just make the kick.
not the distance.
Just make
Yeah,
Come on, Jake. You only got 1 chance yesterday. We needed that.
We go for it all the time anyway, so he's barely being used.
I agree.
The leg's fresh.
Yeah.
The leg's more than fresh. It was either 51 or 56. It could have been 56, but I don't really care. I don't really care.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter.
It's in a dome with the new balls this year where they can warm them up for a week.
Play with them all week.
Yeah. Massage them all week, and he's missing kicks in a dome. It's a joke. It's a joke.
What a joke.
The 3rd blame giving, obviously, to Xavier Gibson. Man, what the hell? Who taught this guy how to return punts? Has there ever been a time where it's on the 1-yard line?
It was 56.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has there ever been a time where the ball's there and he tries to run it back? I don't know if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I know it's a bad decision. Coach, listen, Nick took one for the team for him.
Dude, I thought I was listening to Andy.
Yeah.
I got to do a better job. No, you don't.
No,
the guy's been playing football his entire life.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I understand. He's not going to crush Xavier Gibson.
That was a Madden thing. That was a catch it to the 1-yard line on a punt is something you do in Madden, not in real life.
And by the way, a lot of that one Cowboy gave a lot of Ike Reese vibes. He got blown up by Sidney Brown.
Yeah.
And then he kept fighting.
Yeah.
And he got down there and he
You had to appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely appreciate anybody that fights out there like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You kidding me? Did you say let's go Cowboys? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
He did have him covered.
He did.
You had him covered.
Oh,
yeah.
I did.
Yeah. The sneaky Ike.
The Ike pick.
Yeah, we're on to you. We are on.
The first time I did that.
What is the line? Have we seen the? I thought.
What's the Bears line?
I thought it was 5.5 before the Cowboys.
Man,
lost.
I hate it.
It was 5.5 before we lost all our secondary.
Dude, the secondary on Friday's gonna be crazy.
It is.
Now,
It's gonna be windy and cold though.
So
although they're from Chicago, so they're used to it.
Epps can come off.
7. Eagles 7-point favorites.
That's an Eagles.
There's
line.
no way that line stays at 7, right?
I would imagine the public bets the Bears, but
Are they believing in the Bears yet?
7 is crazy.
Well, they'd be tied for the 1 seed if they win on.
Yeah.
Monday.
Well, it definitely becomes more of a must-win for the Eagles after losing the Cowboys game.
So Epps can come off on Friday.
Well, he definitely is coming off.
They're gonna need him. Yeah. I don't know if
don't even have any other safeties on the team.
I'm not even sure if he's played football since the Super Bowl in 22, but he better get out there and provide some good depth.
Yep.
The second blame I'm giving to Saquon. It was Saquon's worst game as an Eagle. If you look at some of the film, it seemed like there was openings for him. And really, the fumble was annoying. I get it. Not getting the first down when it's one-on-one in the middle of the field and slipping there or whatever, that was egregious. Get the first down.
You're right. That actually irritated me more than the fumble.
Because you're Saquon Barkley, man.
Yeah.
Make the guy miss. Do something. He gave you a $40 million raise this offseason.
He earned that money.
I don't know, man.
He earned that money.
$40 million worth?
Yes, we won the Super Bowl, didn't we?
All right, hold on. 3-100 for Bryce?
Stop it.
3-100 for Bryce. Yeah, when we win the World Series, yes.
Whatever it takes.
You would give him 3-100. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We need to win the World Series first.
All right, but Saquon,
Not a good game.
10 for 22.
Yeah, not a good game.
Horrible.
He did catch the ball out of the backfield well, though.
Yeah, until the fumble.
I don't know. Well, yeah. Yes.
But he did look good catching the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most I've seen him catch the ball out of the backfield.
Yeah, Donovan didn't bring it up today. That's how you know him pretty well. But number one blame is the offensive line. I mean, I think pass protection, they were mostly okay. Kind of fell apart in the second half more than the first half.
Yeah.
He was pressured on like almost 60% of his dropback.
Yeah. It's a totally different unit. And you know, Fred Johnson was out there. You know,
Cam doesn't look the same either, man.
No.
Dickerson doesn't look the same.
Yep.
They're getting just pushed back way more than last year. Way more.
Quentin Williams is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
But it's not like we haven't seen good defensive tackles before.
They made Aaron Donald their, you
right.
know what.
Yeah.
For
Aaron Donald never made a play against us.
Zilch.
Made him their what?
Their little B.
There you
for 10 years.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that guy's all the Hall of Famer. I don't know. It's really concerning. And the future of the offensive line is incredibly concerning.
Yeah. Well, it's just that one spot.
Where?
Well, I mean, it's Lane. I wouldn't be worried about the future
I don't know if the right guard is more than a backup player.
Steen, yeah.
And did we see the best of Jordan Mailata? Did we see the best of Landon Dickerson?
Jordan's what, 27 years old, 28?
Well, football.
Yeah, he hasn't played a lot of football, actually.
Last couple of years.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, they played a lot of football last year. It hasn't gone well this year. We'll see how, the future holds.
I can't believe you're questioning our guys. This hour sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Buy a window or door, get the second and half off with 18 months of interest-free financing. Call Guided Door and Window at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com.
No Jalen on my list, by the way.
I know. Amazing.
I want that pointed out.
Yes, because you don't blame him for the loss, but you also think he shouldn't get the credit in a 10-7 win, which I think is fair.
Thank you.
I think it's fair.
It's logic.
215-592-9494. Aaron in Mount Airy. You're on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
What's up, fellas?
What's up, Aaron?
What up, A?
Yo. You know what? Rios, he never listened to Big Daddy King growing up. It was strictly Onyx, because he on go from the beginning to the end. Just boom, 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 boom. I love Rios.
Yeah.
But listen, very quick, the tag on with to Rios to say it. Theoretically, is the SEC fine less than $1,000 if I cuss? I'm just saying. I ain't going to cuss, though.
No, because we're going to dump it anyway.
Yeah, but listen, I said that this is what the offense is. I'm not going to get upset. But when you see what they did, in the first 3 to 4 drives, you expect it to last, especially when that defense is that bad. And how we just abandoned throwing the ball to AJ. I guess it's like, okay, let's get the ball to AJ. He's quiet. And then we never going to run the ball successfully. But just how the whole game played out and what Hurts was doing on 3rd and 2 is beyond me. It's 3rd and 2, bro. You don't have that much time. You just sitting there patting the baby or burping the baby, and then the dude filling the ball on the 2-yard line trying to make a play. That is on Nick Sirianni. So you have to teach them discipline. Your only job is discipline and team unity. Team unity was splintered 2 weeks ago when that report came out. And now the team is being undisciplined. So we got to start questioning Nick Sirianni. And Nick Sirianni's decision-making of making Kevin Patullo the play caller, and this is his playbook. So that's also Nick Sirianni. Because the offense has been stale for over 2 years. So it's just a mess. And we constantly keep putting the defense in horrible positions and thinking that they're going to constantly keep coming through.
So all right, hold on. Time out, though, Aaron. Because I think the stale thing is more complicated than just Sirianni. They did bring in Kellen Moore last year, who is not every year for the last 3 years, it has been a simple group of plays, a simple offense with 3 different offensive coordinators. Now, this year, you can say Patullo is Nick Sirianni's guy, and he's doing what Sirianni wants. You can't say that with Kellen Moore last year. You can't. They tried it a different way, and Jalen turned the ball over all over the place. So the simple offense, going back to Nick, to a certain extent,
It's a
Nick.
Jalen Hurts problem. Yeah.
Well, I think to an extent it is. You can say problem or just he's doing what the quarterback does best, and this is what the quarterback does best. And if the running game isn't there, I don't know how you adjust out of that. I'm not saying it isn't, Nick, but what I am saying is Kellen Moore was not brought in here to run the ball 35 times a game and throw the ball 15 times a game and have a boring offense. And they tried it, and it didn't work. So I will never forget the difference in what the offense looked like in that first game against Green Bay compared to what the offense looked like at the end of the year, and it was because they were turning the ball over. So I think it's a Jalen thing. It might be a Nick thing to an extent, but I also think it's a Jalen thing.
And have we been overvaluing Stout University?
No.
Because, look other than Jeremiah Locke, those are pretty high draft picks on that line. And all I hear is he'll make it work. It ain't been working this year. And I don't want to hear that we played a lot of football last year. We played, one more game than every team that went to the NFC Championship game. And I don't know what the other teams are doing. I don't know. Well, the team's not that good. Oh, yeah, maybe it's something to that. But listen.
Well, look. No. Hold on. No. Hold on a second, though. Hold on a second. The Bills ran the hell out of the ball last year. The Bills have not been very good this year. The Ravens ran that. Hold on. The Ravens ran the hell out of the ball. The Ravens have not been the same this year. The Packers. Are you going to let me say it? The Packers ran the hell out of the ball. The Packers are not the same offensively this year. There is something to. I'm not excusing it, but there is something. This has been the calling card and the strength of the football team for half a decade. They're not good this year, but I can't just go and say to them, and call them out. They gave us the Super Bowl last year as much as Saquon gave us the Super Bowl last year. And and it's not just games, it is plays. The amount of running plays they ran last year is absurd. And I think it's the same thing with the Packers and the same thing with the Bills and the same thing with the Ravens. And we played more games than all those teams, and those teams are all struggling offensively. So I think there might be something to it. Yeah.
You know what? And you know what? I'm going to look at the bright side. We 8-3. There's no way the Bears is beating us on Friday, right?
Let's not say no way.
Yeah, let's not do that.
But we know this for sure. The Chiefs they're not going to smack the Cowboys. The Chiefs going to beat the Cowboys. We know that. We know the NFL not going to let the Chiefs lose on Thanksgiving. Come on now. They need Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. Because, come on. Because Patrick Mahomes missed the playoffs in the middle of his prime.
I agree with you there, but I don't know, the way they was calling that game yesterday, it seemed like they wanted the Cowboys to win that game yesterday.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
I mean, the call of pass interference on Cooper DeJean where CeeDee Lamb is clearly face massing him and pushing him and everything else. Cooper's trying to fight for his dear life to keep up with him. Come on, Fritz.
Yeah. I'm glad. I forgot that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Now, people can quiet that. Cooper is not an outside corner. I know he was thrown there in the middle of the game, but guess what? There are very good high-level outside receivers. It's not just the Cowboys who got high-level receivers. I don't think he's quick enough in the hips. We can quiet that noise. He, in his best attribute, is tackling. So we need him near the line of scrimmage. We can't have him out there on the island. We can't. For the life, we can't have him out there on the island because it would be ugly, extremely ugly. Because they don't throw the Quinn. They don't throw the Mitchell side. That's the last name. Yeah, Quinn. They don't throw to his side. They don't look at him. It don't matter who's over there. They don't look at him. Adoree Jackson got to go. He can't be on the field no more. He is atrocious. I appreciate the plays he made 2 weeks ago. The cat find a steak every once in a while. So he can't be on the field no more. He has to go. Anyone else besides him, please. I can't do that with that guy no more.
Well, you're going to get Keely Ringo.
No, please put in Bennett. Please. I don't care. You know what? I don't care if you don't know
Bennett at?
I don't care if you don't know the defense.
His jersey was on yesterday.
When y'all break the huddle, like, yo, bro, cover 1, cover 2, cover 3. I don't care if you don't know the defense. Just put him out there.
Yeah, that's your man.
Come on now. We can't lose because our second cornerback is atrocious. We can't do that.
Well, he just had a second concussion in 6 weeks, so
I don't think he's playing.
Yeah, my guess is we may have seen the last of Adoree Jackson for a little while.
Well,
thanks for the call,
Here's the other thing: how bad could the other corners be that we decided to put Cooper on the outside and Michael Carter II as the slot guy?
The answer is pretty bad.
Yeah, because they didn't go to you. If you're telling me Bennett was dressed yesterday,
yes.
I didn't realize that.
I saw him out there.
And Keely Ringo, I saw him out there, but I know they don't want to put him in the game. But that speaks,
one play, I think.
Yeah, that speaks to what Vic Fangio thinks about those guys playing corner.
Yeah, and I understand they're not playing well for the offensive line. And I know I am not a guy who wants to give people grace.
Mm-hmm.
However, we can't just say Stoutland isn't what we thought he was, and the offensive line wasn't what we thought they were. They have been hurt the whole year. They were as much responsible for that running performance last year as Saquon was, if not more.
Stoutland's had 2 bad offensive lines in 10 years here.
Yeah, they're all hurt. There's 2 things. There's the reality of what they're going to be this year, which you can be frustrated with. But then there's the reality of why that is and what we can expect. And I think I am just, of all the groups on that team, that is the group that I'm frustrated watching it, but I'm not frustrated with them per se. They are constantly, now Landon had a moment where he talked about what they didn't see in practice, but those guys take it on themselves as far as blame as much as anyone.
Sure.
I can't get with the maybe Stoutland U isn't what we thought, and what are these guys? Lane's on the verge of retirement. And Dickerson and Cam Jurgens have been hurt all year long. And I would love to say that they should have kept Mekhi Becton, and they should have, but he's been hurt all year too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, this is less of Coach Stoutland isn't the coach that we think he is. He clearly is.
Yes.
The guy has forgotten more football than any of us combined would know about the game of football, particularly the running game. No, this is personnel.
Yeah.
This is a personnel issue. It's a personnel issue, whether it's injuries or guys just aren't good enough. It's still a personnel issue. This isn't Jeff Stoutland, in my opinion. Now, it's his group, and he's the run game coordinator, so he has to share some of the blame because that's his title. But what I'm looking at is more of a personnel problem.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking at.
Personnel and injury. It's a combination of both.
Personnel and injury, yeah.
It's Steen is not as good as Becton was, and the other guys have all been banged up all year long. And it would just be nice if, for 1 year, if I'm one of those offensive linemen, I'd say to myself, we've been pretty good for you guys over the last 4. Could you lift us up every once in a while? This year, it would be nice. Not every team that's won the Super Bowl has had the best offensive line in football.
Yeah.
You have down years. They're having a down year. It would be nice if everyone else picked them up. It would be nice if AJ wasn't bitching about his touches and did all he could and actually had a conversation with the quarterback on the sideline or in practice to figure out what they could do better. It would be better if everyone else could take a step up when they've taken a step back. And the 1 year they don't give us an excellent performance that we're not saying, well, it's obviously them.
Well, here's the thing. It's hard to ignore the obvious.
Yep, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so on one hand, we say it starts up front. It starts in the trenches. Well, when they aren't playing well, it affects everything else you do.
Yes. But I think everybody else, instead of upping their game, they've been okay in pass protection this year.
Yep.
Jalen, how about you don't sit back there for 7 seconds and make them look bad and make them block twice as long as they need to?
Yeah, I didn't even blame that sack on the offensive line.
No, he had 5 seconds.
Yeah.
He had 5 seconds. If there's nothing there, then run. You can't take a sack. And they probably lose the game whether he takes a sack there or not. But there's a bad sack to take, considering the situation. All right.
But then again, they shouldn't have been throwing the ball on 3rd and 2.
Two tush pushes.
This is a team in years past, they aren't trying to throw the ball on 3rd and 2. They're just running.
Yes, but they haven't been able to do that. Yeah, so it all comes back to them. And I think we're dealing with 2 things. It is the frustration where they are, and then on the other side, the reality of what they are. And we are going to figure out what the reality of what they are over the next several weeks, as to whether they're able to just normalize this, settle it down, get into the playoffs and see what happens, or are they going to crumble? Because crumbling is not out of the conversation here. I'm not saying it's going to be 2023, but the crumbling part of it is not out of the conversation. Them winning 10 or 11 games or something, going 3-3 in their last 6, is not out of the conversation.
Yeah, they also went 4-1 in their last 5.
No,
right?
they're
they won 4 straight, and then they just lost one.
Yeah, they're 4-3 in their last 7.
4-3 in their last 7.
Well,
Yeah.
I know it.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at 5 weeks.
They're 8-3. They are 8-3 in their last 11.
What's the recent trend?
Yeah. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to your calls. Maybe do a little around the leg. We're at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. You know, Jordan Mailata show is coming up at 6. The Players Lounge at 7 with the special guest Landon Dickerson. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
This Thanksgiving, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is introducing a brand new way to build a parlay together. Now, it's called a pass the leg parlay. How about that, pass the leg? You know, Thanksgiving, pass the drumstick. There you go. Here's how it works. Start a group build and your pick, then pass it to your friends so they can add theirs. When everyone's done, you each lock in the group parlay with your own funds. Because football is better when it's played and bet together. And to make it even better, everyone gets a 50% profit boost to use on their build. So grab your crew, start your build, and get in on the action this Thanksgiving with Pass the Leg. Visit FanDuel.com/Ike to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The NFL plays on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Tonight, the Panthers roar into San Fran to face the 49ers. Coverage starts at 8. Touchdown! Your home for the Eagles and the NFL on Westwood One.
Hey, now we roll.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limits apply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Taking a look at pro football on Thursday, Detroit hosting Green Bay. Huge game in the NFC North. Detroit, a 2.5-point home favorite, total in the game, 48.5. And if this number is going to be short of 3, I'm going to love Detroit. I don't think Green Bay is very good. Beat Minnesota on Sunday because Minnesota's quarterback can't complete the forward pass. I think Detroit is just flat out better than Green Bay, looking for revenge from earlier in the year. So coming up on Thursday, if the number is less than 3, it is right now, like Detroit, -2.5 against Green Bay. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're going to give up something this November, give up high car payments, give up on high interest loans, but most importantly, give up on that old car and get into a new one today. Right now at Colonial, it's no interest November. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy with 0% financing. That's right, no interest loans on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, Colonial continues to be recognized for awarding the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. You'll get top dollar for your trade at Colonial Hyundai. They'll even give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000 miles powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Skip the chaos and drive off happy during No Interest November only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown, or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF 10,000 miles per year. 20% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No! Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It all comes down to this, folks. Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast! Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
After a loss, but it's more necessary after a loss because we need to bring ourselves back up.
There was no phones out for this one.
What's that?
There was no like
no.
flashlights or
Everybody's
anything.
like, oh, they're doing it again.
Yeah, like, shut up.
Oh yeah, great, they're doing it again. We will get to Around the League right after we talk to Gary and Vineland. You're on WIP. What's up, Gary?
Spike, I had that happen to me. This couple just straight up the middle of the church, right to the casket. I was like, okay, that's happening.
They cut the line. Did you say anything about it?
Yeah, I was talking to the deceased spouse, and there was like 300 people in line. Like, I don't know what memo they missed. Like, it was insane.
Yeah, it really comes across as, I dare you to say something about this. And little did they know, the person they were cutting behind has a big radio show. And am I going to say something about this? I am. If I knew their name when I say it, I would. I don't know their name. I hope somebody who was also at the funeral identifies who those people were and feeds me the name, because it was unacceptable.
And then you could give out their phone number on their birthday.
Yeah, I wouldn't think twice about it, Gary.
Ike, tell me why Dallas, because I had to hear about it for 3 hours, what a great running scheme they have for a kid who's never rushed over 1,000 yards. And we can't scheme up nothing. Like, our offense just looks so bland and boring. And there's just nothing. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't think it's scheming up anything. I think it's blocking effectively. I mean, it's actually putting a hat on a hat, moving a body, reestablishing the line of scrimmage. Like, when you got to trick people and scheme things, those things aren't going to last very long anyway. And that's not how the Eagles had success last year. They didn't trick people. They didn't scheme up stuff.
Well, and the thing I brought up to Donovan earlier, who is better at complicated schemes than what's his name?
Jeff Stoutland?
No, in Miami.
Oh, Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel. They're scoring 20 points a game with all of his tricky schemes but I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I'm sure he is.
Right.
But if the guys aren't blocking, we weren't seeing crazy, like, creative run schemes last year. They were blocking. They were getting to the second level. They were blocking the guy at the second level. They were opening up that hole, and Saquon was bursting through.
And they
it.
were blowing people off the line of scrimmage. Like, Saquon wasn't getting touched till he was 3 or 4 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Which is why everyone seemed to think he was going to be all right this year, because it didn't seem like he got touched all. And now he gets touched before the line of scrimmage.
He even gets going.
It seems like on every other run.
Yep.
And that timeout at the end of the game when Dallas had no timeouts left, I'm like, what in the hell are you doing?
Oh, when they called it before the field goal.
Yeah, well, what, run the clock out. Why? Like, we were going to get the ball back with 3 seconds? Like, what was the plan there? That game yesterday was so
I think that's what it was,
that
right?
That was the plan.
We were trying to buy ourselves some time at the end of the game. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because at the end of halves and games, we're so productive.
Well, here's the crazy part about that is they didn't do it immediately.
No, they waited about 4 or 5 seconds to do it.
Like, it's almost like somebody had to tell them in the ear, like, hey, use the timeout.
Yeah, yeah, and you're right, Gary. At the end of halves, this end of first half thing, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. You can't. You're up 21-7. You get the ball in your 35-yard line. Essentially in a dome. You have 2 passes, and they had timeouts.
Yep.
2 passes get you into field goal range. It's just
pass interference or anything could get you down there.
And even if it gets intercepted,
it's the end of the. So what?
Yeah, it's too much.
If that's what you're going to do, give it to Shipley or Tank Bisbee. Why does Saquon need to take another hit?
Well, that's a good point too. Yeah, them running the half out and deciding to let Saquon run the half out by running into the line, that is a questionable decision too. It's just like I keep going back to this with Nick. If you're aggressive, like you are at the end of the game, where you don't want to punt it, why is that same aggressive guy at the end of the first half, when your lead just got cut by 33%, it just went 21-0 to 21-7, why are you not trying to tack on? Dude, I don't even care if it's a 63-yard attempt.
Right.
Give me a 63-yard attempt in a dome.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And the weakest call I thought was the call on the Slim Reaper for blocking. Like, it wasn't a block. The defender engaged with him. They were both engaging. All of a sudden.
Yeah, I thought that was a bad call.
That was a terrible call. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That game was just awful. That was like a throw something at the TV kind of game.
Yeah, it sucked. And thank you for the call, Gary. The worst, I'm sure this is for other fans too, but the worst is when you're an Eagles fan and you feel it slipping away.
Oh, yeah.
And you're like, oh, no, I know how this is going to end.
Yep.
You just feel it slipping away.
Yeah, and I I go from jubilation in the first half.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I'm trash talking. I'm cooking.
You did tweet, how about that, Cowboys?
I'm cooking.
A little early.
Cooking early.
Me and Spike both proclaimed the game over.
Yep,
That didn't
to
go
each
well.
other. Yeah, well, and publicly, too. I was like, this is a blowout.
Yeah, I know you two.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's the reverse thing.
Yeah, well, it finally worked.
Well, maybe not with you.
Not with me.
Maybe not with you. With him, for sure.
Dude, it finally worked.
You're the worst.
Yes, you are.
Let's go around the league.
Oh, no.
Yeah, these teams stink.
It's time to go around the league.
Around the leg.
All right, little around the leg.
Is that Fritz?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
got into that, didn't
the Giants blew another game late in the game. They lost to the Lions, fired their defensive coordinator today. The fans have been begging for it for weeks.
Yeah.
I've never seen a team blow more fourth-quarter leads than the Giants this year. Against good teams. Against the Broncos, they blow it. Against the Packers, I believe they blow it. They blow it against the Lions yesterday. And then, did you see the Malik Neighbors tweet that was deleted?
No.
So instead of kicking the field goal to put them up 6, Kafka goes for it. They don't get it. Detroit gets the ball back. Now, I think that's the right
late
move.
in the game?
Late in the game. Now, I think that's the right move. I don't think you want to be up 6. You want to being up 6 is dangerous because then the other
You still
team
lose by one
Yeah,
possession.
then you're giving the other team motivation to try to score 7 instead of just taking 3.
Right.
So this is Malik Neighbors' tweet during the game. He deleted it almost immediately. Sometimes I think they'd be making us lose on purpose because it's no way, bro. You throw the ball instead of running it to make them burn 2 timeouts. Then you don't kick the field goal. Then have to go down and score. Football common sense. Am I missing something? Can't be doing that, man. With the new coach, you can't be doing that. Yeah.
Not good.
Not good. Not good.
Twitter fingers.
Twitter fingers.
They're always the guys that's injured at home watching.
Yes. And Malik Neighbors, he joked that he has resting B face because the reporters thought he always seems like he's in a bad mood, but he always kind of looks like he's in a bad mood. But you can't do that, man.
You can't do that.
You
Can't do that.
Now, speaking of getting fired, former Eagles head coach Chip Kelly.
Oh no!
Got him again.
Highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL, making $6 million. Got fired after he ruins Geno Smith's career.
They gave Chip Kelly $6 million.
$6 million.
Bro, he was the OC at Ohio State.
Yes.
Every player is a 5-star recruit. It ain't that impressive.
No.
I mean, you're coaching athletes that are better than everybody else that they're pretty much playing against. He parlayed that into a $6 million a year job.
Do you think
Holy cow!
Do you think what's his name lasts after this year? The Seahawks.
Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll. He's 74 years old. He could become president, I guess, but the head coach of the Raiders, I don't know.
I will say that's a lot of dead money you got to pay people.
Yes.
They paid Chip Kelly $6 million a year.
$6 million.
That is unbelievable.
And I wonder how long.
Who would you rather be the OC right now? Chip or Petula?
No, you can't.
Oh, there's no
Chip.
way. Let me tell you this. I'd be the offensive coordinator here before Chip Kelly's offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
For the Philadelphia Eagles again, I guarantee you that.
Yes. We'll get to the rest
That
of.
ain't ever happening again.
We'll get to the rest of around the league after Ike tells you about Tasty Cake.
Yo, Philly. Boy, I tell you, when I have this read right after talking about Chip Kelly, that was Chip Kelly's line.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yo, Philly. Now you can feel it. The air is cooler. Football's hotter. Well, it was hotter. And that means it's Tasty Cake season. Now I'm talking about those limited edition fall flavors like pumpkin pie. How about the salted caramel donuts? And the perfect game day snack while you're watching the birds. Now, whether you're tailgating or kicking it back on the couch, make it a win with Tasty Cake. Grab yours before the season ends, and you know the deal. Accept no substitutes.
So Shedeur Sanders got his first start, and he won it.
I'm surprised confetti didn't come down.
And today, they name him starter for the rest of the season. Well, not for the rest of the season. He has been named starter.
Yeah, for the next game.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to bench him after winning that game.
Yes.
But I tell you, one of the things that I thought was a missed opportunity by Kevin Stefanski. How do you not give Shedeur Sanders the game ball, his first
I
win
saw
in the
that
NFL?
video. Yeah. Because he doesn't want him on the team.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean,
So you just confirmed everything that people are out there saying.
Yes.
How you guys feel about Shedeur Sanders, and it's personal.
It clearly is.
You confirmed that for a lot of your Browns fans. And by the way, the Browns fans want to see Shedeur Sanders
Of course
play.
they do.
How do you not give Shedeur Sanders a game ball?
That's being stubborn.
That's
being stubborn.
That is
and,
unbelievable.
And I think if I were to guess, Stefanski's issue is not specifically with Shedeur. It's with his owner who made him draft him when he didn't want him.
Or Andrew Berry.
Or Andrew Berry.
Because the owner basically said that was Andrew's pick.
Right.
Remember he said that in the summer?
So Stefanski, but you can't take it out on the kid.
Right.
Kid won his first start. Now, I didn't watch that game. I wasn't following that game.
No,
so I saw
it was on during the Eagles game.
I saw Shedeur's post-game celebration. Yeah. And he's laughing, and he's having a good time, and he goes, what I did with 1 week, imagine what the future's going to be like. So I look at the stats, and I'm like, well, how did Shedeur do? He was 11 of 21 with an interception. It's like
and a touchdown.
Yeah, I'm glad he was happy.
Yeah.
But,
pump the brakes a little bit.
Little tiny bit.
It's one game against the Raiders, big dog.
It would be a really good opportunity for him, for a guy who everyone questions, like how humble he is or whatever, to have a happy, but, I'm going to get back to work and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But
it's a thin line between humility and confidence.
Yes.
We're all right with, and then there's the confidence. The cockiness there.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a pass for yesterday only because I think he's read and heard a lot of the negative stuff from people.
Yes.
So it was almost one of those, look what I can do.
What do you think?
So he was in a gloating moment yesterday.
What do you think it was like in the Josina Anderson household yesterday? Probably a celebration.
I'll keep that to myself.
Yeah. So
yep.
As we continue around the league, the Rams cement their spot as the best team in the NFC. In the NFL, correct. By just obliterating the Bucs. Now the Bucs have been smoke and mirrors for a bunch of weeks now, but the Rams have looked awesome. And Matt Stafford is without question at this moment. Matt Stafford's the MVP. Another 25 touchdowns, no interceptions over the last 8 games.
He's got 30 touchdowns already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's slinging that thing.
Listen, they're trying to get him that MVP.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are play calls where McVay could easily run when he's down there. He's throwing fade routes to Devontae. Like, he's making sure those numbers are there.
Can we do that for our quarterback?
I also think for your bets.
Yeah.
I think also when you look beyond why they want to get him the MVP, remember at the end of every year, Matt Stafford is unhappy with his contract and talks about retiring. And if you're Sean McVay and you want him,
I think he restructured his deal this summer. Yeah.
So if you're McVay and you want him for another year after this year, pushing to get him the MVP, probably a smart thing on McVay's side. And
is Devontae Adams a Hall of Famer?
Yes.
Think so?
Because those couple years there.
When he went to the Raiders and the Jets, that thing. But once he got back with a good quarterback.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's
right back to being Devontae Adams.
Yep. Man, I should have drafted him this year.
Yeah, listen, Smoke and Mirrors did. Smoke and Mirrors is having a moment.
Yeah, well, you just go. You're like Chuck with your fantasy team, the way you're hot and cold with them.
Yeah.
When you lose, you're like, I don't even care about this team. I don't even set the lineup. They stink. I don't even set the lineup. And now it's on Monday, the first thing we see when we see Jack. What are we going to talk about?
Now he's starting to believe he can win the league.
Right.
Damn, he had 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns his first year at the Raiders. I don't remember that at all.
Oh, yeah, with David Carr?
Yeah.
Or Derek Carr.
Derek Carr was a problem for a minute there. And then finally, the Chiefs survive, as they fight to get one. That's a big win over the Colts. And they were down most of that game. I think it was 20-7 at one point.
Yeah.
And they win it 23-20 in overtime. Big win for the Chiefs.
Big win for the Chiefs. And I'm not even going to penalize the Colts for not winning that game. I'll just say I believe the Colts are legit.
Yeah.
I think they are legit. And the Chiefs were fortunate to win that game yesterday.
You thought so?
Yeah, I thought so. Listen, they scratched and clawed their way back into it, and they wind up winning it late, so you give them credit for that. They go into overtime and they win the game. But that was one of those games I wanted to see what the Colts looked like against a good opponent or a worthy opponent and see how they handled it. They dominated that game for about 2.5, 3 quarters yesterday.
Yeah, they're a good team.
Yeah.
They're a good team. I understand why they were on fraud watch for everyone early in the season. They were beating nobody, but they've been solid all year long. They haven't waned from being.
And Seattle bounced back yesterday.
They did. They went up big. They beat Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
And they were up a big. The final score was 31-24, but I think they were up 31-7 at some point. 215-592-9494. Yoni in Long Island. You're on WIP. What's up, Yoni?
Hey, how are you?
On Long Island. I'm sorry. Yoni on Long Island. Yes.
There you are. I'm not going to lie. I think everyone's got the wrong grade in this whole situation. I think there's one issue with this team. It's the same issue that was in 2023. We see what happens when we let Sirianni hire his guys. We took power away from him after the 2023 season because it was such a disaster. And this year, it's an unmitigated disaster. It's complete disaster this year. It's 10 times worse than it was in 2023. We get to the line 73% of the time. We get to the line late, which means that the play caller is getting the plays in slow. He's a slow-minded person. This guy. Why can't we just say this guy's an idiot? And he's never called plays before, so it's no surprise. He's been a coach for 15 years. He's never been promoted to anything but Sirianni's friend. That's the only reason he's here, because he's friends with Sirianni. Like, what are we doing here? How is this guy? If you would have interviewed him before this, I said a week after the Super Bowl. That we punted the season. I knew this was going to happen because I've seen the story. Every single Super Bowl appearance we've ever had, this is how we follow it up every time. So I wasn't surprised one bit. But this is even worse than I expected. I could not have possibly expected us to have the worst 3-and-out rate in the entire league. Like, okay, we can make excuses like with the O-line, okay, it's not as good. But the standard is that it's the best O-line in the league. We're still, on every metric, still a top 5 O-line. So, like, you have a top 5, I'll put it at top 10 because the run game is bad. But, like, you have a top 10 or so O-line and one of the best receiving corps. How are you below in the league in any stat on offense? It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I don't know why we can't just say Kevin Patullo is a complete disaster. Sirianni got his power back from when he won the Super Bowl. We said this mistake would never happen again after the 2023 season. Like, Howie was not supposed to allow it to happen again, and he did. The exact same thing, and it's worse.
Well, it should be better. Hold on. It should be better next year. He'll be in his second year as OC. and Jalen. I'm seeing where everybody has to think, do we want to fire another OC and bring in somebody else so Jalen has to learn the offense again?
Well, let me tell you, there's nothing to learn in this offense. Yeah. So the good thing is that he has nothing new to learn.
Okay.
I mean, it's a fair point, Yoni. It's a fair point. We needed a caller like that. Yeah. We needed a told you so Patullo caller.
I don't think. He told us in the offseason.
Did he?
Yeah, Yoni.
Yoni?
Yeah. You don't remember that?
Listen, I was in favor of keeping Kevin Patullo and moving him to OC. Has not worked out as I anticipated, but I will say this. I do believe there are things that he's limited in what he can call because there's things Jalen don't necessarily like to do. But I got less of an issue about play design and more of an issue of playing complementary football and knowing, having an identity of what you want to do from a play calling standpoint. I got more of an issue with that than I do the actual play designs.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way they expected to be this bad running the football. Yeah. And I think they have not, to support the Patullo thing, not to support him, to support Yoni's point, they have not had answers. They haven't. Yep. I don't care what the metrics say about the offensive line. I watch the games. They've been good on pass protection, pretty good, but they have not been good run blocking. They just haven't. So now, but his point is valid. They're not a bottom 10 offensive line in football, so we shouldn't have an offense that is bottom 10. Yep. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
And one more thing. Ike's still going on when Spike is trying to go to break.
I'll do that today?
Yeah, a couple times. But when you're cooking, you're cooking.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you're cooking, you get the dramatic pause. and I think it's done.
Nope.
So I start to go to the break, and then you start cooking again.
Yeah. That happened once.
Yeah.
It was 3 times. Like, no. All right.
Yep.
All right, no.
All right, my bad.
No, it's
I'll
fine.
work on that.
No, I like it. It's kind of funny because it's almost like as soon as I start talking, that is your signal to keep cooking. So I go, all right, coming up next, and then another thing. What's next?
We've started a pass the leg promotion as well, except now it's past the third leg. The guy's next Blue Chew read.
Come on, man.
There you go.
I can't believe that was on the text line, and we read that.
What? I didn't read anything.
No,
it's
I
battle.
meant battle read.
Yeah. Past the third leg.
Okay.
That can last past Thanksgiving, you know. What's next?
The updated list of people not allowed to have a catch before a game per Spike Eskin, A.J. Brown, Tom Brady, Kyle Schwarber, Kyle Schwarber's dad, Joe and Drescher.
Yep.
I think it's all fair. I've never complained so much about a catch before a game in 1 year, but I think they're both fair.
Well, I definitely believe the Schwarber one was fair.
The Tom Brady.
Even though it was at my hometown's team.
It was a recruiting pick.
Yeah, I'm not blaming AJ for the catch.
You're blaming Brady?
I'm blaming the league for allowing Brady to act like he's not an owner of a football team. He owns a different team. Wait till he gets traded to the Raiders.
That's a cool moment.
It's Tom Brady.
I don't care. He's not above the league. He's a cheater anyway. We all know he's a cheater, right?
Well,
in more
Belichick-
ways than one.
Well, he did deflate the balls. He did.
He did.
He
That's a
definitely
real
did that.
thing.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. What's next?
Now I remember him. Donovan, if Jack asked him what the offense would look like if Tanner McKee was in there,